Chapter 1. Awakening the Rare Profession, the Reverse Scale Battle Soul. Ding! You have activated the Multiverse Paradise System. Please select your profession. The Emperor has descended. The Goddess has arrived. Commencing with a daily word count of 6,000, ample content awaits, showcasing how a protagonist devoid of offensive capabilities can dominate the world. Greetings, esteemed host. I am your dedicated system, here to accompany you in the days to come. I aspire to fight and grow alongside you. Xiao Chen has traversed into the Blue Star world for a year. Over a decade ago, this realm was chosen by the Multiverse Paradise to become a trial ground. Any individual reaching the age of 18 is granted a singular opportunity to awaken as a professional. 18 New City High School, Class 3 of the senior year. Today marks the most pivotal moment of your lives. Will you successfully awaken and become a professional, or remain an ordinary person? The answer lies in today. Becoming a professional allows one to bypass the college entrance examination and directly enter the Warrior Academy. The advantages of this need no further elaboration. I hope each of you can successfully awaken, gaining formidable strength to rise in the face of future crises and safeguard the Dragon Nation. Class dismissed. Assemble in the Awakening Chamber in 1 hour. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, echoed through the classroom. Seated, Xiao Chen reflected on the information regarding the awakening process. Over a decade ago, the Multiverse Paradise descended upon this world. Any individual who turned 18 and found an awakening stone would receive a singular chance to awaken. Those who successfully awaken are bound to a set of systems from the Multiverse Paradise, granting them access to various dungeon entrances scattered throughout the world to battle monsters and level up. Through these encounters, they can gain attribute points and an array of equipment to enhance their strength. While reminiscent of games on Earth, there exists a crucial distinction. The difference lies in the stark reality that death within a dungeon translates to true demise. There is no concept of infinite resurrection. It is said that only at higher tiers might one acquire resurrection items. Becoming a professional and entering various dungeons entails facing the peril of life and death. Yet the immense rewards compel the vast majority to conquer their fears, aspiring to become a professional. After teacher Zhou Ping exited the classroom, the atmosphere brightened. At long last, the day has arrived. I am certain I will awaken as a professional. Is that so? You, who can barely drink water without choking, expect to become a professional? Have you heard? The awakening ceremony for Class 1 has concluded, and rumor has it that Zhou Jia from their class awakened as a mage. A mage? That profession boasts unparalleled offensive capabilities. How extraordinary! Has he not ascended to greatness in one fell swoop? Indeed. However, compared to a mage, I would prefer to become a swordsman. I shall remain an ordinary person. Becoming a professional means battling those monsters, which is far too perilous. One must invest to reap rewards. You wish to lead a life akin to a workhorse, toiling endlessly. An hour later, all members of Class 3 arrived punctually at the Awakening Chamber. The ceremony was not presided over by their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, but by a seasoned professional from the Warrior Academy named Zhao Long, rumored to have achieved third-tier strength. As a professional, his demeanor was strikingly different from that of a schoolteacher. A mere glance from him could silence a raucous crowd. Once he noticed the audience had quieted, he spoke in a measured tone. The significance of the awakening ceremony need not be elaborated upon. We will now proceed, in order of student numbers, to enter the awakening chamber. 103. Chun Jia, present. Enter the awakening chamber. Yes. In less than a minute, the chamber door opened, and Chun Jia emerged. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed through the air. Student number 103 has failed to awaken. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Chun Jia's face. Next, a string of over 10 students subsequently failed their awakenings, dousing the enthusiasm of Class 3 like a cold bucket of water. It wasn't until Chun Fan stepped out of the awakening chamber that the atmosphere shifted. Student number 124 has successfully awakened as a powerful Class Heavy sword warrior. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Not only had Chun Fan succeeded in his awakening, but he had also chosen a highly sought-after class, the Heavy Sword Warrior, a profession that stood on par with a mage awakened. By Zhou Jia from Class 1. Even Zhao Long displayed a hint of envy. The heavy sword warrior, capable of both offense and defense, was among the elite professions in the realm of practitioners. As Chun Fan emerged from the chamber, his gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Xiao Chen, brimming with provocation. Before Xiao Chen's transmigration, the previous owner of this body had been a frequent target of Chun Fan's bullying. However, the newly transmigrated Xiao Chen was no longer easily intimidated. He had transformed his demeanor and, in a public confrontation, had once kicked Chun Fan away. Since that incident, Chun Fan had refrained from troubling Xiao Chen again. Yet now, with his successful awakening as a heavy sword warrior, Chun Fan seemed to regain his confidence. The entire class was aware of their tumultuous history, and Chun Fan's provocative gaze elicited concern for Xiao Chen from their peers. Disregarding the challenge, Xiao Chen remained composed, quietly awaiting his turn to awaken. Next, another student successfully awakened, albeit to a support class. After a quarter of an hour, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. As a transmigrator, he, too, felt the pangs of anxiety. His future in this world hinged upon this moment. The chamber door closed, and a deep red energy surged into his body. As the energy coursed through him, it felt as though his cells were undergoing a transformation. Moments later, the red energy faded, leaving Xiao Chen with a sense of change that he could not quite articulate. The door opened, and an announcement rang out simultaneously. Student number 139 has successfully awakened the rare class Reverse Scale Battle Soul. At this revelation, not only did the students erupt in astonishment, but even Zhao Long was taken aback. Rare classes often represented mystery and power, with only one emerging among 10,000 practitioners. Since the advent of the Infinite Realm, New City High had not witnessed a rare class awakening, making Xiao Chen's achievement all the more remarkable. How could this not evoke shock? Zhao Long immediately contacted the Practitioner Alliance to report Xiao Chen's awakening of a rare class. Successfully awakening such a class within his jurisdiction would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. Moments later, Zhao Long received a message from the Alliance that helped him regain his composure. Zhao Long gazed at Xiao Chen. A flicker of regret crossed his face. A sense of unease gripped Xiao Chen's heart, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Upon successfully awakening, every practitioner was bestowed with a personal system, Xiao Chen included. He promptly accessed the system panel, following the method imparted by his instructor. Name: Xiao Chen can be renamed once. Occupation: Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Profession. Level: First Order Level 0. Note: each order consists of 100 levels. To progress beyond level 100, one must break through the genetic lock. Health points: 80 base health points increase with enhancements in physique. Mana points: 60 base mana points increase with enhancements in intelligence. Physique: 8 related to health, defense, stamina, recovery, and resistance to abnormalities. Strength: 5 related to attack power and carrying capacity. Agility: 5 related to attack speed, reflexes, and movement speed. Intelligence: 6 related to magical. Attack and mana recovery. Attack: 1 unable to increase through any means due to unknown reasons. Physical defense: 4 base defense increases with enhancements in physique. Magical defense: 4 base defense increases with enhancements in physique. Combat power assessment: 24 a comprehensive evaluation based on level, attributes, equipment, etc. Note: the system displays only rounded integer values. Note: combat power is merely an estimate based on system panel values. True combat strength depends on skills, environment, and numerous other factors. At first glance, there seemed to be no significant issues. Yet what were those 3 red exclamation marks lurking behind the attack value? Chapter 2: Dual Systems and Skill Enhancement. An attack power of 1, unable to be elevated by any means. Upon reading this line, Xiao Chen felt as if struck by lightning. Surely, this cannot be a jest. What could 1 point of attack power possibly achieve? Do not panic. Do not panic. Typically, such professions possess extraordinarily formidable innate skills. He reassured himself internally, opening the skill panel for further inspection. Skill name: Thorn Spike. Skill level: Level 1. Skill type: Passive. Skill cost: None. Skill cooldown: None. Skill effect: Reflects 10 of any attribute attack. Skill name: Rock Solid. Skill level: Level 1. Skill type: Passive. Skill cost, none. Skill cooldown, none. Skill effect, reduces any attribute attack by 10. That was it. In that moment, Xiao Chen comprehended the source of Zhao Long's regret. After much anticipation for a rare profession, it turned out to be utterly ineffectual. With a permanent attack power of 1, was he to rely solely on that meager 10 reflection for damage output? Well then, the awakening ceremony has concluded. Chun Fan, please stay, while the others may take their leave. The other students found Zhao Long's arrangement rather peculiar. Logically, with Xiao Chen awakening a rare profession, he should have been the focal point of attention, yet now he was being entirely disregarded. As Xiao Chen left in a daze, the others began to murmur among themselves that I just checked online, the rare profession Xiao Chen awakened is deemed a worthless occupation. How could a rare profession possibly be deemed useless? Haha, you might not know this, but over a decade ago, someone awakened this profession, however. Come on, spill it, don't keep me in suspense. But this profession only possesses a pitiable attack of 1 point, and there is no means to enhance it. Impossible. How could such an outrageous setting exist? I cannot say for certain, however. That is what the information online indicates. It must be true. If it were not, why would instructor Zhao Long ignore him? Now that you mention it, that does seem plausible. Upon returning home, or rather, what could barely be called a home, as it merely served as a place of residence for Xiao Chen alone. Why was this so? Naturally, it was the basic operation of a transmigrator. On the day Xiao Chen crossed over, a car accident claimed the lives of his parents, who were traveling in a small vehicle with him. In an inexplicable twist, Xiao Chen miraculously survived. At this moment, he lay quietly on the sofa, voicing his grievances aloud. Am I not a transmigrate? Shouldn't I receive some benefits? As he lamented, a system prompt appeared. Detection confirms that the host has activated the Multiverse Paradise system. System integration in progress. Integration complete. What is this? Due to the existence of the Multiverse Paradise in this world, the infinite system cannot contend until energy restoration is achieved and must remain hidden. Then why is it possible now? The host has activated the Multiverse Paradise system, allowing the infinite system to conceal itself within. I see. What abilities do you possess? At this moment, Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation. Countless transmigrators had turned their fortunes around with the aid of their systems. Now, it was his turn. Apologies, host. The Multiverse Paradise is exceedingly powerful, and my assistance is quite limited. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. What help can you provide? The infinite system currently has insufficient energy reserves after analysis. I can offer you the following 2 options. Choose wisely. Option 1. Permanently enhance the effectiveness of a skill. Option 2. Grant you a second chance at awakening. Is that it? Nothing more. Are there only these 2 options? Indeed, the current energy of the infinite system allows for only this. Current? Does that imply there may be more choices in the future? Yes, but the host must defeat monsters to acquire sufficient biological energy for the system to unlock additional permissions. Once the system has grown, can a limitation of a permanent 1-point attack be lifted? Of course. This revelation filled Xiao Chen with joy. However, this requires the system to be restored to its peak. How can it be restored to its peak? By acquiring a substantial amount of biological energy. Approximately how much? If all monsters in this world are eradicated, it should restore 0.0001 of the system's total energy. It seemed this path was not viable. What does it mean to permanently enhance the effectiveness of a skill? The boundless system possesses the capability to double the effects of a particular skill, encompassing its current efficacy, the enhancements gained from leveling up, and the skill's maximum threshold. This revelation led Xiao Chen to a state of contemplation. His initial thought gravitated towards enhancing the skill rock solid. If its upper limit allows for a 50 damage reduction, then a doubling of this effect would yield a complete immunity to damage. In such a scenario, would he not become invincible? Even with a mere 20 true damage reflection, given sufficient time, he could vanquish any foe. The prospect of acquiring another awakening opportunity appeared enticing. However, Xiao Chen lacked confidence in his chances of emerging as a combat-oriented practitioner again, as such an opportunity seemed exceedingly slim. Should he fail the awakening, he would be relegated to the status of an ordinary individual. After a brief moment of indecision, Xiao Chen resolved firmly, enhance rock solid. Skill enhancement in progress. Warning. Warning. The enhancement of this skill contravenes the foundational principles of the multiverse system. Insufficient system energy has resulted in an interruption of the enhancement. Notice, the current energy of the boundless system is inadequate for the enhancement of this skill. Upon hearing the warning from the infinite system, disappointment washed over Xiao Chen. In light of this, only one option remained: to enhance Thorn Spike. If the effect of the Thorn Spike skill were to be doubled, it might not be too shabby after all. While defense could be bolstered through the enhancement of physique or the acquisition of new equipment, his offensive capabilities could not be improved by any means. Without damage output, he could not defeat monsters, nor could he level up. Without leveling up, he would lack attribute enhancement points, thus ensnaring himself in a vicious cycle. If he could resolve this predicament, perhaps this vocation would not be entirely unacceptable. After much deliberation, Xiao Chen resignedly declared, "In that case, please enhance the Thorn Spike skill for me." Understood. Immediately, a surge of immense energy coursed through Xiao Chen's being, transforming his physique. That a moment later, the system's voice reverberated once more. Enhancement complete. The energy of the boundless system has been depleted, and I shall enter a state of slumber. Subsequently, regardless of Xiao Chen's calls, the infinite system remained unresponsive. He reopened the skill panel to review the changes. Skill name: Thorn Spike. Skill level: Level 1. Skill type: Passive. Skill cost: None. Skill cooldown: None. Skill effect: Reflects 20 of any attribute attack. Aside from the increase in damage reflection to 20, no other changes had occurred, a reality for which Xiao Chen had mentally prepared himself. He closed the system panel, contemplating his future development. Although he had successfully awakened as a practitioner, Zhao Long's reaction indicated that others held little faith in his chosen path. Whether he could successfully gain admission to the Warrior Academy remained uncertain. Chapter 3. Insufficient damage. Let quantity make up for it. The Warrior Academy is affiliated with the League of Professionals, which is established by the government of the Dragon Nation. Its primary purpose is to cultivate a greater number of formidable warriors loyal to the government. When a multiverse system first ascended, governments worldwide paid little heed. It was only when a professional emerged unscathed from an exploding nuclear bomb that they began to take it seriously. In an effort to harness the formidable power of professionals, the government sought to control the source, the awakening stones. By gaining control over these stones, they also gained dominion over the new professionals. The previously scattered awakening stones across the world were forcibly consolidated by the government. Naturally, a number of stones remain lost, but these are but a minority. The most accessible method for ordinary individuals to awaken is through education, as students reach the age of 18 during their final year of high school. The age threshold for awakening. At that point, they can utilize the awakening pods provided by their schools. Once they awaken and become professionals, they can attend the Warrior Academy, which boasts the most comprehensive training systems, generous benefits, and the fastest avenues for growth. Gaining admission to the Warrior Academy has become the dream of many. Xiao Chen had originally secured such a qualification, but judging by Zhao Long's attitude, it seemed uncertain. To gain entry into the Warrior Academy, he must demonstrate that his profession is not inferior. The best way to prove this is to level up and become powerful. After more than a decade of battles, it has become rare to encounter monsters near cities, except in high-risk areas. Therefore, rapid leveling can only be achieved in dungeons. In these dungeons, monsters continuously respawn, maintaining a constant level, making them the ideal training grounds for newcomers. Xiao Chen plans to venture into one the following day. As for forming a team, he has no intention of doing so. With a permanent attack power of 1 point and lacking any taunting skills, he cannot hold aggro, much less act as a tank. Thus, he must go it alone. Before that, however, he needs to change his name. Altering his professional designation not only effectively conceals his true identity, but also enhances his stature. The opportunity is singular, and he must proceed with caution. Upon arriving in this world, it coincided with the moment Xiao Chen suffered a car accident, leaving his consciousness trapped within Xiao Chen's body for a month. He was enveloped in darkness until his body gradually healed, allowing him to barely open his eyes to the light. That experience is one he can never forget. Hence, he decides to rename himself Knight. Notice, name change successful. That night, Xiao Chen found himself unable to sleep, brimming with anticipation for his dungeon expedition the following day. He had long yearned for the thrilling accounts he had read numerous times on forum posts about the dungeons. The next day, Xiao Chen arrived at the Novice Dungeon Square in the new city. By this time, many professionals had gathered, most of whom had awakened just the day before. Each was filled with vigor, eager to enter the dungeon and slay their foes. Of course, some harbored fears about battling monsters within the dungeons. Yet the prospect of substantial rewards compelled them to muster their courage and press on. Isn't that Xiao Chen the only awakened rare profession of the 2024 class? As a woman's voice resonated, all eyes turned toward Xiao Chen. This woman's name is Ning Wan, who once harbored a secret affection for Xiao Chen. Of course, she is not the Xiao Chen of today. The current Xiao Chen holds no admiration for such triviality. Is he truly the one whose attack power is perpetually limited to a mere 1 point? Indeed, such a profession is rare. Indeed, a profession eternally limited to 1 point of attack must be unique to him. Truly exceptional. With an attack power of 1, he couldn't even slay a level 1 monster. Why is he here? Is he seeking his own demise? Perhaps he is still unwilling to give up, yearning to give a try. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Xiao Chen chose not to stoop to their level. He walked alone to the entrance of the novice dungeon and stepped inside. Notice, you have entered the novice dungeon forest of beginners. The monsters within range from level 1 to 10. Notice, the backpack function has been permanently activated. Notice, the automatic looting function has been activated, along with monster information prompts and temporary equipment durability preservation. Note, this feature is a novice experience function and will automatically deactivate upon reaching Tier 2. Notice, first-time dungeon entry detected. A novice equipment reward has been granted. Notice, you have received a wooden shield 1. Warning, this is not a game, this is not a game, this is not a game. Reviewing the attributes of the newly acquired novice shield. Equipment aim, wooden shield equipment level, 0, equipment quality. White equipment is categorized as white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Wearing requirement, 3 points of strength required for use. Physical defense, 1 magical defense, 1 truly befitting of novice equipment. Its attributes are rather disheartening. However, the solitary point in defense is precisely what Xiao Chen requires. After donning the wooden shield, his total defense reached 5 points. Upon entering the forest, a red-eyed rabbit suddenly leapt from the bushes, charging toward him. Xiao Chen remained unperturbed, raising his shield to block the rabbit's biting attack. At that moment, the system also provided information about the red-eyed rabbit. Monster name, red-eyed rabbit, normal, level, 1 health points, 200 physical attack. For physical defense, 3 magical defense, 2 while blocking the red-eyed rabbit's attack. It unexpectedly sustained a point of damage. -1. Of course, this did not signify an actual reflection of 1 point of damage. It was merely the minimum value displayed by the system. With the red-eyed rabbit's 4 points of attack against Xiao Chen's 5 points of defense. He was impervious to any threat. Considering that the rabbit posed no danger to him, a bold idea blossomed in Xiao Chen's mind. Minutes later, he found himself pursued by more than 10 red-eyed rabbits. After exploring the area, he realized that continuing to flee would cause him to lose their aggro. Given the density of monsters in this region, having attracted over 10 red-eyed rabbits was already the limit. As he paused, more than a dozen red-eyed rabbits surged forth, relentlessly attacking Xiao Chen. However, not a single rabbit could breach his defenses. The assailants were met with the retaliatory damage of thorny spikes. The rabbit's attack speed was rather sluggish. It took over 8 minutes for all of them to be vanquished with their collective 200 health points. You have slain a red-eyed rabbit, earning 1 experience point and 3 copper coins. You have slain a red-eyed rabbit, earning 1 experience point. You have slain a red-eyed rabbit, earning 1 experience point and 5 copper coins. As a long string of system notifications appeared, a faint smile crept across Xiao Chen's lips. Surely, his monster hunting pace was not significantly slower than that of others. Onward. Chapter 4. Frenzied Monster Grinding. Rapid Leveling an hour later. Notification. Your experience points have reached 100, and your level has been elevated to Tier 1, Level 1. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. How to allocate the skill points? There is no need for deliberation. I shall invest them directly into the Thorn Spike skill. due to the enhancements made by the infinite system to the Thorn Spike ability. Each increment in its level results in a doubling of its upgrade effect. Therefore, allocating points to Thorn Spike is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Notification: skill upgrade successful. Review the skill description. Skill name: Thorn Spike skill level. Level 2 skill type. Passive skill effect. Reflects 22 of any attribute-based attack. The damage reflection has increased by 2. Without the system modification, it would have only been a 1 increase. Upon opening the attributes panel, I noticed a plus sign appearing next to each of the 4 primary attributes. How to allocate points. There is no need for contemplation. Strength, agility, and intelligence all pertain to output, providing me with negligible enhancement. Thus, I allocate all points to Constitution. Notification: points allocated successfully. View attributes. Name: Knight class. Reverse scale soul, rare class. Level: Tier 1, Level 1. Health points: 130 mana points, 60 Constitution, 13 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Intelligence, 6 Physical Attack, 1 Magical Attack, 1 Physical Defense, 7/1 Equipment Bonus, Magical Defense, 7/1 Equipment Bonus, Combat Power Assessment. 30 Note: the system only displays rounded integer values. Although my defense has reached 8 points, continuing to slay the red-eyed rabbits remains the optimal choice. Defeating monsters at least 5 levels above me will yield rewards. Continuing, with the increase in damage reflection, my efficiency in monster hunting has improved. However, the experience required for leveling up has also escalated. This time, it took me over 70 minutes to gain a level. Notification: your experience points have reached 100 and your level has been elevated to Tier 1, Level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The allocation choices remain unchanged. After adding points, my defense has reached 10 points, and the damage reflection of Thorn Spike has increased to 24. 3 hours later, notification: your experience points have reached 100, and your level has been elevated to Tier 1, Level 5. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Upon successful point allocation, my health has risen to 330 points, and my defense has reached 18 points. The damage reflection has surged to 30. Such leveling efficiency is rarely matched, except perhaps by mages and archers. However, such fortune cannot persist indefinitely. Having attained Level 5, continuing to hunt red-eyed rabbits yields no further rewards. I must seek out higher-level monsters to reap benefits. Crossing through the territory of the red-eyed rabbits, I arrived at a vast meadow. In the meadow, a type of small herbivorous creature made its appearance. Monster name: Herbivore, common, level 2, health points, 280 physical attack, 11 physical defense, 8 magical defense, 6 gazing at the herbivore's 11 points of attack, and then at my own 18 points of defense. I felt utterly invulnerable. 90 minutes later, notification: your experience has reached 100, and your level has been elevated to the first tier, Level 6, earning 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After vanquishing hundreds of red-eyed rabbits without acquiring any equipment, I surprisingly obtained a piece of leather armor from the herbivore. Equipment name: leather armor, equipment level 5, equipment quality, white, wearing requirement, 3 points of strength required. Physical defense, 2, magical defense, 1 once adorned in the leather armor. My physical defense surged to 22 points. It was time to confront more formidable monsters. With my defense now at 22 points, creatures with an attack of 22 or less could not breach my defenses. Thus, I ventured to hunt higher-level monsters. Deep within the forest, I stumbled upon a valley teeming with swarms of rats. Their bodies shimmered with a metallic sheen, and their eyes glowed ominously red, presenting an alarming sight. Monster name: Ironhide Rat, common, level 5, health points, 400 physical attack, 15 physical defense, 12 magical defense, 8. Surprisingly, their attack was a mere 15 points. Utterly insufficient to penetrate my defenses. Initially seeking even more advanced foes, I found myself unable to resist the overwhelming numbers of Ironhide rats. This would be a nightmare for many adventurers, yet for Xiao Chen, it was a blessing. Disregarding the Ironhide rats' frantic bites, I charged straight into the heart of their ranks. After a brief circuit, I found myself followed by no fewer than 80 Ironhide rats. Observing several of them break off their aggression and retreat, I realized I had reached my limit. Armed with a shield, I stood at the center of dozens of ironhide rats, allowing them to unleash their attacks upon me. The ironhide rats' attack power reached 15 points, while the thorns' rebound damage escalated to 32. Each time they struck, I would reflect 8 points of damage back at them. -5, -5, -5. The ironhide rat's attack speed was nearly once per second, significantly faster than the red-eyed rabbits and herbivores. With 400 health points, the entire swarm of ironhide rats was vanquished in just over a minute. Notification: you have slain an ironhide rat, gaining 5 experience points and 21 copper coins. Notification: you have slain an ironhide rat, gaining 5 experience points and 12 copper coins. Notification: you have slain an ironhide rat, gaining 5 experience points. Upon checking my experience progress, I discovered that to ascend from level 6 to level 7, I required 3,600 experience points, with each ironhide rat yielding only 5 points. Thus, to reach level 7, I needed to defeat 720 ironhide rats. With 80 ironhide rats in tow, it would take merely 9 rounds to level up. Venturing to a new locale for leveling up has proven to be exceedingly wise, as the speed of advancement here surpasses that of previous endeavors significantly. 15 minutes later, a notification appeared. Your experience points have reached 100, and your level has ascended to the first tier, level 7, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. The method of allocating points remains unchanged. At this juncture, his defense has surged to 25 points, while the rebound damage from Thorn Spike has escalated to 34. This place is nothing short of a leveling sanctuary for him. To progress from level 7 to level 8, 900 experience points are required. Advancing from level 8 to level 9 demands 400 points, and from level 9 to level 10 necessitates 100 points, culminating in a total requirement of 400 experience points. He only needs to vanquish 880 ironhide mice to reach level 10. Currently, he is capable of slaying approximately 80 at once, which means he must attract around 50 groups of enemies. Each engagement takes just over a minute, allowing him to ascend to level 10 in a little over an hour. As Xiao Chen draws in the enemies, he calculates in his mind. An hour and a half later, another notification chimed. Your experience points have reached 100, and your level has ascended to the first tier, level 10, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Additionally, a new skill, Battle Soul Awakening, has been activated. Chapter 5, The Treasure Chest in Hand. The Wolf King appears. Skill name, Awakening of the Battle Spirit. Skill level, level 1 skill type. Active skill cost, consumes 10 mana points per second. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Skill effect, enhances the effects of a skill you have mastered by 50, lasting up to a maximum of 10 seconds. What a remarkable skill. It truly feels like a tiger with wings. If both the Thorn of Thorns and this skill were to reach their full potential simultaneously, the results would be. Closing the skill introduction. I must admit, Xiao Chen's luck has been rather unfortunate. After slaying thousands of monsters, he has only amassed a pile of copper coins and a single piece of leather armor. However, this seems only natural, as the prices of professional equipment are exorbitantly high. If one could easily acquire such gear, wealth would come too effortlessly. Level 10 marks the upper limit for ordinary monsters in this dungeon. Yet it is not the ceiling for professional advancement. Theoretically, one could reach level 15 within the novice dungeon. View attributes. Name, Knight Profession. Reverse Scale Battle Spirit, Rare Profession. Level. First Order, level 10. Health 580 mana. 60 Vitality. 58 Strength. 5 Agility. 5 Intelligence. 6 Physical Attack. 1 Magical Attack. 1 Physical Defense. 29-3 Equipment Bonus. Magical Defense. 29-2 Equipment Bonus. Combat Power Assessment 74. Thorn of Thorns, level 10. Reflects 40 of any attribute attack. With these attributes, one could traverse the novice map with ease, though he has reached level 10 and could venture into higher level dungeons. Xiao Chen chose to remain. It is far wiser to attain the highest level here before progressing to more challenging realms. Without delay, he made his way deeper into the novice forest. There, he anticipated encountering the most formidable creature within, the Silver Moon Wolf. Upon crossing the forest, A vast expanse of grassland unfolded before him. In the distance, Xiao Chen spotted numerous silver moon wolves patrolling the plains, waiting for prey to emerge. Monster name: Silver Moon Wolf Common. Level: 10 health, 600 physical attack, 23 physical defense, 18 magical defense, 12 is that all? With an attack power of merely 23. Against his formidable defense of 32, they are utterly trivial. Level 15 is within reach. Xiao Chen did not rush into battle. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. Before commencing his assault, he needed to locate the area where the monsters congregated most densely, allowing him to draw multiple foes at once. As long as the monsters could not breach his defenses, the more the merrier. After all, he did not need to engage each one individually to deal damage. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Chen finally spotted a pack of silver moon wolves gathered beneath a leafless, withered tree. This was the place. Wolves are inherently social creatures, and the mutated wolf packs within the instance are no exception. They typically gather in groups of 3 to 5, which amplifies the difficulty of solo instances. However, Xiao Chen stands as an anomaly. As long as his defenses remain unbroken, an abundance of monsters is advantageous. After merely jogging a short distance, he attracted over 100 silver moon wolves. Yet, he soon discerned a complication. These silver moon wolves are not as diminutive as the ironhide mice. Of the 100+ silver moon wolves, only about 50 can reach him, while the others are squeezed out and unable to enter, significantly diminishing his monster-clearing efficiency. If other novices were to learn of Xiao Chen's current predicament, they would surely be aghast. A series of damage values appeared, indicating that at this rate, a single silver moon wolf could be dispatched in just over a minute. 3 minutes later, he effortlessly eradicated the entire pack of over 100 wolves. To level up from level 10 to 11, he requires 10,000 experience points. And defeating a silver moon wolf grants him merely 10 experience points. By this calculation, he must eliminate 1,000 silver moon wolves to ascend to level 11. While this number may seem daunting to other adventurers, for Xiao Chen, it amounts to less than an hour's work. Within 1 hour, Xiao Chen advanced 2 levels. His health, hit points, defenses, and damage retaliation steadily increased. After a relentless battle, he finally obtained a second piece of equipment. Equipment name: Iron Shield. Equipment level: 10. Equipment quality: green equipment wearing requirement. 5 points of strength required. Physical defense: 5. Magical defense: 2. Fortune favored him. Despite its modest attributes, it was precisely what Xiao Chen needed. Discarding his novice wooden shield, he donned the newly acquired iron shield, further augmenting his defense to a remarkable 41 points. Such a high defense at this level is truly rare. Who would allocate all their attribute points solely to vitality? While the enhanced defense provided a sense of security, it did little to improve his monster-clearing efficiency. 2 hours later, a notification appeared. Notification: your experience has reached 100, and your level has increased to the first tier, level 15. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Notification: you have leveled up to level 15 within 10 hours, achieving the title of Leveling Expert. You are awarded a White Achievement Treasure Chest. White Achievement Treasure Chest. Upon opening, you may randomly receive an item of purple quality or higher. Xiao Chen did not anticipate such benefits from leveling up so swiftly. Notification: do you wish to open the White Achievement Treasure Chest? Yes, no. He chose to open it. The chest before Xiao Chen shimmered with golden light, followed by a message: you have obtained the Silver Moon Shield. Equipment information: equipment name: Silver Moon Shield, rare equipment. Equipment level: 10. Equipment quality: golden equipment, wearing requirement. 10 points of strength required. Equipment slot: main weapon slot. Note: shields that can be equipped in the main weapon slot are exceedingly rare. Physical defense: 10. Magical defense: 8. Additional attributes: base defense increased by 20. A shield, over a meter high and shimmering with a golden glow, materialized in Xiao Chen's grasp, adorned with the emblem of a wolf's head, unmistakably a piece of extraordinary equipment. This item seemed tailor-made for him. However, it requires strength of 10 points to wield, while Xiao Chen currently possessed only 5. Fortunately, he had yet to allocate points from his level up. Once he augmented his strength to 10, he would, as per tradition, allocate the remaining points to his constitution. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, it was resplendent beyond belief. Name, Knight class, reverse scale battle soul, rare class, level. First order, level 15, health points, 780 constitution, 78, physical defense, 3925 equipment bonus, magical defense, 3919 equipment bonus, combat power assessment, 108 Thorn of Thorns, level 15, reflecting 50 of attack damage. With an iron shield in his left hand and the silver moon shield in his right, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Since entering the dungeon, approximately 14 to 15 hours had elapsed, and dusk had settled, with a full moon rising on the horizon. A piercing wolf howl echoed. As a colossal silver wolf, its form surpassing that of a water buffalo, approached Xiao Chen, framed by the luminous moon, exuding a palpable aura of pressure. Chapter 6. A soul battle against the rare boss. Warning. The final boss of the Novice Forest, the Silver Moon Wolf King, has appeared. The Silver Moon Wolf King, which Xiao Chen had previously encountered in a forum discussion, is renowned as the most formidable boss in the Novice Forest, manifesting only on nights of the full moon with a minuscule likelihood. Those who have laid eyes upon it are exceedingly few, and vanquishing this creature seems an insurmountable challenge. It is not that the creature possesses overwhelming strength. Any high-level adventurer could likely defeat it, but rather that high-level adventurers are barred from entry. The maximum level permitted in the Novice Forest is capped at 10. Rarely does anyone reach level 10 and choose to remain in the Novice Forest to continue their training. At level 10, Silver Moon wolves appear in packs, making it arduous to safely and swiftly dispatch them without a well-coordinated and stable team. It is far more efficient and prudent to train in higher-level areas, which results in the scarcity of adventurers who have successfully slain the Silver Moon Wolf King. As the Silver Moon Wolf King drew near, the system provided its details. Monster name: Silver Moon Wolf King, rare boss. Note: boss classifications include normal, elite, rare, hidden, mutated, final, overlord, and world level, each varying in difficulty and loot drop rates. Level: 15 health points, 3,000 physical attack, 60 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 40 skill 1, Silver Moon Howl. Skill effect: the Silver Moon Wolf King howls at the sky, unleashing a potent soundwave attack. This soundwave emanates from the Wolf King, radiating outward and inflicting physical damage upon struck enemies, with a certain probability of inducing a fear effect that renders enemies unable to control their movements, forcing them into a panicked retreat. During the duration of this skill, the Silver Moon Wolf King's defense and attack power are significantly enhanced. Skill 2, Shadow Moon Assault. Skill effect: the Silver Moon Wolf King launches a rapid assault on its target. During this charge, the Wolf King breaches the enemy's defenses, delivering continuous physical damage to foes in its path, culminating in a powerful strike upon reaching the target location. Should the target remain unvanquished at the end of the skill, they will suffer an additional debilitation effect, reducing both their movement and attack speeds. Skill 3, Moonlight Domain. Skill effect: the Silver Moon Wolf King roars skyward, summoning a domain imbued with moonlight energy. Within this realm, the Wolf King's attributes are greatly enhanced, while enemies caught within suffer ongoing magical damage and have a chance of being silenced, rendering them unable to cast spells. Moreover, if a significant number of enemies are present within the domain, the Wolf King gains an additional layer of Moon Shield, which absorbs a certain amount of damage. These attributes are indeed unimpressive, at least to Xiao Chen. An attack power of 60 against his 64 points of defense remains ineffectual. With 3,000 health points, defeating it is merely a matter of time. As for the effects of skills, they are practically tailored for Xiao Chen's annihilation. Do the 3 debuffs, Fear, Disability, and Silence, affect Xiao Chen? Certainly not. He neither needs to evade nor to deal damage. He simply stands there, allowing the attacks to rain down upon him. The sole threat to Xiao Chen comes from the Silver Moon Wolf Howl, which temporarily enhances the Wolf King's attack power. Once the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack surpasses 64 points, it can inflict damage upon Xiao Chen. Of course, it depends on the extent to which the Silver Moon Howl amplifies the attack power. If the increase is minimal, it will merely tickle him. While Xiao Chen examines the data on the Silver Moon Wolf King, the beast has already approached within 10 meters of him. The great battle is imminent. Fan, We are both level 9 now. We must be the fastest among this batch of newcomers. A beguiling female voice echoed at the edge of the grassland. This woman was none other than Ning Wan, accompanied by Chun Fan, the awakened greatsword warrior. Chun Fan wrapped his arm around Ning Wan's slender waist and playfully squeezed before speaking with pride. Naturally, while the mages may have a swifter kill rate, they require time to replenish their mana. Our duo can almost infinitely farm monsters. Tomorrow, we shall venture to a higher level map, while those mediocre players will likely linger in the novice forest for several more days. This time, I must enter the Warrior Academy in the most formidable manner to gain their favor. Fan, you are the best. Let us continue and reach level 10 early so we can return and rest. At the mention of sleep, a hint of exaggerated allure graced Ning Wan's face. A resounding wolf howl interrupted their playful banter. Ning Wan quickly hid behind Chun Fan, revealing a trace of fear. Wanner, do not be afraid. While I am here, no one can harm you. Fan, look, is that the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King? Chun Fan squinted and, with surprise etched on his face, confirmed. It truly is the Silver Moon Wolf King. We should flee. It is said that the Silver Moon Wolf King possesses immense strength, and without a formidable team, one cannot hope to contend with it. Pondering deeply, Chun Fan mused, if I can reach level 15 here with your assistance by my side, perhaps. Fan, look, it seems someone is battling it. What? The two focused their gaze, and earlier, obscured by the massive form of the Silver Moon Wolf King, they had failed to perceive the situation. As the Wolf King shifted, they finally discerned the unfolding battle. Before them stood a lone warrior, brandishing a giant shield, standing resolute against the Wolf King's ferocious onslaught. One person, engaging the Silver Moon Wolf King alone. What an extraordinary display. Wow, how magnificent. Ning Wan gazed at the impressive figure, her eyes wide with admiration, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chun Fan furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, how powerful must one be to challenge the Silver Moon Wolf King single-handedly? Could that individual be one of the legendary rare classes? Rare class? At that moment, he involuntarily thought of Xiao Chen. It is impossible, absolutely inconceivable that it could be him. Fan, what are you saying? Do you know who he is? Never mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen is engaged in a fierce battle with the Silver Moon Wolf King. Brandishing dual shields, he stands his ground, allowing the Wolf King to unleash its attacks upon him. -30, -30, -30. The system continually displays damage notifications. But this is not the damage dealt by the Wolf King to Xiao Chen. It is the rebound damage inflicted upon the Wolf King due to its attacks. Throughout the skirmish, the Wolf King repeatedly employs the skill Lunar Shadow Assault, inflicting a crippling effect on Xiao Chen, significantly diminishing his movement and attack speed. Yet, it proves utterly futile, for he has no need to move or attack. As for the silence effect of the lunar domain, it bears no consequence for one who is not required to engage in combat. After 5 minutes, as the Wolf King's health dips below 50, a resounding howl erupts from its maw. Skill 1, Wolf King's Howl. A faint red glow envelopes its form. Here it comes. This is the skill that Xiao Chen dreads the most, for it enhances the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack power. He quickly assesses its attributes. Monster name, Silver Moon Wolf King, Rare Boss, Level, 15 health points, 1485, 3000 physical attack, 90 physical defense, 90 magical defense, 60 both attack and defense have surged by 50. With the activation of Wolf King's Howl, the Wolf King finally breaches Xiao Chen's defenses. -23, -45. The former is the damage inflicted by the Wolf King upon Xiao Chen, while the latter is the rebound damage. As he observes both his and the Wolf King's health depleting simultaneously, anxiety wells up within him. Yet he finds himself utterly powerless. He possesses neither offensive skills nor restorative potions, leaving him to merely watch. In a bid to mitigate the situation, Xiao Chen begins to shift toward the edge of the battlefield while deflecting the Wolf King's assaults. He resolves to draw the Wolf King to the edge of the aggro zone, allowing for a swift escape should the circumstances turn dire. This is no mere game. If he falls to the Wolf King, it would be the end. Sacrificing his life for a boss simply does not seem worthwhile. His trajectory leads him toward the location of Chun Fan and his companion. As he moves, the health of both man and beast continues to plummet. Fan, they seem to be moving toward us. Should we flee? Retreat. We cannot withstand the Silver Moon Wolf King's attacks. Just as the two are preparing to withdraw, Chun Fan suddenly halts. With Xiao Chen's approach, he finally discerns the features of his face. Xiao Chen, Chapter 7. Slaying the Wolf King and taking revenge. Upon hearing the name Xiao Chen, Ning Wan halted in her tracks, gazing in astonishment at the figure engaged in battle with the Silver Moon Wolf King. Could it truly be him? Wasn't it said that he possessed only one point of attack? How could he possibly contend with the Wolf King? At that moment, Chun Fan's expression was fraught with conflict. After a brief pause, he turned to Ning Wan and made a gesture across his throat. Both he and the Silver Moon Wolf King's health points were nearing depletion. Perhaps it would be prudent to. Ning Wan's eyes brightened. If he were to be slain by the Wolf King, the latter's health would also be severely diminished. If we take a chance, we might still seize the boss. Should the Wolf King fall to him, then we. Thus, the two concealed themselves in a nearby thicket, intently observing the clash between Xiao Chen and the Wolf King. A few minutes later, as Xiao Chen's health plummeted to 468, the Wolf King's health stood at 900. The likelihood of mutual destruction loomed large. Yet, he possessed a hidden trump card, Soul of War Awakening. This can be used on any skill you have mastered, enhancing its effects by 50 for a maximum of 10 seconds. Without hesitation, he activated this skill on Thorn's spike. His mana was depleting rapidly. Concurrently, the Silver Moon Wolf King's retaliatory damage had reached 68. Although his mana would only sustain for 6 seconds, it was sufficient. As the Silver Moon Wolf King approached death, a furious roar erupted from behind him. Turning to face the sound, a heavy sword swung towards him. Clang! A robust shield interposed itself before Xiao Chen, producing a sharp metallic clash. Minus 11 points of damage? How could this be? No, this was not damage inflicted upon him, but rather damage reflected back. Upon seeing the damage information, Chun Fan was astounded. As a heavy sword warrior specializing in high attack power, he had failed to deal any damage to Xiao Chen, indicating that he had utterly failed to breach his defenses. Just how high must Xiao Chen's defense be to achieve such an outcome? Announcement. The Practitioner Knight successfully slays the rare boss, the Silver Moon Wolf King. 3. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen received several system notifications. Notification. You have obtained 3 warrior medals. Notification. You have acquired 1 blue achievement chest. Warrior medal. Collect 10 warrior medals to exchange for an honor medal. Notification. You have slain the Silver Moon Wolf King, gaining 300 experience points. 1 pair of silver arm guards, 1 purple chest, 12 silver coins, and 35 copper coins. He did not rush to inspect the equipment and treasure, but instead turned to Chun Fan, a flicker of hostility igniting his eyes. That recent strike had clearly been aimed at his demise. Had his defenses not been sufficiently robust, he might well have perished beneath that heavy sword. Calming himself, he realized that with an attack power of merely 1 point, he could not kill Chun Fan. To be precise, as long as Chun Fan refrained from striking him, he posed no threat whatsoever. Would provoking him into a strike be effective? Xiao Chen dismissed this notion, even if he succeeded in inciting Chun Fan's wrath. The latter would soon discern the futility of his attacks after a few attempts. At that moment, revealing all of Chun Fan's capabilities would only lead him into a passive position. Observing the ordinary Silver Moon wolves wandering nearby, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with inspiration. A scornful glance was cast at Chun Fan, as he disdainfully remarked, "You wish to endure another kick, do you?" This statement struck directly at Chun Fan's most vulnerable point. Once a tyrant at school, he had become the subject of ridicule ever since Xiao Chen delivered that fateful kick. Although his peers refrained from mocking him openly due to his intimidation, they whispered behind his back that he was a cowardly bully who preyed on the weak. He had long been plotting his revenge, yet the chilling gaze of Xiao Chen remained etched in his memory, instilling an innate fear that had transformed into a nightmare. After successfully awakening as a greatsword knight yesterday, he believed he had conquered his fear of Xiao Chen. However, he was taken aback to learn that Xiao Chen had awakened a rare profession, which he initially deemed worthless. Yet now, witnessing Xiao Chen single-handedly battling the Silver Moon Wolf King and ultimately slaying it, the fear that had been buried deep within him surged to the surface once more. The tumultuous journey of his emotions over the past 2 days had been nothing short of a roller coaster. Ningguang observed the mixture of anger and fear on Chun Fan's face, revealing a hint of contempt. Though he attempted to conceal it, Chun Fan noticed her disdain, igniting a fire of rage within him. Xiao Chen, do not be so arrogant. Xiao Chen paid him no heed, slowly turning away. Faced with Xiao Chen's indifference and Ningguang's scorn, Chun Fan could no longer contain himself. The audacity was unbearable, even with his health bar nearly depleted. Xiao Chen dared to turn his back on him, a complete disregard. No man could withstand such humiliation, let alone in front of a woman. As Chun Fan hesitated, Xiao Chen had already distanced himself. Brother Fan, do you think it might just be F.A. Ade? What do you mean? Consider this. Ever since the accident, Xiao Chen has remained taciturn, choosing action over words in the face of provocation. Today, however, he proactively challenged you. Such unusual behavior must conceal something. Ningguang's insight struck a chord with Chun Fan. Although that last strike had not harmed Xiao Chen, it did not signify that he could continually withstand his assaults. Chun Fan refused to believe that Xiao Chen's defenses could withstand him indefinitely. With a firm resolve, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Since you have chosen to court death, do not blame me for the consequences. Death is commonplace in this dungeon. Grasping the greatsword, he marched step by step toward Xiao Chen, his agility of 18 points granting him a significant advantage in speed. In no time, he caught up with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, in your next life, do not be so arrogant. As he spoke, the greatsword swung toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, fully aware of Chun Fan's pursuit, welcomed the outcome he desired. Clang! The greatsword met the shield once more, producing a resounding chime. -11, I refuse to believe you can continually block my attacks. At this moment, Chun Fan was blinded by fury, relentlessly hacking at Xiao Chen. With a flurry of over 10 strikes, not only did he fail to vanquish Xiao Chen, who was left with but a sliver of health, but he himself was also gravely injured. At this juncture, he began to regain his composure, reluctantly acknowledging that he seemed unable to breach Xiao Chen's defenses. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, a sense of elation washed over him. For throughout this protracted assault, Xiao Chen had remained steadfastly on the defensive, never once retaliating. This was ample evidence to validate the rumors he had heard. Given that Xiao Chen's attacks were perpetually capped at a mere 1 point, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. He surmised that as long as Xiao Chen's offensive capabilities remained negligible, his own level would inevitably surpass Xiao Chen's. He was confident that when the time came for his level to significantly exceed Xiao Chen's, he would surely find a way to penetrate his defenses. However, just as he resolved to withdraw, his expression shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to him, he and Xiao Chen had become ensnared in the midst of a pack of dozens of silver moon wolves. While 3 or 4 might be manageable for him and Ningguang to take down in tandem, the sight of 30 or more level 10 silver moon wolves left him at a loss. A chorus of howls erupted from the pack as they launched a simultaneous assault on the two. In a mere moment, Chun Fan found himself overwhelmed and was swiftly dispatched by the wolves, his remains devoured by the ravenous horde. Witnessing this horrific scene, Ningguang, who had been lurking nearby, turned pale with fear, for Xiao Chen was advancing towards her, flanked by a formidable throng of silver moon wolves, all converging in her direction. Xiao Chen, I promise to be your girlfriend, she cried out, her voice trembling as she grasped for the only solution she could conceive in that dire moment. Yet Xiao Chen did not spare her glance, merely brushing past her as he made his way towards the exit of the dungeon. Xiao Chen, may you meet a wretched fate. Her anguished cry was abruptly silenced. Chapter 8. Harvesting the Silver Moon, set with no moral burden whatsoever. Xiao Chen lured the wolf pack to slay the two individuals. Having traversed into this realm with the memories of the original Xiao Chen, he was fully aware of Ningguang's true nature. Today could be considered a form of vengeance for the previous Xiao Chen, and from this moment forth, he owed nothing to anyone in this world. He was his own person. At this juncture, he had attained level 15. Remaining in the novice forest would yield no further benefits. After battling for over 10 consecutive hours, he was physically and mentally exhausted. The combat rules of this world bore resemblance to those of games on Earth, yet they were not entirely identical. As long as one did not face complete demise, recovery could be achieved through one's own resilience or restorative items, encompassing even severed limbs. However, death in battle was absolute. There was no resurrection. After all, humans are not mere data. They experience fatigue and hunger. As he made his way towards the exit of the dungeon, he assessed the spoils from his time in the novice forest. Through the arduous battles, he had risen from level 0 to level 15, acquiring 35 silver coins and 39 copper coins. Note, 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins. The currency of practitioners circulates solely among themselves. Although the currency of the paradise could only be exchanged among practitioners, human beings possess worldly desires. Many practitioners would sell their currency in exchange for mundane necessities. Currently, the market rate was approximately 1 copper coin equating to 1 yuan. By this conversion, Xiao Chen's total earnings amounted to 3,539 yuan, significantly more profitable than a day of labor. In addition, he had acquired the following items: leather armor 1, iron shield 1, silver moon shield 1, silver moon bracers 1, purple treasure chest 1, blue achievement chest 1. These constituted all his gains from the novice forest. Prompt: do you wish to open the purple treasure chest? Open. With a flicker of violet light, a scroll materialized in Xiao Chen's hands. Prompt: you have opened the purple treasure chest and obtained a skill scroll. A skill? He checked the details of the skill scroll. Skill name: Summon Wolf Pack. Skill level: Level 1 skill type. Active usage requirements: Summoner, intelligence above 20 points. Skill cost: 100 mana points per summon. Skill cooldown: 30-minute skill effect. Summons 2 silver moon wolves to fight alongside you. Note: the strength of the summoned beasts increases with the practitioner's intelligence. This skill was quite impressive. It was essential for summoners, its significance rivaling that of a mage's lightning spell. However, Xiao Chen was unable to utilize it and would need to find a way to sell it for items he required. Prompt: do you wish to open the blue achievement chest? Open. Prompt: you have opened the blue achievement chest and obtained a skill scroll. Once again, a skill scroll. It must be said, Xiao Chen's luck was indeed remarkable. Skill scrolls were among the most elusive items to acquire, yet he had drawn 2 in succession. He could only hope that this skill would be something he could use. He proceeded to examine the details of the skill scroll. Skill name: Power of the Silver Moon. Skill level: Level 1 skill type. Passive usage requirement: Melee class, requires a minimum of 30 points in Constitution. Skill effect: Restores 0. 1 of maximum health per second. Note: restoration can occur even in combat. As Xiao Chen perused the skill description, his eyes gleamed with increasing excitement. The ability to continuously recover health during combat was remarkable, particularly in conjunction with his exceptional constitution. Although the restoration rate was somewhat modest, improvement with skill level advancement was surely anticipated. Without hesitation, he activated the skill scroll. Prompt: would you like to use the power of the Silver Moon skill scroll? Use. Prompt: you have mastered the skill power of the Silver Moon. Health 1. Health 1. Immediately upon using the skill scroll, his health began to recover steadily. While the recovery was indeed gradual, complete restoration was merely a matter of time. His gaze then fell upon the solitary piece of equipment dropped by the Silver Moon Wolf King. Equipment name: Silver Moon Bracers. Rare equipment. Equipment level: 10. Equipment quality: Golden equipment. Wearing requirement: requires 10 points in strength. Equipment slot: Arm, physical defense, 5, magical defense, 3 additional attribute. Increases base defense by 10. What a splendid item. Not only does it enhance defense, but also boosts the base defense. While it may not rival the attribute enhancements of the Silver Moon Shield, having such defense capabilities as bracers is already quite impressive. He promptly donned them on his right arm. Prompt: you have activated the Silver Moon set bonus. You gain the Silver Moon power buff. Silver Moon power: the attributes of the Silver Moon Shield and Silver Moon Bracers are increased by 50. A set bonus? According to his understanding, only mid to high-tier equipment possessed such bonuses, and he was astonished to discover that the Silver Moon Bracers dropped by the Wolf King were indeed part of the set. Moreover, it was a set that enhanced base attributes. If it merely boosted equipment attributes, the Silver Moon set would be nothing more than exceptional starter gear. However, both pieces of equipment and the set bonus elevated base attributes significantly, which was truly formidable. Consider this. If Xiao Chen's base defense reached 1,000 points, the increase from these two pieces of equipment would be staggering. After equipping the items, his defense soared to 79 points. It is noteworthy that the ultimate boss of the Novice Forest, the Silver Moon Wolf King, only possessed an attack power of 60 points. Gazing at the four pieces of equipment adorning him, Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This expedition through the Novice Forest dungeon had concluded splendidly. Approaching the dungeon exit, he stowed all his equipment into his backpack and stepped forth. The Novice Dungeon Square was a safe zone, overseen by the Practitioner Alliance, where no one dared to engage in conflict. The Practitioner Alliance was established by the Dragon Kingdom government, primarily tasked with managing and nurturing practitioners. At this moment, the majority of newcomers had already emerged from the Novice Forest. They are filled with either excitement or trepidation, each individual harboring a distinct mindset regarding today's expedition into the dungeon. Brother Kwang, you are remarkable, achieving level 6 in just a day. I dare say in 2 or 3 more days, you shall reach level 10 and venture into more advanced dungeons. Have you forgotten what class I belong to? It is indeed your moment to shine, having awakened as a gunslinger. The gunslinger is truly a class that rivals the mage. Alas, this profession demands substantial financial investment. After merely 1 day in the dungeon, I spent 3 silver coins on ammunition, and I only earned 5 silver coins throughout the day. High investment yields high returns. Or else how could one possibly reach level 6? By the way, who do you think will be the highest ranked among today's newcomers? It goes without saying, it must be the mage Zhou Jie. Although the gunslinger claims to be on par with the mage, one must consider Zhou Jie's status. Indeed, given the resources of his family, he must have entered the dungeon fully equipped with luxurious gear and an abundance of mana restoration potions. Sigh, it is impossible to compare individuals. Who can predict what will happen next? If we happen to unearth a mythic-grade equipment, we might just rise against the odds. Look, Zhou Jie has emerged. Chapter 9. The New Instance. The Dark Cave. A throng of people gathered around, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld Zhou Jie adorned in resplendent golden gear. Such is the advantage of being born into wealth. Not only could he don luxurious equipment even in the novice stage, but he also had 2 exquisite healers accompanying him, both in stature and beauty. With such an impressive configuration, it was nearly impossible not to draw attention. Zhou Jie, what level are you now? Someone inquired. I would guess you must be at level 10, right? With such opulent gear and being a mage, reaching level 10 should be a breeze. Perhaps you've even achieved level 11 or higher. Zhou Jie, feeling rather boastful, waved his hand dismissively and pretended to cough before replying. I haven't practiced much today. I've just reached level 12. What? You've ascended to level 12 in a single day? Impressive. The crowd murmured, realizing that when he entered the warrior academy, he would likely be the highest leveled among them. Level 12? I doubt I could reach that in 5 days, someone sighed. At that moment, a discordant voice interrupted. So you must be the one who slayed the Silver Moon Wolf King? What? Zhou Jie is the knight mentioned in the system announcement? He actually defeated the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King was reputed to be a super boss in the Novice Forest, and few had ever laid eyes on it. The notion that Zhou Jie had slain it seemed almost unfathomable. After all, who else could have the prowess to defeat such a formidable foe? Upon hearing the flattery, a hint of discomfort flickered across Zhou Jie's face. After reaching level 12, he had ceased his leveling efforts and, accompanied by the 2 healers, sought refuge in a cave to treat his wounds. Thus, he had entirely missed the system announcement. After perusing the announcement, Zhou Jie's expression darkened considerably. Knight? The crowd discerned from his demeanor that he was not the one who had defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King. From the rear of the crowd, a tall, burly man brandishing a heavy sword scoffed. How could a mage accompanied by 2 healers possibly defeat the Silver Moon Wolf King? Indeed, while a mage's output is formidable, they are not resilient. Faced with the Wolf King's assault, even 10 healers would struggle to keep up. If anyone has the chance to slay the Silver Moon Wolf King, it would undoubtedly be us heavy sword warriors. We can endure and deliver blows, flawless in every respect. It dawned on the crowd that, among the newcomers in the Novice Forest, not only was there Zhou Jie, but also Chun Fan, who had awakened as a heavy sword warrior. Seeing the burly man's protective demeanor, it was evident that Chun Fan had joined the warrior guild. With the guild's equipment and experience at his disposal, he might indeed have a chance against the Silver Moon Wolf King. Oof. Zhou Jie pushed through the crowd, seething with anger as he departed. Xiao Chen exited the instance, garnering little attention. Stowing away his equipment, he appeared indistinguishable from the onlookers. Lacking both splendid gear and enchanting healers by his side, he seemed utterly ordinary. As time gradually passed, the expression on the burly man's face grew increasingly grim. He was the guide assigned to Chun Fan by the Swordsman Guild, primarily tasked with leading new members to swiftly enhance their abilities. At this juncture, he should have long since made an appearance, yet Chun Fan remained conspicuously absent. Initially, he didn't regard the newcomer with much concern. Had it not been for the benefits bestowed upon guides by the guild, he would have been indifferent to the matter. However, if Chun Fan truly succeeded in slaying the Silver Moon Wolf King, it would unequivocally indicate his potential, leading to a rapid ascension within the guild. Had he known, he would have added Chun Fan as a friend, thus avoiding the current predicament of waiting idly. Just then, a message pinged in his friend list. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Chun Fan is dead. He learned of this news from fellow guild members, disbelief etched across his face. He had meticulously informed Chun Fan about the areas in the novice forest suitable for combat and leveling, as well as those perilously dangerous. It was utterly unexpected that calamity had befallen him. Could it be that after defeating the Silver Moon Wolf King, he had succumbed to an onslaught from other lesser monsters while gravely injured? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After a brief moment, he could only sigh in resignation and depart from the novice square. Such is the life of a professional. While many admire their strength and wealth, few acknowledge those who have perished. What does potential matter if one is not yet matured? Xiao Chen returned home, utterly exhausted both physically and mentally after a day of battle. He retrieved the leftovers from the fridge and hastily heated them in the microwave, barely managing to eat before succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Xiao Chen was roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he picked it up to find it was his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping. As a professional, he was not required to attend school. Why was Zhou Ping calling? Hello, Teacher Zhou. Xiao Chen, I've heard about your situation. You've taken a day to rest. Your mindset should be adjusting by now. Why aren't you in class today? Even if you cannot join the Warrior Academy, gaining admission to a reputable university is still a viable path. The college entrance examination is merely 10 days away. If you continue to wallow in despair, what will become of your future? Xiao Chen held a fondness for this teacher, who had tirelessly assisted him with various procedures during his hospitalization after the car accident. His ability to continue studying at New City High was largely due to Zhou Ping's support. If there was anyone Xiao Chen cared for in this world, it was undoubtedly Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou, I am now a professional, so I don't need to take the college entrance examination, right? Xiao Chen, everyone is aware of your situation. It is highly unlikely that the Warrior Academy will admit you. Let us consider it a failure of awakening. Diligently reviewing your studies and securing a place in a good university can still lead to success. Teacher Zhou, For a moment, Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Should he reveal that his profession was not that of a mere failure? After a brief pause, a smile crept upon his face. Concealing his strength? There was no need for that. Such an approach would only result in missed opportunities. It was far better to boldly showcase his formidable abilities, seeking greater advantages and rising swiftly. Teacher Zhou, I have reached level 15 and even vanquished the Silver Moon Wolf King. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line before Zhou Ping's voice finally emerged. Xiao Chen, if you truly have not yet adjusted your mindset, then it would be best for you to continue resting at home for a few more days. However, you must participate in the college entrance examination. The call was abruptly ended. Xiao Chen stood there in a daze. Is it really that no one believes the truth? Upon reflection, it is somewhat understandable. How could a profession with merely 1 point of attack power possibly accomplish such outrageous feats? Very well then. Since Teacher Zhou does not have faith in me, I shall surprise him on the day of the examination. Chapter 10. This is what leveling up is about. After rising from slumber and consuming a simple breakfast, Xiao Chen made his way to the novice square. The Novice Square boasts 5 distinct dungeons: the Novice Forest, the Dusky Cavern, the Sunset Dunes, the Forgotten Tomb, and the Death Marsh. The monster levels within these dungeons are as follows: Novice Forest, levels 1 to 10, Dusky Cavern, levels 11 to 30, Sunset Dunes, levels 31 to 50, Forgotten Tomb, levels 51 to 70, and Death Marsh, levels 71 to 100. Only upon reaching level 100 in the Death Marsh and successfully advancing to the second tier can one be deemed to have transcended the novice stage. Today, Xiao Chen's objective was the Dusky Cavern. Upon arriving at the Novice Dungeon Square, he found it as bustling as ever. Not only were various adventurers entering the dungeons to slay monsters and gain experience, but numerous crafters were also setting up stalls to sell their wares. Currently, Xiao Chen possessed a single skill scroll that he had no use for and considered selling. However, he was not yet familiar with the market prices for adventure items and decided it prudent to hold on to it for the time being, as skill scrolls, unlike equipment, do not depreciate over time. Being consumables, once utilized, they vanish, ensuring that such items are always in demand. Approaching the entrance to the Dusky Cavern, Xiao Chen stepped inside. At that moment, Zhou Jie arrived at the dungeon entrance as well, and, upon catching sight of Xiao Chen's retreating figure, wore a look of bewilderment. "Brother Zhou, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I must be imagining things. He cannot possibly reach level 10 in just one day. Let us go and aim to achieve level 20 today." Inside the Dusky Cavern, dim light filtered through the sparse crevices of the rocks, barely illuminating the winding path ahead. The walls were adorned with moss and slick stones, with occasional drops of water falling, creating a crisp sound. The air was thick with the mingling sense of dampness and earth, evoking a sense of oppression and mystery. Notification: you have entered the Dusky Cavern. The monster levels in this dungeon range from 11 to 30. After retrieving his equipment from his backpack and donning it once more, Xiao Chen ventured deeper into the cavern. The interior was spacious, with the echo of dripping water reverberating, imbuing the space with an icy solitude. After progressing for 5 or 6 minutes, suddenly, 3 or 4 lizards leapt from the rocky walls, launching themselves at Xiao Chen. Monster name: Mutated Lizard Common. Level: 11 health points, 1100 physical attack, 33 physical defense, 22 magical defense. 16. The level 11 mutated lizards showcased a significant increase in attributes compared to the level 10 silver moonwolves. However, they remained insufficiently formidable in the face of Xiao Chen's defenses, which had reached 79 points, rendering combat against such creatures a mere waste of time. He continued onward, encountering monsters of levels 12, 13, 15, and 18. None of their attacks could breach his defenses. Eventually, he paused in a spacious area of the Dusky Cavern, where he encountered a skeletal archer. Monster name: Skeleton Archer Common. Level: 20 health points, 2000 physical attack, 72 physical defense, 23 magic defense. 18. The Skeleton Archer, found within the desolate caverns, is characterized by its high attack power coupled with fragile defenses. Its offensive capabilities significantly surpass those of other creatures, yet its defensive attributes are considerably lacking. As a ranged attacker, it poses a formidable challenge to many novices, who may fall victim to its deadly arrows if they are not vigilant. However, Xiao Chen is not among them. His defense stands at an impressive 79 points. Although the monsters in this area lack the capacity to breach his defenses, Xiao Chen chooses to level up here, drawn by the Skeleton Archer's ranged attacks. This strategy allows him to attract more monsters, thereby enhancing his leveling efficiency. The density of monsters in this area is remarkable. After merely jogging around, he finds himself besieged by the attacks of 50 to 60 skeleton archers. Each attack inflicts damage of -36. All the skeleton archers targeting Xiao Chen endure the retaliatory damage from his thorn's effect. Within just 1 minute, those that assaulted him are vanquished by the reflected strikes. You have slain a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points and 15 copper coins. You have slain a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points. Each skeleton archer slain yields 30 experience points, and no increase in experience is noted for defeating monsters beyond his level. Does this imply that the Multiverse Paradise system does not endorse slaying higher-level monsters? Ascending from level 15 to 16 requires 56 250 experience points. Consequently, he must eliminate 875 skeleton archers. Given the monster density here, he can almost achieve the feat of slaying 50 in a minute. Thus, he estimates that he can reach level 16 in approximately 40 minutes. The leveling efficiency seems commendable. This place is ideal for him. As Xiao Chen continues to draw on monsters, he calculates in his mind. You have slain a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points and 23 copper coins. You have slain a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points. You have slain a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points and 12 copper coins. After 40 minutes, Xiao Chen successfully ascends to level 16, having dispatched nearly 4,000 skeleton archers, yet he has not acquired a single piece of equipment. The drop rate is indeed dismal. To progress from level 16 to 17, he requires 400 experience points. Ascending from 17 to 18 demands 850 points. From 18 to 19 requires 600 points, and from 19 to 20 necessitates 650 points. In total, ascending from level 16 to 20 requires 500 experience points. At the current monster slaying rate, he estimates that it will take nearly 3 hours to reach level 20. Farming monsters is monotonous and tedious. This area remains a forbidden zone for the current batch of novices. No one dares to venture here. Thus none witness Xiao Chen's impressive display. 3 hours later. Notification. Your experience has reached 100, and your level has increased to Tier 1, level 20, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. In accordance with convention, all attribute points were allocated to physique, while all skill points were devoted entirely to Thorn Spike. Consequently, his defense reached an impressive 97 points, and the rebound effect of Thorn Spike soared to 60. The level 20 monsters no longer sufficed for Xiao Chen's grinding needs. It was time to venture deeper into the abyssal cave. As he delved further into the cave, the light diminished, and the oppressive, suffocating atmosphere intensified. Navigating through the narrow passages, he encountered numerous higher-level monsters, but after assessing their attributes, he resolutely chose to forego the encounters. Finally, Xiao Chen arrived at the innermost depths of the abyssal cave. Here, the illumination, in stark contrast to the area where he had previously battled the skeletal archers, appeared brighter and more spacious. The light emanated from luminous crystals clinging to the cave walls, casting a pale blue glow that not only illuminated the surroundings, but also enhanced the cave's eerie ambience. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and a skeletal warhorse engulfed in pale blue flames emerged from the depths, bearing upon its back a skeletal soldier clad in tattered battle armor. It appeared far more imposing than the skeletal archers. Chapter 11. Sales channels. Behold the attributes of the Skeleton Knight. Monster name, Skeleton Knight, Ordinary, level 30 health points, for 1,000 physical attack, 90 physical defense, 75 magical defense, 60 although the attack power is not particularly high. Their massive size limits the number of Skeleton Knights that can simultaneously engage Xiao Chen, significantly hampering his leveling speed. However, after traversing from the skeleton archer, he has yet to discover a superior training area. Thus, this shall suffice. As Xiao Chen approached, more skeleton knights emerged from the depths, and within moments, over 30 of them surged forth. After a brief reconnaissance, Xiao Chen ultimately selected a region where the skeleton knights congregated most densely. While this would not enhance his monster-slaying efficiency, it would conserve considerable stamina by minimizing his movement. -54, -54, -54 surrounded by dozens of skeleton knights unleashing a frenzied assault. Xiao Chen stood resolutely in the center, wielding 2 shields. Due to the considerable size of the skeleton knights, only about 20 were able to strike him at once. Their attack speed was rather slow, necessitating almost 2 minutes for him to rebound their attacks and defeat them. You have slain a skeleton knight, gaining 45 experience points and 56 copper coins. You have slain a skeleton knight, gaining 45 experience points and 18 copper coins. You have slain a skeleton knight, gaining 45 experience points. To ascend from level 20 to 21, 90,000 experience points are required. This implies that he must vanquish 2,000 skeleton knights to level up. Given his current efficiency, he could only defeat approximately 15 per minute, resulting in an approximate 2-hour endeavor to level up. Xiao Chen frowned. This efficiency was considerably slower than that against the skeleton archers. At that moment, several damage notifications appeared. -10, -10, Xiao Chen was taken aback. These were not damage notifications from the skeleton knights, but from himself. The skeleton knights had penetrated his defenses. How could this be? In the midst of the assaulting skeleton knights, he spotted a particularly slender one, its blue flames burning more fiercely. Upon inspecting its attributes, he realized it was not an ordinary monster. Monster name, Skeleton Knight, Desperate, level, 30 health points, 3,000 physical attack, 108 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 60 in comparison to the ordinary skeleton knights. This variant had significantly lower health and defense, yet its attack power had increased by 20. While sufficient defense would have been advantageous, his current defenses were inadequate, meaning it could breach his defenses and ultimately slay him. After a moment of observation, he noted that the desperate skeleton knights were not particularly numerous, appearing roughly once in every 100. The restorative capabilities granted by the Silver Moon power skill barely maintained equilibrium. This compelled the otherwise relaxed Xiao Chen to adopt a more serious demeanor. One must always remain vigilant of the number of perilous monsters in the vicinity and one's own health. Should one discover their health dwindling, a swift retreat is imperative. Merely vacating the area and heading towards zones inhabited by lesser creatures ensures safety, for those monsters lack the capacity to breach one's defenses. You have slain a skeleton knight, gaining 90 experience points and 26 copper coins. The experience gained from perilous monsters astonishingly surpasses that of ordinary creatures by a factor of 2, undoubtedly a fortuitous revelation. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen finally ascended to level 21, his defensive capabilities reaching 100 points, while the rebound damage from his thorns increased to a remarkable 62. Now, even when confronted by a few perilous skeleton knights, provided their numbers are not overwhelming, he remains unscathed. With the enhancement of thorns, his monster-clearing speed has steadily increased, though the experience required for leveling up has also gradually escalated, rising from 90,000 to 97,650. Ultimately, the rate of advancement has nearly stabilized. After vanquishing over 3,000 skeleton knights, he finally obtained the first piece of equipment within this dungeon. Equipment name, Knight's Greatsword equipment level, 30 equipment quality. Blue equipment, wearing requirement, melee class. Strength of 30 points required for use. Physical attack, 20 additional attribute. Critical strike with a chance to add 20 to base attack upon striking. Weapons, aside from special items, are among the most treasured equipment. Naturally, they also command the highest prices. Particularly, the Greatsword, a favored piece for melee classes, is valued significantly higher, by 20 to 30%, than equipment of similar level for other classes. Furthermore, this piece boasts the critical strike attribute, ensuring it could fetch a handsome price on the market. A conservative estimate places its value at around 50 silver, equating to approximately 5,000 yuan. If one fails to become a professional, the income from a month of diligent university study hardly rivals this sum, elucidating why so many aspire to become professionals. Compared to the average person, the pace of earning is exponentially swifter. With the equipment secured, he resumed his monster hunting. After 5 hours, his level reached 24, with defensive power climbing to 111 points and rebound damage soaring to 68. At this juncture, the attacks from perilous skeleton knights could no longer penetrate his defenses. Having spent 11 hours within the dungeon, fatigue began to set in. His muscles ached and hunger gnawed at him. It was time to call it a day. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen gazed at his empty refrigerator with a resigned sigh. Clearly, with newfound wealth, hiring a housekeeper had become a necessity. After ordering takeout, he collapsed onto the sofa, only then noticing the multitude of friend requests flooding in. Since deciding to hunt the Silver Moon Wolf King, he had activated the Do Not Disturb mode for messages. In hindsight, this decision proved exceedingly wise. Otherwise, he would have struggled to focus on monster hunting. Each friend request was accompanied by a message, and perusing them during moments of idleness was harmless. Brother, are you a newcomer? The Casual Players Guild welcomes you. Big shot, please carry me. High prices paid for various equipment. Night Lord, please take me along. A plethora of chaotic messages left Xiao Chen feeling quite overwhelmed. After some contemplation, he chose not to reject them all outright and accepted a friend request from one individual. Notification: you have accepted Qian Duoduo's friend request. No sooner had he done so than a message arrived from Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo, Brother Dark Knight, do you have anything for sale? Indeed, the person he accepted was one who had expressed a willingness to purchase equipment at a high price. Dark Knight, yes. Qian Duoduo, let's see what good items you have. Yi Chun sent over the introduction information for the Wolf Summoning Skill Scroll and the Knight's Greatsword. Qian Duoduo, Brother Dark Knight, impressive. You've acquired such fine items in just 2 days. Dark Knight, how will you pay? Qian Duoduo, do you prefer profession coins or real-world currency? Note: profession coins refer to the gold, silver, and copper coins traded among practitioners through the system, while real-world currency is the universal currency issued by the government. The choice between the two was not difficult. Although profession coins had a relatively clear exchange rate with real-world currency, the result was maintained by both the Practitioner Alliance and the government, leading to profession coins often being valued about 20 higher in private transactions. Dark Knight, profession coins. Qian Duoduo, the Wolf Summoning Skill Scroll is 50 silver, and the Knight's Greatsword is 100 silver coins. In the preceding 2 days, Xiao Chen had gathered some understanding of market prices through forums and other means, and Qian Duoduo's offer was not insignificant, even slightly above market value. Qian Duoduo, what do you think? Am I sincere enough? Dark Knight, it's a deal. Shortly thereafter, he received an email from Qian Duoduo, and upon opening the attachment, he found a sum of 150 silver coins credited to his account. Without delay, Xiao Chen transferred the 2 items to Qian Duoduo via email. The transaction was complete. Chapter 12. The emergence of the hidden boss. Qian Duoduo is not merely a fool with abundant wealth. Among the new recruits, he possesses detailed information on several outstanding professionals. However, the enigmatic figure known as Knight is not among them. Given the extent of his intelligence network, there is only one plausible conclusion. Knight is a solitary player without any affiliation. He has unwavering confidence in his information network. Naturally, talents nurtured by large organizations have ample avenues for transactions. Thus, his primary source of business stems from these independent players. Ordinary solo players possess limited strength, making it arduous to defeat bosses, and consequently, they seldom yield exceptional equipment or items. Their purchasing power is also severely restricted. Individuals like Xiao Chen, who exhibit immense potential as solo players, become the targets of their endeavors. This explains the acquisition of Xiao Chen's equipment at prices exceeding market value. Yesterday, he amassed a total of 35 silver and 39 copper in the Forest of Novices. Today, he collected 43 silver and 72 copper within the Dark Cavern, along with the 150 silver coins he recently sold. His total professional currency has now reached 229 silver and 11 copper. Calculating at a rate of 1 copper coin equaling 1 yuan, his earnings over these 2 days sum up to an impressive 22,911 yuan. Of course, this does not account for the several pieces of equipment he is wearing. If he were to work a conventional job, it remains uncertain whether he could earn a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan before the age of 30. However, having only been a professional for 2 days, he has already achieved a daily income surpassing 10,000. It must be acknowledged that earning as a professional is indeed swift. The next day, upon returning to the Dark Cavern, Xiao Chen noticed an increase in the number of individuals present. Many rapidly leveling professionals had already reached level 10. After attaining level 10, most players do not opt to linger in the Forest of Novices, as the Silver Moon Wolves are not ideal targets for farming. Passing through the area inhabited by level 11 mutated lizards, a group of players engaged in casual conversation. Come on, brothers, let us strive to reach level 15 today. Level 15? You're dreaming. Leveling up is not that easy. Our team's coordination is quite good. With some effort, we might just pull it off. Let us work hard and aim to break through level 50 by the time we report to the Warrior Academy. Indeed, it's said that if you haven't reached level 50 by the start of the Warrior Academy, your personal rating will suffer significantly, and the resources allocated will be greatly diminished. Sigh, I wonder how freaks like Xiao Chen manage to level up. I've heard he is already at level 18. With that equipment and 2 dedicated healers who don't require experience, if I had that setup, I'd surely be at level 20 or above. And you, a knight without a mount? Enough with the banter. Does anyone know anything about that knight who defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King the day before yesterday? He must have changed his name. It's hard to say who he truly is. That's a true expert. In just a day, he reached level 15 and even took down the Silver Moon Wolf King. Not necessarily. He might not have awakened through official channels, but instead found an awakening stone himself. Perhaps he had already awakened and leveled up to 10 beforehand, only waiting for the Silver Moon Wolf King to respawn before striking. Even if what you say is true, defeating the Silver Moon Wolf King alone is quite an accomplishment. Are you foolish? Since there was a prior conspiracy, how could it be possible to send only one person in? Your words do suggest a likelihood of this being the case. After all, how could an ordinary professional accomplish such a feat? Xiao Chen pressed on, unwavering, heading straight for the depths of the shadowy cave. As he passed the level 20 skeleton archer spawning area, he spotted 3 individuals engaged in battle. One of them was adorned in splendid armor, the brilliance of which captivated him from afar. Behind him were 2 remarkably attractive women fervently casting healing spells upon him. These 3 were Xiao Chen and the 2 caretakers his father had arranged for him. Crackle! Crackle! Lightning spells struck the skeleton archers as if they were costless, each blow inflicting significant damage. This sight was indeed enviable. As Xiao Chen stealthily made his way deeper into the cave, Xiao Chen caught sight of his silhouette. Hey, do you wish to perish? That area ahead is for high-level players. Xiao Chen, with his back turned to Xiao Chen, merely waved his hand in response, leaving behind a graceful figure. This person must be out of his mind. How could he dare venture into the depths of the shadowy cave alone? Moments later, Xiao Chen arrived at the location where he had trained the previous day. Let us begin. With the elevation of his level, his monster-slaying speed increased exponentially. After 10 hours, he finally reached level 30. Notification: your experience has reached 100, and your level has advanced to the first tier, level 30, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Notification: you have activated the skill War Soul Revival. Skill name: War Soul Revival. Skill level: level 1. Skill type: active. Skill cost: none. Skill cooldown: 30 minutes. Skill effect: upon using this skill, immediately restore 20 of health. Having reached level 30, he activated a new professional skill. It must be said that the skills associated with this profession were exceptionally well crafted, all enhancing survivability. This skill required no resources and had a relatively short cooldown, significantly augmenting Xiao Chen's endurance in battle. Notification: your level has now reached 30, and you have unlocked the Regional Public Communication Channel. Note: the Regional Public Communication Channel is restricted to professionals within a certain vicinity. Opening the Regional Communication Channel revealed it to be utterly empty, with only himself present. It was evident that, being within the shadowy cave, only professionals participating in this dungeon could join the channel, and currently, Xiao Chen was the sole individual to reach level 30. After 10 continuous hours of monster slaying, he had vanquished over 20,000 skeleton knights. Today's harvest was quite rewarding, totaling over 80 silver, along with 2 pieces of white quality level 30 equipment and a blue quality weapon. His defense had also risen to 133 points, and the rebound damage from his thorn spike had reached 80. Upon reaching level 30, he had no intention of continuing his training in this location. The skeletal knight's imposing stature rendered it an unsuitable environment for leveling up. Just as he contemplated his departure, the ground began to tremble, and stones rained down from the cavern's ceiling in response to the quaking. However, these falling rocks posed little threat to Xiao Chen. Could it be an earthquake? At that moment, the earth suddenly split open, revealing a ghostly passage emanating a green glow. From this opening emerged a creature of colossal proportions, akin to an elephant, a more formidable and resplendent skeletal knight. Chapter 13. Slaying the Death Knight. The imposing skeletal knight, draped in shattered silver armor, emanates a chilling luminescence. In its hollow eye sockets, an eerie azure flame flickers intermittently, while the long sword it wields, though tarnished, retains an unparalleled sharpness. Mounted upon a gaunt skeletal warhorse, entwined with dark tendrils, it exudes an air of mystery and enigma. The warhorse moves silently across the desolate terrain, leaving behind faint imprints of its passage. Warning! Warning! Due to the excessive deaths of Death Knights in this area within a short span, a hidden boss has been activated. Monster name: Death Knight Hidden Boss. Level: 35 health points, 12,000 physical attack, 120 magical attack, 80 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 100 skill 1, spectral sword. The Death Knight's sword ignites with ethereal flames, inflicting both physical and magical damage, calculated separately, not cumulative. Skill 2, ethereal charge. The Death Knight charges forward with astonishing speed, dealing physical damage to enemies in his path and applying a slowing effect. Upon completion of the charge, he leaves behind a spectral domain that inflicts ongoing magical damage and reduces healing effects on enemies within it. Skill 3, Death Gaze. The Death Knight fixes his gaze upon a foe, instilling a state of fear that renders them immobile and unable to attack for 3 seconds. Skill 4, Undead Summoning. The Death Knight conjures a horde of small skeletal warriors to fight on his behalf. These skeletal warriors attack nearby enemies and explode upon defeat, dealing area damage to surrounding foes. Skill 5, Shadow Shield. The Death Knight casts a shadow shield upon himself, allowing him to absorb a certain amount of damage and convert it into his own health points. Skill 6, Death Spin. The Death Knight twirls his sword in a rapid spinning attack, inflicting continuous damage upon surrounding enemies. Any hostile units within a 10-meter radius are forcibly drawn closer. During the spin, the Death Knight is immune to all control effects. It is uncertain whether Xiao Chen is fortunate or unfortunate. Rare bosses and hidden bosses are exceptionally rare encounters, yet he has stumbled upon one. After thoroughly examining the attributes of the Death Knight, Xiao Chen turns his attention to his own attributes. Name: Knight Class, Dragon Scale Soul, Rare Class, Level: First Order, Level 30, Health Points, 1, 530 Mana Points, 60 Constitution, 153 Strength, 10 Physical Defense, 133, including equipment bonuses, Magical Defense, 125, including equipment bonuses, Combat Power Assessment, 210, Skill 1 Thorn Spike, Level 30. Reflects 80 of attack damage. Skill 2, Rock Solid, Level 1. Mitigates damage taken by 10. Skill 3, Awakening of the Battle Spirit, Level 1. Can be used on skills already mastered, enhancing the effect of a skill by 50 for a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Skill 4, Resurgence of the Battle Spirit, Level 1. Immediately restores 20 of health upon activation. Skill 5, Power of the Silver Moon, Level 1. Restores health at a rate of 0. 1 of health capacity per second. Note: can also restore health while in combat. After comparing the attributes of the two skills, Xiao Chen's eyes gradually brightened. The fearsome undead knight's steed lifted its front hooves high, charging towards Xiao Chen. He did not retreat, bringing his twin shields together in front of him. The thunderous sound of iron hooves striking the shield reverberated through the air. Under the immense force of the steed's charge, Xiao Chen remained steadfast. A crimson number -60 appeared above the undead knight's head, while Xiao Chen stood unscathed. A surge of ghostly blue flames engulfed the undead knight's sword, illuminating the dim cavern. The flames were not scorching, but instead exuded a chilling aura. The blue flames indicated that the undead knight had activated the skill Holy Sword of the Undead. This marked Xiao Chen's first encounter with an enemy wielding magical attacks. As the skeletal warhorse charged, the blazing sword thrust toward Xiao Chen. With shields in hand, he stood resolute. With shields raised, "I am invincible." Xiao Chen faced the onslaught with unwavering courage, the silver moon great shield positioned before him, colliding with the flaming sword. The resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the cavern, reverberating far and wide. Even Zhou Jie, several kilometers away, could faintly hear the sound of the collision. Two damage numbers -60 and -40 drifted above the undead knight's head. Unperturbed by the effectiveness of his attacks, the undead knight continued to unleash a flurry of strikes upon Xiao Chen. After a series of more than 10 blows, Not only did Xiao Chen sustain minimal damage, but the Undead Knight's health had plummeted by over 1,000 points. As the Undead Knight ceased its assault, the warhorse began to retreat, its ghostly blue flames intensifying as it charged once more. Skill 2, Phantom Charge. The speed of the charge was astonishing, and Xiao Chen found it impossible to evade. However, evasion was unnecessary, for the foe could not breach his defenses. The warhorse collided with the shield, coming to an abrupt halt. The Undead Knight, momentarily stunned by the impact, paused in bewilderment. Second skill, Death Gaze. Ineffective. Fourth skill, Shadow Shield. Ineffective. Fifth skill, Dance of Death. Still ineffective. After a dazzling display of various attacks, Xiao Chen not only suffered no harm, but the Undead Knight's health dwindled to approximately 50. Just when Xiao Chen felt secure, a horde of skeletal soldiers emerged from the ground, summoned by the Undead Knight. Skeleton warriors, archers, and knights appeared in a continuous stream, surrounding Xiao Chen. Upon inspecting the attributes of these lesser skeletons, Xiao Chen felt reassured. Their attack power was at best comparable to the skeletal archers and knights he had previously faced, if not slightly inferior. With his formidable defense, they posed no threat whatsoever. Instead, Xiao Chen gained a considerable amount of experience points. 20 minutes later, the hidden boss, the Undead Knight, finally succumbed, its ghostly blue eyes filled with flickering flames, fixated upon Xiao Chen as if conveying an unyielding sense of resentment. Announcement: the practitioner of a night has successfully slain the hidden boss, the Undead Knight. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen received several system notifications. Notification: you have obtained 5 warrior medals. Notification: you have acquired a purple achievement chest. Notification: you have defeated the Undead Knight, earning 1,000 experience points, an undead shield, 1 purple chest, 32 silver coins, and 89 copper coins. With the battle concluded, today marked another lengthy session of over 10 hours, yielding a bountiful reward. Dragging his weary yet contented body, he made his way towards the exit of the dungeon. Chapter 14. The Undead Shield. Legends of the Night. Xiao Chen did not regard the slaying of the boss with much significance, yet the outside world erupted in commotion. In the Novice Square, numerous adventurers took note of the system announcement, engaging in fervent discussion. Did you see the announcement? Someone has slain the hidden boss, the Undead Knight. And so what? Isn't it common for bosses to be defeated daily? Have you seen who killed him? It's Knight. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Knight. Isn't that the person who defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King 2 days ago? Just a day later, he has vanquished a hidden boss. His luck is remarkable. Luck? Huh. Ignorant fool. Who are you calling ignorant? Do you have any idea what level the Undead Knight is? Level 35. And any one of us could easily defeat it. 2 days ago, he defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King in the Novice Forest. This implies that when he entered the Novice Forest, his level could not have exceeded 10. To go from that to defeating a level 35 boss in just 1 day, can you achieve that? Who exactly is this knight? To ascend from level 10 to over 30 in a mere 2 days. Such a pace of advancement could only be rivaled by superclass necromancer. You are overthinking. Necromancers are not particularly strong in the early stages. Then how did he accomplish it? Once he enters the Warrior Academy, he will undoubtedly become a core disciple. The legend of Knight began to spread among this batch of newcomers, with everyone speculating about his profession and the organization to which he belonged. Xiao Chen was aware that there was no food left at home, so he casually stopped by a restaurant on his way back to grab a bite before returning home. After freshening up, he comfortably reclined on the sofa to review his gains for the day, including the spoils from the Undead Knight. He had amassed a total of 118 silver today. Combined with his previous earnings, he now possessed 347 silver coins, equivalent to 34,700 yuan. Once copper coins reach 100, the system will automatically convert them into silver coins. However, the conversion of silver coins to gold coins requires manual intervention from the adventurer. Having consistently earned over 10,000 in the past 3 days, this amount was merely sufficient for his daily sustenance. He still had a considerable distance to go in order to elevate his standard of living. It seemed that further effort was necessary. In addition to silver coins, he had acquired 2 pieces of level 30 white quality equipment and a level 30 blue quality weapon. He did not intend to sell these items just yet, as their scarcity would affect his prestige in the eyes of Qian Duo. The Pisceida assistance lay in the undead shield that dropped after defeating the undead knight. Upon inspecting the equipment attributes, equipment name, undead shield, rare equipment, equipment level, 30, equipment quality, golden equipment, wearing requirement, level 30, strength of 20 points required for use, equipment position, left hand, physical defense, 30, magical defense, 30, additional skill, undead shield. This skill grants a shield to the user for a duration of 30 seconds, capable of absorbing damage up to a total of 1,000 points. During the shield's existence, it converts 50 of the absorbed damage into the user's health. It seems sheer luck that this equipment is perfectly tailored for Xiao Chen, boasting impressive dual defenses and a formidable undead shield skill. The only drawback is the requirement of 20 strength points. Currently, Xiao Chen possesses only 10 strength, necessitating a level increase of 2 to equip this item. Just a mere 2 levels, which poses little challenge for him. Given his current leveling speed, it would merely take an hour or two. Upon reviewing the friend request list, he discovered a significant increase in requests, reaching several hundred today. A quick glance revealed that most were invitations to join guilds or requests for him to assist with leveling. One particular request caught Xiao Chen's attention. Big shot, seeking high-priced assistance. The other messages requesting his aid were mostly offers of free companionship or drinks. But this one seemed comparatively genuine. He was also curious about the potential earnings from helping others level up. Notification: you have accepted the friend request from Hao Mei. Shortly after, Hao Mei messaged him. Hao Mei, Knight Lord, you finally accepted. Knight, how much? Hao Mei, how much for what? Oh, Hao Mei, oh. I almost forgot what I was supposed to say. What level are you now? Knight, level 30. Hao Mei, that's good. If you were over level 30, we couldn't enter the same dungeon. I'm only level 13. Hao Mei, here's the deal. I'll follow you to level up until you reach level 35. And I'll give you 500 silver coins. Of course, all monster loot is yours. What do you think? 500 silver coins. That equates to 50,000. Xiao Chen's heart raced. Their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, a well-known instructor at a prestigious local high school, earns barely 20,000 a month with various benefits. Just by helping a girl level up, he could earn 50,000 in just a day or two. It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't tempted. Knight, all right. Let's meet tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. at the entrance of the Dark Cave dungeon. Hao Mei, sure, see you there. Closing the chat with Hao Mei, he noticed there were 99 unread messages in the regional chat channel. Opening it, he found Qian Duo, high-price purchases for various rare equipment. Zhang Daochong, Dark Abyss Guild invites all capable individuals to join. Dao Ge, high-price purchase for a level 90 red quality two-handed greatsword. Most messages were invitations to guilds or offers to buy and sell various items. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to close the chat, one message caught his eye, making him freeze momentarily. Luo Sha, the other day, our new member Chun Fan was killed in the Novice Forest. A reward of 100 silver coins will be given for information on the murderer. The Infinite Paradise system imposes no restrictions on player versus player combat, and thus there are no kill records. The League of Professionals unequivocally prohibits its members from taking action against ordinary individuals, a principle universally acknowledged among all practitioners. Should anyone dare to contravene this edict, they would become a target for collective retribution from their peers. The League's stance on conflicts among professionals, however, is markedly different. Although regulations explicitly forbid such altercations, certain individuals possess overwhelming strength, rendering the League incapable of entirely preventing such occurrences. Eventually, they became indifferent to these matters, intervening only in instances of extreme significance, such as the murder of a crucial figure. The Rakshasa appears to be affiliated with the Swordsmiths Alliance. Their dissemination of this information likely serves not to genuinely identify the perpetrator, but rather to convey their commitment to their members, thereby enticing more individuals to join. What began as a mere advertisement has, regrettably, drawn belief from some, prompting replies within the public communication channel. Chapter 15. Leveling Up with a Wealthy Young Lady. I know who killed Chen Fan. Did not respond to, feigning ignorance. However, as persisted in addressing him, she had no choice but to reply in the group. Pray tell, what if you refuse to pay me? Our swordsman's guild would not stoop to defaulting on a mere 100 silver coins. Everyone, bear witness to this. I shall reveal that the one who murdered Chen Fan is undoubtedly He Yi. He Yi? Who is that? Do you truly not know? It is the individual who vanquished the Silver Moon Wolf King in the Novice Forest the day before yesterday. Moreover, today he has slain the hidden boss, the Undead Knight, in the Dark Cave. Young lady, do not weave fanciful tales. How could one possibly level up over 20 times in a single day to defeat the Undead Knight? It has been posted in the system announcement. Would I deceive you? Is correct. There are even screenshots of the announcement circulating on the forum. I must admit, that little fellow He Yi possesses some skill. Indeed, I have seen it as well. I trust your words are sincere, but how can we prove he killed Chen Fan? Are you foolish? How many were present in the Novice Forest the day before yesterday? Who else could have possibly slain Chen Fan? It is quite evident. Seethed with frustration, he had merely intended to make an announcement, believing the death of a newcomer was inconsequential, yet he had encountered the obstinate. If he continued to evade responsibility, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the guild. We will verify the information you provided. Once confirmed, we shall duly reward you for your intelligence. That will not suffice. Payment must be made now. What if you refuse to pay later? Do. After a moment, posted a screenshot of a transfer of 100 silver coins in the regional chat channel, simultaneously issuing a bounty for He Yi. Upon witnessing this, felt utterly speechless. Although Chen Fan's demise was indeed linked to him, it was clear that was fabricating tales merely for the sake of 100 silver coins. He contemplated adding as a friend to clarify the matter, but ultimately decided against it. Given that the bounty issued by did not mention a reward, it was likely to maintain the guild's facade and would not result in any genuine pursuit against him. The following morning, having finished breakfast, made his way to the Novice Square. Through a chat with friends, he learned that was already waiting at the entrance of the Dark Cave. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted a short-haired girl wielding a magic wand. Her hair bore a slight natural curl, glistening healthily in the sunlight, her eyes sparkling with vitality. And her radiant smile exuded an endless fervor and enthusiasm, as if she could ignite the very air around her at any moment. As walked past her, he softly uttered, "Follow me," and proceeded directly into the dark cave. As the night enveloped them, just as Hao Mei was about to utter Xiao Chen's name, he suddenly turned to her and commanded, "Silence." Faced with Xiao Chen's icy gaze, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, Hao Mei could only obediently acquiesce with a soft "oh" and followed him into the dungeon. Upon entering, she sent him a request to form a party. Notification: you have accepted Hao Mei's party request. Party formation successful. During this period, all items will be distributed randomly, and experience points will be shared equally. Notification: the maximum effective distance for the party is 500 meters. If any member exceeds this distance from the leader, they will be automatically removed from the party. Notification: your teammate Hao Mei has voluntarily relinquished her rights to all items from this party, granting you access to all currency and item gains. Notification: Hao Mei has enabled the option for you to view her personal information. Note: to view a player's information, the feature must be enabled by the other party, excluding the use of skills or items. After forming the party, Xiao Chen turned to Hao Mei to examine her details. Name: Hao Mei. Class: Summoner. Level: First Stage, Level 13. Health points: 200 mana points, 450 physical attack, 5 magical attack, 38 physical defense, 22, including equipment bonuses, magical defense, 18, including equipment bonuses, combat power assessment, 97. Hao Mei's attributes were typical of a novice, and her equipment lacked the grandeur and flamboyance seen in Zhou Jia's. This led him to momentarily doubt whether she could indeed afford the hefty commission of 500 silver coins. Sensing Xiao Chen's uncertainty, Hao Mei quickly clarified, "I have the funds." But, as she hesitated, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. She hastily continued, "However, it's all in real currency. I haven't had the chance to exchange it for professional currency. If you don't mind, I can offer you 60,000 Dragon Kingdom coins as compensation. Would that be acceptable?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen consented to Hao Mei's proposal, for he found himself in dire financial straits. Having crossed over into this realm only to face the tragedy of his parents' car accident, with the perpetrator still at large and no compensation in sight, He had been left with barely over 10,000 yuan after medical expenses. The myriad of living costs over the past year had nearly depleted his funds. He had initially hoped to drop out and leverage his knowledge from his previous life to succeed, but upon truly understanding this world, he realized that such plans were utterly impractical. The similarities between the two worlds rendered his past experiences useless. Under the persistent urging of his homeroom teacher, Xiao Chen, he remained in school, not to aim for academic excellence in the college entrance examination, but to await the awakening of his potential as a professional. This predicament had left him financially constrained. Dark Knight boss, is it possible to transfer funds after we exit the dungeon since there is no network inside? Hao Mei inquired cautiously. Yes, just follow me, Xiao Chen replied, turning to venture deeper into the cavern. Hao Mei trailed closely behind him, almost pressing against his back like a dutiful companion. The two individuals cautiously traversed the desolate cave, opting to circumvent any lurking monsters, thereby avoiding direct confrontation. This considerate approach deeply moved Hao Mei, who thought to herself how thoughtful this formidable companion was, being so careful to protect her fragile self from harm even while on the move. Little did she realize that Xiao Chen's actions stemmed from his own utter lack of defensive capabilities. He possessed neither offensive means nor control abilities, apart from enduring blows. He was utterly helpless. What should have been a half-hour journey stretched to nearly an hour. Upon arrival, Hao Mei gazed upon the vast, empty expanse of the cave with a look of confusion. Dark Knight boss, there's nothing here, she remarked, drawing from the experience of their previous battle. Xiao Chen identified the safest spot and instructed Hao Mei to remain there without moving. He then retrieved two shields, each standing half his height, from his backpack. One bore the emblem of a wolf, known as the Silver Moon Shield, while the other was a sturdy iron shield. Had his strength been sufficient, his equipment would have been even more splendid. What on earth is this? Hao Mei stood by, utterly astonished. Chapter 16. Nighttime assault. The shield warrior was familiar to her, but encountering the double shield warrior was an entirely new experience. Do not move, but do not blame me if you perish. With that, Xiao Chen turned and strode towards the open space. When Hao Mei beheld the terrifying skeletal knights emerging from the ground, her face was filled with dread. These skeletal knights were not only horrifying in appearance, but the deep crimson names above their heads, signifying extreme danger, were even more terrifying. A creature of such caliber could easily vanquish her, a frail, low-level summoner, with a single glance. Be careful. Over a dozen skeletal knights erupted from the earth, surrounding Xiao Chen within mere breaths. It was already too late to flee. Just as she thought Xiao Chen was about to suffer a grievous blow, she was taken aback. Rubbing her eyes vigorously to ensure she wasn't dreaming, she realized it was true. Xiao Chen stood amidst the horde of monsters, brandishing two shields, allowing their attacks to rain down upon him without any intent of retaliation. In just over a minute, the skeletal knights assaulting Xiao Chen began to fall in droves. Simultaneously, a series of monster kill notifications flooded the screen. Your team has slain a skeletal knight. You have gained 13 experience points. Your team has slain a skeletal knight. You have gained 13 experience points. Your team has slain a skeletal knight. You have gained 13 experience points. Note: team experience has increased by 20, and experience points are distributed based on team members' levels. Hao Mei stood frozen, astonished by the notifications. This method of monster farming, this efficiency, was something she had never witnessed nor even heard of before. Xiao Chen's experience points dropped from 45 to 38, which was still somewhat acceptable. Monster farming for upgrades was tedious and laborious, particularly in Xiao Chen's style. Aside from a fleeting sense of novelty at the beginning, it offered no entertainment value whatsoever. There were no flashy moves or exhilarating battles. It appeared starkly plain and even lulled one into drowsiness. Was this the loneliness of a master? Hao Mei mused. Feeling bored, she squatted in a corner, pulled out her phone to play a game, and recorded the scene of Xiao Chen farming monsters. Eventually, she even let out a soft snore. It was only when Xiao Chen tapped her on the head that she was roused from her slumber. Who? Is there danger? Startled awake, Hao Mei glanced around in confusion. After a moment, she remembered their current predicament and felt a blush of embarrassment cross her face. My apologies, Night Lord. I accidentally dozed off. Let us go. With that, Xiao Chen took the lead towards the exit of the instance. Only then did Hao Mei snap back to reality, shivering at the dim and eerie surroundings. Wait for me. Upon exiting the instance, Xiao Chen promptly disbanded the team and strode away. Remember to transfer the money. I've sent you the account number. As Xiao Chen's figure vanished into the crowd, she finally processed the situation. At this moment, her level had reached 25, a remarkable increase of 12 levels. Checking the friend list, she discovered that the Night Lord had bizarrely ascended to level 35. It was then that she truly awakened from her stupor. She had leveled up by 12 levels after a single nap. That 60,000 yuan was indeed well spent. With such remarkable leveling effects, she naturally did not hesitate and promptly transferred 60,000 to Xiao Chen. After dinner, upon returning home and reclining on the sofa, Xiao Chen noticed the transaction record, a faint smile gracing his face. Today, in addition to acquiring 60,000, his other gains were also commendable. His level steadily climbed to 35, and he had also amassed 112 silver coins, bringing his total to 459 coins. With today a 60,000 in cash, his assets had surpassed the 100,000 mark. However, his equipment remained unimpressive. Despite slaying tens of thousands of skeletal knights, he had scarcely obtained any decent gear, and would have to wait to sell them collectively to Qian Duo. After allocating his points, he was finally able to equip the undead shield. Once donned, his physical defense surged to a staggering 169 points, and the rebound damage from the thorn spike reached an impressive 90. At merely level 35, one could only imagine the terror he would embody upon reaching level 100 or even higher tiers. The thought was almost too daunting to fathom. After awakening as a reverse-scale soul warrior, Xiao Chen had researched information about this class online. Logically, even without system reinforcement, this profession should yield favorable outcomes after overcoming its initial challenges. Yet, why the awakened reverse-scale soul warrior remained obscure? Even if he developed in silence under hidden protection, why did the practitioner alliance disregard him? Could it be that he had failed to progress and had perished? After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. Later that night, Xiao Chen was suddenly jolted awake. A flash of cold light streaked past. Had he not evaded in time, his throat would have been pierced. He swiftly retrieved his gear from the system backpack. A sense of relief washed over him as the two shields materialized in his hands. The shadow vanished in an instant, moving with astonishing speed, and Xiao Chen barely caught a glimpse before it disappeared. However, he did not believe it had departed. It was surely lurking nearby, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Although he had narrowly avoided a fatal blow, he had still lost nearly a third of his health. The assailant possessed formidable attack power. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed at his back, but Xiao Chen was prepared. A massive shield appeared behind him. Clang, the dagger collided with the giant shield, producing a crisp sound. -112, -265 after the exchange. Both were momentarily stunned. The assassin's full force strike inflicted merely 112 points of damage on Xiao Chen, while the rebound damage inflicted upon the assassin soared to 265. Although the assassin had encountered rebound damage before, he had never witnessed anything so outrageous. The more powerful the skill, the longer its cooldown. Seizing the moment that Xiao Chen had just utilized his rebound skill, the assassin launched another attack. Employing an even more potent defensive skill, Shadow Assault. Clang, the two towering shields left Xiao Chen's defenses nearly impenetrable, and the assassin's attack was once again thwarted. -272, -397 yet again. The strike was blocked. For a diminutive foe in his 30s, being able to withstand 3 of my attacks was already commendable. Now, prepare to meet your demise. The man's command of the dragon language was somewhat awkward, lacking the fluency of a native speaker, which piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity even further. Once again, a series of 3 strikes appeared in various cunning positions. Unfortunately, the 2 shields were so large that they effectively blocked nearly all of Xiao Chen's vital points. -112, -265, -112, -265. Assassins, by nature, possess high attack power but low health, and the continuous rebound damage had already reduced his health to around 50. Xiao Chen was not faring much better. as his health plummeted from 1680 to 960. The battle between the two appeared exceedingly bizarre. One continuously launched attacks while the other remained steadfast, akin to a punching bag, allowing the assassin to strike at will. Yet, paradoxically, the attacker's health diminished even more. After a relentless barrage, the assassin was compelled to acknowledge that Xiao Chen's rebounding skill could be sustained. If physical damage could be reflected, what about magical damage? In the midst of this thought, the assassin sliced his palm with a dagger, allowing crimson blood to be absorbed by the blade, which then shimmered with a faint red glow. Blood Shadow Strike. A flash of red surged forth as the dagger collided with the shield, creating a shower of sparks. Minus 234 minus 358. The assassin was taken aback once more, astonished to find that even magical damage could be rebounded. Chapter 17. What died from rebound? It appears the intelligence was accurate. We cannot allow you to grow stronger. For the first time in the battle, Xiao Chen inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The assassin offered no response, instead conjuring 3 doppelgangers behind him. "Since you can reflect damage from my true form, how about for my clones?" The 3 doppelgangers lunged toward Xiao Chen with lethal intent. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of strikes rained down, all deftly deflected by his shield. Minus 28 minus 28 minus 28 minus 180 minus 180 minus 180. The doppelgangers, though formidable, were not as powerful as the true form. Yet their assault was still remarkably fierce. Faced with Xiao Chen's extraordinary damage reflection, the health of the assassin's doppelgangers plummeted rapidly. As the 3 clones perished from the thorns of reflection, Xiao Chen's health had dwindled to just over 320. This was perilously low, especially in the presence of an assassin known for swift, high bursts of damage. Now was the moment. With his health teetering at just over 320, while the assassin still boasted over 1,300 health points, Xiao Chen found himself at the brink of danger. Blood Shadow Triple Strike. 3 gleaming blades of crimson light surged forth in rapid succession, and Xiao Chen was ready. The undead shield suddenly radiated an ethereal blue light, forming a magical barrier reminiscent of a sorcerer's protective spell around him. Undead Shield. This skill grants a 30-second protective shield that can absorb a total of 1,000 damage points, converting 50 of the absorbed damage into health. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen activated the Battle Soul, Awakening, and Battle Soul Revival skills. Battle Soul Awakening. This skill can be applied to abilities you have mastered, enhancing their effect by 50 for a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Battle Soul Revival. Upon activation, this skill restores 20 of health instantly. The outcome was evident. Upon using the Battle Soul Revival skill, his health surged back to 742 points. The assassin, witnessing this turn of events, was taken aback. Yet the skill had already been unleashed and could not be retracted. Minus 540 minus 540 minus 540 notification. You have slain the practitioner, Yajiro. Xiao Chen's undead shield had not even been breached, and the assassin met his demise from the reflected damage. Upon the assassin's death, his equipment transformed into shimmering orbs before dissipating, leaving behind only a corpse clad in ordinary garments and a chest glowing with a crimson hue. The items that had dropped from the monster had already been reclaimed by the system. From his knowledge acquired through school and online resources, Xiao Chen understood that items crafted by practitioners and those dropped by monsters, surpassing the ordinary, were subject to system regulation. Upon the death of their owner, the system would automatically reclaim these items. Though the true intent of the system remained a mystery, Xiao Chen perceived it as a positive measure. Otherwise, those lower-tier practitioners would find survival nearly impossible. Seizing treasures from the fallen proved far easier than battling monsters. Yajiro, with this name and his accent combined, his identity was not difficult to surmise. The assassin must hail from the Cherry Blossom Nation of the East Sea. But why would he attempt to assassinate me? Is it merely for the bounty set by the Swordsman Guild? This was the only explanation that crossed Xiao Chen's mind. Since arriving in this world, he had scarcely engaged in direct conflict with anyone other than Chen Fan. With a swift motion, he stored the blood-red treasure chest into his backpack. Notification: you have obtained a blood-packed chest X1. Blood-packed chest. There is a chance of obtaining this upon defeating a professional. Opening the chest guarantees the acquisition of an item owned by the chest's originator. He did not rush to open the blood-packed chest. Rather, he pondered over the assassin's lifeless body on the ground. After a moment's reflection, he opened his friend request list and found the individual who claimed to be a manager of the professional alliance, accepting the request. Notification: you have accepted Lao Pao's friend request. Xiao Chen promptly sent a message. Knight, are you there? After waiting 3 to 4 minutes, a reply finally came. Lao Pao. Who is it, disturbing my sleep at such a late hour? It then dawned on Xiao Chen that it was already past 3 in the morning. Knight, I encountered an assassin from Sakura country. Lao Pao, are you the one who consecutively defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Death Knight? Knight, yes. Lao Pao, since you can still message me, it indicates the assassination was unsuccessful. Did the assassin flee? Xiao Chen glanced at the corpse on the ground and replied, Knight, no. Lao Pao, where are you now? We will arrange for someone to come over immediately. By the way, you should head to the nearest professional alliance office. You will be safe there. Knight, no need. He is already dead. Please send someone to handle the body. Lao Pao, what? You killed him. Knight, he came to my home to assassinate me. This should count as self-defense, right? Lao Pao, send me your address. I will arrange for someone to come over right away. Never mind, I'll come personally. Knight, New City, Lianhua District, Sunshine Community. Half an hour later, there was a knock at Xiao Chen's door. Upon opening it, he found 3 men clad in identical black trench coats, each exuding an aura of lethal intent akin to Zhao Long, who had presided over his awakening ceremony. Are you Mr. Knight? One inquired. Xiao Chen nodded and invited them inside. Upon seeing the corpse on the floor, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they regarded Xiao Chen with a newfound solemnity. Mr. Knight, let's discuss this in the living room. They moved to the living room while the other 2 remained in the room to deal with the body. Once seated, the man introduced himself. I am Lao Pao. Feel free to call me Brother Pao if you wish. Hello, Brother Pao. After a nod, the man scrutinized Xiao Chen closely before continuing. The man you killed is named Shi Lang, an assassin from Sakura country. Their primary aim in coming to our dragon country is to eliminate promising new professionals. Lao Pao's words elucidated the reason behind the assassination attempt on Xiao Chen, compelling him to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. How do you know my address? I had never. At this point, his voice abruptly halted. After the awakening ceremony, Xiao Chen's reputation as a failure spread widely. The subsequent slaying of the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Death Knight was the work of the night. It had nothing to do with him. Prior to this evening, only one person knew his true identity: Hao Mei. Thus, his assassination could stem from 2 possibilities. First, the infiltrating organization from Sakura country recognized that the profession of reverse-scale battle soul would become formidable in the later stages. And upon learning that Yi Chun had awakened this profession, they began plotting his demise. Second, Hao Mei revealed her identity as part of the night. And regardless of her profession, the ability to eliminate 2 bosses in a remarkably short time signifies immense potential. Lao Pao lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and spoke. Xiao Chen, Class 3, Senior Year at New City High School, awakened a rare profession, reverse-scale battle soul, 4 days ago. The reverse-scale battle soul, for reasons unknown, has an attack power perpetually capped at 1 and cannot be enhanced by any means. At this juncture, he furrowed his brow, glancing at the corpse of Shi Lang in the bedroom. Am I not correct? Xiao Chen nodded, remaining silent. Then how did you eliminate Shi Lang? It was a counterattack that killed him. Xiao Chen did not conceal the truth, stating it plainly. What? A counterattack killed him? Lao Pao seemed to struggle to comprehend Xiao Chen's words, repeating them incredulously. Chapter 18. Joining the Shadows, Xiao Chen recounted the general course of events, of course omitting certain key information, such as the matter of his skills being enhanced by the infinite system. After listening to Xiao Chen's narrative, Lao Pao fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, he exhaled a deep puff of smoke and remarked, "It seems that years ago, this was no mere accident." What? Xiao Chen was momentarily bewildered by Lao Pao's words. Nothing, Lao Pao replied. Xiao Chen, I now formally invite you to join the Practitioner Alliance. Are you willing? Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving an invitation from the Practitioner Alliance. I am about to attend Warrior Academy. Can I still join the Practitioner Alliance? Warrior Academy is part of the Practitioner Alliance, is it not? Most outstanding students join the Alliance after graduation. You would merely be joining ahead of time. Even so, Xiao Chen did not immediately acquiesce, instead asking, "What must I give, and what shall I receive in return?" Facing Xiao Chen's candidness, Lao Bao laughed heartily. Refreshing. The Practitioner Alliance is established by the Dragon Kingdom government. Its primary purpose, aside from managing and regulating practitioners, encompasses an even more crucial duty. What duty? To resist foreign invasions. Foreign invasions? Indeed. Ever since the arrival of the Multiverse Paradise on Blue Star, the strength of practitioners has surged dramatically. Some high-tier practitioners can even withstand nuclear strikes, rendering conventional military forces largely ineffective. The outcome of wars now primarily hinges on the advanced combat prowess of practitioners. Our Dragon Kingdom boasts a vast population and formidable strength. Since the arrival of the Multiverse Paradise, we have seen an influx of talent, causing smaller nations to think twice before provoking us. Lao Pao's words rang with conviction and authority. Then why are you here? Xiao Chen inquired, pointing to the corpse of Shuri Lang. About that, a hint of embarrassment crossed Lao Pao's face. It is precisely because our Dragon Kingdom is so powerful that other smaller nations fear us even more, leading them to unite against us. But enough of that. Once you grow stronger, you will understand everything. Let us discuss what you are most interested in. Please go on. Lao Pao lit another cigarette and continued. Joining the Practitioner Alliance comes with numerous benefits. Not only will you gain access to more information, but you will also have priority in purchasing high-end equipment within the Alliance. Most importantly, if you become a core member of the Alliance, you will receive substantial support for your development. Yet, Yi Chun was not swayed by Lao Pao's words. He asked directly, "What must I sacrifice?" Quite simple. Become a civil servant. A civil servant? Indeed, a civil servant, though the work and benefits differ. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chun resolutely declined. While civil service may offer a stable and easy job, the earnings would ultimately belong to the state and be redistributed. Xiao Chun had no desire for his hard-earned gold and equipment to be taken away. Lao Pao seemed to have anticipated Xiao Chen's decision, of course for exceptional talents. The Alliance has an alternative management approach. What approach? Join a clandestine organization under the Alliance, the Shadows. As the name implies, the Shadows exist in the obscurity. Their primary function is to undertake tasks that the Alliance cannot publicly engage in. The Alliance imposes almost no restrictions on members of the Shadows and does not compel them to act. Yet, as the adage goes, nothing comes without a price. To reap benefits, one must make corresponding contributions. The Alliance assigns various missions to the members of the Shadows, allowing them the freedom to choose. Upon the successful completion of these tasks, they earn shadow points, which will be exchanged in a shadow vault for items of their choosing. So what do you think? Are you interested in joining the Shadows? After speaking, the elder looked at Xiao Chen with keen anticipation. What is there to ponder? With no restrictions and the added advantage of official information channels and supplementary equipment, Xiao Chen immediately consented. Notification. The elder invites you to join the new City Shadow Communication Channel. Accept decline? Accept. Notification. You have joined the new City Shadow Communication Channel. The other two staff members had also properly packaged the body of Shi Lang, and the elder rose, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he turned to Xiao Chen and said, "I will classify your personal information as top secret. You need not worry about it being leaked by government entities, but any self-disclosed information is beyond our concern." Thank you. The elder glanced at Xiao Chen's meager abode and shook his head. This place has been compromised. You should relocate as soon as possible. After the elder and his companions departed, Xiao Chen found himself unable to sleep. He was not alone in this predicament. Many others were also awake at this hour, and new messages were surfacing in the Shadows group. Zhang Tianshiro, a newcomer has joined? Blood Monk, Black Knight. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Blood Monk. I recall now. It must be that young fellow who recently took down several low-tier bosses. Zhang San, welcome to you, Black Knight. Gushi. Blood Monk. Zhang San. What are you calling Chu Mei for? Chu Shi. Welcome, Brother Black Knight, to our warm, united, and loving family. Cute emoji. Zhang San, vomit emoji. Chu Shi, Zhang San, do you seek death? Angry emoji. Zhang San, silence emoji. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and decided to send message. Black Knight, greetings, everyone. Chu Shi, brother Black Knight, you just turned 18, right? Would you mind sharing a photo for your sister to admire? Zhang San, Aunt Chu, are you trying to entice a young lad? Chu Shi, get lost. Black Knight, next time you have news to sell about me, remember to share half the reward. Okuvushi, eso nave. Zhang San, Aunt Chu, is it not nighttime? Chu Shi, angry emoji, is it not permissible for me to be in America? Chu Shi, brother Black Knight, you are quite informed. I was merely speaking casually, never expecting those dim-witted swordsmen to actually believe me. Sword 11. Confused expression. Chu Shi, I never mentioned you, though your intellect isn't much to boast about either. Swordsman 1. Provide the address. Chu Shi, I'm not afraid of you. It's in the new city, District 4. Zhang San, angry expression, that's my address. Please refrain from sharing it indiscriminately. Xiao Chen was quite impressed by the boundless energy of these night owls. However, he had plans to venture into a new dungeon the next day for monster hunting and leveling up, leaving him no time to engage in idle chatter with them. Just as he intended to recline on the sofa for some rest, he received a new friend request. Who could possibly be awake at this hour? Upon opening the request list, he was taken aback to find that the sender was none other than Chu Shi, the one who had exploited her information to swindle money. After some contemplation, he decided to accept Chu Shi's friend request. He was curious to discover what this woman truly desired. Notification: you have accepted Chu Shi's friend request. No sooner had he done so than Chu Shi sent him a message. Chu Shi, hey, Night Brother, how about a charming photo of you? Flirty expression. Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. Night, is there something you need? Chu Mayam. Chu Shi, who are you calling Mayam? Angry expression. Night. ISNT, that what everyone calls you? Am I mistaken? Chu Shi, go to hell. Night. Chu Shi, all right. I reached out to you for a serious matter. Chapter 19. Rapid Ascension. Hey Yi, what is the matter? Chu Shi, your level should allow you to venture into the sunset dunes, right? Hey Yi, indeed. Chu Shi, I have a proposition for you. Are you interested? Hey Yi, tell me more. Chu Shi, there's a hidden boss in the sunset dunes, which has a chance to drop an item I require upon defeat. If you can procure that item for me, I shall offer you a corresponding reward. Hey Yi, what item is it? Chu Shi, it's a blueprint for equipment. You will understand once you acquire it. Hey Yi, how do I locate the hidden boss? Chu Shi, it dwells near a desolate well in the southwest direction of the level 50 area, but it only has a chance to appear when it rains. Hey Yi, understood. The hidden boss does not guarantee an appearance simply by fulfilling the conditions. Chu Shi merely hoped that Xiao Chen might encounter some fortune. Whether it succeeds is left to chance. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiao Chen arrived at the Novice Plaza. Due to the events of the previous night, he arrived later than usual, and the plaza was sparsely populated, with only a few vendors remaining. Most adventurers had already entered the dungeons. After a brief pause, Xiao Chen made his way toward the entrance of the Sunset Dunes dungeon. As he approached, some onlookers in the Novice Plaza cast disdainful glances at him. Clearly, this novice was entering a dungeon for the first time, even misstepping at the entrance. What if he truly had reached level 30? He appeared to be a student and having awakened merely 4 days ago. It seemed implausible that someone could attain level 30 in such a short span. He actually entered. He truly reached level 30. Who is this person? Do you think he could be the infamous He Yi, known for his consecutive boss kills? The environment of the Sunset Dunes was not far from Xiao Chen's imagination. The vast desert was dotted with sparse desert flora, with the dunes gracefully curving like the Earth's fingerprints, magnified in grandeur by the setting sun's glow. Notification: you have entered the Sunset Dunes. The monsters in this dungeon range from level 31 to 50. After retrieving and donning his equipment from his backpack, he ventured deeper into the desert. However, after only a few steps, he halted. Golden grains of sand shifted, and soon several scorpion-like creatures emerged from the ground. They were not particularly large, measuring about half a meter in length, with sharp mandibles glinting like metal. Monster name: Fiery Sandworm, normal, level 31 health points, 3,100 physical attack, 93 magical attack, 22 physical defense, 62 magical defense, 28 bite, launches a ferocious attack on the target, inflicting bleeding damage equal to 20 of its attack power per second for 30 seconds. Before Xiao Chen could approach, several fiery sandworms charged at him. -84, -84, -84. This amount of damage could hardly breach Xiao Chen's impressive physical defense of 169 points. Now, his thorn spike's rebound damage has reached an impressive 90. Each attack from the scorching sandworm inflicts a rebound of 84 points of damage upon Xiao Chen, significantly enhancing his monster farming efficiency. Suddenly, a scorching sandworm leaps high, its mandibles expanding more than twice in size, lunging at Xiao Chen with ferocity. This marks the activation of its biting skill. -17, -84, -17, -84. Observing the crimson numbers hovering above the sandworm's head, Xiao Chen, though already aware, cannot help but marvel at the prowess of the Thornspike skill. It is capable of rebounding even the ongoing bleeding damage. This skill does not merely reflect the damage from a single attack, but also rebounds the continuous damage inflicted by the opponent's skills, making it exceedingly formidable. Just imagine, if an adversary were to unleash a similar lingering damage effect while on the brink of death, what would ensue? The thought is indeed terrifying. With 3,100 health points, the scorching sandworm succumbs in mere half a minute under the substantial rebound from the thorn spike. You have slain a scorching sandworm, earning 31 experience points and 53 copper coins. You have slain a scorching sandworm, earning 31 experience points. You have slain a scorching sandworm, earning 31 experience points and 8 copper coins. The experience gained from defeating monsters in the novice dungeon aligns with the level, likely a result of the system's leniency. The efficiency of monster slaying here is quite commendable, yet the sandworms are too dispersed, rendering it less than ideal for leveling up. Continuing deeper into the desert, he encounters a level 32 creature, the Sunfire Spider, which possesses crowd control abilities, making it difficult to draw aggro, abandoning that idea. Next is the level 33 Gravel Troll, whose massive size proves daunting, abandoning that as well. Then, the level 34 Storm Sand Eagle, which periodically takes flight, wasting time, abandoning that too. It is not until he arrives at the region of level 40 monsters that Xiao Chen finally halts his progress. Monster name: Scorching Scorpion King, normal, level 40 health points, 5,000 physical attack, 150 physical defense, 88 magical defense, 68 combo, has a chance to trigger 2 consecutive attacks when striking an enemy. This is the one. The Scorching Scorpion King's attack style, size, and power perfectly align with Xiao Chen's monster farming needs. Most importantly, the Scorching Scorpion Kings appear in swarms, facilitating efficient leveling. After a thorough search, Xiao Chen discovers a prime monster farming spot, seemingly the lair of the Scorpion King, where a relentless stream of scorpions emerges from the sandpit. The need to run around gathering aggro is eliminated. -135, -135, -135, 50 to 60 Scorching Scorpion Kings surround Xiao Chen, unleashing a frenzied assault. In merely half a minute, all the scorpions besieging him fall. You have slain a Scorching Scorpion King, earning 40 experience points and 21 copper coins. You have slain a Scorching Scorpion King, earning 40 experience points and 5 copper coins. You have slain a Scorching Scorpion King, earning 40 experience points. The efficiency of this monster slaying is astonishingly formidable. One can only speculate how Zhou Jie would feel witnessing such a scene. Xiao Chen currently stands at level 35. To ascend from level 35 to level 36, one requires an experience value of 122,500. His current pace of monster hunting allows him to vanquish nearly 2 groups of Scorpion Kings each minute, with each group consisting of approximately 60 creatures. This translates to an impressive rate of 120 blazing Scorpion Kings defeated per minute, each yielding 40 experience points. Consequently, he can amass around 800 experience points every minute. Thus, the total of 122,500 experience points can be achieved in a mere 25 minutes. Upon calculating this outcome, he is unperturbed. The efficiency of leveling up by slaying skeletal knights in the dark caves over the past 2 days pales in comparison to this. Notification: Your experience has reached 100, and your level has increased to the first tier, level 36, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Notification: your experience has reached 100, and your level has increased to the first tier, level 37, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Chapter 20. The Howl of the Dry Well Beast. In merely 4 hours, he ascended from level 35 to level 40, averaging over 1 level per hour. Such an acceleration in leveling would likely bring tears to even the most seasoned necromancer. As Xiao Chen engaged in combat, he diligently allocated his skill points. Upon the completion of his allocations, the Thorn Spike skill reached level 40, with its rebound damage escalating to a formidable 100. He retained 1 skill point. Yet the Thorn Spike could no longer be enhanced. This prompted a frown from Xiao Chen. Had the Thorn Spike skill already reached its limit? This was the result of enhancements from the Infinite system. Without such reinforcement, the skill cap would be a mere 50. If that were the case, it would indeed be disheartening. Engaging in a prolonged battle with a tank-like warrior, only to find neither party losing significant health, would be rather awkward. One could only hope that a breakthrough to the second tier would alter this predicament. Since the Thorn Spike could not be further improved, the skill points gained from future level-ups would naturally be allocated to Rock Solid. With the continual increase in monster levels, his defense was rapidly becoming inadequate, which would severely impact his leveling speed. After nearly 4 hours of slaying close to 20,000 Scorching Scorpion Kings, he had only obtained 5 pieces of equipment, none of which were suitable for his use. The highest quality of these items was merely blue. The drop rate was truly disheartening. He began to wonder if other players experienced similar luck. If the drop rates were uniform, others might struggle for days without acquiring a single piece of gear. Though the Thorn Spike could not be enhanced further, leveling had to persist. The efficiency of grinding in this location was commendable, and he had no immediate plans to relocate. After 6 hours, his level finally reached 45. Remaining here had become futile. Checking the time, he realized he had spent nearly 10 hours in the instance. It was time to return home and resume his efforts tomorrow. Discovering such a fruitful grinding spot was indeed fortunate. In just 10 hours, he had leveled up 10 times, averaging 1 level per hour. Aside from the meager drop rate of equipment, his other gains were substantial. His earnings in silver coins amounted to 353, bringing his total to 812 silver coins. The overall value exceeded 80,000, and with the 60,000 transferred from Sister Hao, he had become a small fortune holder, boasting over 100,000 in assets. Earning over 10,000 a day seemed quite achievable. The following day, Xiao Chen returned to the Sunset Dunes. This time, he did not linger at the entrance, but made a beeline for the depths of the desert. Monsters below level 40 offered no benefit. He pressed on through the ranks of level 41, 42, and 43 monsters, heading straight into the territory of level 50 creatures. The beach trembled as countless grains of sand began to writhe, and moments later, sand beings, seemingly lacking lower bodies, erupted from the ground. It appeared as though a force was coalescing the sands of the desert, giving rise to these formidable creatures. Monster name: Lava Sand Demon, normal, level 50 health points, 8,000 physical attack, 198 magical attack, 172 physical defense, 135 magical defense, 98 undying sandform. Reduces physical damage by 90. Upon observing his formidable physical defense of 205, Xiao Chen promptly resolved to engage this foe. The Lava Sand Demon's method of attack was rather unique. It employed an unknown technique to manipulate grains of sand, coalescing them into formidable stone-like spikes that lunged towards him. Rather than being taken aback, Xiao Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. To his astonishment, these bumbling lava sand demons were ranged attackers. Previously, he had harbored concerns that their considerable size would result in a minimal number of monsters capable of simultaneously assaulting him, thereby hindering his leveling progress. However, this worry dissipated entirely. Minus 198, minus 192, minus 188. The damage output of the lava sand demon was not constant, fluctuating around the value of 198. Its undying sandform did not mitigate the rebound damage from the Thorn Spike ability. The damage reflected back was, surprisingly, true damage. further affirming the potency of the Thorn Spike skill. The only drawback was their relatively low attack frequency, approximately 1 sand spike assault every 3 seconds. Such a slow attack speed is reasonable for ranged monsters. Otherwise, how could fragile mages withstand their onslaught? As Xiao Chen withstood the attacks of dozens of lava sand demons, he simultaneously attracted even more monsters to assail him. After several minutes, he discovered an optimal farming location where he could entice over 120 sand demons to attack him concurrently. This meant he could eliminate around 120 lava sand demons in approximately 1 minute. Each kill yielded 50 experience points, translating to 6,000 experience per minute, an astonishing average of 100 experience per second. Who could rival such a leveling speed? To ascend from level 45 to level 50, a total of 1 million experience points was required. 3 hours later, he reached the coveted level 50. With ample time remaining in the day and such remarkable farming efficiency, it was inconceivable for him to depart just yet. He continued his leveling endeavor. Upon reaching level 50, the experience required for further advancement nearly doubled. Transitioning from level 49 to 50 demanded 240,000 experience points, while ascending to level 51 required a staggering 500,000. Levels 51 to 55 necessitated an experience total of 2.7 million. At his current farming speed of 100 experience points per second, this would require a full 7.5 hours. As time progressed, Xiao Chen grew increasingly familiar with the terrain and monster spawning patterns, resulting in an enhanced farming efficiency. After 7 hours, his level finally reached 55. The ascent from level 35 to 45 took him over 10 hours, while the journey from level 45 to 55 was even swifter. Such a terrifying pace of leveling. Having reached the cap for this dungeon, further monster encounters yielded no additional benefits. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to conclude his adventures for the day, he suddenly recalled the commission from Chu Shu. The hour is still early, and it would be prudent to take a look. One might encounter an opportunity to strike down an adversary. Once he departs, re-entering this instance will be impossible. According to the information provided by Chu Shu, he indeed discovered a well in the southwestern direction of the desert. The well is profound, its depths obscured from sight, while echoes reminiscent of a howling wind emanate from its depths. Yet there is nothing particularly remarkable about it. Gazing upwards, the vast expanse of swirling sand cannot obscure the resplendent starry sky. Xiao Chen has lingered in the sunset dune instance for 2 days. The air is exceedingly arid, suggesting that rain is unlikely in the near future. Just as Xiao Chen resolved to abandon his quest, a dark cloud unexpectedly drifted across the sky, obscuring the brilliant stars. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Could fortune truly favor him? Is rain indeed on the horizon? In the blink of an eye, large raindrops began to fall, cascading upon Xiao Chen and providing a refreshing respite. At that moment, a voice akin to a dragon's roar suddenly resonated from the dry well. Chapter 21. Limitless Struggle. Vanquishing the Serpent King, the beastly roar erupted unexpectedly, startling Xiao Chen. A serpent-like creature, thicker than a barrel, sprang forth from the desolate well. Its body was adorned with resplendent golden scales, and its form was etched with the patterns of wind and sand, resembling flowing dunes. The tail, bifurcated into blade-like extensions, served as both a weapon and a tool for digging. Sharp golden horns adorned its head, which, under the tempestuous skies, bore resemblance to the legendary dragon of lore. Warning: the sudden thunder has awakened the concealed Sand Huang Spirit Serpent. The hidden boss has emerged. Warning: the Sand Huang Spirit Serpent is exceedingly formidable. You're no match for it. Flee for your life. Simultaneously, the system provided details about the Sand Huang Spirit Serpent. Monster name: Sand Huang Spirit Serpent. Hidden boss. Level: 55 health points. 50,000. Physical attack: 285. Magical attack: 285. Physical defense: 198. Magical defense: 232. Skill 1 Golden Sandstorm. The Sand Huang Spirit Serpent can summon a fierce golden sandstorm, engulfing enemies within, obstructing their vision and limiting their movement. Within the storm, the serpent can traverse freely, launching lethal strikes through the cover of wind and sand. Skill 2, Binding Sands. The serpent can conjure invisible hand from the desert, tightly binding its foes, rendering them immobile. Captured enemies will be utterly suppressed. Skill 3, Soul Devouring Radiance. The serpent's eyes emit golden beams, directly assaulting the enemy's soul. Those struck by the radiance will feel their essence being gradually consumed, leading to rapid depletion of health points. Following the use of this skill, the serpent will enter a state of weakness. Skill 4, Sand Escape. The serpent can seamlessly merge with the desert, achieving short-distance teleportation, catching enemies off guard whether attacking or evading. Skill 5, Heart of the Desert. As the guardian of the desert, the serpent can harness its power to create a formidable shield, repelling all external assaults while simultaneously restoring its own vitality and strength. After meticulously examining the attributes and skills of the San Huang Spirit Serpent, Xiao Chen grew cautious. This was the first boss whose basic attacks could breach his defenses. With a staggering health pool of 50,000 compared to his own paltry 680, the disparity was nearly 19 times. How could he possibly contend with such odds? The sole piece of good news was that its 5 skills held minimal impact on him. Most were ambush, evasion, and control techniques, with few enhancements to its attack power. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen's gaze hardened with resolve. He could fight. Clang! The resounding clash of 2 great shields reverberated, resembling the clarion call of battle. Enraged by the sound of the impact, the San Huang Spirit Serpent lunged at Xiao Chen with its gaping maw. The twin shields became his impenetrable bastion, capable of withstanding any onslaught. -35, -285 at this moment. Xiao Chen had reached level 55, with 680 health points, 241 physical defense, and 236 magical defense. With the steadfastness of a rock elevated to level 10, a 20 damage reduction is granted. Under such formidable defense, the Sand Serpent inflicted 35 points of damage upon him. Simultaneously, the Sand Serpent suffered a 100 retaliation damage from the thorns. Observing that this seemingly feeble human endured its strike with minimal harm, the Sand Serpent hissed and launched a barrage of attacks upon Xiao Chen. After a relentless series of 30 strikes, Xiao Chen's health plummeted to 61, while the Sand Serpent still retained 83 of its vitality. As the Sand Serpent's health dipped to 80, it finally unleashed its skill, Golden Sandstorm. Suddenly, the grains of sand on the ground were swept up by a gust emanating from the serpent's maw, forming a swirling vortex filled with sand particles. Positioned at the heart of the whirlwind, Xiao Chen found his vision obscured, rendering the outside world entirely indistinct. Abruptly, a massive maw erupted from the tempest, lunging toward Xiao Chen with a ferocious bite. -207, -500 this strike inflicted 207 points of damage upon Xiao Chen, reducing his health to a mere 45, while the Sand Serpent still boasted a formidable 78 of its health. The boss's attack pattern was straightforward, predominantly relying on ordinary strikes, with skills activated only when its health fell below a certain threshold. As Xiao Chen's health dwindled to 5, the Sand Serpent's vitality finally reached 60. Upon reaching this threshold, it indeed unleashed another assault. Binding Sands, Xiao Chen's legs were suddenly ensnared by 2 colossal hands formed from grains of sand, rendering him immobile. Concurrently, the Sand Serpent activated its 3rd skill, Soul Devouring Radiance. A colossal, radiant beam shot forth from the serpent's eyes toward Xiao Chen. This was the moment. Undead Shield. A ghostly azure luminescence suddenly enveloped the undead shield, forming a protective barrier akin to that of a mage's magical shield around Xiao Chen. Undead Shield. This skill grants a 30-second shield that absorbs damage up to a total of 1,000 points, converting 50 of the absorbed damage into Xiao Chen's health. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen also activated another skill, Battle Spirit Awakening. Battle Spirit Awakening. This can be applied to skills you have mastered, enhancing their effects by 50 for a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Where should Battle Spirit Awakening be employed? Without question, it should be applied to the Undead Shield. -1,200, 600 the Undead Shield not only withstood the Sand Serpent's most lethal strike, but also restored 600 health to Xiao Chen. The Sand Serpent could summon a fierce golden sandstorm, engulfing its foes within, obscuring their vision and restricting their movements. Within the storm, the sand serpent could traverse freely, utilizing the cover of the swirling sands to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing that one strike failed to vanquish Xiao Chen, the sand serpent grew increasingly enraged, launching a relentless assault once more. At this juncture, both the Undead Shield and Battle Spirit Awakening skills remained active. After 3 consecutive assaults, the duration of the Soul Awakening skill came to an end, and the Undead Holy Shield had been shattered. At this juncture, Xiao Chen's health had been restored to over 1100, while the Serpent of Sand still boasted a formidable 28,000 health points. Continuing in this manner, his demise was inevitable. Just as Xiao Chen contemplated fleeing, he noticed a significant reduction in the Serpent of Sand's attacks. It could no longer penetrate his defenses. Reflecting on the system's description of the Serpent's abilities, he surmised that this must be the vulnerability phase following the usage of its 3rd skill, Soul Devouring Radiance. Based on the rebound damage, Xiao Chen deduced that the Serpent's attack power had diminished by at least 30. This revelation alleviated his anxiety, though he remained uncertain how long this weakened state would endure. As the Serpent's health plummeted to 20, the vulnerability phase dissipated, while Xiao Chen's vitality remained at a robust 42. Subsequently, the Serpent unleashed a series of skills, including Sand Escape, Binding of Sand, and Heart of the Desert. Yet these proved ineffectual against Xiao Chen. When the Serpent's health reached 10, Xiao Chen still had 17 health points remaining. The vitality of both combatants was rapidly depleting. As Xiao Chen's health dwindled to a mere 50 points, the Serpent still possessed 1560 points. However, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, for he had yet to employ one of his skills, Resurgence of the War Soul. Upon activation, this skill would restore 20 of his health. In an instant, Xiao Chen's vitality surged to 22. Moments later, the concealed boss, the Serpent of Sand, collapsed feebly at Xiao Chen's feet. The Serpent of Sand has been vanquished. Chapter 22. The Great Explosion, Opening Treasure Chests Announcement. The Adventurer Knight successfully defeated the hidden boss, the Sand Serpent. 3 consecutive kill announcements ignited a frenzy across the public channels of New City. Could it be true? Just 2 days had passed, and he had already slain another hidden boss. Does anyone know the level of the Sand Serpent? We had seen in the forums that it was a level 55 boss. Extraordinarily powerful. Level 55, is that correct? 5 days ago, he defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King. 3 days ago, the Undead Knight. And today, he is capable of vanquishing the level 55 Sand Serpent. Is this within the realm of normal human capability? Who said he was merely a normal human? We remain unaware of the true identity of this knight, but it seems he has secured a place among the core students of the Warrior Academy. This is debatable, as the Warrior Academy boasts top-tier adventurers from all corners of the nation, with an abundance of special and hidden professions. To become a core student in such a prestigious institution is no easy feat. Of course, Xiao Chen was oblivious to all this. Following his successful defeat of the Sand Serpent, he received a series of system notifications. Notification: you have slain the Sand Serpent, earning 5,000 experience points, the crafting blueprint for the Serpent set, 1 golden treasure chest, 65 silver coins, and 89 copper coins. Notification: you have received 8 warrior medals. Notification: you have acquired a golden achievement treasure chest. The crafting blueprint for the Serpent set? Surely, this is the very item that Chu Shu sought to obtain. Serpent set crafting blueprint, a necessary item for crafting the Serpent set. Serpent set. Collecting the entire set grants access to one of the following skills: Golden Storm of the Sand Serpent, Binding Sands, Soul Devouring Radiance, Instantaneous Sand Escape, or Heart of the Desert. Any one of these 5 skills, if obtained by an adventurer, would confer an extraordinary ability. Particularly, the 4th skill, Instantaneous Sand Escape, resembles the flash ability from the game League of Legends on Earth. This skill is divine for both pursuing foes and fleeing from danger. Nwunda Kushu, as a high-level adventurer, entrusted him with the quest to defeat the Sand Serpent. Such remarkable rewards were indeed attainable. However, gathering the Serpent set is exceedingly challenging. This is merely one of the crafting blueprints for the set. To complete the set, 4 such blueprints are required, along with various other crafting materials. And one must locate an exceptionally skilled equipment craftsman to have any hope of successful creation. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, and financial status. Acquiring the serpent set seems nearly impossible. Today, by defeating the sand serpent, he amassed a total of 453 silver coins. His silver coin count has now reached 1265, marking him as a modestly wealthy individual. Additionally, he obtained 2 golden treasure chests, 1 ordinary golden chest and 1 golden achievement chest, along with the blood pact chest from defeating 11 Wolf, and the purple achievement chest dropped by the undead knight. He currently possesses a total of 4 treasure chests. Surveying his surroundings, he found no one and nothing that could pose a threat to him. Until his health is fully restored, he has no intention of departing. In the outside world, the only relatively safe haven for practitioners is the Novice Plaza, while other locations are fraught with peril. He has gained a modest reputation, and exercising caution is undoubtedly wise. Prompt: do you wish to open the blood pact chest? Open. You have opened the blood pact chest and obtained a cold light dagger. Cold light dagger, a first-tier weapon of golden quality, usable at level 100. The attributes of this weapon are commendable, yet for Xiao Chen, it holds no value beyond being a means of monetary gain. Prompt: do you wish to open the purple achievement chest? Open. You have opened the purple achievement chest and obtained a flame staff. Flame staff, a first-tier weapon of purple quality, requiring 50 intelligence to wield. Another weapon. Given its attributes, it seems poised to fetch a handsome price. With 2 chests remaining, he pressed on. Prompt: do you wish to open the golden chest? Open. You have opened the golden chest and obtained the spirit serpent armor. Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy and promptly examined the equipment's attributes. Equipment name: spirit serpent armor, rare equipment, equipment level 50, equipment quality, golden equipment, wearing requirement, level 50, 50 constitution points required. Equipment slot: armor. Physical defense, 60. Magical defense, 20. Additional attribute: spirit serpent protection. This armor is crafted from the shed skin of the Sandlight Spirit Serpent, enhancing the wearer's base constitution by 10 upon donning it. The attributes of this armor are exceptional, making it undeniably the most suitable garment for Xiao Chen at this stage. He swiftly removed the leather armor he had obtained in the Novice Forest and adorned himself with the pristine Spirit Serpent armor. Once donned, the armor seemed to envelop Xiao Chen in countless delicate tendrils that resonated with his body, enhancing his constitution further. The armor, a lustrous black, reflected glimmers of starlight, bestowing upon it an aesthetic elegance. Lastly, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon the chest of highest value. The previous 2 chests obtained from defeating bosses had yielded splendid items. He wondered what treasures this higher quality achievement chest might unveil. Prompt: do you wish to open the golden achievement chest? Open. A dazzling golden light radiated from a chest, momentarily blinding Xiao Chen. This was a harbinger of extraordinary items. Joy surged within him. You have opened the golden achievement chest and obtained 5 first-tier skill point certificates. First-tier skill point certificate, upon use, grants 1 skill enhancement point, exclusive to first-tier practitioners. Could this truly be revealed? This was not mere equipment or materials, but rather skill enhancement points typically gained through leveling up. It was astonishing that they could be obtained from a chest. If there were no tier restrictions, these would undoubtedly command an exorbitant price. However, even if they could be sold for a fortune, Xiao Chen had no intention of parting with them, as they were precisely what he needed most at this juncture. As the level of the monsters escalated, his defensive capabilities gradually became inadequate. Unlike other adventurers, who could elevate their experience through tactics, such as kiting, he found himself at a disadvantage. His thorn spike had reached its maximum potential, and now the only path forward lay in continuously enhancing his defensive abilities to withstand more formidable foes, thereby facilitating rapid advancement. Tip: you have utilized a first-tier skill quality, earning 5 skill enhancement points. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen allocated all 5 skill enhancement points to his rock-solid ability. At this moment, rock-solid reached level 21, resulting in a damage reduction effect of 30. Should he now face the sand-illuminated serpent, the encounter would undoubtedly be far less perilous. Chapter 23: Invitation from the Warrior Academy. After vanquishing the Shaohuang Spirit Serpent, I acquired 8 warrior medals, bringing my total to 16. With 10 medals, I may exchange them for an honor medal. The moment has come to make this exchange. Notice, you may choose from the following medals for redemption: Blazing Metal 1 star. Wearing this metal increases your base physical attack by 10. Magic Flame Metal 1 star. Wearing this metal enhances your base magical attack by 10. Holy Shield Metal 1 star. Wearing this metal boosts both your physical and magical defense by 10. Holy Body Metal 1 star. Wearing this metal elevates your health and mana by 10. Omni Metal 1 star. Wearing this metal improves all base attributes by 5. There are 5 types of metals to choose from. The Blazing Metal and Magic Flame Metal both serve to increase offensive capabilities and can be disregarded. Among the remaining 3, Holy Shield Metal, Holy Body Metal, and Omni Metal, each presents a compelling case for my character, Xiao Chen. Should I enhance my dual defenses by 10, increase my health and mana by 10, or augment all 4 primary attributes by 5? After a brief contemplation, I reach my decision. Notice, do you wish to consume 10 warrior medals to redeem an honor medal? Redeem. Notice, you have successfully exchanged for Omni Metal 1 star. Once adorned with the medal, Xiao Chen's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Name, Knight Class, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Class, Level. First Order, Level 55, Health, 3082 Mana, 63 Constitution, 268 Strength, 20 Physical Defense, 319, 154 Base Defense, 165 Additional Defense, Magical Defense, 285. 154 Base Magic Defense, 131 Additional Magic Defense, Combat Power Assessment, 400 Skill 1, Thorn Spike, Level 41, reflects 100 of attack damage. Skill 2, Solid as a Rock, Level 21, mitigates damage taken by 30. Skill 3, Battle Soul Awakening, Level 1, can be used on mastered skills, enhancing their effects by 50 for a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Skill 4, Battle Soul Revival, Level 1, restores 20 of health immediately upon use. Skill 5, Silver Moon's Power, Level 1, restores 0. 1 of health per second. Note, restoration is possible even in combat. Equipment skill, Undead Shield, non-upgradable, applies a shield to oneself for 30 seconds, absorbing damage up to 1,000 points and converting 50 of absorbed damage into health. Xiao Chen had awakened as a professional just 6 days prior. To possess such a splendid attribute panel would surely leave many astounded. After leaving the dungeon and enjoying dinner at home, Xiao Chen reclined on the sofa to check messages. Since my successful defeat of the Shaohuang Spirit Serpent today, the number of friend requests has significantly increased. His gaze swept across the screen, halting at a friend request message. Hello, I am the admissions director of the Warrior Academy. Excitement flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. Although he had already joined the Shadow Organization under the Professional Alliance, it was a clandestine entity that offered little assistance. Enrolling in the Warrior Academy remained his paramount choice. Notification: you have accepted Long Ge's friend request. Unlike others, Longo was not one to dawdle. Mere minutes after the request, he sent a message. Longo, hello, I am the admissions director of the Warrior Academy. You may call me Director Long Hei. Greetings. Director Long, may I inquire about the purpose of your message? Longo, Xiao Chen from Class 3, Senior Year at New City High School. I am here to formally invite you to join the Warrior Academy. Would you be willing? Xiao Chen was not surprised that his information was accessible. Given that his identity was already known to the veterans of the Professional Alliance, the Warrior Academy, part of the same system, would undoubtedly be informed as well. Hey, I am willing. Longo, ha, splendid. I will send the official admission letter to your email shortly. Longo, by the way, you should report to the Warrior Academy in 3 days. Hey, is it not customary to report a week after the college entrance examination? Longo, that applies to ordinary students, core members, well, you understand. Hey, understood. After ending the call, the weight that had been pressing on Xiao Chen's heart finally lifted. He had been concerned about how to gain entry to the Warrior Academy, but now, not only had he succeeded in joining, but he had also been promoted to a core member. Upon closing the messaging interface, he noticed that Chu Shuzhen had sent him several messages in quick succession. Chu Shuzhen, Xiao Hei, are you there? Gu Shuzhen, Xiao Ashui. Do you understand the blueprint for the snake suit? Chu Shuzhen, Xiao Hei, do respond. I'm on edge here. It was clear that Chu Shuzhen was genuinely anxious, prompting Xiao Chen to ponder the situation. The value of the blueprint for the snake suit might exceed his initial expectations. Otherwise, she would not be so restless. After a moment's contemplation, he replied to Chu Shuzhen. Hey Yi, here. Chu Shuzhen, Xiao He, you finally replied. Quickly tell me, did the blueprint come through? Hey Yi, it did. Gu Shuzhen, Ridi, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Hey Yi, here is the image blueprint for the snake suit. Chu Shuzhen, what incredible luck you have had. It actually materialized. You must be blessed by fortune itself. Winking emoji, hey Yi, it's alright. Chu Shuzhen, to be honest, the blueprint is just average. I happen to need it, that's all. Chu Shuzhen, you're too low level to utilize this. Why don't you sell it to me first? I have something you won't be able to refuse. Hey Yi, what is it? Chu Shuzhen, a skill scroll. Click to view. Xiao Chen clicked to view the skill scroll. Skill name, Ruthless Taunt. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Skill cost, requires 50 mana points for each use. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes. Usage requirement, melee class, requiring a constitution of over 50 points for activation. Skill effect, upon utilizing the skill, all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter are subjected to a Ruthless Taunt, compelling them to launch normal attacks against you for a duration of 10 seconds. Upon witnessing the effects of this skill, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. This skill held immense significance for him. While for others it merely served as a means to attract enmity, for Xiao Chen, it was not only a control skill, but also a formidable offensive ability. The sole drawback was its limitation to forcing enemy units to execute normal attacks against him. Were he able to compel them to unleash their skills upon him, the amusement would be unparalleled. Chapter 24. Ruthless Mockery. Xiao Chen was acutely aware that this skill, while impressive, held value primarily for him alone. To practitioners of other professions, it was rather mundane. When compared to the worth of the blueprint for the serpent armor, it undoubtedly paled in significance. Should the serpent armor fashioned from this blueprint grant instantaneous teleportation, that would indeed be a remarkable windfall. Chu Shu must have grasped the uniqueness of her profession, which explained her willingness to barter such an item with him. Rather than responding to Chu Shu immediately, Xiao Chen sought out Qian Duo from his friends list and promptly shared the attributes of the serpent armor blueprint. Within mere seconds, Qian Duo inundated him with messages, illustrating just how much he valued this item. Qian Duo, Brother Knight, impressive. You managed to acquire such a precious item. Qian Duo, Brother Knight, I'm all ears. How do you intend to trade? As long as it's not excessively above market price, I can accept it. Qian Duo, Brother Knight, trust me. My reputation guarantees I won't shortchange you. Brother Knight, what can I exchange for several skill scrolls akin to Ruthless Mockery? Qian Duo, Ruthless Mockery. A skill scroll? Qian Duo, I just looked into that skill scroll. It can be purchased for no more than 10 gold coins. While the current market price for the Serpent Armor Blueprint is at least 100 gold coins, I can offer 120 gold coins for it. 100 gold coins. That equates to a staggering 1 million. Xiao Chen recognized the blueprint's value, but was astonished by its true worth. Fortunately, he had remained astute. Otherwise, he would have been easily deceived by Chu Shu. Brother Knight, allow me a moment to consider. After some contemplation, he forwarded the chat screenshots with Qian Duo to Chu Shu. Moments later, she replied, Chu Shu, Brother Knight, I must admit, I'm not well versed in the pricing of these lower tier items. Chu Shu, how about this? A Ruthless Mockery skill scroll plus 100 gold coins for the blueprint? This is my utmost sincerity. Brother Knight, deal. Chu Shu, wait, did I offer too much? Brother Knight, you may reconsider. Chu Shu, never mind. Let us proceed as is. Subsequently, they executed the transaction through the mail feature of the system. Xiao Chen's willingness to accept a slight loss in selling to Chu Shu stemmed from the information she provided and their shared affiliation with the Shadow Organization. Out of both sentiment and reason, he felt compelled to sell to her. Losing 10 gold coins could be considered payment for the valuable information. Upon receiving the skill scroll, Xiao Chen immediately utilized it. At last, he possessed an attack skill, no longer forced to endure the taunts of his adversaries while in a weakened state. Qian Duo, Brother Knight, how is it going? The price I offered is significantly above market value. Brother Knight, apologies, but this item had already been reserved. I was merely inquiring about its price. Being a seasoned merchant, Qian Duo was no stranger to such conduct. Qian Duo, if it's already reserved, I have nothing to say. Do be sure to reach out if you come across any other excellent items. Brother Knight, are you interested in other equipment? Qian Duo sent a message to take a look. Xiao Chen transmitted the frost dagger, the flame staff, over 10 pieces of white equipment, and 6 other items to Qian Duo. After a round of haggling, they ultimately settled on a bundled price of 10 gold coins. The ability to sell at such a price was primarily due to the high value of the frost dagger, which approached the pinnacle of first-tier golden quality equipment. With a surge of newly awakened individuals, stockpiling in advance has become a common strategy among merchants. At this point, Xiao Chen possessed 110 gold coins and 265 silver coins. Upon manually converting the silver coins into gold, his total gold coins reached 122, with 65 silver coins remaining. When converted into Longwu currency, this amounted to an impressive 226,500 yuan. In merely 6 days since becoming a professional, he had amassed a fortune that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to earn. Gazing at the dilapidated and somewhat desolate house, Xiao Chen let out a soft sigh. Having lived here for nearly a year, he felt a certain attachment. It was the only valuable thing left to him by the parents of this world. However, the place had become exposed, and he was about to depart for the Warrior Academy, leaving him no choice but to relinquish it with reluctance. He resolved to find an agent tomorrow to sell the house. Becoming a professional made earning money easy, but spending it was even easier. It was prudent to maintain ample funds as a safeguard. Just as Xiao Chen was about to sleep, his phone rang. At such a late hour, the only person likely to call him, aside from telemarketers, was Teacher Zhou Ping. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Xiao Chen, it's been 5 or 6 days. You should be attending school. The college entrance examination is just 3 days away. Teacher Zhou, I have already become a professional and have been accepted into the Warrior Academy. I genuinely do not need to take the college entrance examination. Xiao Chen, I specifically verified with instructor Zhao Long, and your name is not on the admission list. Xiao Chen felt utterly speechless. His homeroom teacher was so diligent that he was at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up. Teacher Zhou, I would never joke about my future. What I say is true. Really? But there is no record of your name with instructor Zhao Long. I was directly recruited through the admission office of the Warrior Academy. I am to report to the academy in 3 days. Direct recruitment? Teacher Zhou, please rest assured. I speak only the truth. Well, all right then. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen felt somewhat exasperated. Encountering an overly responsible teacher was not entirely a blessing. Only 3 days remained before he would head to the Warrior Academy. The term Warrior Academy is a general designation used by ordinary people. In truth, it is not a single institution, but rather a network spread across the nation. The government has intentionally concealed information, allowing the general public to perceive the Warrior Academy as mysterious and powerful, while remaining unaware of its specifics. Prior to this, Xiao Chen, like many others, had only grasped the true nature of the Warrior Academy through an email sent by Brother Long. The Warrior Academy that invited Xiao Chen is the largest of its kind in the southwestern region of Longwu, Shijing Warrior Academy. According to the email, this Warrior Academy ranks among the finest of numerous institutions, which piqued Xiao Chen's interest even further. Having traversed this world for a year, he was finally beginning to grasp its true essence. With only 3 days remaining, he aimed to attain a level exceeding 70, ensuring he would enter the academy in peak condition, thus garnering the attention he desired. In any realm, only by demonstrating one's worth can one be entrusted with greater responsibilities. Xiao Chen, having lived 2 lives, was acutely aware of this truth. Just as he contemplated retiring for the night, a message once again flashed on his friend list. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was from Hao Mei. Could she possibly be seeking his assistance in leveling up? With only 3 days left before his departure to the Warrior Academy, he was reluctant to compromise his leveling speed for the sake of a few thousand yuan. As he perused the message, a frown gradually crept across Xiao Chen's face. Chapter 25. The new instance continues to surge. Hao Mei, Night Lord, you have become quite popular. Hao Mei, I posted a stunning photo of you, standing resolutely against dozens of skeletal knights on the professional social platform, which has sparked an intense reaction. Now everyone is speculating about your identity. Simultaneously, Hao Mei sent a screenshot of the video from the social platform. The number of likes and views was astonishingly high. The only piece of good news was that the shot was taken from a distance, obscuring their features, allowing only a vague outline to be discerned. It seemed that 11 Lang would likely track him down due to this video. It appeared prudent to avoid teaming up with such thoughtless individuals in the future. Otherwise, one might not even know how they met their demise. As his fame grew, other organizations would undoubtedly seek to curtail his ascent, dispatching increasingly formidable assassins to eliminate him. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly, otherwise he might genuinely find himself in peril. Reflecting on this, he decided that as long as his true identity remained concealed, he could leverage the name Knight to cultivate a reputation and boost his visibility. Upon further contemplation, it seemed this was not entirely a negative situation, provided he possessed sufficient means for self-preservation. Early the next day, Xiao Chen arranged a meeting with a real estate agent downstairs to discuss the sale of his property, delegating all matters concerning the sale to them. The agreed-upon time frame was merely 3 days, and he would accept a slightly lower price if necessary. Naturally, he would continue his journey in the novice instance to level up. At this point, Xiao Chen had reached level 55 and could no longer enter the Sunset Dunes. There were a total of 5 novice instances, 3 of which he had already completed. Now, only the Forgotten Tomb and the Death Marsh remained. Today's objective was the Forgotten Tomb. The monsters within the Forgotten Tomb ranged from level 51 to level 70, and with his current defenses, he should be able to venture directly to the deepest recesses of the tomb. Upon entering the Forgotten Tomb, not far from the entrance, 2 ordinary-looking men swiftly dialed their phones. The Forgotten Tomb's environment was akin to that of a dark cave, gloomy and damp, yet distinct in its own right. In contrast to the naturally formed surroundings of the dark cave, this place bore the unmistakable marks of human intervention. Stone Shadow Guards, level 51, with an attack power of 168. Inferior, Ethereal Bats, level 55, with an attack power of 185. 2 weak, Rotting Flesh Worms, level 60, with an attack power of 208. Still insufficient. Ultimately, Xiao Chen arrived at the deepest part of the Forgotten Tomb. This was an expansive stone chamber, illuminated by suddenly ignited candelabras that cast light upon the surroundings. 9 immensely thick iron chains were embedded in the surrounding stone walls, with the other ends secured to a bronze coffin at the center of the chamber, reminiscent of the mythical 9 dragons pulling coffin. As Xiao Chen approached the stone coffin, shadowy figures materialized from thin air, floating mid-air, their forms flickering in and out of visibility. These monsters wielded scythes and donned black cloaks, beneath which lay bare skulls devoid of flesh, with 2 green flames blazing fiercely in their eye sockets, evoking a strong resemblance to the Western Grim Reaper. Monster name: Necromancer, normal, level 70 health points, 9,800 physical attack, 138 magical attack, 276 physical defense, 999 magical defense, 140 energy body, immune to all physical damage. To be immune to all physical damage is indeed astonishing. With a magical attack of 276, it presents a terrifying figure for ordinary practitioners. Yet Xiao Chen stands apart from this classification. Fortunately, due to a significant enhancement yesterday, his magical defense has reached 285. Otherwise, he would truly hesitate to level up in this vicinity. The attack mechanism of the Necromancer is particularly unique. A massive scythe, nearly the same length as their own form, sweeps through the air, unleashing a green blade that gracefully descends upon Xiao Chen. Regardless of his evasive maneuvers, those blades seem to possess an uncanny awareness, perpetually tracking him. Only upon striking Xiao Chen do they gradually dissipate. This attack astonishingly incorporates an absolute locking feature. Minus 276, minus 276, minus 276, although their strikes inflicted no damage upon Xiao Chen. A series of damage values appeared above their heads. The attack frequency of the Necromancers is relatively slow, occurring approximately every 2 seconds. Fortunately, the density of monsters in this area is quite high, and their targeted ranged attacks undoubtedly enhance Xiao Chen's leveling speed significantly. After traversing a circle around the sarcophagus, he unexpectedly attracted over 100 necromancers. You have slain a necromancer, gaining 70 experience points and 88 copper coins. You have slain a necromancer, gaining 70 experience points. You have slain a necromancer, gaining 70 experience points and 3 copper coins. It takes about 70 seconds to rebound and defeat a single necromancer. Each slain necromancer yields 70 experience points, simultaneously provoking 100 more. Calculating this, he can acquire approximately 6,000 experience points per minute. Thus, in an hour, he could amass around 360,000 experience points. If he practices here for 12 hours a day, he could potentially gain around 13 million experience points in 3 days. Ascending from level 55 to 70 requires a total of 12 million experience points. Therefore, reaching level 70 before heading to the West Capital Warrior Academy appears quite feasible. Leveling can be monotonous and tedious. While grinding, Xiao Chen opens the regional chat channel to observe the conversations of others. Gaining insights into the practitioner's information is never a waste. Sticky, Qian Duo. High prices for buying and selling various rare items. Sticky, Hao Mei. Seeking high-priced assistance. Sticky, Dao Ge. The Zodiac Guild is recruiting members long-term. Upon opening the regional chat channel, he is immediately greeted by the pinned messages from these affluent individuals. The cost for pinning messages in the regional chat channel is not trivial. It requires 1 gold coin per hour, and this is merely the baseline price without competition. There are only 3 positions available for pinned messages, with a minimum price of 1 gold coin per hour. If competition arises, it goes to the highest bidder. Given that this is a small locale and situated within the novice dungeon area, there are not many willing to spend money on such competition. In certain popular chat channels, the pinned prices can be exorbitant. 3. Sister, could you send a photo? If you are beautiful, I shall take you along for free. Sister, what level are you? 3. I am a gunsmith, currently at level 29. I will be leveling up in the Sunset Dunes tomorrow. Sister, I am already at level 32. 3. Are you intentionally trying to annoy me? At level 32, you still need someone to carry you? Is there anyone in this channel who can assist you? Sister, of course there are. I have reached this level thanks to someone guiding me. Zhou Jia. Sister, would you like me to take you along? I am currently at level 40. Sister, no, thank you. Following you might lead to others saying who knows what about me. 3. Zhou Jia, impressive. You're already at level 38. Among the new players in this city, you must be the strongest. Zhou Jia, just average. I will strive to reach level 50 before entering the Warrior Academy. 3. As you progress, leveling up becomes increasingly challenging. Given your pace, it should not be a problem within a week. Sister, level 50? Wasn't the hidden boss we defeated last night at level 55? He must have been level 50 yesterday then. Upon uttering this, the chat channel fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 26. Journey to the Warrior Academy of Shijing. On the first day of entering the forgotten ancient tomb, Xiao Chen ascended to level 62. On the following day, he advanced by 6 levels, reaching level 68. The third day marked his final day in the novice dungeon area of the new city. Tomorrow, he would set forth for the Warrior Academy of Shijing. The Necromancer's domain indeed served as an excellent spot for monster farming. With increasing familiarity with the terrain, the process of slaying monsters became considerably more effortless. Within merely 5 hours, his level had already risen to 71. Contemplating his next move, Xiao Chen decided against continuing to farm here. Since he was about to depart, it would be prudent to explore the ultimate dungeon of the novice area. 20 minutes later, Xiao Chen found himself standing alone before the Death Marshes dungeon in the New City South Novice Square. Notification: you have entered the Death Marshes. The monster levels in this dungeon range from 71 to 100. True to its name, the Death Marshes was an expansive swamp teeming with venomous insects and shrouded in miasma, resulting in dismal visibility. This oppressive environment was quite discomforting. After searching the area and finding no suitable training grounds, he exited the Death Marshes. Upon returning home, he tidied up his valuable belongings and retired early for the night. The house had been sold, and its new owner would arrive the following morning. This would be his final night in the new city, and it was unlikely he would return. That night, the admissions office of the Warrior Academy of Shijing was brightly lit. Over a dozen faculty members engaged in fervent discussions. Among them, a gaunt old man wore a triumphant smile. Ha ha ha. Our Department of Magic has recruited a genius magician who is reportedly already at level 60. This leveling speed is unattainable by other professions. An equally aged woman with a hoarse voice interjected, "Isn't it natural for novice dungeons to facilitate rapid leveling? If one can maintain such speed into the first tier, that would indeed be remarkable." Wang, puh. Have you enrolled anyone in the necromancy department this year? The old woman sighed. The necromancer class is predominantly rare, though few. We do have some. That's true. Every one of you necromancers is formidable. If there were more of you, what chance would the other professions stand? At that moment, a middle-aged man with striking features spoke up. The swordsmen this year are also lacking. We have only common professions, and not a single special class like the swordmaster has emerged. Jian Wu, spare us your complaints. At least your department consistently fills its ranks, unlike our necromancers, who only manage 3 or 5 each year. Jian Wu cast a glance at a nearby hulking figure. We may have numbers, but we still fall short of your tanks by a third. The robust middle-aged man, known as Brother Long, had previously extended an invitation to Xiao Chen. Brother Long shot a glance at Jian Wu, expressing his discontent. Having many does not equate to weakness. We possess formidable warriors among our ranks, you know. Huh. How strong can a tank truly be? They can merely endure a bit. Without other professions to team up with, leveling becomes a challenge. Upon hearing the mocking remarks from Jian Wu, Long Gu, who had previously exhibited a fiery temper, smiled and replied, "Jian Wu, while it is true that some specialized classes within your swordsman faction level up rapidly, our tank warriors also possess their own strengths. Shall we engage in a friendly competition?" A trace of derision appeared on Jian Wu's face as he retorted, "Compete in what? And who is more resilient?" Long Gu, undeterred, responded, "That would be unfair. Let us compare something more substantial. How about we see which faction's new recruits have achieved higher levels? Are you willing to take on this challenge?" The two nearby mages, a wizard and a necromancer, observed this exchange with interest, amused that two classes known for their slow leveling speeds were actually competing. Jian Wu was no fool. He recognized that Long Gu, who usually refrained from discussing leveling speeds, had suddenly become assertive, indicating he found a remarkably fast-leveling recruit. However, to his knowledge, no fast-leveling professions had ever emerged within the tank category, rare classes included. Noticing Jian Wu's hesitation to respond, Long Gu chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to compete with our tank class? Have you swordsmen fallen so low? Let us not just play for fun. Shall we add some stakes?" Jian Wu, intrigued, inquired about the stakes. "How about this? The loser must gift a piece of growth equipment to the highest level recruit of the opposing faction." Long Gu exclaimed, "You're quite bold, old dragon. Do you realize the value of growth equipment? ISNT, it only around 5 or 600 gold coins. I can manage that." Long Gu replied confidently, 5 or 600. True, your tank faction doesn't emphasize weapons as much, focusing instead on armor, which is indeed less costly, Jian Wu acknowledged. Enough chatter. Let us get to the point. Are we competing or not? After a moment's contemplation, Jian Wu declared, "I happen to have an unnecessary piece of red quality armor. If you have the capability, it's yours." Agreed, it's settled. Just as the two concluded their agreement, the wizard, Li Lao, shook his head in resignation. "Little Long, you're in for a surprise." Long Gu, perplexed, turned to Li Lao. "What do you mean?" "This cycle. Although your swordsman faction didn't recruit a swordsman, you did manage to enlist a magic swordsman, who is no less formidable than a swordsman." "What? A magic swordsman? That class has emerged again?" Long Gu gasped in astonishment. Realizing it was too late to back out, he sighed in resignation. "Your swordsman faction truly is teeming with talent. Nevertheless, I, Long Gu, stand by my word." "Very well." The wizard Li Lao and the necromancer Wang exchanged knowing smiles. Leveling up was not a concern for them, as their focus lay on true combat prowess. The following morning, a real estate agent awaited early at Xiao Chen's doorstep. Upon seeing Xiao Chen emerge, he collected the keys thrown his way and led the new owner into the property. In that moment, Xiao Chen felt completely unburdened by the city. As he glanced at the various promotional slogans for college entrance examinations, it felt as though he had returned to Earth. After a brief pause, he turned away from the rising sun and walked in the opposite direction. After embarking on the intercity high-speed train, he arrived in the largest city of the entire western region of Long Country, West Capital, after a journey of 3 hours. Driver, to the West Capital Warrior Academy. The taxi driver turned to look at this ordinarily dressed young man and smiled. Young man, are you going to study or merely visiting? Xiao Chen inquired. As the driver started the vehicle, he continued to engage in casual conversation. The West Capital Warrior Academy is the most formidable institution in the entire western region of Long Country, renowned for both its reputation and prowess, placing it among the elite echelon in the nation. Naturally, many wish to visit. However, that place is not accessible to just anyone. If you're merely visiting, I can only drop you off 5 kilometers away in the Eastern District, and you'll have to walk the rest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Is entry not permitted? If ordinary people were allowed inside, wouldn't it resemble a bustling marketplace? Chapter 27. The school entry turmoil before the gates of the West Capital Warrior Academy. A considerable number of young individuals had gathered, seemingly early arrivals for enrollment. However, they were all barred from entry by the academy security personnel. One particularly brash youth with yellow hair shouted at the guard, "Why are we not allowed in? We are all students of this academy." The guard, cigarette dangling from his lips, replied with impatience, "It is not yet the time for the new semester. Entry is permitted only in 7 days. Who are you trying to fool?" Those 2 young men just went inside. The yellow-haired youth protested. The guard scoffed. "They're special recruits. Do you understand? Special recruits? What does that mean? Are they the ones who have connections to get into the academy? Do not mistake this place for an ordinary university. This is the West Capital Warrior Academy." The guard emphasized the name with a commanding presence that radiated from him, causing the gathered students to fall silent under the weight of his authority. Once he noticed their compliance, the guard coldly stated, "Return from whence you came. The academy opens in 7 days." At that moment, a plainly dressed young man emerged from the crowd. "Can I enter the academy from here?" he inquired. All eyes turned towards this oblivious youth, the guard having made the rules abundantly clear. Yet, the newcomer appeared to disregard the guard's words. This individual was none other than Xiao Chen. Realizing that everyone was staring at him, Xiao Chen confirmed that he had washed his face that morning. And though his attire was unremarkable, it was decent enough. Why had he attracted such attention? The guard's expression darkened, feeling his authority challenged. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said?" Xiao Chen's expression turned icy. Though this was the West Capital Warrior Academy, he found it audacious for a mere guard to act with such arrogance. After some contemplation, he chose not to engage further with the guard. Instead, he opened his communication list and found Long Ji's contact. "Black Knight. Long Ge, I've arrived, but the guard at the entrance is blocking me." Long Ge quickly responded. "Long Ge, I'm on my way back. Just tell the guard my name, and he will let you in." Closing the message, Xiao Chen turned to the guard. "I am a student brought in by Long Ge. Teacher Long. Long Ge. Never heard of him. Don't think you can fool me with just a name. I've seen plenty like you." Xiao Chen suppressed his anger and explained patiently, "The admissions office's Long Ge." The guard, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, "I told you. I have never heard of any Long Ge. Now get lost, or I won't hesitate to be rude. Even a mud doll has its limits, let alone someone who is not a pushover." Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke coldly. "You should first check the records or make a phone call to verify." Confronted by the multitude of onlookers, the security guard felt his authority profoundly challenged, and his countenance grew increasingly grim. "Do I require your instruction to perform my duties?" Xiao Chen offered no response, merely gazing silently at the guard. This gaze was familiar to the guard, imbued with disdain and contempt. It stirred within him recollections of unforgettable past encounters, igniting a surge of anger. "It seems you have come seeking trouble. If so, then perish." As he spoke, the guard unleashed a powerful punch toward Xiao Chen. The force propelled Xiao Chen backward more than 10 steps. Bereft of equipment, his defensive capability was a mere 197 points. The blow resulted in a staggering reduction of over 800 points from his life force, minus 835, minus 1,032. Conversely, the guard experienced a recoil that diminished his own life force by 1032 points. This is intriguing. The guard, confident in his defensive abilities, mused that even a second-tier strong assault class professional would struggle to inflict such substantial damage upon him. Yet, here stood a mere first-tier novice, capable of such significant harm. Wait, the young man did not strike. How? Then, did I sustain this injury? Could it be a rebound effect? After calculating the attack's impact and resultant damage, he arrived at a shocking conclusion. The young man's rebound damage exceeded 80. This was undoubtedly the hallmark of a genius in the tank class. Just as the guard prepared to strike again, a sharp voice called out from behind, "Stop!" At the sound of the reprimand, the guard was about to erupt in fury when he noticed a figure approaching. Upon recognizing the newcomer's face, the guard's expression transformed into one of obsequiousness. "Director Long, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Brother Long from the Special Recruitment Office. Upon hearing his name, the guard's face drained of color. He had assumed Xiao Chen was merely an ordinary student, one without any instructors bearing the surname Long. Little did he realize that Brother Long was in fact the Special Recruitment Director for the Tank Class Genius Program. Caught off guard by the disruption to his rest, and now facing such a formidable individual, the guard felt his anger rise. Brother Long, as the director of the Genius class at the Shijing Warrior Academy, possessed both strength and authority far beyond what a mere security guard could afford to offend. Just as he was about to offer an explanation to Brother Long, he saw that Brother Long had already begun to stroll away with Xiao Chen into the campus. Without sparing the guard a glance, Brother Long's voice echoed from behind. "You are dismissed and await the Academy's investigation." To dare lay hands upon a student in such a manner. Had it been a student of lesser constitution, you might have killed them. The once arrogant guard now stood dejected, like a deflated balloon, consumed with regret. This scene left the surrounding students in a state of astonishment. Yet, for Xiao Chen, this was merely a minor incident. He held no regard for a security guard who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his gaze ultimately resting on Xiao Chen. "You must be the night classmate, right?" "I am Long Gu." Xiao Chen felt a twinge of confusion. He had never met Long Gu in person, only communicated through the system. How could he recognize him amidst the throng? Do not be astonished. I witnessed that punch from a security guard earlier. Few can withstand it. Moreover, since I have invited you, how could I be unaware of your information? Upon hearing Long Ji's explanation, Xiao Chen instantly comprehended the reasoning behind it. "Follow me." The Western Capital Warrior Academy was vast, though referred to as an academy. It resembled a well-equipped city within a city. Various buildings towered within, each adorned with a unique emblem atop its summit. These insignias represented distinct professions. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived before a building crowned with a shield emblem. Long Gu looked up at the shield and remarked to Xiao Chen, "Do you see that? This is our teaching building for the shield bearers. However, this is merely a place for ordinary students to study. You will not be learning here, so come with me." At this time, the semester had yet to commence, and the teaching building appeared rather desolate. Under Long Ji's guidance, they traversed the hall and continued deeper into the back courtyard without pausing. After another 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at a low, warehouse-like structure. Long Gu approached the entrance, and as the flower bed at the door emitted 2 beams of light that scanned him, the main door swung open. As the door opened, Xiao Chen was left utterly astounded by the environment within. Is this truly a teaching building? Chapter 28. The Prodigies of the Shield Bearer Division. Is this truly a school? Xiao Chen was astounded by the scene before him. This was hardly an academic building. It could easily be described as a comprehensive venue that combined fitness, entertainment, and dining. Inside, there are not only well-equipped workout areas and gourmet zones staffed by professional chefs, but also gaming sections and even foot massage relaxation areas. Xiao Chen turned to Long Gu, bewildered. Is this really a teaching building? Long Gu looked at Xiao Chen, a radiant smile gracing his face. Of course, it is a teaching building. However, this area is reserved for elite students of the Shield Bearer Division. The large building we passed earlier is where ordinary students reside. Noticing Xiao Chen's perplexed expression, Long Gu inquired with a chuckle, "What did you envision a warrior academy to be like?" Xiao Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, what should a warrior academy resemble? Before the awakening ceremony, the students had debated this very question. Some believed it should resemble a conventional university, while others thought it should be akin to a military camp, yet none had imagined it would be like this. In the dining area, a few muscular and brawny young men, presumably still in their youth, spotted Long Gu and Xiao Chen. While gnawing on a roasted leg of lamb, which was as thick as their arms, one of them turned and exclaimed, "Teacher Long, come over here." The freshly roasted lamb legs are absolutely delicious. Long Gu quickly led Xiao Chen to the dining section, pulling out a chair and promptly sinking his teeth into the leg of lamb. The flavor is indeed delightful. After indulging for a few moments, he remembered Xiao Chen, coughed a couple of times, and let me introduce you. This is our new classmate, Hei Yi. He then gestured to the other three. These three are triplets, known as. The muscular man chomping on the lamb interrupted Long Ji's enthusiastic introduction. No need for all that formality. You can just call me De Chue. This is Air Chue, and he is Xiao Chue. Following De Chue's gesture, Xiao Chen noticed the other two, who were vigorously devouring even larger legs of lamb. Their physiques were equally impressive, particularly Xiao Chue, whose arm muscles were considerably thicker than Xiao Chen's thighs. Meeting Xiao Chen's gaze, Xiao Chue blushed slightly and managed to stutter, "We are the Hammer Brothers." At that moment, De Chue pulled out a chair and warmly invited Xiao Chen to sit beside him. "Classmate Hei Yi, my two younger brothers are not particularly talkative, but their strength is indeed commendable." Longa chuckled and asked, "Wang De Chue, what levels are you at?" De Chue proudly thumped his chest and replied, "The three of us reached level 52 just yesterday. As shield-bearer warriors, I doubt anyone can level up faster than us." This level was indeed formidable elsewhere, and even among the special recruits at the Warrior Academy, it was not insignificant. Moreover, being shield-bearer warriors made their achievement particularly remarkable. "By the way, Brother Hei Yi, what level are you at?" "Level 71. Level 71? That's quite impressive." "What?" Both De Chue and Long Gu were taken aback by the revelation. For days prior, Long Gu received news of Xiao Chen defeating a level 55 hidden boss. Astonishingly, in just over 3 days, he had reached level 71. Such a leveling speed would leave even mages and necromancers in awe. It is indeed remarkable that a tank warrior could advance so swiftly. "By the way, Brother Hai, what is your profession?" Xiao Chen turned to Long Gu, his expression curious. "Nothing to worry about. Just speak up. With your strength, you will undoubtedly become renowned in the academy soon enough." Xiao Chen nodded and replied, "I am a reverse scale battle soul." "Reverse scale battle soul? What kind of profession is that?" "I have never heard of it," Long Gu remarked, crossing his legs and smiling. "The reverse scale battle soul is an exceedingly rare profession." "A rare profession?" The three brothers simultaneously set down their roasted lamb legs, gazing at Xiao Chen in astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy. "Enough with the envy. You three are no slouches either, especially considering your combination techniques, which are quite formidable," Long Gu reassured them. Combination techniques? This was the first time Xiao Chen had heard of such a thing. Long Gu nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face as he regarded the three burly brothers. Indeed, these three are triplets. Although they all awakened as ordinary shield warriors, they possess a unique talent. What talent? As long as these three brothers remain in the same team, they can activate a buff called Cooperative Harmony. This buff allows their skill effects to stack upon one another. Stacking effects sounds unremarkable, but when applied to certain special skills, the results can be terrifying. For example, a skill that reduces cooldowns by 35 can be unleashed without any cooldown when combined among the three. Furthermore, a skill that stuns with a 35 chance can achieve an infinite stun when stacked together. If utilized properly, this skill would be akin to a game-breaking ability. Indeed, those who are specially recruited are never ordinary. Just as they conversed, a tattooed young man emerged from the bathing area, wrapped in a towel. Well, Lao Long. Looks like we have a newcomer," he remarked. Upon seeing the tattooed man, Long Ji's expression soured. "Zhang Hu, although this is not an ordinary academy, please maintain your decorum." Zhang Hu dismissed the concern. "It's just us big guys here. There's no need for such formality. If you could bring in a pretty junior sister, I assure you I would dress more formally than any of you." Long Gu sighed in resignation. "Do as you please for the next few days. But this cannot continue once classes officially commence." "Don't worry, Lao Long, I know my limits." "By the way, who is this?" Zhang Hu casually picked up a roasted lamb leg and began to gnaw on it, asking indifferently. "Hi." "Oh," Zhang Hu replied nonchalantly, returning to his lamb leg. Xiao Chen paid little heed to this, understanding that respect must be earned through strength. Everything else was mere triviality. Moreover, what others thought of him was of no concern, as long as they did not interfere with his own pursuits. Zhang Hu, like you, has also awakened a rare profession, though his is rather unique. How should I put it? Long Ge began to introduce, carefully selecting his words in his mind. He is a professional known as the Titan Bastion, a class whose defensive capabilities are nearly unparalleled. To put it simply, among practitioners of the same tier, there are few who can penetrate his defenses. A proud expression adorned Zhang Hu's face, and indeed, he possessed the credentials to be so. Long Ge continued, although this profession is formidable, it suffers from a common flaw of tank warriors, a sluggish leveling speed. I have arranged for several mages and healers to assist him in his training, yet he has only reached level 43. Zhang Hu scoffed at this, saying, "Old Long, you must adopt a long-term perspective. Just think if my level were to rise. Wouldn't that give me the chance to vanquish those top-tier bosses?" Chapter 29, Academy Points. Long Ge found himself at a loss when it came to dealing with Zhang Hu. Despite Zhang Hu's less-than-pleasant demeanor, he was regarded as the hope of the Meat Shield class. Not only Long Ge, but the entire academy had their eyes on Zhang Hu. Indeed, as Zhang Hu had stated, the Titan Barrier profession was widely recognized as one of the most formidable, often proving essential against particularly challenging bosses. This was the very reason why Long Ge tolerated him. Long Ge chose to disregard Zhang Hu's antics and, with a solemn expression, addressed the group. "All right, let us discuss matters of importance." Though the group generally jested with Long Ge, they grew serious when it came to substantive discussions. Even the sound of gnawing on roasted lamb shanks diminished considerably. Observing this shift, Long Ge's expression softened slightly. There are still a few special recruits from the Meat Shield Warrior class who have yet to arrive. Some of them may not make it until the official start of the term, so we shall not wait for them. Your early arrival at the academy was not solely to familiarize yourselves with the environment. There is a more crucial matter at hand. While awakened professions and talents are undoubtedly significant, unrefined potential remains just that, potential. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards Zhang Hu, seemingly pointed. He continued, "Thus, every semester, the Warrior Academy conducts 2 assessments, which will determine your treatment within the school. When I mention treatment, I refer not only to standard benefits, but also to rare items and skills. Some of the outstanding performers may even receive rewards that would evoke envy in me. In summary, the outcomes of these 2 assessments are of paramount importance for your future development. The first assessment will be the level ranking at the start of the semester. I need not elaborate on levels. The higher, the better. In past cohorts, some students have even achieved level 100 at the beginning of the term. However, such exceptional cases are exceedingly rare and should not serve as a benchmark. Nevertheless, there are many who reach level 70, which is the minimum standard for outstanding students. Any student starting below level 70, barring a few exceptionally promising special professions, will be relegated to the status of a regular student. With only 7 days remaining until the semester begins, reaching level 70 should not pose a significant challenge for you. As for the second assessment, it is rather unique. The initiation of the first stage trial tower. Only practitioners of the first stage may enter this tower, where they can earn rewards from the trial tower itself. Moreover, those who excel may receive accolades from the academy. The number of trial towers is exceedingly limited, with only one located in Shijing City, an opportunity not available elsewhere. The first stage trial tower presents considerable difficulty, with monsters within reaching level 100. Therefore, it is advisable for you to attain level 100 before undertaking this challenge. However, do not fret. The results from the trial tower will be valid for 1 month after the semester begins. Should you fail to reach level 100 within that time frame, the value of your training will be called into question, and the trial tower becomes less significant. As he spoke, Long Ge distributed a badge to each of the 5 individuals, each emblazoned with a shield emblem, identical to the insignia atop the previous teaching building. This emblem represents the elite students of the shield class. With this badge, you will be granted the freedom to traverse most areas within the academy. Furthermore, the badge will serve as a conduit for the academy's point system, allowing you to purchase and trade various items on campus. In essence, the academy points are the sole universal currency within the institution. Naturally, if you possess funds, you may acquire academy points from other students, provided they are willing to sell, as the school imposes no restrictions. Notification: you have activated the internal system of the Shijing Warrior Academy. Notification. The internal system of the Shijing Warrior Academy is a unique system activated by special items, granting recognition of unlimited system privileges, along with certain system permissions. Click to view. Student name, Black Knight. Student ID, 35421. Department, Shield Class. Student level, First Order, level 71. Student combat power, 374 without equipped gear. Academy points, 0 points. The might of the multiverse system is well known. The fact that the Shijing Warrior Academy can attain partial privileges of this system finally provided Xiao Chen with a tangible understanding of the Academy's strength. Brother Long continued. There are numerous ways to obtain Academy points, primarily through rewards based on monthly assessment results. Any student who passes the assessment will receive a significant sum of Academy points. Of course, the better your assessment results, the more points you will earn. Additionally, points can be acquired by completing tasks assigned by the school. In short, there are myriad ways to accumulate points. I shall not detail them all, as you may refer to the Academy's internal system for the points regulations. Well, I believe I have conveyed all that is necessary. Today, you should rest well, and tomorrow, focus on leveling up. I have matters to attend to. Deche, please escort Black Knight to his room, which is conveniently next door. Understood, Teacher Long. After Brother Long departed, Zhang Hu casually inquired, Brother Black Knight, what level are you? 71. What? You are level 71? Xiao Chen said little more. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the time. It was just past 2 p.m. It felt a bit early to rest, so he pondered for a moment before asking, is there an entrance to dungeons within the Academy? De Chue burped and chuckled. Brother Black Knight, we had the same thought. The three of us were also planning to level up for a while longer. Care to join us? Zhang Hu lazily remarked. You all go ahead. I'm feeling a bit tired today and would like to rest properly before leveling up tomorrow. After lunch, under the guidance of the Iron Hammer Trio, they navigated the intricate terrain and arrived at a plaza. The layout of the plaza was nearly identical to that of the Novice Square in New City. 5 entrances to Novice dungeons were arranged in sequence. However, unlike the bustling marketplace of New City's Novice Square, there were no cries of vendors here. Transactions could be conducted directly through the Academy's internal system, eliminating the need for time-consuming stalls. Observing the 5 dungeon entrances before him, the Iron Hammer brothers promptly entered the Forgotten Tomb, while Xiao Chen proceeded to the final dungeon. The novice dungeons across all regions share identical content. They merely exist separately, accessed through different entrances without any interaction. Upon re-entering the Death Marshes, the atmosphere remains dismal. The cacophony of insects and birds echoes throughout the marsh, while toxic bubbles sporadically surface in the murky green puddles. Poisonous creatures roam freely amidst the suffocating miasma, rendering visibility painfully low and creating a stifling ambience. After retrieving and donning his gear from storage, his combat power rises anew to 493. A few minutes into his advance, Xiao Chen suddenly halts in his tracks. To his astonishment, he spots a living person not far away. Chapter 30. Beautiful Maiden. Do you require assistance? Xiao Chen halted his steps. Not far away, on a patch of grass, a remarkably voluptuous young woman was engaged in combat with a horde of poisonous frogs. To call it a battle would be somewhat misleading. It was more akin to a massacre. She stood at the center of the grassy expanse, methodically releasing arrows at an astonishing speed, each projectile effortlessly eliminating a poisonous frog. This spectacle left Xiao Chen astounded. The creatures here were of, at least, level 71. The fact that she could obliterate a level 71 monster with a single arrow hinted at an extraordinary level of power. Previously, he had slain a level 70 necromancer with a health pool of 9,800. Given that necromancers are known for their high attack but frail defenses, it was likely that the health of a level 71 monster would be even greater. If that were the case, this woman was truly formidable. Suddenly, a poisonous frog lunged at Xiao Chen, and the system promptly provided details on the creature. Monster name: Poisonous Frog, summoned minion of the rare boss. Magic Frog, level 71 health points, 300 physical attack, 199 magical attack, 299 physical defense, 55 magical defense, 55 skill venomous strike. Attacks inflict ongoing poison damage. The poisonous frog extended a long, crimson tongue that struck against his massive shield, leaving behind a trail of green liquid that bubbled ominously. Simultaneously, he received a system notification of the kill. You have slain a poisonous frog, gaining 7 experience points. Upon reviewing the details of the poisonous frog and the experience gained from its demise, it became clear to him what was occurring. The young woman was not truly annihilating level 71 monsters. Rather, she was dispatching minions summoned by a rare boss. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen decided to approach her. The woman was equally surprised to see him. Her rapid leveling was not merely due to her awakening a rare class, the elf archer, but also because of substantial support from her family. The bow in her possession, which could enhance her attack speed by 300, had been procured at great expense by her family. Despite this, she dedicated over 18 hours each day to leveling in dungeons to barely reach level 71. She was confident that she ranked among the top in her cohort of new students. Yet, the figure approaching her was perplexing, a man wielding 2 shields taller than himself. Unmistakably a tank warrior. Was it truly possible for a tank warrior to reach level 71? She found it hard to believe, suspecting that he might be a seasoned player who had awakened his class through other means, or perhaps a veteran from the previous cohort. Xiao Chen stopped approximately 30 meters away from the woman, contemplating before inquiring, "Classmate, do you need assistance in defeating this hidden boss?" The young woman was taken aback, not expecting such a proposition from Xiao Chen. "No, thank you. Our combined strength is insufficient to slay the magic frog, and I still need to utilize its summoned minions for leveling." Having heard her response, Xiao Chen chose to say nothing further. It was indeed true that with his current capabilities, he might not be able to defeat a rare boss of over level 70. Disregarding the young girl, Xiao Chen continued his journey deeper into the marsh. The girl gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought, before shaking her head and resuming her monster hunting to level up. The previous location had indeed been an excellent training ground for the Swift Girl. Had it not been for her presence, Xiao Chen might have chosen that very spot. Within the Death Marsh, finding an appropriate area for Xiao Chen to train was no simple feat. It was not due to a scarcity of monsters, but rather that most locations were engulfed in swampy terrain, making it difficult for him to draw aggro. Eventually, Xiao Chen came to a halt on a patch of grass overrun with vines. Not far ahead stood a large tree, cloaked in tendrils, its trunk teeming with countless fist-sized black beetles. Monster name, Iron Beetle level, 75, health points, 7,500 physical attack, 350 magical attack, 280 physical defense, 200 magical defense, 98 skill, iron armor. Increases physical defense by 50 when health drops below 50, lasting for 10 seconds. This would suffice. Xiao Chen advanced, clashing his dual shields together, producing a resounding metallic crash. The swarm of iron beetles surged towards him like a cloud of black smoke. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. With such an abundance, his leveling speed would surely. Although the iron beetles did not possess high health, as minor monsters, their attack and defense were disproportionately formidable. However, this posed no concern for Xiao Chen. His reflected damage was true damage, unaffected by the opponent's defenses. The harm inflicted upon them depended solely on their strength of attack. The stronger their offense, the greater the damage returned. Despite the multitude of iron beetles, they could not breach Xiao Chen's defenses, rendering their numbers advantageous. The frequency of their attacks was relatively low, approximately every 3 seconds. Each instance of reflected damage hovered around 350, resulting in an approximate damage return of 120 per second. With 7,500 health points, it would take over a minute to vanquish them. While this pace was not particularly swift, the sheer number compensated for it. The iron beetles were diminutive, allowing a significantly greater number to attack Xiao Chen simultaneously. A rough estimate indicated that over 200 iron beetles were assailing him at once. Thus, he could potentially slay around 200 of them per minute. Each iron beetle yielded 75 experience points, translating to 15,000 experience in a minute and 900,000 experience in an hour. This leveling speed exceeded that of hunting the undead sorcerers by more than fourfold. Upon reaching level 71, the experience required for advancement increased significantly. Progressing from level 71 to 72 required 500,000 experience points, while ascending from level 71 to 75 necessitated 3 million. Ascending from 75 to 80 demanded a staggering 3 million. In total, Xiao Chen required approximately 3 million experience points to reach level 80. Based on his current monster-slaying velocity, he would attain this milestone in merely 6 hours. Upon calculating this result, Xiao Chen found himself momentarily astonished. If others were to discover the rapidity of his leveling pace, one could only speculate on their reactions. You have slain an iron beetle, earning 75 experience points and 12 copper coins. You have slain an iron beetle, earning 75 experience points. You have slain an iron beetle, earning 75 experience points and 67 copper coins. Notification: your experience points have reached 100. Your level has risen to the first tier, level 72, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Notification: your experience points have reached 100. Your level has risen to the first tier, level 73, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Chapter 31. Sailor Moon. 6 hours slipped by in an instant. Your experience points have reached 100, and your level has ascended to the first tier, level 80, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Xiao Chen successfully attained level 80. After reaching this milestone, slaying armored beetles yielded no further rewards. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. Xiao Chen decided to call it a day and continue tomorrow. His initial goal had been to reach level 75, yet he had exceeded this target. The Hammer brothers sent him a message, urging him to return for dinner, as the chef would soon be finishing for the night. Passing through the magic frog zone, he noticed the young girl still grinding away at her levels, but he paid her no mind and proceeded directly toward the exit of the dungeon. Upon returning to the dining hall, he found the Hammer brothers already indulging in a feast. "Brother of the night, come over. Tonight's meal is extraordinary, braised pork knuckle." The dish before them was a vivid crimson, with a tender, slightly wrinkled skin that seemed to be lovingly embraced by a rich sauce. The meat was succulent, with distinct marbling, glistening enticingly. Its round shape resembled a work of art on the plate, emanating a rich aroma that instantly heightened one's appetite. After dinner, Xiao Chen followed the Hammer brothers to the activity area in the basement. This puzzled him. Were they not headed to the lodging area? Why descend into the basement? After traversing a lengthy corridor and opening a heavy iron door, he was greeted by a dazzling sight that brightened his eyes. "Brother of the night, this is your room. We 3 brothers reside next door. Call for me if you need anything." "Thank you." Upon entering the room and closing the heavy iron door, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. The space was expansive, complete with a bedroom, bathroom, lounge, and living room. The decor and furnishings were remarkably luxurious, rivaling those of a 5-star hotel suite. What truly captivated Xiao Chen was the lifelike garden outside the window. At that moment, a robot resembling a trash bin spoke up. "Welcome home, Master. I am your intelligent robotic butler, capable of managing all affairs within this room." Noticing Xiao Chen gazing out the window, the robot explained, "Master, this is a holographic projection, equipped with a 9D viewing experience. Would you like me to demonstrate?" Seeing that Xiao Chen did not decline, the robot, through its intelligent operating system, altered the view outside. The starry night sky suddenly transformed into a winter wonderland draped in shimmering snow. A gust of cold wind blew from the window, causing Xiao Chen to shiver involuntarily. Moments later, the scene shifted again, revealing a setting sun, with warm sunlight streaming through the window and enveloping Xiao Chen in a cozy embrace. With this simulation system in place, the oppressive feeling of residing in a basement vanished entirely. Ultimately, Xiao Chen settled on a picturesque scene of mountains and rivers, embodying the essence of summer countryside. Reclining on the sofa, a cup of freshly brewed artisan coffee prepared by the intelligent robot sat on the coffee table. Listening to the gentle sound of flowing water outside while savoring the steaming coffee was an exquisite pleasure. The environment here was far superior to the cramped quarters he had previously inhabited. Upon arriving at the Warrior Academy, one is automatically inducted into the regional chat channel. With some idle time, I opened the regional chat channel. Perhaps due to the fact that the school had yet to officially commence, the number of participants was rather sparse, and the conversations were even fewer. The topics discussed primarily revolved around the impressive facilities of the academy. I closed the regional chat channel and succumbed to a deep slumber in the sanctuary of my room. The following morning, as I entered the dining hall, I noticed a slender and demure girl already seated and dining. At another table, the Hammer brothers were vigorously enjoying their meals. Meanwhile, Zhang, who squatted in a corner of the dining area, arms crossed and head buried between his knees. If it weren't for the tattoos adorning his arms, it would be difficult to recognize him. I approached the Hammer brothers' table and inquired about Zhang, whose predicament. Decisive subtly gestured towards a girl at the adjacent table and whispered, "Zhang, who got thoroughly beaten by that girl." Erchui chuckled, "Haha, I've never liked Zhang, who. That girl really packs a punch." Without hesitation, she delivered a thorough thrashing when he tried to harass her, and now he is stuck there, unable to move, lest he face further punishment. "Is fighting allowed in the academy?" I asked. "Well, technically it isn't permitted, but since the school hasn't officially started yet, I doubt anyone will intervene. After all, that guy definitely had it coming." Upon overhearing the conversation, the girl turned her head towards us, making eye contact with me. She had shoulder-length hair and a remarkably delicate face. Could it be that such an unassuming girl could bring the so-called strongest defender, Zhang Hu, to his knees? It seemed utterly implausible. In response to my bewildered gaze, the girl shyly explained, "My mother always said that people like him, who are bad, should be dealt with severely. Otherwise, they will continue to provoke me." After hearing her explanation, I found myself at a loss for words. How could such a seemingly harmless and innocent girl commit such a brutal act? I refrained from commenting on the matter, as it was of no concern to me. Nodding at the girl, I returned to my meal, choosing to ignore the situation. Brothers of the Night. We leveled up 5 times in just half a day yesterday, and are now at level 57. At this pace, in no more than 2 days, we 3 brothers will reach level 70, and then we can train alongside you. Indeed, keep it up. How many levels did you gain yesterday? About the same as you. Wang Dechui gave me a thumbs up. You're impressive. Already over level 70, and still managed to level up 5 times in half a day. I'm in awe. To avoid dampening their spirits, I chose not to disclose the reality of my situation. The short-haired girl, overhearing our conversation, gasped in disbelief. "What did you say? He's over level 70? How is that possible? Isn't he one of us from the tank class?" Of course, the Brothers of the Night belong to our tank class. And he even has a rare profession. The girl looked skeptical. Isn't everyone who has come here in the past few days likely to have a rare profession? Not entirely. The 3 of us are merely ordinary professionals. The young girl waved her hand dismissively, stating that this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was how he, being a member of our tank class, could level up at such an astonishing rate. Was it possible that he had awakened early? This remained unclear. Unable to obtain answers from Wang Dechui, the girl redirected her gaze toward Xiao Chen, her large, glistening eyes filled with curiosity. Just as Xiao Chen was about to respond, Zhang Hu, who had been squatting in the corner, let out a startled exclamation as he tumbled to the ground. Upon witnessing Zhang Hu's fall, the young girl set down her bowl and chopsticks and rushed over. The ensuing scene left Xiao Chen utterly astonished. Chapter 32. Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon, the once innocent girl, unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks upon Zhang Hu. It seemed that fear had rendered him incapable of resistance. As he lay there, unaware of the unspeakable horrors that had transpired before his arrival at the dining hall, the assault persisted for a full 5 minutes, only ceasing when Zhang Hu, exhausted and defeated on the ground, ceased his struggle. "Today I shall spare you, but beware, should you dare to offend again. I will ensure your lineage is severed." Upon hearing her words, a twitch involuntarily crossed Xiao Chen's lips. Rather than feeling anger, Zhang, who appeared to have received a reprieve from a death sentence, promptly scrambling to his feet. Despite some swelling on his face, he appeared relatively unharmed, indicating that while the girl had not held back, she had exercised a measure of restraint, returning to her meal as if nothing had occurred. The girl exhibited a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted the earlier scene of her ruthlessly pummeling Zhang Hu, inducing a profound sense of cognitive dissonance among the onlookers. As Zhang Hu smoothed his disheveled hair, he muttered in disbelief. Who would have thought such a demure girl could harbor such violence. She must be in the wrong place. We in the shield bearer department could never accommodate such brutality. At that moment, Brother Long entered the room. Upon seeing Zhang Hu's battered visage, he paused momentarily before turning to Xiao Chen with an expression of understanding. Xiao Chen, rendered speechless, chose not to elaborate. The girl, noticing Brother Long's arrival, set down her utensils and sweetly greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Long." Brother Long, visibly delighted, responded, "Haha, why are you up so early, Xiaomei?" "Yes, Teacher Long. Today, I aim to reach level 60. I assure you, I will not bring shame upon you." Her eagerness and obedience only served to amplify Brother Long's smile. "Excellent. With such talent and diligence, I have high hopes for you." Xiaomei nodded earnestly, radiating charm and compliance. Brother Long then turned to introduce her to Xiao Chen and the others. "This young lady is our department's special recruit, Xiaomei. I trust you have already made her acquaintance." The group remained silent, their expressions a blend of curiosity and bemusement as they regarded Xiaomei. Unperturbed, Brother Long continued, "Like you too, Xiaomei possesses a rare profession, though hers is rather unique. Allow me to explain," Xiaomei interjected, stepping forward with confidence. "My name is Xiaomei, and I recently turned 18 half a month ago. The profession I awakened to is called Fiery Battle Armor, also known as Flame Guardian. This profession allows me to harness fire elements to form a suit of flame armor, which not only provides formidable defense, but also creates a localized fiery domain that inflicts continuous damage upon foes within its reach. Additionally, I awaken the ability to consume flames, which not only enhances the defensive capacity of my flame armor, but also empowers my fire-based attacks. Thus, I remain within the shield bearer domain, though my future trajectory may lean more towards the offensive." The group listened in stunned silence to Xiaomei's self-introduction, utterly astonished. A delicate and charming girl from next door is not only a formidable tank, but also possesses an exceptionally potent offensive capability. After breakfast, I instruct everyone to level up. The members of other classes have already departed for the dungeons. Although our tank class may not progress as swiftly, we must not fall too far behind. Turning to Xiao Chen, I add, "You are the exception, but do not become complacent. For the next few days, focus solely on leveling up and set aside any thoughts of challenging the trial tower." Having finished our meal, the entire tank class sets off for the dungeon square. The Hammer Brothers and Xiaomei have surpassed level 50, and the optimal training ground is undoubtedly the Forgotten Tomb. Zhang, who though only in his 40s, has a unique profession and, with the Academy's approval, has enlisted a few mages and healers to aid in leveling. Observing the bustling group entering the sunset sand dunes, Xiao Chen shakes his head in resignation before venturing alone into the Death Marsh. Upon reaching level 80, Xiao Chen has allocated all his attribute points into vitality. As for his skill points, he has invested them entirely into the rock-solid skill, which now boasts a damage reduction effect of 50. His physical defense stands at 419, magical defense at 385, and his health has reached 520 points. These attributes are undeniably extraordinary among this cohort of new students. Entering the Death Marsh, he passes through the toxic frog area where a bow-wielding girl continues to grind monsters. This indicates she has yet to surpass level 76. Otherwise, continuing here would yield no benefits. Venturing deeper, he encounters several new faces in the area of level 72 monsters, all of whom are mages. With sufficient equipment and an ample supply of magical potions, their leveling speed is remarkably swift. The faint golden glow emanating from their gear suggests its considerable value. Upon arriving in the area of level 74 monsters, he observes an individual commanding dozens of skeletal knights and archers engaged in battle with monsters. This is the fabled rare profession, Necromancer. Witnessing the relentless assault of the undead legion causing mass casualties among the monsters instills a sense of pressure in Xiao Chen. When he reaches the area where iron beetles were previously grinding, he is surprised to find someone still there. This person carries a transparent container nearly as large as himself, from which green gas continuously emits. The iron beetles pursuing him succumb silently to the corrosive gas. This leveling speed surpasses even that of the Necromancer. Continuing deeper into the dungeon, he discovers yet another individual in the area of level 78 monsters. A young man sits upon a large stone, surrounded by countless flying insects charging towards him. Undeterred, the young man remains still until the insects are upon him, at which point 5 blades, each measuring over 10 centimeters, suddenly dart from behind him, swiftly striking the attackers. Each blade glimmers with a faint golden light, indicating they are of at least golden quality. With a flurry of strikes, the attacking insects are vanquished in mere moments. This is certainly not a swordmaster. Xiao Chen had encountered such a notion on the forum. A swordmaster can wield only a single flying sword. Yet, the youth before him astonishingly commanded not one, but 5 flying swords simultaneously. Swordmasters are widely recognized as one of the fastest leveling professions among swordsmen. However, this young man is on an entirely different echelon. The special recruits of the Western Capital Warriors Academy truly conceal remarkable talents. It is precisely because of this youth's presence that Jian Wu dares to engage in a wager with Brother Long throughout this journey. He has witnessed an abundance of rare professions, and when juxtaposed with his own reverse-scale battle soul, he feels rather unremarkable. Chapter 33. A host of monsters. The swordmaster observed Xiao Chen as he ventured deeper into the death marsh, shielded by 2 large shields. A hint of derision flickering across his face. A mere display for attention, he continued onward, yet failed to locate a suitable area for farming monsters. It was not until he arrived at a mire-laden swamp that he finally paused. Within the muck, he beheld a creature reminiscent of a leech, though considerably larger, akin to a water snake. At that moment, the system provided detailed information about the creature. Monster name: Venomous Leech. Level: 86 health points, 14, 500 physical attack, 399 magical attack, 354 physical defense, 235 magical defense, 258 skill, bone cling. The venomous leech attaches itself to its enemy, inflicting continuous damage. Skill: Venom. The venomous leech's attack is imbued with venom, causing ongoing damage and reducing the enemy's attack power by 30. As Xiao Chen perused the details of the venomous leech, several nearby leeches leapt from the swamp and adhered to him. -399, -88, -123, -88 in an instant. He endured multiple instances of damage, yet remained unscathed. This revelation illuminated Xiao Chen's eyes as he pressed forward. With each step, he drew nearer to more venomous leeches. Once within a certain range, they would launch themselves at him and cling to his form. At that moment, Xiao Chen resembled a colossal magnet, with the leeches akin to iron filings, ceaselessly drawn to him. Before long, he found himself enveloped entirely by the dark brown venomous leeches. However, within less than a minute, these leeches would automatically perish and detach, only for new ones to come flying in. This cycle persisted indefinitely. To conserve his energy, Xiao Chen leapt onto a stone in the center of the swamp, adopting a cross-legged position akin to the earlier swordmaster. Compared to the swordmaster, Xiao Chen found his leveling process significantly more effortless. Were it not for the dismal environment, he could have even reclined comfortably while gaining experience. Notification: you have slain a venomous leech, gaining 86 experience points and 121 copper coins. Notification: you have slain a venomous leech, gaining 86 experience points and 46 copper coins. Notification: you have slain a venomous leech, gaining 86 experience points. As he gazed at the flood of notifications, Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be the most effortless method of leveling up." The frequency of the leech's attacks was slower than that of the armored beetles from the previous day, yet their dual continuous damage skills ensured they drained health at an equally rapid pace. Furthermore, the leeches exhibited a far superior ability to exploit openings compared to the beetles. At this juncture, Xiao Chen resembled a figure clad in a camouflaged suit woven from countless vines, with scarcely a patch of exposed skin. A rough estimation suggested that at least 300 venomous leeches were simultaneously assailing him. It was likely that any other class would have been annihilated in an instant. Though this method of monster farming was somewhat repulsive, its efficiency was undeniably commendable. Xiao Chen could only suppress his nausea and force himself to persist. Upon reaching level 80, The experience required for leveling up escalated significantly. From level 79 to 80, one needed 640,000 experience points, while the leap from level 80 to 81 required a staggering 310,000 points, effectively doubling the demand. Ascending from level 80 to 85 demanded a total of 6,900,000 experience points, and the cumulative requirement from level 80 to 90 soared to 14,630,000. Such a demand for experience was truly astonishing. Each time he vanquished a venomous leech, he earned a mere 86 experience points. On average, he could slay around 300 in a minute. This calculated to approximately 26,000 experience points per minute, amounting to 1,560,000 in an hour. Thus, it appeared that he could amass the 14,630,000 experience points in under 10 hours. In this light, although the experience required for leveling seemed immense, it was still somewhat manageable. Xiao Chen harbored a lingering doubt regarding whether he was under some sort of curse. The previous day, after slaying over 70,000 armored beetles, he had only obtained a handful of silver and copper coins along with some low-grade white-quality equipment. The finest piece he acquired was merely of blue quality. In contrast, the Hammer brothers, who had slain far fewer enemies, reaped abundant rewards. Could it be that the loot drop rate for those who dealt the final blow to monsters was significantly reduced? Yet, the drop rate was beyond his control. He could only strive to eliminate as many monsters as possible to expedite his leveling. The initial gear was primarily transitional, and only after reaching higher levels could he confront more formidable foes, yielding more valuable equipment. Bored in his downtime, he opened the regional public channel. Unlike the previous day, the channel was abuzz with activity today. Ouyang Feng, leveling is so tedious. Is anyone up for a chat? Ouyang Feng, come on, speak up. Is there anyone alive out there? Ouyang Feng, sigh. Tian Zai, are you that idle? Everyone is busy leveling up. Who has time for idle chatter? Jin San Shi San, school starts in 6 days. Hurry and level up. I've heard that this semester's rewards for top-ranking new students are quite generous. Ouyang Feng, what kind of rewards are we talking about? Jin San Shi San, I'm not sure of the specifics, but you won to be disappointed. Ouyang Feng, that is hardly informative. Tian Zai, what levels are you all at? Ouyang Feng, sigh, I'm leveling so slowly. I'm only at level 74. Lan Yin, you're quite impressive already. I'm at level 73 myself. Tian Zai, as a necromancer, I'm only level 75. I feel a bit embarrassed. Jin San Shi San, level 77. Ouyang Feng, what sort of monsters are you all? Your levels are so high. Lan Yin, I saw a rather peculiar individual yesterday. Ouyang Feng, what was so strange about them? Lan Yin, how should I put it? This person wielded 2 large shields, clearly a tank class, yet they appeared in this dungeon. Ouyang Feng, I saw them too. That can't be their actual gear. They must have equipped themselves like that intentionally to conceal their true class. Disaster. It doesn't seem feigned. Just now, as he passed by me, I observe a level 75 monster attacking him, and he didn't even need to evade. It appeared he sustained no damage at all. He must be a tank class. Sword 33. I just saw him heading towards the level 80 area. Disaster. The level 80 area? Does he dare to solo that? Ouyang Feng, what class is he? So formidable. Even I would falter there with a moment's inattention. It seems this year's special recruits are quite remarkable. Upon closing the regional chat channel, Xiao Chen also felt a slight pressure, though it was merely a hint of it. Sword 33 must be that ruthless individual who controls 5 flying swords to slay monsters, having remarkably reached level 77. Chapter 34. Changing the bedtime passed swiftly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Hammer brothers sent a message to Xiao Chen as scheduled. The content of the message remained unchanged, urging him to return for dinner. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already reached level 91. Without the need for the Hammer brothers to remind him, he had intended to leave. For the reason was simple. Hunting monsters here had yielded no further rewards. Today's fortune was somewhat better than yesterday's, when converted to silver coins. His earnings for today amounted to approximately 700 silver, compared to yesterday's 260 silver. Over the course of these 2 days, his monetary income approached 1,000 silver. Additionally, he had acquired over a dozen pieces of ordinary equipment, yet none were of any use to him, merely fit for selling. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found not only the others already gathered, but even Brother Long had taken the time to join them. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, Brother Long greeted him with enthusiasm. "How was your leveling today?" "Not too bad," Xiao Chen replied succinctly. "Not too bad? How many levels did you gain?" Without hesitation, Xiao Chen answered, 11 levels. "What?" Not only was Brother Long astonished, but the others who were merely dining were equally taken aback. Wang Dachui, like a deflated balloon, exclaimed, "Brother Heiyi, you are truly abnormal. Us 3 brothers have been grinding hard all day and only managed to gain 7 levels. How can you, with a level so much higher than ours, gain 11 levels? It's simply inhuman." "It's just luck," he replied modestly. Brother Long gazed at Xiao Chen with intense fervor. "What level are you at now?" Xiao Chen opened his attribute panel to confirm before responding. "Level 91. Level 91. Once again, the group was left in shock. If Xiao Chen continued to level at this pace, would he not reach level 100 by tomorrow, thus qualifying for the advancement assessment? Upon hearing this, Brother Long could no longer maintain his composure. His face radiated excitement. "Ha ha! This time, victory is assured. We are definitely going to win." The others exchanged puzzled glances with Brother Long. "Ha ha ha. You see, I made a bet with a teacher from the swordsman class," Brother Long then recounted the details of the wager and the stakes involved. "Growth-type equipment?" This term was new to Xiao Chen. "Yes, growth-type equipment is a rare kind of gear. While its attributes may not be particularly strong, it can be enhanced through certain special methods, and as the equipment's grade increases, so too do its attributes. Teacher Long, wouldn't it be simpler to directly purchase equipment that matches your current level cap?" queried He Xiaomei. Brother Long patiently explained, "Not quite. Once you reach mid to high levels, finding equipment that perfectly suits your current strength becomes exceedingly difficult. Moreover, as levels increase, the gear purchased at a high cost quickly becomes outdated. Thus, possessing equipment that can grow alongside you is of paramount importance. Furthermore, this type of equipment has a crucial characteristic. With each upgrade, it can randomly acquire new attributes, and before each upgrade, one has the opportunity to lock in certain attributes. Do you all understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this, the group's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. If what Brother Long said was indeed true, then this equipment would be perfectly suited for newcomers. However, this equipment possesses a fatal limitation, which is precisely the reason for its significantly reduced price. What is this limitation? Once adorned, this equipment binds itself to the wearer, rendering it unsellable again. Additionally, this equipment evolves alongside the progress of its wielder. Thus, acquiring and donning it at the first tier yields the greatest advantage. Should one don it after advancing to the second tier, they forfeit an opportunity for progression in the selection of equipment attributes. Otherwise, its price would skyrocket. Although many aspire to obtain this equipment, they are acutely aware that it is destined solely for Xiao Chen. Only he can enable Long Gu to triumph in this gamble. Long Gu, is the ultimate condition for victory merely a higher level? Indeed. Xiao Chen continued, "Long Gu, at this rate, I shall reach level 100 in no more than 2 days. Am I to halt my progression for the sake of this equipment?" Long Gu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Xiao Chen was already at a staggering level 91. During their bout, they had never considered that someone might ascend to level 100 before the school term commenced, although there had been rare instances in the past. They were exceptional cases. It was only when Xiao Chen reminded him that he recalled this fact. "No, we cannot squander an opportunity for equipment progression. I shall immediately consult Jian Wu to amend the rules." "Hello, Long Laosher, you haven't eaten yet. Don't wait for me." After Long Gu departed, the gaze of the others refocused on Xiao Chen. "Ahem, the food is getting cold." At the West Capital Warrior Academy, in the admissions office, the elderly necromancer, Wang Pe, looked at Long Gu with disbelief. "Xiao Long, you must be joking, right? Your new recruits in the tank class have reached level 91? Our necromancer trainees are barely below level 80. The old mage, Li, also regarded Long Gu with incredulity. "Xiao Long, you meant level 71, correct?" "Oh dear, I haven't had a drink today. How could I possibly confuse level 91 with level 71? That student is indeed at level 91, and he is unequivocally a tank warrior. What is his profession, if it's not too much to ask? There's nothing to hide. He is a reverse scale battle soul. Have you heard of it? Reverse scale battle soul? That rings a bell. Let me think. Don't tell me it's that profession with a permanent attack power of merely 1 point. I remember now, over a decade ago, a similar class awakened at the Tokyo Warrior Academy, but then an incident occurred. What do you mean by a permanent attack power of only 1 point? The old mage, Lee, shook his head. Alas, it is said that the reverse scale battle soul cannot enhance its attack power by any means. Xiao Long, are you sure you aren't mistaken? How can someone with an attack power of only 1 point reach level 91 in such a short time? Oh, dear friends, I assure you, I speak the truth. Long Ji's face bore an expression of helplessness. Finally, he turned to Jin Wu and said, "Let's do this. If I am indeed lying, then consider me the loser. However, the competition rules must be revised. Otherwise, winning would hold no significance." After a moment of hesitation, Jin Wu ultimately nodded. Setting aside the veracity of Long Ji's claims, even if they were true, losing a piece of equipment was hardly a concern for him. Jin Wu was more than capable of bearing such a loss. However, the emergence of such a talent would be immensely beneficial to the Shijing Warrior Academy. Although they belonged to different departments, they were all educators within the institution, and nurturing genuine powerhouses was their ultimate goal. Thus, it was agreed, whoever first reached level 100 would be declared the victor. Jin Wu cast a sidelong glance at Long Gu and coldly stated, "Rest assured, I, Jin Wu, am not one to shy away from challenge." Haha, that is splendid. Prepare your things. I shall come to collect them in no more than 2 days. Chapter 35. Max Level Dragon immediately relayed the news to Xiao Chen, further igniting his motivation to level up. Upon returning to his basement chamber, Xiao Chen reclined on the sofa, examining his attributes. At that moment, his health had surpassed 5,000, reaching a total of 5,152 points. His physical defense stood at 463 points, while his magical defense was at 429 points. The skill Rock Solid had already attained level 50, enhancing its damage mitigation effect to 50. Once the mitigation effect reached 50, it resembled a thorny barrier, unable to be further enhanced. The prospect of advancement beyond the second tier remained uncertain. It was evident that no conventional class would bestow a skill that offered 100 damage immunity. The continuous warnings from the Infinite system during the upgrade of his rock-solid skill were testament to this reality. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's personal information had begun to circulate within a small circle, of which he remained blissfully unaware. The following day, deep within the Death Marsh dungeon, Xiao Chen bypassed the area populated by level 90 monsters and ventured toward the depths of the marsh. Upon arriving in a grove of entirely withered trees, he was astonished to find that the trunks of these dead trees had opened their eyes. Pairs of crimson eyes fixated upon Xiao Chen, shifting their gaze in unison with his movements. Not merely the rolling of eyeballs, but the entire eyes altering their position. The sight was exceedingly eerie. Monster name: Decayed Treant level, 99 health, 22,000 physical attack, 428 magical attack, 399 physical defense, 399 magical defense, 299 skill, Wrath of Nature. The Decayed Treant can harness its profound connection with nature to summon nearby trees and plants for assault. This skill temporarily activates the flora surrounding the Treant, causing them to grow rapidly and extend their branches to ensnare and attack foes. Ensnared enemies will suffer continuous physical damage and may be left vulnerable to further assault from the Treant due to their inability to move. Skill: Touch of Decay. By using its rotting roots to make contact with adversaries, the Decayed Treant spreads a unique decaying magic. Those touched will gradually lose vitality, as though eroded by time itself. Skill: Endless Cycle. When the Decayed Treant strikes its enemies, it leaves behind seeds upon the target. These seeds will hatch rapidly in response to the Treant's attacks, giving birth to new Decayed Treants upon successful hatching. These Treants are of level 99, yet their physical and magical attacks do not possess sufficient strength to breach Xiao Chen's defenses. However, Their immense size and sluggish movement render this area unsuitable for effective leveling. Suddenly, Xiao Chen realized that the three skills of the decayed treant were particularly intriguing. The wrath of nature could summon surrounding plants to launch a collective assault against him. Precisely the type of skill Xiao Chen had hoped to encounter. The second skill, Touch of Decay, allowed for ranged attacks through its roots, thereby circumventing the limitation posed by their large size, which resulted in fewer simultaneous attacks on Xiao Chen. It was the third skill that ultimately influenced Xiao Chen's decision to grind monsters in this location. The third skill signifies an incessant spawn of new monsters, enabling a continuous emergence of foes. An area previously deemed unsuitable for leveling has transformed into an ideal grinding location after the enhancement of these three skills. After surveying the surroundings, Xiao Chen ventured into a dense grove of withered trees. Here, more than a dozen decaying treants could attack him through their roots. With each strike from the treants, grayish-black seeds adhered to Xiao Chen's body. These seeds grew incrementally with every assault of the treant's roots. Due to the multitude of treants attacking him simultaneously, the seeds on his body sprouted at an astonishing pace. Within mere seconds, a new decaying treant had fully matured. In just half a minute, the area around him was overrun with withered trees, leaving him ensnared with no escape. He was utterly oblivious to the number of decaying treants capable of assaulting him. To an onlooker outside, the sight would not resemble a cluster of hundreds of trees, but rather an immensely colossal tree. Notification: you have slain a decaying treant, gaining 99 experience points and 121 copper coins. Notification: you have slain a decaying treant, gaining 99 experience points and 221 copper coins. Notification: you have slain a decaying treant, gaining 99 experience points and 46 copper coins. The precise number of treants capable of attacking him simultaneously was beyond visual estimation. One could only gauge this through the experience accrued. To his astonishment, after just 1 minute, he had amassed an incredible 56,000 experience points. This rate of monster grinding surpassed that of the leeches from the previous day by more than double. However, the requisite experience for leveling up had correspondingly increased. After reaching level 90 yesterday, the experience needed for advancement had sharply escalated. Transitioning from level 89 to 90 demanded 1.62 million experience points, while advancing from level 90 to 91 required a staggering 3 million. The total experience required from levels 92 to 100 reached an astonishing 36.5 million. It was no wonder that in previous years, newcomers rarely exceeded level 100, and even those achieving level 90 were exceedingly rare. Who wouldn't be bewildered by such experience demands? After 10 minutes, it seemed the number of decaying treants had reached a certain limit, and his leveling speed stabilized. He could consistently garner around 60,000 experience points per minute. Over the course of an hour, this amounted to 3.6 million experience points and over 10 hours. The realization sparked a gleam in Xiao Chen's eyes. Could he attain level 100 today? Although leveling here was exhilarating, it was undeniably tedious. He found himself completely enveloped by the decaying treants, with not a single gap to be found. Even the irksome marsh scenery was beyond his view. Like a puppet ensnared in the heart of the withered trees, he remained utterly immobile. Time passed gradually. 10 hours later. Notification: your experience has reached 100. Your level has advanced to Tier 1. Level 100, granting you 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Notification: you have reached the upper limit of Tier 1. Please complete the promotion trial task at your earliest convenience. Upon receiving the system notification, Xiao Chen's heart leapt with joy. He had unexpectedly acquired a golden achievement treasure chest, a delightful surprise indeed. However, his elation was short-lived, for he soon found himself in an awkward predicament. Surrounded by countless decaying treants, he was tightly wedged in place, rendering any movement a formidable challenge. How could he possibly extricate himself from this entrapment? Chapter 36. Doubts. As Xiao Chen grappled with the dilemma of how to depart, several system notifications reached him. Notification: you have reached level 100, and the skill Battle Spirit Charge has been activated. He opened the skill panel to review the skill description. Skill name: Battle Spirit Charge. Skill level Level 1 skill type. Active skill cost. Each use of this skill requires 50 points of mana. Skill cooldown. 30 minutes skill effect. Charges forward, covering a distance of 10 to 100 meters, during which one is uncontrollable and unstoppable, inflicting 1 point of damage to enemies along the path. It was indeed serendipitous. Just when he pondered how to make his exit, a solution presented itself. However, inflicting merely 1 point of damage on foes seemed rather trivial. Yet, he had long since grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Since awakening to this profession, he had accepted it entirely within his realm of understanding. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen unleashed his newly acquired skill, Battle Spirit Charge. The decaying roots of the treant that ensnared him shattered, propelling him forth like an arrow released from its bow. Everything that obstructed his path was violently cleared aside, with even some sturdy boulders fracturing upon impact. The sheer potency of this effect was almost terrifying. Once freed from the treant's grasp, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he discovered that the others had yet to return. Presumably, they were still striving to level up after the setback they had faced with him. However, Longo was unusually at ease, leisurely enjoying his meal. Upon spotting Xiao Chen's return, Longo promptly set aside his utensils and inquired eagerly, "How was your leveling today?" "Not too bad. How many levels have you gained?" At Xiao Chen's response of "not too bad," a look of delight spread across Long Ji's face. With a bit of effort, aim to reach level 100 within 2 days. Then I can go to find Jian Wu for equipment. I'm already at level 100. What? Even someone familiar with Xiao Chen's leveling speed was taken aback by his assertion. They were all well aware of the experience required to ascend from level 91 to 100, which was more than double that of levels 81 to 90. The fact that Xiao Chen managed to rise 9 levels in such a short span was nothing short of astounding. They were well aware of the monsters inhabiting the death marshes. In his recollection, there was no place within that realm capable of such efficient monster farming. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he inquired, "Did you, by chance, defeat the level 99 decaying treant?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly, affirming, "Yes." "Ha ha ha. The level 99 decaying treant is a nightmare for most newcomers. Who would have thought it became your hunting ground?" Without delay, Long Gu declared, "I shall fetch you the equipment." With that, he dashed out, only to return hastily, insisting, "Never mind, to ensure those fellows are convinced, you ought to accompany me." Though Xiao Chen was reluctant to attract attention, the allure of the rewards compelled him to comply. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen followed Long Gu to the recruitment office. As the other admissions officers had yet to conclude their work, they cast peculiar glances at Long Gu, who was escorting a student. "Xiao Long, what is the situation here?" laughed Wang Bo. "Ha ha, this is the genius of our tank department. He has already reached level 100 today." Not only Wang Po, but the other teachers also paused their tasks, turning to observe Xiao Chen. "Classmate Heiyi, please grant everyone access to view your personal information." Note: professionals can set whether to allow others to view their personal information through the system. Only by enabling this feature can others access one's basic data. Upon reviewing Xiao Chen's details, the other teachers fell into silence. "Xiao Long, given my understanding of you, I cannot believe you would fabricate information for a piece of growth equipment. What motivates such actions?" Upon hearing Wang Po's words, Long Gu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. "Wang Po, I respect you as a senior, but while one can eat haphazardly, one must not speak recklessly. My character is well known throughout the Shijing Warrior Academy. Not even 10 or 100 pieces of growth equipment could compel me to deceive." At that moment, the sorcerer, Old Li, interjected, "Xiao Long, do not be enraged. We are merely discussing the matter at hand." Among this special recruitment of new students, numerous formidable and rare professions have emerged. Necromancers, poison masters, elven archers, and even mind swordsmen. Each of these professions is renowned for their rapid leveling speed. Yet even so, the highest level among them barely reaches level 80. For your tank department to match their leveling speed is already remarkable. To now lead them by over 20 levels is indeed astonishing. A middle-aged woman seated in a corner near the window scoffed, "Long, are you aware of the consequences of deceit within the Shijing Warrior Academy?" Long Gu was momentarily consumed by anger. Xiao Chen stepped forward, surveying the room with a cool demeanor. I am Xiao Chen from Class 3, Year 3 at Xian Cheng High School, who awakened as a professional 12 days ago. If you doubt my words, you may verify through the education system. Furthermore, I am an external staff member of the Professional Alliance. Should you require confirmation of my identity, you may contact Lao Pao. Observing Xiao Chen's earnest demeanor, the other teachers ceased their discourse and swiftly verified his identity through the system. One even unreservedly called Zhao Long, who had conducted the awakening ceremony at Xian Cheng High School. Once they received affirmative answers, the expressions of the teachers turned exceedingly complex. Reverse scale battle soul. You must be the second individual to possess this profession since the advent of the multiverse paradise. It appears our previous understanding of this profession was rather superficial. Sighing, Wang Pe continued, Alas, Xiao Long, my old eyes have failed me. I did not see clearly and must apologize to you. It must be said that Wang Po was indeed someone capable of humility, readily admitting her mistake to a younger individual without any airs of superiority. This alone shifted Xiao Chen's perception of her. At this moment, Jian Wu, who had remained silent, retrieved an item from his storage bag and tossed it to Long Gu, declaring, "Abeti sabet." He then turned to Xiao Chen, a look of approval gracing his face. You, quite impressive. The previously sullen expression on Long Ji's face transformed into one of delight upon receiving the item. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. We have yet to dine. After Xiao Chen and Long Gu departed, the once quiet office erupted into lively discussion. A long-forgotten dossier concerning the profession of reverse-scale battle soul was unearthed anew. Shortly thereafter, an updated report on this profession was completed and uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom's warrior database. In this new documentation, the assessment of the reverse-scale battle soul profession was elevated from grade E to grade A. Chapter 37. Growth set upon leaving the classroom. Long Gu directly handed Xiao Chen 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of boots and a belt. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. I didn't expect that miserly Jian would part with this belt. Luckily, I have a matching piece of growth equipment, so I'll give it to you too. As Xiao Chen accepted the equipment, a warmth enveloped his heart. Thank you. Hey, you're a genius I personally recruited, so it's only fitting that I nurture your talents. Don't embarrass me later, otherwise, I'll make you regret it. All right, everything is settled. I won't join you for dinner. 2 more tank-type geniuses have emerged from the southwest, and I must secure them for our academy. Watching Long Ji's graceful departure, Xiao Chen remained silent. Nevertheless, he held those who treated him kindly in high regard. At this moment, expressing excessive gratitude seemed futile. He believed in offering tangible assistance and benefits when the opportunity arose, as that was his way of navigating the world. Returning to the dining hall, he found that the others had yet to return. It appeared that they were all feeling the pressure from Xiao Chen and had to strive even harder to level up. Otherwise, they would feel embarrassed if other students in the academy inquired about their status as core members of the tank warrior class alongside Xiao Chen. After dinner, he returned alone to his personal room in the basement. He opened his inventory to examine the equipment. Equipment name: rock solid boots, growth equipment. Equipment level: 99. Equipment quality: golden equipment. Wearing requirement: requires 200 points in constitution to equip. Equipment slot: boots, physical defense, 99, magical defense, 99, additional skill, swift resilience, increases movement speed by 20, resilience by 20. Attachment attribute: ascension power. Once bound, this equipment will evolve alongside the wielder's progression, gaining an additional new attribute upon advancement. Note: resilience is a crucial attribute, effectively reducing the duration of control effects on the wielder. Equipment name: rock solid belt, growth equipment. Equipment level: 99. Equipment quality: golden equipment. Wearing requirement: requires 200 points in constitution to equip. Equipment slot: belt, physical defense, 99, magical defense, 99, additional skill. Power of the rock: restores 0.5 of maximum health per second. Attachment attribute: ascension power. Once bound, this equipment will evolve alongside the wielder's progression, gaining an additional new attribute. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment were nearly perfectly aligned with Xiao Chen's capabilities. He fell into contemplation. This was no mere coincidence, but rather equipment meticulously selected by Long Ge for him. It seemed that accepting Long Ge's invitation to join the Warrior Academy had been an exceedingly wise decision. Hint: do you wish to equip this item? Once equipped, it will become bound and cannot be traded. Equip. Once he donned both pieces, Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had activated the set bonus. Note: you have activated the attributes of the rock-solid set, gaining the immovable buff enhancement. Immovable. When the wearer remains stationary in combat, this buff is activated, increasing base defense by 10 every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50. The immovable buff represents the greatest boon derived from these two pieces of equipment. While their base attributes are commendable, they pale in comparison to this particular enhancement. Let us examine the personal attribute panel. Name: Knight class, reverse scale battle soul, rare class, level. First stage, level 100, health points, 5,670 mana points, 63 constitution, 567, base attribute 493, equipment skill bonus 74, strength, 20 agility, 5 intelligence, 6 physical defense, 697, base defense 283, additional defense 414, magical defense, 663, base magic defense 283, additional magic defense 380, combat power evaluation 758. Should the immovable buff be triggered during combat and reach its maximum stacking, his dual defenses would become even more formidable. The enhancement to his skills is also significant. Thorn Spike, level 41, rebounds 100 damage. Rock Solid, level 41, reduces damage by 50. Battle Soul Awakening, level 1, can be applied to skills you have mastered. Upon use, the effect of that skill is increased by 50, lasting up to 10 seconds. Battle Soul Revival, level 1, immediately restores 20 of health upon using this skill. Battle Soul Charge, level 1, charges forward, covering a distance of 10 to 100 meters. During the charge, the user is uncontrollable and unstoppable, dealing 1 point of damage to enemies in the path. The aforementioned 5 skills are the professional skills of the reverse scale battle soul. Additionally, there are universal skills. Silver Moon's Power, level 1, restores health at a rate of 0. 1 of maximum health per second. Note: can also restore health in combat. Relentless Taunt, level 1, uses this skill to taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter, forcing taunted enemies to attack you with normal attacks for a duration of 10 seconds. The remaining 3 skills are equipment skills. Undead Shield applies a shield to oneself for 30 seconds, capable of absorbing up to 1,000 points of total damage, and converting 50 of the absorbed damage into health. Rock Solid Power restores 0.5 of maximum health per second. Immovable, when the wearer remains stationary in combat. This buff is activated, increasing base defense by 10 every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50. Professional and universal skills can be enhanced with skill points, while equipment skills cannot be leveled up. Currently, there are 25 skill points yet to be allocated. How shall one choose? Excluding the already non-upgradable Thorn Spike and Rock Solid, as well as the 3 equipment skills, the remaining skills available for enhancement are 5. While Battle Soul Awakening is powerful, its duration is too brief to consider for now. The skill Soul Revival can be entirely substituted with healing potions. It is not the most urgent skill that requires enhancement at present. As for Soul Charge, its enhancement seems even more unnecessary. Elevating its level merely extends the charging distance or reduces the cooldown time, leaving us with only 2 options: Silver Moon's Power and Relentless Taunt. Silver Moon's Power, when paired with the skill Stone Power from the Stone Belt, allows for a substantial recovery of health per second, even amidst battle. With an emphasis on vitality development, Xiao Chen's health will reach extraordinary heights. If the passive healing can be amplified, it would be akin to having several dedicated healers by his side. Prompt: do you wish to enhance the skill Silver Moon's Power? Yes. Prompt: the skill Silver Moon's Power has been enhanced to level 2. Upon reviewing the attributes of the skill, the health recovery per second has increased from 0.1 to 0.15 after reaching level 2, a commendable enhancement of 0.05. Subsequently, Xiao Chen allocated all remaining 24 skill points to Silver Moon's Power. Chapter 38. Blood Surge after fully allocating all skill points. The level of the Silver Moon power reached 26. His health regeneration per second also achieved an impressive 135. Coupled with the enhancement from the Rock Solid power, Xiao Chen's recovery rate soared to 185. While this may seem modest, one must remember that this is a rate of recovery per second. At this moment, his maximum health reached 670 points, translating to a recovery amount of 105 points each second. This recovery will continue to rise as his health increases. Should he elevate the Silver Moon power skill to its utmost level, he would become a veritable moving healing machine. How formidable that would be! When combined with the Thorn Spike skill, death would become a distant possibility. At this moment, Xiao Chen brimmed with confidence regarding his future development. He closed the skill panel and retrieved a first-tier golden achievement treasure chest from his storage space. Prompt: do you wish to open the first-tier golden achievement treasure chest? Yes, no, open. A dazzling beam of golden light surged forth from the chest, accompanied by an announcement. Prompt: you have acquired a rare skill scroll treasure chest. Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy. Rare skill scrolls typically contain special abilities, which often signify immense power. Prompt: do you wish to use the rare skill scroll treasure chest? Using it will randomly grant you a rare skill scroll. Yes, no use. Prompt: you have obtained the rare skill scroll, Blood Surge. He examined the skill attributes. Skill name: Blood Surge. Skill type: active skill. Skill cost: this skill requires a consumption of 10 of the user's maximum health. Skill cooldown: none. Skill effect: by consuming his own health, the user emits a blood shockwave with a radius of 50 meters centered on himself. Targets affected by the shockwave will be stunned for a duration of 1 to 3 seconds. Consuming 100 health results in 1 second of stun. Consuming 1,000 health results in 2 seconds of stun. And consuming 10,000 health results in 3 seconds of stun. Additionally, it reduces the target's attack power by 1 to 1,000 points, with the extent of the reduction depending on the amount of health consumed. For every 100 health consumed, the target's attack power decreases by 1 point. Upon reviewing the skill description, Xiao Chen's heart raced. This skill is undoubtedly divine for a tank warrior. Not only does it possess formidable control capabilities, but it also carries a debilitating effect, all without any cooldown. As long as he maintains sufficient health, theoretically, he can unleash this skill indefinitely, provided his health regeneration rate can keep pace. Fortunately, Xiao Chen is perfectly equipped to master this skill. His current self-recovery rate stands at 185, which means he can utilize this skill approximately every 5 seconds, assuming he does not suffer additional damage when attacked. The reduction of the enemy's attack power and the duration of the effect depend on the amount of health consumed. Lowering the enemy's attack power equates to enhancing his own defense. With the added stun effect, Xiao Chen possesses a vast array of tactical options. The only drawback is that in order to achieve a control time of 3 seconds, one must expend 10,000 points of life energy. This means that his life value must reach 10,000 points to control for 3 seconds. Given his current life value, he can only maintain control for 1 second. This skill becomes increasingly potent as one progresses further. Closing the skill list, Xiao Chen gazed out at the sunset, sipping on a steaming cup of coffee. Contemplating his next course of action, he has now reached level 100, and prior to advancing to the second tier, slaying monsters yields no experience points. He must urgently break through to the second tier. However, before that, he needs to challenge the trial tower. Once he ascends to the second tier, he will lose the opportunity to attempt the first tier of the trial tower. It is said that one can obtain substantial rewards from the system by conquering the trial tower, and should the results be commendable, additional accolades from fellow participants await. This opportunity is one he cannot afford to miss. When the Multiverse Paradise descended upon Blue Star, it brought with it 72 trial towers. However, most of these towers have appeared in remote locations, some even submerged deep in the ocean, while others have manifested high above the clouds. The towers accessible to ordinary challengers are often occupied by formidable creatures. Consequently, less than 1/3 of these towers can be reached by the average person. The Dragon Nation is home to 5 trial towers, one of which is located in Xijing. It is the presence of this trial tower that has allowed the Xijing Warrior Academy to establish itself there. This has transformed Xijing, once a third-tier city, into a leading first-tier metropolis within a mere decade. The rankings within the trial tower are not confined to a specific region, but represent a collective ranking for all professionals. Over the course of more than 10 years, the number of professionals on Blue Star has surpassed hundreds of millions, with low-tier professionals constituting the majority. This has resulted in unprecedented competition for the rankings within the trial tower. Rankings are not erased when a professional levels up. Their names remain inscribed within the tower, unless forcibly displaced by others. Periodically, more powerful professionals emerge, surpassing the rankings established by earlier strong contenders. Achieving a ranking above that of illustrious predecessors is a matter of immense honor, whether for benefits from the trial tower, personal development, or fame. Challenging the trial tower has become the most direct and effective means of advancement. Some factions invest considerable resources to equip promising challengers with top-tier gear and skills in their quest for the pinnacle of the trial tower. Thus, the competition within the first-tier trial tower is exceedingly fierce. As Xiao Chen prepared for sleep, he received a message from Longo. Longo, hey, Black Knight, are you asleep? Black Knight, not yet. Longo, are you set to challenge the trial tower tomorrow? Black Knight, yes. Longo, do you have confidence in reaching the top 10? 000? Black Knight, I'm not sure. Longo. Black Knight, I'm not very familiar with the trial tower. Longo, I almost forgot, you haven't officially started your classes yet. And no teacher has explained the trial tower to you. It's perfectly normal not to understand. Longo, the knowledge regarding the assault trial tower has been meticulously organized over a decade, forming a comprehensive system. Explaining in detail is quite time-consuming. As I have not been actively teaching for some time, I am not well acquainted with the latest materials. You might as well venture forth on your own for the time being. Once the school officially commences, there will be a dedicated instructor to elucidate the content for you. Hi, all right. Longo, by the way, do refrain from advancing to the second tier in the coming days. Elevating to the second tier will result in the forfeiture of your qualification to challenge the first tier of the trial tower. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. There are still 3 days until the school opens. It remains uncertain how long it will take to cover the trial tower content once classes commence. Calculating this, it is unclear when he will be able to ascend to the second tier. Nonetheless, it stands to reason that the endeavor of tackling the trial tower would also demand a considerable amount of time, suggesting a similar time frame. Thus, Xiao Chen acquiesced. Chapter 39. Challenge of the trial tower in the bustling city of Xijing. The largest square is perpetually teeming with people. This vibrant gathering place is not only filled with numerous practitioners, but also attracts a multitude of ordinary citizens. Most of these common folk come to marvel at the 3 enigmatic trial towers that stand in the Dragon Kingdom, while others seek to uncover potential business opportunities. At the very center of the square rises a colossal metallic pillar, akin to a grand cylinder, with a diameter exceeding 50 meters. Its pinnacle vanishes into the clouds, leaving its exact height a mystery. The surface of this pillar is remarkably smooth. Countless attempts to leave even the slightest mark have proven futile, a testament to its formidable hardness. This is the trial tower. Ordinary individuals can only observe from a distance, as anyone who approaches within 100 meters is forcefully repelled. As Xiao Chen navigated through the crowd, he found that the throng began to thin as he neared the designated boundary of the trial tower. While he was engrossed in observing the tower, he overheard a conversation among a few nearby spectators. Did you see that person who just entered? I heard he has already reached the 6th tier. He must be here today to challenge the 6th tier trial tower. The 6th tier practitioners are far beyond our reach. Let us focus on the 1st tier trial tower instead. What is so interesting about the 1st tier trial tower? They haven't even left the novice village yet. Watching them attempt to pass is no different from watching fledglings spar. Yanavi country bumpkin, you know nothing. The 1st tier trial tower is where competition is fiercest. Many practitioners without powerful backgrounds must forge their reputations through the challenges of the trial tower. Once they gain recognition from those major factions, they can rise rapidly in status. Moreover, if they excel at the challenges, they might even receive rewards from the nation, though such rewards are typically unattainable for average practitioners. Zhang, You must have ventured into the trial tower during your first tier, right? How far did you get? Let's not mention that, haha. I recall you barely made it past 10 levels, didn't you? 10 levels? Is that really all? Low. Do you comprehend the difficulty of the trial tower? Every 10 levels constitutes a distinct challenge, each guarded by a formidable boss. It is no simple feat for an individual to vanquish a boss. That is true. The last time we confronted a boss, it took over 10 of us working together to narrowly defeat it. Indeed, reaching the 10th level is no trivial accomplishment. Not just trivial. At least 9 out of 10 practitioners find their journey in the trial tower halted at the 10th level. Then how do those who ascend to hundreds of levels manage it? Who knows? If I had that knowledge, I wouldn't still be stuck at the 10th level. As Xiao Chen drew closer to the trial tower, a system prompt materialized before him. Prompt: do you wish to enter the trial tower? Yes. Immediately, a gentle energy enveloped Xiao Chen, and he felt as though he were weightless. When he regained his bearings, he found himself within the confines of the trial tower. This was not the first level of the tower, but rather a preparatory chamber. Welcome to the trial tower of the Multiverse. The challenger has been detected as a level 100 in the first tier, and the system has automatically assigned the first tier of the trial tower. It is worth noting that challengers may attempt the trial tower multiple times without any restrictions on the number of attempts. Should a challenger perish or exit via the system, the challenge shall be deemed a failure. In the event of failure, 1's ranking will drop by 1 tier, necessitating a renewed attempt. You are granted 3 opportunities for resurrection, which are effective solely within the first tier of the trial tower. Upon successfully clearing each level, the challenger's health, mana, and other physical attributes will be fully restored, and all skills will reset. It is important to note that the use of any items is prohibited during the challenge of the first tier, with the exception of equipped gear. Upon carefully reviewing all prompts, the 3 resurrection opportunities undoubtedly provide a sense of relief. There is no need to fear death or hesitate in pursuing higher difficulties until the resurrection chances are exhausted. Furthermore, the restoration of 1's optimal state and the complete cooldown of skills after each challenge significantly conserves time for those endeavoring within the trial tower. The final stipulation effectively eliminates the possibility for individuals to rely on powerful consumable items to advance. Once prepared, Xiao Chen confidently approached the teleportation portal in the center of the hall. You have entered the first level of the trial arena. Within 30 minutes, defeating all monsters within the map will be considered a successful clearance. An expansive prairie lay before him, sparsely dotted with a few lowly trees in the distance. At the edge of the prairie, a colossal wolf, as imposing as a water buffalo, approached with a commanding presence. Monster name: Prairie Giant Wolf, Trial Monster, Level 100 Health Points, 20,000 Mana Points, 2,000 Physical Attack, 499 Magical Attack, 399 Physical Defense, 299 Magical Defense, 299. The basic attributes of the Prairie Giant Wolf are commendable, surpassing those of the level 99 Decayed Treant, yet it possesses no skills. Understanding that this is merely the first level of the trial tower brings a sense of ease. With a howl, the Prairie Giant Wolf charged toward Xiao Chen. The 499 attack power posed no significant threat. 2 minutes later, you have successfully eliminated all monsters on the first level of the trial tower. You have earned trial points 1. Xiao Chen was entirely unaware of the specifics regarding the challenges within the trial tower, as Longu had not provided any insights the previous day. He was uncertain of the utility of trial points, but surmised they might function similarly to academy points, redeemable for items. However, it seemed that the redemption of items was contingent upon reaching a certain level within the tower. With this in mind, he resolved to press on. The second level of the trial tower mirrored the first, with the only difference being the number of prairie giant wolves, which had increased from 1 to 2. This posed no challenge for Xiao Chen, who effortlessly surpassed the second level in a mere 2 minutes. In the third level, the number of prairie wolves has increased to 3. This presents a challenge threefold greater than that faced by other practitioners. Yet for Xiao Chen, it poses no difference. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, a message appeared. Hint: you have successfully defeated all monsters on the 9th floor of the trial tower. You have earned trial points 1, bringing your total to 9. The 9th level, much like its predecessor, was populated by 9 prairie giant wolves, creatures that could not breach Xiao Chen's defenses, regardless of their number. Upon entering the 10th level, the map remained unchanged. As anticipated, the number of prairie giant wolves escalated from 9 to 10. However, behind them emerged a new creature. Chapter 40, Global Rankings, a wolf. Drenched in a sanguine hue and considerably smaller than its fellow prairie giant wolves, captured Xiao Chen's attention. Monster name: Blood Wolf King, Trial Boss, Level 100 Health Points, 40. 00040 000 Mana Points, 5 0005 000 Physical Attack, 499 Magical Attack, 499 Physical Defense, 299 Magical Defense, 299 Skill Stealthy Approach. The Blood Wolf King, utilizing its exceptional concealment abilities and acute environmental awareness, can approach its prey or evade threats undetected. Its stealth is significantly enhanced during the night or in complex terrains. Skill Coordinated Assault. The Blood Wolves exhibit a remarkable capacity for collaboration within their pack, capable of devising and executing intricate tactical plans, such as distracting enemies and encircling prey. During team engagements, each Blood Wolf King adeptly adjusts its strategy based on the actions of its companions. Skill Rapid Strike. In a fleeting moment, the Blood Wolf King can unleash astonishing speed and power, executing lightning-fast strikes over short distances to swiftly capture prey or evade danger. This skill often proves decisive in critical moments. Upon reviewing the attributes and skills of the Blood Wolf King, it could only be described as pitiful. In less than 5 minutes, the so-called powerful Blood Wolf King and 10 prairie giant wolves fell victim to their own rebounded attacks. Hint: you have slain all monsters on the 10th floor of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained 10 trial points, now totaling 19. It was surprising to receive 10 points directly upon clearing the 10th level, more than the cumulative total from levels 1 through 9. The sole regret was that defeating monsters within the trial tower did not yield any currency or equipment. Throughout levels 1 to 10, Xiao Chen had not utilized any skills. He merely stood still, allowing them to attack and easily pass through. The Blood Wolf King, which ordinary practitioners struggled to defeat through various means, succumbed as if it were a mere trivial foe. After a brief respite, he continued his challenges. Hint: you have entered the first-tier trial arena, 11th level. Hint: killing all monsters in the map within 30 minutes is considered clear. The landscape of the 11th level mirrored that of the previous 10, an endless expanse of prairie. However, the monsters encountered were entirely different. From all directions emerged over a dozen wasps, each the size of a crow, their buzzing wings inducing an unsettling irritation. Upon examining the wasp attributes, Xiao Chen simply sat down on the ground. Half an hour passed. Xiao Chen effortlessly cleared the 20th level of the trial tower. From the 11th level onward, each cleared level granted 2 points. Upon clearing the 20th level, he received a direct reward of 20 points. He now possessed a total of 67 trial points. Subsequently, Xiao Chen surged ahead with unwavering momentum. After 5 hours, he arrived at the 100th level of the trial tower. If the 10th level represented the first watershed, it had eliminated over 90% of practitioners. The 100th floor serves as a second watershed, where once again, over 90% of the challengers will be eliminated. Among all first-tier trialists, only a rare few can triumph on this 100th level. It is only by conquering this floor that one may ascend to the global leaderboard. For the formidable, passing the 100th floor signifies not merely a challenge, but the commencement of a true journey. Notification: you have entered the first-tier trial arena, floor 100. Notification: defeat all monsters in the map within 60 minutes to be considered successful. Upon entering the 100th floor, a vast expanse of grassland unfolds before him. Surrounding the prairie are all the monsters from levels 1 through 99, including 9 formidable bosses. Faced with this overwhelming multitude of creatures, an ordinary challenger would likely submit a withdrawal request at this moment. However, a smile graces Xiao Chen's lips. What does it matter if these creatures, unable to breach his defenses, come in 10-fold or even 100-fold? Within a mere 10 minutes, every monster, including the bosses, lies defeated. Regional announcement. The challenger, Black Knight, has successfully passed the first-tier Trial Tower's 100th floor. 3. Notification. You have eliminated all monsters on the 100th floor of the Trial Tower, achieving success. You have earned trial points 100, totaling 1055 points. Notification. You have entered the leaderboard for the first-tier Trial Tower, currently ranked 16, 321. Notification. You have unlocked the Trial Tower Points shop, where you may exchange for corresponding items in the preparation room. All challengers within a 100-kilometer radius of the Shijing Trial Tower received this system announcement. Some high-tier contractors dismissed it with disdain, viewing the first tier as little more than a child's play. In their eyes, first-tier challengers were akin to ants, hardly worthy of attention. Only those who could breach the top 100 would merit their regard. Yet, this news stirred quite a commotion among smaller factions and lower-tier challengers. Particularly, those familiar with the name Black Knight were astounded beyond measure. Just 13 days prior, Xiao Chen had awakened as a challenger, and now he had ascended to the global leaderboard, albeit at a modest rank. Anyone who had traversed the first-tier Trial Tower understood the challenges involved. At this moment, the most elated were undoubtedly Brother Long, along with the corpulent Qian Duo. Once inside the Trial Tower, Xiao Chen activated Do Not Disturb mode. Though his circle of friends was small, he had no choice but to ensure he remained undisturbed. Upon returning to the Trial Tower's preparation room, he did not rush to continue his challenges. Instead, he approached a newly emerged large screen against the wall. This screen served as the exchange platform for the Trial Tower's point shop. The shop displayed only the resources available for his redemption. Xiao Chen had barely reached the initial activation stage of the shop, resulting in a minimal amount of points. The items available for exchange were quite limited, yet each was of high quality. Currently, the redeemable items are as follows. Free attribute points redemption price, 200 points point, with a limit of 100 points per person. Skill enhancement points redemption price, 1,000 points point, with a limit of 10 points per person. Instant health restoration potion can be exchanged for 500 points per bottle, with a limit of 10 bottles per person. Upon use, it instantly restores 50 of health. Instant mana restoration potion can be exchanged for 200 points per bottle, with a limit of 10 bottles per person. Upon use, it instantly restores 50 of mana. Currently, there are only these 4 types of items available for exchange in the Trial Points Mall. This indicates that, in addition to leveling up, professionals have alternative means to acquire attribute points. The widening gap between the strong and ordinary professionals in the later stages is a direct result of continuous accumulation. Chapter 41. Surging into the top 10,000, Xiao Chen acquired 1,055 trial points after conquering 100 levels. While over 1,000 points may seem substantial, they can only be exchanged for a single skill point. This illustrates the formidable challenge of obtaining additional skill points beyond those gained through leveling up. It also underscores the extraordinary luck Xiao Chen experienced when he previously opened the achievement chest and received a skill point certificate. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against making any exchanges at present. Redeeming items now would not significantly aid him in his challenge of the Trial Tower. It would be more prudent to conserve his points until the challenge concluded, as the increasing points might unlock a broader range of valuable items in the shop. Closing the points exchange interface, Xiao Chen resumed his challenge. Notice, you have entered the first-tier trial arena, level 101. Notice, defeating all monsters within the map in 60 minutes counts as a successful clearance. The environment of the Trial Tower's 101st level had finally transformed. It was no longer an endless expanse of grassland, but instead a dense jungle. The air was filled with the sounds of insects and birds, and sunlight filtered through the thick foliage, casting a dim and tranquil ambience. Suddenly, Xiao Chen looked up. A giant python, as thick as a barrel, lunged at him. Until that moment, he had been oblivious to the serpent coiling on the branch above him. Instinctively, he raised his shield to defend himself. Clang! The impact of the serpent's head against his shield produced a resounding noise, sending various small creatures hidden in the jungle scampering away. At that moment, several more giant pythons emerged from the branches, launching themselves at him. The 2 massive shields ensnared Xiao Chen, preventing the pythons from gaining leverage. Monster name, Jungle Python Trial Monster. Level, 100 health points. 40,000,040,000 mana points. 4,000,004. 0,000 physical attack. 599 magical attack. 499 physical defense. 399 magical defense. 399 skill, camouflaged ambush. The jungle python excels at utilizing its surroundings for concealment. Before launching an attack, it blends its scales with nearby leaves and soil, making it nearly undetectable. When enemies lower their guard, the python strikes with lightning speed, subduing foes before they can react. Skill, constricting strangle. The jungle python employs its long, powerful body to swiftly assault its target. Upon nearing its prey, it tightly coils around them, gradually applying pressure to control and suffocate. Skill, venomous spray. The jungle python ejects lethal venom from its mouth, inflicting damage while simultaneously paralyzing the enemy's nervous system. After perusing the details of the formidable python, Xiao Chen felt a wave of relief. Although the python's attributes were significantly enhanced compared to the monsters of the preceding 100 levels, and it possessed 3 skills, they proved ineffective against his formidable defense of 700 points. Since it could not breach his defenses, the jungle python posed no threat to him. Xiao Chen stood resolutely at the center like an unyielding rock, remaining immovable despite the relentless assault of 5 gigantic serpents. 3 minutes later, the serpents fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Notification: you have successfully defeated all monsters on the 101st floor of the trial tower. You have earned 50 trial points, bringing your total to 1105. During floors 91 to 99, each level only granted 10 trial points. Thus, the leap to 50 points on the 101st floor was a 5-fold increase. While these monsters posed little challenge to Xiao Chen for other practitioners, the difficulty escalated far beyond 5 times. Once a monster's attributes reached a certain threshold, each additional enhancement significantly increased the challenge for practitioners. It was akin to the difference between monsters that could breach Xiao Chen's defenses and those that could not. Therefore, a 5-fold increase in points was not particularly excessive. From the 102nd to the 109th floors, the variety of monsters remained unchanged, merely increasing in number, with the 9th floor featuring as many as 60 to 70 creatures. The 110th floor also introduced a minor boss. Upon examining its attributes, it became clear that the disparity in strength between the bosses in the trial tower and the lesser monsters was not as vast as one might expect. Unlike other dungeons that allowed for multiplayer teams, where some bosses required thousands to defeat, the trial tower only permitted solo challenges. Although challenging, the difficulty was not insurmountable. Otherwise, no one would be able to progress. Notification: you have successfully defeated all monsters on the 110th floor of the trial tower. You have earned 500 trial points, bringing your total to 2005. 5 hours later, amidst a sea of fallen bosses and countless lesser monsters, Xiao Chen remained at the center, his health fully intact, having sustained no harm whatsoever. Regional announcement: Practitioner He Yi has successfully cleared the first-tier trial tower, reaching the 200th floor. Notification: you have successfully defeated all monsters on the 200th floor of the trial tower. You have earned 1,400 trial points, bringing your total to 19105. Notification: you have entered the leaderboard for the first-tier trial tower, currently ranked 8864. Notification: your trial tower point shop has unlocked additional exchangeable items. 3 consecutive announcements appeared on the system panels of all practitioners within a 100-kilometer radius of the Shijing Trial Tower, prompting those who had previously scoffed at Xiao Chen's achievement of 100 floors to re-evaluate this newcomer. Furthermore, many began to seek information about Xiao Chen through various channels. However, due to the prior encryption of his personal information by the veterans, very few could access it, with the exception of various prominent warrior academies. At that moment, within the special recruitment office of the Shijing Warrior Academy, Brother Long exuded confidence as he glanced at his colleagues, no longer unable to hold his head high as before. His pride was particularly evident when he looked at Jianwu. The necromancer, Wang Pe, remarked, "We underestimated him. Who would have thought that lad could reach such heights?" The magician, old Li, wore a smile upon his face. Indeed, I sensed that this little fellow possessed an extraordinary aura. My judgment remains as impeccable as ever. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those in the office involuntarily twitched. However, given that he was the eldest and most seasoned among them, they refrained from undermining his dignity. Little dragon, have you bestowed upon him a lavish set of equipment? How else could that young lad ascend to the 200th floor in just a day? What are you insinuating, Wang Pa? Are you not aware of my resources? He retorted. I merely provided him with the 5th-tier sword, the one I lost to him, and that piece of equipment I use for gambling. I have not given him anything else, nor have I even discussed the circumstances within the trial tower with him. What? Everyone turned their gaze in unison towards Dragon Brother. Chapter 42, The Teacher's Astonishment. As a newcomer, Xiao Chen, based on his background information, was likely unaware of the existence of the trial tower prior to his arrival. This implies that before entering the tower, he possessed no knowledge about the conditions within. The only conceivable explanation for his rapid ascent to the 200th level within a single day is that Xiao Chen relied solely on his formidable strength to breach the challenges of the trial tower. Typically, most organized challengers receive thorough training and briefings before embarking on their trials. They are meticulously informed about the various monsters encountered at each level, the specific challenges to overcome, the strategies compiled by previous participants, and the optimal equipment combinations. Only after thorough preparation do they dare to commence their challenges. In stark contrast, Xiao Chen, seemingly recklessly, ventured forth without any preparation and astonishingly succeeded in overcoming 200 levels, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. At that moment, Wang Pa seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly spoke up. Xiao Long, contact him immediately and urge him to cease his progress. What is the matter, Wang Pa? Xiao Long. He has managed to clear 200 levels without any prior information. With our careful guidance and training, he might achieve the best results at the Shijing Warrior Academy. However, if he carelessly exhausts his 3 resurrection opportunities, he will lose the chance to experiment and learn. Upon hearing Wang Po's words, the crowd recalled the urgency of the situation. Brother Long attempted to reach him several more times, but to no avail, and could only shake his head in resignation. I tried to contact him when he cleared the 100th level, but I couldn't get through. This is troublesome. Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the external concerns. At that moment, he stood before the large screen in the preparation room of the trial tower, examining the points marketplace. In addition to the 4 previous items, a plethora of new items have been introduced, though most were single-use tools that offered little enhancement to 1's capabilities. After deliberation, Xiao Chen resolved to refrain from making any exchanges for the time being. He intended to consult Brother Long for further information to ascertain whether there were more worthwhile items to redeem later. Having spent 11 hours since he commenced his challenges, it was time for him to return. Exiting the trial tower, Xiao Chen attracted little attention. Even though night had fallen, the place remained teeming with people. As professionals, their physical stamina significantly surpassed that of ordinary individuals, requiring much less sleep. It was not uncommon for high-level practitioners to rest only once every 10 days or so. Upon returning to the academy cafeteria, Xiao Chen found that the others had yet to arrive, but Brother Long had been waiting for him. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Brother Long stood up excitedly. You're finally back. I was nearly beside myself with worry. Xiao Chen, perplexed, looked at Brother Long. What is the matter? You mentioned you're fine, so why did you activate Do Not Disturb? I've been unable to reach you. It was then that Xiao Chen recalled and opened the system settings to disable the Do Not Disturb mode. As soon as he did, a deluge of friend requests inundated his screen. It took several minutes for the flood to subside. Xiao Chen had anticipated many would add him as a friend after successfully clearing 200 levels, but he had not expected such an overwhelming response. A few close friends also reached out with greetings and congratulations. Instructor Long, what is the matter? Young man, how many resurrection opportunities have you utilized today? It was then that Xiao Chen comprehended the urgency behind Instructor Long's attempt to contact him. Once, before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Longo let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, only once. Longo, it's not just once. What? Is there only one left? Xiao Chen was utterly speechless, wondering if he would ever be allowed to complete his thoughts. I haven't used any. What? You mean to say you cleared the 200 floors of the first trial tower without using a single resurrection? Upon seeing Xiao Chen nod in affirmation, Longo's heart soared with joy. Good, 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 as long as you haven't used any. Longo, what is going on? At that moment, Longo was in high spirits. He pulled Xiao Chen to sit at the dining table, ordered a few small dishes and some fine wine from the chef, and then gradually recounted the events that had transpired. After listening to Long Ji's narrative, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Young man, after discussion among us, we have decided that if you can rank within the top 1,000 students in the first trial tower, you will receive special rewards. If you manage to enter the top 100, the rewards will be even more generous. As for higher rankings, well, that's nearly impossible. Xiao Chen felt relatively confident about entering the top 1,000, but he held little hope for the top 100. As the levels increased, the monster's strength would also escalate. If the monster's attacks exceeded his defense by too much, he would find himself at a loss. After all, unlike other professions that could employ tactics to outmaneuver enemies, his sole method of defeating monsters was to endure their blows. As long as he did not perish, there was virtually no monster he could not conquer. Well, I have shared everything I needed to say. With 2 days left until the official start of the school term, it seems you cannot wait that long. Here, I have managed to acquire some materials regarding the first trial tower from the instructor. Study them carefully, as they will assist you in your challenges. Thank you. Hey, it was me who brought you in. It is only right that I take responsibility for you. Back in his room, he instructed the intelligent robot to prepare a cup of coffee, comfortably reclining on the sofa. Initially indifferent to the outcome of the trial tower, he found his perspective shifting. Setting aside the various rewards offered by fellow students, the trial points earned from the tower could be exchanged for many excellent items. Since he had resolved to tackle the trial tower earnestly, adequate preparation was essential. The most effective way to rapidly enhance his strength was to bolster his defense. And the quickest method to achieve that was through acquiring equipment. There were a total of 15 equipment slots for professionals, which were as follows. 1. Main weapon slot, currently equipped with a silver moon shield. 2. Secondary weapon slot, currently equipped with the undead shield. 3. Helmet slot, currently vacant. 4. Armor slot, currently equipped with the spirit serpent armor. 5. Boots slot, currently equipped with the rock battle boots. 6. Belt slot, currently equipped with the rock belt. 7. Right wrist slot, currently equipped with the silver moon bracers. 8. Left wrist slot, currently vacant. 9. Glove slot, currently vacant. Gloves may only be worn in pairs, counting as a single piece of equipment. 10. The necklace slot is currently vacant. 11. The left wrist bracelet slot is presently unoccupied. 12. The right wrist bracelet slot is currently unfilled. 13. The left hand ring slot is at present empty. 14. The right hand ring slot remains unoccupied. 15. The metal slot is adorned with a versatile metal. In total, he is currently equipped with 8 pieces of gear, leaving 7 slots available. Most of the vacant slots are for accessory items, which are relatively rarer and thus command a higher price compared to other types of equipment. Chapter 43. The emergence of the mutated boss. The elevated price of accessory-type equipment can be attributed not only to its relative scarcity, but also to its unique ability to enhance attack power, one of the few categories that can do so. Among items of similar nature, those that augment attack are invariably favored by practitioners over those that bolster defense. Consequently, although defensive accessories are rare, they are often priced lower than their offensive counterparts. Upon inspecting his inventory, he discovered that he possessed a total of 138 gold and 65 silver, which translates to approximately 1.38 million dragon country currency. The sale of his property had also netted him over $1 million, theoretically allowing for the exchange of 100 gold coins. In total, his assets were nearing 240 gold coins. His backpack contained over 30 ordinary white items, alongside a handful of green and blue ones. Every time he gazed at the contents of his bag, a wave of resignation washed over him. In recent days, he had vanquished no fewer than 100,000 monsters, which meant that on average, he would need to eliminate about 3,000 creatures to obtain a single ordinary item. Such drop rates were indeed disheartening compared to other practitioners. Pondering this, he opened his friends list and located Qian Duo. Black Knight, are you there? Qian Duo, Brother Black Knight, you finally contacted me. I would have reached out earlier, but I didn't want to disturb your quest. Qian Duo, is there anything I can assist you with? Black Knight, I have a batch of equipment that I need you to handle. Qian Duo, Brother Black Knight, you picked the perfect time. With various warrior academies about to start, many newcomers are out purchasing gear. Rest assured, I will offer you a premium price. After sending dozens of items via mail to Qian Duo, he continued, Black Knight, there's one more thing I need your help with. Qian Duo, Brother Black Knight, please tell me. I will do my utmost as long as it is within my capabilities. Black Knight, help me purchase a batch of equipment. The requirements are. Qian Duo, that's manageable. Is it urgent? Black Knight, as soon as possible. Qian Duo, understood. I will update you soon. Ever since Black Knight surpassed level 200, Qian Duo's demeanor had grown significantly warmer. He even proceeded to procure equipment without first demanding payment. After closing the chat with Qian Duo, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to inquire with Long Gu about the exchange of trial points for items. Initially considering to contact him, he ultimately decided to wait until the next morning. At that moment, however, Long Gu unexpectedly sent him a message. Long Gu, kid, are you asleep? Black Knight, not yet. Long Gu, hurry to the activity room. There's something important. What could be so urgent? Filled with curiosity, Black Knight hastened to the activity room. Upon arrival, he found not only Long Gu, but also Wang Pe and Jianwu present. As soon as they saw him, they quickly gathered around. Classmate Black Knight, you must head to the Death Marsh dungeon immediately. What is going on? A mutated boss has appeared in the Death Marsh, and countless practitioners are heading there now. A mutated boss? What is that? Long Gu patiently explained. There exist various types of bosses, among which the most common are the ordinary boss, the elite boss, and the final boss of a specific map. These three types of bosses are relatively prevalent, typically respawning at regular intervals within most dungeons. Beyond these, there are also unique bosses such as the hidden bosses you have defeated, as well as the more formidable world bosses and singular bosses. The mutated boss is a new entity formed from these bosses due to some unknown cause of mutation, often exhibiting greater strength than its pre-mutated form. However, should one manage to defeat it, there's a high likelihood of acquiring top-tier equipment that exceeds the current golden quality, along with the potential to obtain exceedingly rare items. Wang Pe added. Due to the emergence of the mutated boss, the system has interconnected the pathways of dozens of surrounding dungeons, meaning that adventurers from other areas can enter the same dungeon through different entrances to vie for the mutated boss. As for me, I am not particularly concerned about the items that the mutated boss might drop. However, if the person who defeats the boss is not from our academy, it would significantly tarnish our academy's reputation, which is utterly unacceptable. After all, do we not have many outstanding students? Upon hearing this, several teachers fell silent. Xiao Chen also realized he had misspoken and added, since they are unable to defeat the boss, I likely cannot either. This boss is rather special. It cannot simply be vanquished by sheer numbers. You will understand once you go. Then I shall make a trip. Very well, but do take care. If it proves insurmountable, do not hesitate to retreat, for you are merely at the first tier and lack resurrection privileges in an ordinary dungeon. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement and swiftly made his way to the dungeon entrance. Upon re-entering the Death Marsh dungeon, he noticed an increase in the number of players. However, most were not pausing to level up, but were hastening toward the depths of the dungeon. The minor creatures along the way had been thoroughly exterminated, significantly accelerating Xiao Chen's progress. Upon reaching the location where he had previously defeated the decayed Treant, the entire area was filled with people. 200 meters away, a small sapling, barely half a person's height, emanated a faint green glow, and from this sapling dangled a fruit resembling a heart, rhythmically pulsing as if it were a living heart. With each beat, the heart-like fruit sent ripples radiating outward. Some adventurers who ventured too close to the energy ripples found their health diminished drastically within mere seconds. Were it not for their teammates yanking them back with special gear, they would have surely succumbed by now. This was one of the reasons all adventurers dared not approach the small tree. At that moment, a burly man wielding a massive shield scoffed. "Humph, you fragile ones should keep your distance. This is not a boss you are equipped to confront." This statement instantly provoked a furious response from most of the professionals, their teeth clenched in anger. The burly man, though defiant, was not foolish. He cautiously advanced only after his supportive teammates had bestowed several beneficial enhancements upon him. However, the moment he made contact with the energy ripple, his expression shifted dramatically. The energy ripple not only inflicted persistent damage upon those who entered it, but also possessed a formidable gravitational pull. Once enveloped by the energy ripple, a rhythmic tugging sensation emerged in sync with the heartbeat of the small tree, inexorably drawing the professionals towards it. Despite the burly man's desperate struggles, he found himself unable to break free from its binding force. Witnessing this, his teammates behind him dared not rush to his aid, opting instead to provide healing from a safe distance. Chapter 44. Bounty mission. In less than 30 seconds, the burly man slowly collapsed to the ground. As he fell, countless crimson plant roots surged forth from the earth, embedding themselves into his body. In a mere moment, the man's form was reduced to a mere pool of white bones, his flesh entirely consumed by the voracious roots. "Look, that little tree seems to have grown taller," someone remarked. The crowd turned their gaze and indeed noticed that the tree had indeed increased in height. One bystander chimed in, "When we arrived, it was barely 20 centimeters tall, but now, thanks to the nutrients provided by some reckless adventurers, it has reached this height. From my observations, I have discovered that as this peculiar tree grows, its offensive capabilities also strengthen, and the range of energy ripples it emits expands. This cannot continue. If more individuals recklessly throw themselves into danger, the tree's power will only increase, making it impossible to vanquish it in the future. It is difficult to reason with those who seek death. Among these fallen adventurers, who has not been cautioned." At that moment, 5 arrows simultaneously shot towards the heart-shaped fruit of the tree. Upon entering the energy ripple's range, the arrows encountered formidable resistance, plummeting to the ground after barely traveling 50 meters. Not only the arrows, but even spells from sorcerers, such as lightning bolts and fireballs, suffered the same fate, swiftly losing their energy within the ripples and dissipating into the air. The scene had gathered over 100 individuals, yet no attack thus far had managed to touch the little tree. A voice from the crowd rang out, "Flesh and blood. Energy weapons are ineffective. What about undead creatures? Are there any necromancers here?" Xiao Chen scanned the crowd and finally fixated his gaze on a necromancer from the Warrior Academy. The necromancer, named Calamity, was a special recruit from the West Capital Warrior Academy, much like Xiao Chen. After awakening his necromancer abilities, he received invitations from various organizations, including the 4 great warrior academies. Ultimately, it remained a mystery what terms Wang Pi used to persuade him to join the West Capital Academy. When Calamity noticed Xiao Chen observing him, he merely shook his head. "Undead creatures are also ineffective?" Xiao Chen did not rush into action, with so many spectators present. Even if he possessed the strength to slay the tree demon, what would happen afterward? If something valuable were to emerge, he might attract a swarm of attackers. Moreover, he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to defeat the tree demon. The most prudent approach would be to wait until the equipment that Fatty Qian had procured for him arrived, allowing him to confront the creature at his peak potential. During the waiting period, more adventurers arrived. Some, unable to contain their impatience or disbelieving in danger, recklessly entered the energy ripple's range, and inevitably, they all met their demise. This caused the tree demon to grow from the height of a man to approximately 2 meters tall. As the tree demon continued to develop, the range of its energy ripples expanded rapidly, exacerbating the already dire situation where no one could approach. The ripple's radius had now stretched to around 500 meters and continued to grow. At that moment, a voice resonated from the crowd, posing a poignant question. What would transpire if no one could vanquish this mutated treant? The answer was evident. The dungeon would transform into a forbidden zone, deterring any future adventurers. Is it truly that grave? Observe closely. Even in the absence of sacrifices, the creature continues to grow at a languid pace. Given sufficient time, it is inevitable that the energy ripples will permeate the entire dungeon. Wouldn't that mean the area connected to this dungeon would permanently lose access to the death marshes? What then would become of our leveling prospects? The options would be limited to seeking dungeons in other regions or venturing into the wilderness for experience. This situation brings to mind the infamous death zone in the land of the morning calm, where a continuously evolving boss emerged. Due to a failure to eliminate it in time, it eventually reached a point where no one dared to approach within 100 kilometers. Fortunately, this Treant is confined within the dungeon, posing no threat to ordinary humans. But what if it had survived beyond the confines of the dungeon? Surely, even a second or third-tier practitioner could easily dispatch it. As time trickled by, the crowd swelled, yet those willing to engage dwindled. The horror of the Treant became increasingly apparent, and when someone attempted to approach the energy ripples, surrounding practitioners no longer stood idly by. They intervened to prevent entry. This matter had now become intrinsically tied to their personal interests. If the energy ripples indeed engulfed the entire dungeon, they would be compelled to seek leveling opportunities in more distant locales, although intercity transport could swiftly convey them to other cities and novice dungeons. This was still their home and livelihood. Should the dungeon become inaccessible, many would undoubtedly choose to abandon the city. Xijing was fortunate, having the trial tower, but the smaller towns surrounding it were far less fortunate. The most anxious party at this moment was undoubtedly the Xijing Warrior Academy. As a prestigious institution, what would happen if there were no grounds for student training? Undoubtedly, the academy would either need to relocate or risk being overshadowed by rival institutions. Upon learning this news, the academy's higher-ups could hardly maintain their composure. They promptly issued a bounty to all faculty and students, extending the call even to alumni. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen received a bounty announcement from the academy's internal system. Bounty announcement. A mutated boss capable of infinite growth has appeared in the novice dungeon, Death Marshes, near the Xijing Warrior Academy. Should it be allowed to continue its growth, the Death Marshes will become a forbidden territory for first-tier practitioners, depriving new students of a leveling venue. To safeguard the interests of all faculty and students, the Academy has initiated this bounty. Those who successfully slay the mutated Treant will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins, as well as a piece of top-tier, first-grade red-quality equipment. Setting aside the allure of the exquisite red-quality equipment, the prospect of 1,000 gold coins was enough for Xiao Chen to resolve to undertake this bounty. It is worth noting that 1,000 gold coins equate to a staggering 10 million Dragon Kingdom currency. More than 10 days ago, he could scarcely have imagined that he would amass such a fortune. Not only the Western Capital Warrior Academy, but also several nearby governments, established around the entrance to novice dungeons, had subsequently issued disparate quests. However, the rewards for these tasks undoubtedly paled in comparison to those offered by the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Yet, at present, Xiao Chen remained unaware of these bounties. Otherwise, he would have been far more proactive. Just as Xiao Chen could no longer restrain his desire to venture forth, a group of individuals pushed through the throng, making their appearance at the forefront of the crowd. Their bodies shimmered with golden-hued armor, unmistakably marking them as professionals dispatched by a certain organization to vanquish the Treants. Chapter 45. The Boss Hunt Squad. Upon noticing the approach of newcomers, Xiao Chen retracted his foot, which was poised to step forward. Allowing these individuals to test the waters was prudent, as his equipment had yet to arrive. A brief delay would pose no inconvenience. "Step back," he warned. "Such a formidable boss capable of mutation is beyond your reach. If you find yourselves ensnared in its wrath, do not hold us responsible." One of the newcomers boldly shoved aside several nearby professionals, exuding an air of arrogance. The displaced individuals, upon observing the newcomer's equipment and unmasked levels, could only suppress their displeasure and retreat. There were 4 of them in total, each having reached level 100. It was evident from their gear what professions they belonged to: a tank warrior, a melee mage, a blood priest, and a healing priest. These 4 shared a common trait. Their health was extraordinarily robust, placing them firmly in the upper echelon of their level. Clearly, this group had come well prepared. Their eclectic composition hinted at a strategic design. Remarkably, this ensemble had a genuine chance of vanquishing the Treant. To defeat the Treant, proximity was essential. Facing the overwhelming damage of its energy waves, Any practitioner with insufficient health would succumb before even nearing it. Thus, a composition centered around high health was indeed the optimal choice. Witnessing this formation, the onlookers felt a flicker of hope. The priests adorned their comrades with an array of buffs, and the tank warrior was the first to step into the energy waves range. As soon as he entered, the familiar sensation of being tugged back emerged. The moment the tank warrior stood bathed in a yellowish glow, his advance halted abruptly. The crowd collectively exhaled. Although the tank's health was dwindling, the rate of decline was markedly slower than that of the previous participants. With the priest's healing efforts, his health stabilized, achieving a precarious balance. Witnessing this scene, the spectators grew increasingly exhilarated. If he could withstand the onslaught, there was hope for a successful kill. Yet, the tank warrior's expression darkened. The quartet had deliberately remained at the first tier, primarily aiming to venture into areas accessible only to those of the first tier in order to slay bosses for rare materials and equipment, thereby amassing wealth. They intended to consider promotion only after their fortunes had sufficiently accumulated. Upon ascending to the second tier, they would possess top-tier equipment and skills, rendering subsequent leveling considerably easier. Through prolonged collaboration, they were well acquainted with one another's skills. The tank warriors sensed that the priests were unleashing their full healing potential. Even so, this merely maintained equilibrium. If the treant possessed only this singular method of attack, it would be manageable, but a mutated boss capable of boundless growth surely wielded more than one offensive skill. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly turned, launching an attack in the opposite direction of the treant, invoking a skill, Barbaric Charge. Unlike Xiao Chen's Soul Charge, which halts upon encountering excessive resistance, the Barbaric Charge left him in an exceedingly peculiar state. It appeared as though he was charging outward from the energy wave, yet his body remained anchored in place, merely mimicking the motion of the charge. This was dire. With a thunderous shout, the bull-headed priest unleashed a flurry of spells upon the meat shield warrior, while their accompanying mages conjured earthen walls, aiming to obstruct the Barbaric Charge skill from dissipating and preventing the meat shield from being drawn away by the tree spirit. Absent the priest's support, the meat shield's health plummeted rapidly. A few well-meaning adventurers from the crowd rushed forth to provide healing, barely managing to sustain the warrior's vitality. Just as the earthen walls were on the verge of crumbling, a decaying iron chain composed of energy suddenly ensnared the meat shield, yanking him away. Once freed from the energy ripples, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "I am grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have perished here today." This incident allowed the onlookers to gain a more vivid understanding of the tree spirit's formidable power, instilling in them a profound sense of caution. The entire dungeon fell into a stalemate, with hundreds of spectators surrounding a diminutive tree over 2 meters tall, yet none dared to approach. Xiao Chen's expression shifted as he finally received a message from Qian Duo. "Qian Duo, Brother Knight, I have sold all your items for a total of 53 gold and 28 silver. Qian Duo, now that you're level 100, you will soon advance to the second tier. The equipment I selected for you is of high value since you won't be able to use it for long. Qian Duo, the total cost for the equipment was merely 18 gold, and I have sent you the remaining amount along with the gear via email. Qian Duo, Brother Knight, I assure you I earned nothing from selling your items this time. Consider it a gesture of friendship. In the future, I will charge a small service fee, but rest assured, the items I sell for you will always exceed market value, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Brother Knight, thank you." Closing the chat interface, he opened his email, discovering not only the returned gold, but also 7 pieces of equipment. Each piece was a level 100 green item, devoid of additional attributes, yet they shared a common quality: enhanced defense. Indeed, even the bracelets and rings contributed to his defense. After donning all 7 pieces from his inbox, his equipment was finally complete. His physical defense reached an impressive 912 points, while his magical defense soared to 878 points. Such formidable dual resistance should pose little challenge against the tree spirit. The tree spirit continued to grow, its energy ripples now extending beyond a radius of 600 meters. The adventurers retreated in haste, and those who lagged behind had already succumbed to a fate of white bones. As the range of energy ripples expanded, more terrain fell under its ominous influence. Xiao Chen pondered the necessity of maintaining a low profile, wary that among the crowd could be assassins from Sakura country. He made his way to a marshy depression, gradually wading into the water. The throng remained fixated on the tree spirit, oblivious to Xiao Chen's disappearance. The surface of the water was adorned with numerous floating plants, effectively obscuring him from view. Silently, he approached a protruding slab of azure stone, perfectly evading the gaze of all present. This piece of bluestone lies at the threshold of an energy ripple, and with just a few more steps, Xiao Chen would enter the realm of the demon tree's energy. Just as he was poised to step into the energy wave, he abruptly halted. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his back to the demon tree and retreated. The reason for this decision was that should he discover he could not withstand the force, he would still have the option to utilize his battle spirit to charge forth and retreat in time. He had no desire to sacrifice his life merely to vanquish a boss. Having traversed this world for a year without truly beginning his ascent, he could not afford to fall at this juncture. Wouldn't that be an immense loss? Chapter 46. Quietly outputting, speculations abound with everything prepared. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and stepped back. The moment he made contact with the energy ripples, a series of system notifications emerged. Notification: you have entered the domain of the mutated boss, Bloodthirsty Tree Demon. Notification: the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon is a mutated boss, and its information is not included in the system database. The system cannot provide you with any details regarding the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon. Notification: you have sustained damage from the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's Bloodthirsty domain. This skill is an attribute judgment skill, with the judgment attribute being magical defense. Note: judgment skills are rare abilities within the realm of myriad worlds. Casting a judgment skill will conduct an attribute assessment on the target. If successful, the skill takes effect. If it fails, the skill becomes ineffective and may even rebound upon the caster. Conducting magical defense judgment. The Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's magical defense is 892, while your magical defense is 878. Given the close proximity of both defenses, the Bloodthirsty domain skill is only partially effective. As the system messages appeared, the force pulling Xiao Chen dissipated entirely. Although the pulling force receded, the damage from the energy ripples continued unabated, causing his health to plummet rapidly. Minus 312,105 minus 315,105. Xiao Chen's health fluctuated in sync with the pulsations of the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's heart fruit. The minus 312 indicated the damage inflicted by the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon. With both of his defenses nearing 900 and a rock-solid reduction of 50 damage, it was astonishing that he still endured 312 points of damage, highlighting the Tree Demon's formidable power. In retrospect, the earlier Meat Shield warrior's ability to endure for so long without perishing was indeed remarkable. The 105 reflected the healing effects of the Silver Moon power and Rock power combined. After accounting for both, Xiao Chen sustained a damage of 207 points per second, leaving him with a total health of 5,670 points. Without utilizing a healing skill, he could only withstand for a maximum of 27 seconds. This span of time would undoubtedly be insufficient to counter the Tree Demon. To ensure a secure defeat of the Tree Demon, the most prudent course of action was to continue enhancing his equipment. An increase of 300 points in defense would enable him to endure the Tree Demon's attacks. 13 seconds later, Xiao Chen's health dwindled to approximately 50. Just as he contemplated retreating, he noticed a reduction in the damage inflicted by the Tree Demon. Upon inspecting his attributes, he realized that the newly acquired set bonus had taken effect. Steadfast as a mountain. When the wearer remains stationary in combat, this buff activates, enhancing basic defense by 10 every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Xiao Chen's eyes. Perhaps he could indeed hold out. Another 10 seconds passed, and the steadfast as a mountain buff reached 2 layers, further diminishing the Tree Demon's damage against him. However, his health had also descended to a mere 20. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen activated the Battle Soul Revival skill, instantly restoring his health by 20, bringing it back to 40. As the unmoving as a mountain buff reached its 3rd tier, the damage inflicted by the Bloodthirsty Trean on Xiao Chen was reduced to approximately 120 points. After compensating with a healing rate of 105 points per second, he now endured a mere 27 points of damage each second. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief. By the time the buff escalated to its 5th tier, the damage dealt by the bloodthirsty treant dwindled to a mere 102 points. At this juncture, his rate of recovery surpassed the rate of damage received. His health no longer diminished. Instead, it began to gradually replenish. Thus, Xiao Chen positioned himself at the periphery of the bloodthirsty domain and launched his attack against the treant. His current positioning was rather precarious. Although he was concealed from the view of others, his own line of sight was obstructed, preventing him from observing the treant's current state. Unable to see the treant's health bar, he remained oblivious to whether the Thorn Spike skill had inflicted any rebound damage on the creature. After all, this was his first encounter with such a wide-ranging area of effect attack. As time passed, just as Xiao Chen could no longer restrain himself from rising to check on the treant's condition, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Look, the treant's health seems to have diminished slightly. Are you seeing things? No one is attacking it. How could its health possibly decrease? Wait, take a closer look. The treant's health has indeed decreased a bit, albeit slightly. Upon hearing this exchange, others began to glance toward the treant and confirm that, indeed, its health had fallen, albeit insignificantly, making it almost imperceptible without careful observation. Who is attacking the treant? The spectators began to scan the vicinity, yet none could see anyone entering the bloodthirsty domain. Could it be that it is automatically withering away? Now that you mention it, that is a possibility. Observe how the heart-shaped fruit it bears is absorbing its energy. Perhaps when that fruit ripens, it will signal the treant's demise. This young man has made a valid point. Many plants, upon bearing fruit, channel a significant portion of their energy into it, leading to their own eventual death. This seems to be the situation at hand. The crowd erupted into a lively discussion. If that is the case, will this crisis resolve itself in due time? Say, if it dies naturally, will the fruit remain? At this question, the crowd fell silent. It was apparent to all that the fruit was extraordinary, and if the treant were to perish, the fate of that fruit would surely be of great interest. Many began to contemplate the potential of the fruit. Once the treant met its end, a bloody storm would undoubtedly ensue. Meanwhile, news of the treant's decay spread rapidly outside. If it weren't for the lack of signal within the instance, it was likely that a live broadcast would be capturing the events, drawing a considerable audience. Though this was merely a low-tier novice dungeon, the rarity of a mutated boss captivated the attention of many, including both low-tier and high-tier professionals who had yet to encounter such a phenomenon in their years as adventurers. Upon hearing that the mutated boss was withering away automatically, many seasoned professionals were incredulous. Since their ascension to the ranks of adventurers, they had never witnessed a monster perish without external cause. This was utterly incongruous with their understanding of the world. Unless it was undergoing a metamorphosis. Indeed, this very notion seemed plausible. That heart-shaped fruit was likely not a mere fruit, but rather a nascent, formidable life form. This hypothesis swiftly permeated among the professionals, garnering widespread acceptance. The current treant was already immensely powerful. Should an even mightier entity emerge successfully, the Death Swamp dungeon would evolve into an absolute forbidden zone. Chapter 47. A gamble. Upon overhearing the discussions of the crowd, Xiao Chen confirmed that the effect of the thorn bramble had been activated. Most tree-like monstrosities are incapable of moving their main bodies and can only assault their foes with ranged abilities. Given that Xiao Chen was situated at a considerable distance from the bloodthirsty treant, its other skills were rendered ineffective against him, resulting in the current scenario. Concealed beneath the blue stone, Xiao Chen leisurely listened to the chatter of the onlookers while simultaneously engaging the boss. If the hundreds of spectators were to discover his present predicament, one could only imagine their reactions. Time gradually passed, and the bloodthirsty treant's health points dwindled slowly. The gathering crowd not only remained but grew larger. This was an inevitable outcome. If the situation with the bloodthirsty treant could not be resolved, they would have no choice but to venture to more distant locales for experience. 2 hours elapsed, yet Xiao Chen had yet to receive a notification from the system regarding a kill. With a rebound damage of 1248 points per second, and having survived for 2 hours, it suggested that the bloodthirsty treant's health must be at least in the millions, assuming it lacked any healing abilities. Arriving at this conclusion afforded Xiao Chen a newfound appreciation for the formidable nature of mutated bosses. Another half-hour passed, and the crowd began to stir restlessly. It was nearing the end. Only about one of its health remained. There is uncertainty surrounding whether the treant would drop rare fruits or spawn even mightier monstrosities upon its demise. Should we take the risk? With hundreds present, if one were to perish, they should not drag others down with them. Indeed, in such a scenario, even if valuable items were dropped, they would hardly be within reach of the onlookers. What would happen if we managed to slay the treant at the last shred of its life? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell into a contemplative silence. The bloodthirsty treant would wither and die on its own, which meant that the individual who dealt the final blow would claim the kill. As they were still at the first tier, they possessed the system's automatic looting privileges, eliminating the risk of being robbed by others. Moreover, once the items were secured in one's inventory, even if others managed to defeat them, they would not obtain what they desired. At most, a treasure chest would drop, the contents of which would be left to chance. The slaying of the bloodthirsty treant had been announced with bounties by both the Shijing Warrior Academy and the local government. Who would dare to risk offending these two colossal entities? The risk did not match the potential reward. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation. As the treant's health dwindled to 0.5, some could no longer restrain themselves and charged towards the creature. Witnessing a few lead the charge, others who believed they could survive quickly followed suit. However, a greater number opted to retreat. Those who entered the treant's bloodthirsty domain experienced a rapid decline in their health. Some, with low vitality, transformed into mere skeletons within 3 seconds, meeting their demise silently. Meanwhile, those with sufficient defenses and health managed to hold on, abandoning any thoughts of resisting the treant's pull and instead eagerly cooperating. Their sole aim was to reach the treant swiftly for a final, decisive strike. To successfully vanquish the bloodthirsty tree demon not only yields the coveted spoils of a rare boss defeat, but also garners bounties from various locales. Most crucially, only those who triumph over the bloodthirsty tree demon can hope to survive. The air was rife with anguish cries as several overly confident individuals met their demise in rapid succession. However, the majority of those daring enough to take the risk possessed genuine prowess, and among them, a 5-member team, through their coordinated efforts, drew perilously close to the bloodthirsty tree. Just as they prepared to unleash their final assault upon the demon, an unforeseen calamity struck. Suddenly, dozens of root-like spikes surged from beneath their feet, thrusting towards them with lethal intent. Those who were still nursing half their health found themselves impaled by numerous roots in an instant, their health bars dwindling to nothing. They were unable even to utter a scream before succumbing to death. Observing this, the other adventurers approaching the demon were struck with panic. However, retreating was no longer an option. The potent gravitational pull of the bloodthirsty domain rendered escape impossible. The scene was filled with horrified screams, and only a select few, possessing the ability to break free from control and evacuate swiftly, managed to evade disaster. A grave situation unfolded as dozens simultaneously perished, replenishing the demon's energy and enabling its form to grow even taller. As the demon's power surged, Xiao Chen's health equilibrium was shattered. The rebound damage escalated from 1,200 to a staggering 2,000, an increase of over 800. Consequently, the damage he sustained soared from 88 to 488. After deducting the 105 points he regained every second, he still endured nearly 400 points of damage each second. At this rate, he could withstand no more than 10 additional seconds. With the bloodthirsty tree demon's strength augmented, the scope of its domain expanded further, forcing the crowd to retreat to greater distances. Those who had previously rushed in recklessly had all perished. As the tree's height increased, Xiao Chen could glimpse the demon's health bar through the gaps. At this moment, the demon's health was below 0.3. Determined to escape, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and resolved to fight with all his might. After more than 2 hours of battle, all of his skills had cooled down. When his health plummeted to 1,000 points, he decisively activated both the Spirit Awakening and Spirit Revival skills. Under the influence of Spirit Awakening, the healing amount of Spirit Revival increased from 20 to 30. His health surged by 1,700 points, restoring it to approximately 47. As the bloodthirsty tree demon's health dwindled to around 0. 1. Xiao Chen's health once again fell to 1,000 points. He activated the Undead Shield. Undead Shield. This skill grants a 30-second protective shield that can absorb up to 1,000 points of damage and converts 50 of the absorbed damage into health. Within a mere 3 seconds, the Undead Shield shattered, during which Xiao Chen regained over 3,000 health points. This was his final healing skill. Xiao Chen now found himself in a precarious predicament. With the demon's power escalating, its dual defenses had certainly increased as well. The only reason he hadn't yet drawn its attention was due to the substantial defense granted by his immovable as a mountain skill. Should he dare to shift his body, this precarious balance would be irrevocably shattered. He was originally positioned at the periphery of the bloodthirsty domain, where the soul charge skill could facilitate a swift retreat. However, with the enhancement of the bloodthirsty trend's power, the extent of the bloodthirsty domain has expanded significantly, its radius now extending at least 200 meters. In contrast, the maximum reach of a soul charge is merely 100 meters. This predicament implies that he cannot escape using the soul charge. To attempt a retreat while still possessing some health? That would be folly. The moment he moves, the immovable mountain buff would dissipate, drastically diminishing his defenses, leading to a swift demise. Regret gnawed at Xiao Chen, for had he foreseen this dire situation, he would have exchanged for a life-restoring potion within the trial tower. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. He must now endure the onslaught, awaiting either his own demise or that of a treant. Chapter 48. Slaying the mutated boss, as Xiao Chen's health plummeted to a mere 1,000 points once more. His chest heaved violently. His gaze was fixated on the blood bar of the bloodthirsty tree demon, with life and death hanging in the balance of the next moment. Notification. You have slain the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon. Do you wish to make this public? Upon seeing this notification, Xiao Chen's anxious heart finally found respite. He had come perilously close to death. With the demise of the bloodthirsty tree demon, the realm of bloodthirst faded, and his health began to recover swiftly. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to make the achievement public. Otherwise, he would forfeit the Academy's reward. Publicize. Announcement. The practitioner of the night successfully slayed the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon, in the death swamp. Announcement. The practitioner of the night successfully slayed the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon, in the death swamp. Announcement. The practitioner of the night successfully slayed the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon, in the death swamp. 3 consecutive announcements echoed across the practitioner system panels in the vicinity of the dungeon's entry point. The reach of this announcement was vastly superior to any prior notifications of rare boss defeats, spreading across an area many times larger. Many practitioners who received this notification were left bewildered. Who was the knight? Wasn't it said that no one could defeat the tree demon? Could it be that he had ambushed the tree demon at its last breath? Yet, everyone had clearly seen that there had been no living soul within the energy ripple's range. Perhaps he had concealed himself nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Speculations about how Xiao Chen had vanquished the bloodthirsty tree demon began to swirl among the crowd. Meanwhile, numerous individuals rushed toward the tree demon's location at the first sight of the fading bloodthirsty realm. While the chances of obtaining any fruits were slim, there was no harm in taking a look. Xiao Chen, however, was not preoccupied with the outside commotion. He received several system notifications. Notification. You have slain the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon. You have earned 30 warrior medals. Notification. You have received a Tier 1 red achievement chest. Notification. You have slain the bloodthirsty tree demon, gaining 1,000 experience points, 2 life rings, 1 heart of life, 2 golden chests, and 1,000 silver coins. As the slaying notifications appeared, these items materialized automatically in Xiao Chen's inventory. Simultaneously, a strand of imperceptible pale, red energy silently entered his body, which he felt not at all. Now is not the time to examine the properties of these items. A throng of individuals surged toward the spot where the bloodthirsty tree demon had once stood, creating a chaotic scene. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen plunged into the water. As he emerged from the puddle and prepared to leave, he found himself face to face with the undead mage, Calamity, who regarded him with an impassive expression. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He gestured for silence, and then hastily made his way toward the dungeon's exit. Calamity was equally stunned, not expecting Xiao Chen to disregard him completely and walk away. This left him feeling rather uncomfortable, as he was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. After casting a lingering glance at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, he too departed. It was deep into the night, yet the activity room of the tank warriors was brightly lit. Not only were several other students awake, but even Long Gu remained present. The primary reason for gathering here in the late hours was undoubtedly those 3 system announcements. Upon Xiao Chen's arrival in the activity room, everyone who had been enjoying skewers stood up in unison, including the notoriously rebellious Zhang Hu. "Brother He, you are remarkable. You defeated a mutated boss that hundreds could not conquer. You are a paragon in my eyes." Zhang, who had previously considered Xiao Chen's leveling speed to be merely adequate, but following the successful slaying of the mutated boss, his attitude underwent a monumental transformation. The way he regarded Xiao Chen returned to normal, imbued with excitement and admiration. "Brother He, impressive." The Iron Hammer trio gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. The sweet and endearing He Xiaomei offered Xiao Chen a chilled bottle of mineral water, displaying a thoughtful demeanor that starkly contrasted with her previous attitude towards Zhang Hu. Faced with the enthusiastic reception, Xiao Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Ha ha, you little rascal. How did you manage to claim the mutated boss that so many could not?" "I didn't claim it," Xiao Chen replied. "You didn't claim it? Then why did the system announcement state that you were the one who killed the mutated boss? The system wouldn't allow someone with the same name, would it?" Xiao Chen sighed. "Because I was the sole one to deal damage to the mutated boss from start to finish, there was no question of claiming." "What? Are you saying that the mutated boss didn't die of its own accord, but rather because of your attacks that caused its health to diminish?" Xiao Chen nodded. "To say I attacked isn't entirely accurate. You all know my attack power is only 1 point, which is insufficient to inflict any significant damage." "Then how did you?" Long Gu hesitated, recalling their earlier clash at the Academy's entrance. "Could it be a reflection damage?" Xiao Chen nodded once more. Long Gu's eyes lit up with understanding. "So that is how it is. It makes sense. Without any attack power, you leveled up so quickly. Only reflection damage could account for that." "Quite impressive." The crowd gathered around Xiao Chen, urging him to recount the details of how he defeated the mutated boss. "To avoid being disturbed, I merely hid beneath a stone, and then the monster perished." "That's it? The process was that simple? What else could it be?" After listening to Xiao Chen's succinct account, the audience found it exceedingly dull. Zhang Hu waved his hand. "It's late. I'm off to bed. I need to level up tomorrow, and today's exertions have exhausted me." "You hardly contributed to leveling." "Exhausted?" Once the other students had departed, Xiao Chen turned to Long Gu and inquired, "Long Gu, when will the school's reward for the bounty be issued?" Long Gu chuckled. "You rascal. Don't worry. The Western Capital Warrior Academy is not the sort to renege on such paltry sums. Indeed, the bounty has not been issued solely by the Academy. The government of Shijing City, along with several surrounding municipalities, has also placed a reward for the mutated boss. Be sure to claim it. Is there such good fortune? You are quite lucky. The rewards from this bounty alone are sufficient to cover several years of my salary." Subsequently, Xiao Chen found himself in a dilemma. "Long Gu, I need to continue my onslaught on the trial tower in the coming days and cannot afford the time to collect the bounty rewards one by one. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" "You rascal. Very well. Who am I to refuse, considering you were brought into this fold by me? It's nearly 2 a.m. You ought to get some rest." After seeing Long Gu off, Xiao Chen returned to his personal chamber in the basement. After a brief refreshment, he did not rush to sleep. Instead, he chose to first examine the spoils from his encounter with the mutated boss, for without doing so, he would find it impossible to rest. Chapter 49. The life that the recent defeat of the mutated boss yielded remarkably bountiful rewards. Previously, when vanquishing the Sand Emperor's serpent, I garnered merely 8 warrior medals. This time, however, I was bestowed with a staggering 30. Upon clicking on the warrior medals, I found no alterations. Accessing the equipment panel to examine the medal attributes, a notification appeared behind the medals. Notification: you may devour medals of the same attribute to fuse and enhance them. To upgrade now, you need to consume one universal medal. I see. To exchange for one universal medal, I require 10 warrior medals. I proceeded to click on the exchange. Notification: do you wish to consume 10 warrior medals to obtain one universal medal? Exchange confirmed. Notification: do you wish to devour one universal medal for attribute enhancement? Yes. Notification: equipment fusion successful. Your universal medal has been upgraded to 2 stars. I examined the equipment attributes. Universal medal 2 stars. Equipping this medal increases all basic attributes by 10. You may devour medals of the same attribute for fusion enhancement. To upgrade now, you need to consume one universal medal. To enhance further, I must consume a 2-star universal medal, meaning I currently need to devour one to advance. With 26 warrior medals remaining, I could synthesize another 2-star medal. Without hesitation, I proceeded to exchange and synthesize. Notification: equipment fusion successful. Your universal medal has been upgraded to 3 stars. Upon reaching 3 stars, the increase in basic attributes surged to 15. This represented a significant enhancement for Xiao Chen. In addition to the warrior medals, defeating the mutated boss also granted me a red achievement treasure chest. The highest I had previously received was a golden one. This marked my first acquisition of a treasure chest of red quality. Prior to opening the red achievement chest, I decided to unlock the 2 golden chests dropped by the boss. Notification: yes, no to open golden chests too. Yes. Golden light flashed twice. You have received a first-tier golden quality weapon, the Staff of Life, and a first-tier golden ring, the Golden Ring. After reviewing the attributes of both pieces of equipment, I felt a wave of disappointment. Although their attributes were commendable, neither suited me. Selling them would certainly fetch a respectable price. I stowed the equipment away and turned my gaze towards the final red quality achievement chest. Each time I opened an achievement chest, I reaped substantial rewards. I hoped this instance would be no different. Taking a deep breath, I opened the red quality achievement chest. Brilliant red light emanated from within, tinting the entire room in crimson. Notification: you have received 50 attribute enhancement scrolls. Attribute enhancement scrolls, when used, grants 1 point of free enhancement points. The fact that the achievement chest could yield attribute enhancement points was utterly unexpected for Xiao Chen. Attribute enhancement points are a valuable currency. To become stronger than others, one must acquire a greater number of these points. Currently, the only reliable means of obtaining attribute enhancement points is through leveling up. Every professional can enhance their abilities by leveling up, yet to surpass others, one must seek additional attribute enhancement points. The Trial Tower Exchange is one method, reserved solely for the elite. Ordinary challengers lack the qualifications to partake. Moreover, the attribute enhancement points acquired through the Trial Tower are directly credited to the exchange's personal attribute panel and are non-transferable. Conversely, attribute enhancement scrolls obtained from treasure chests can be sold and traded externally. These scrolls, if sold, would command a considerable price. However, Xiao Chen does not intend to sell them. He currently lacks nothing in terms of finances. To be precise, he is rather affluent. With the bounty reward arriving tomorrow, his coin count will exceed 1,000, equating to over 10 million in Dragon Country currency, positioning him as a modestly wealthy individual among the common populace. Prompt: use attribute enhancement scroll 50? Yes. You have received free attribute enhancement points 50. Xiao Chen did not hasten to allocate the points. Previously, his impatience in point allocation resulted in his inability to equip several superior items, and he had expended considerable effort to find a suitable set of gear. Now that he has acquired wealth, he must devise a method to procure a complete set of finished equipment before challenging the Trial Tower again, where he is certain to reach greater heights. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the 3 pieces of equipment obtained from defeating the mutated boss. After vanquishing the bloodthirsty Treant, he acquired 3 items, 2 life rings and 1 heart of life. He proceeded to examine the attributes of the equipment. Item name: Heart of Life. Item level: 100. Item quality: golden equipment, wearing requirement, intelligence 200 points required. Equipment slot, necklace magical attack, 99 physical attack, 99 additional skill, life blessing. Enhances healing effects by 20 when using healing skills. This is a support type item, beneficial to Xiao Chen as he possesses healing skills himself, such as soul resurrection. However, the requirement of 200 intelligence points for wearing it was a clear deterrent. He would not sacrifice that much intelligence for a slight improvement in healing effectiveness. He continued to review the equipment. Item name, life ring, item level, 100 item quality, golden equipment, wearing requirement, constitution 200 points required. Equipment slot, ring, either left or right. Physical defense, 99, magical defense, 99 additional skill, life's praise, enhances self-recovery skills by 20. This item is quite impressive and perfectly aligns with Xiao Chen's current needs. Despite the perilous battle against the bloodthirsty treant, acquiring these two pieces of equipment was not a loss. His self-recovery speed has already reached 185, and one life ring could boost the recovery effect by 20. Wearing both would yield a 40 increase. With 185%, 85 multiplied by 40, his recovery rate would soar to 259. Removing 2 ordinary rings and adorning himself with the newly acquired life ring revealed an unexpected surprise. To his astonishment, donning both life rings activated a set effect. Notice, you have activated the life set 2-5. Gain set skill, life set resonance. Life set resonance. All basic attributes of this set are enhanced by 30. As the set effect took hold, the dual defenses of the life rings surged from 99 to 129 points. This increase was commendable. However, he pondered what attributes would be bestowed upon donning a complete ensemble of 5 pieces. Subsequently, Xiao Chen shook his head, merely to where the necklace required an additional 200 points of intelligence, a luxury he could not afford to allocate to such superfluous enhancements. The life set appeared more suited for a tanky character or a healing priest. For Xiao Chen, wearing merely the 2 rings was the most optimal choice, as equipping all 5 pieces would not serve him well. Chapter 50, breaking through again as a new day dawned. It was only at 10 a.m. that the intelligent robot awakened Xiao Chen, having been reminded by him. Gazing at the radiant sunlight streaming through the window, Xiao Chen felt invigorated. Suddenly, a heavy thud resounded from outside the room. Startled, Xiao Chen pondered who would dare to boldly assault the West Capital Warrior Academy. The intelligent robot promptly activated the surveillance footage outside the door. Upon viewing the footage, Xiao Chen was left utterly speechless. Rather than an attack, it was evidently Longa knocking at the door, albeit with such force that it resembled someone battering the entrance. Upon opening the door, Longa did not enter Xiao Chen's room, but urged him to head to the activity room, as there was good news. Xiao Chen was well aware of the nature of this good news. It was likely the announcement of the reward for the bounty. After a quick wash, he hastened to the activity room. The other students had already gone off to level up, leaving only Xiao Chen and Longa in the room. The restaurant staff served the 2 steaming cups of coffee and discreetly returned to their duties. Observing Xiao Chen's calm demeanor, Longa chuckled, "Kid, you certainly have a steady disposition. Aren't you curious about the reward? Isn't it always the same old thing?" Xiao Chen replied with a laugh. "Indeed, you make a valid point. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer." As he spoke, Longa sent the entirety of the bounty rewards to Xiao Chen via email. Opening the email, Xiao Chen was taken aback. How could there be so many? Longa, with a smile on his face, replied, "Do you have any idea how many disparate missions this entails?" Seeing Xiao Chen shake his head, Longa continued, 13. Why so many? This is not difficult to comprehend. Had it not been for your defeat of the bloodthirsty tree demon, the allure of those mid-sized cities, which attract newcomers through their entry-level dungeons, would have significantly diminished. That is why they are so eager to issue bounties. Well, the rewards are in your hands now. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. By the way, before the semester begins, you may challenge the trial tower, but do not exhaust your resurrection attempts. After school starts, the Academy will invite a group of seniors who have successfully navigated the trial tower to return and provide explanations. Their insights will be far more beneficial than the dry materials I have provided you. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that he had not yet had the opportunity to peruse the trial materials Long Gu had given him. However, it mattered little, as the strategies of others held little reference value for him. The email from Long Gu revealed a staggering total of 800 gold coins, with 1,000 coins awarded by the West Capital Warrior Academy, while the rewards from other locales were considerably less, as not every place possessed the wealth of the academy. Additionally, there was a piece of red-quality equipment. Upon inspecting the attributes of the equipment, he found equipment name, Blood Soul Guardian Helmet, equipment level 100, equipment quality red, wearing requirement level 100, equipment position helmet, magic attack 150, physical attack 150, health points 1500, additional skill Blood Soul Guardian restores one of the wearer's maximum health per second. Additional skill Blood Soul Shield automatically activates a Blood Soul Shield when the wearer's health drops below 30, absorbing 50 of all damage taken for the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer is immobilized but immune to control effects. Upon the shield's expiration, the wearer receives a brief speed boost lasting 3 seconds to aid in escaping danger, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Indeed, red equipment surpasses others significantly in attributes. The helmet is the only piece of gear that can augment health, a necessity for all classes. This equipment has only a level requirement without any additional restrictions. Should it be auctioned in the market, its price would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Coincidentally, all the equipment Xiao Chen recently acquired lacks any additional attribute requirements, allowing him to allocate all 50 attribute points to Constitution. Equipping the new gear with all attributes focused on Constitution, Xiao Chen's strength has risen considerably once again. Inspecting attributes, name, Knight class, reverse scale warrior soul, rare class, level. First order, level 100, health, 8288, base health 6788, equipment bonus 1500, mana, 69, constitution, 679, base attribute 543, equipment skill bonus 136, strength, 23, agility, 6, intelligence, 7, physical defense, 1383, magical defense, 1349, combat power assessment, 1175 simultaneously. His health regeneration rate has reached 4 per second, and his combat power has surpassed 1,000 points. His attributes now exceed those during yesterday's challenge at the trial tower, not merely by a small margin, but by a significant amount. An hour later, Xiao Chen reappeared at the trial tower plaza. The number of people present today exceeded that of previous days, likely due to the impending commencement of classes at the Shijing Warrior Academy, prompting ordinary students and their families to arrive early. Xiao Chen directly entered the trial tower. He currently possesses 19,105 trial points, although he is not considering any exchanges at the moment. According to the information provided by Long Gu, upon surpassing the 500th level of the trial tower, the point shop will unveil more rare items. However, the items available each time are not fixed, and there are also 3 opportunities to refresh the shop. What can be refreshed depends entirely on personal fortune. Since he began identifying as a professional, Xiao Chen's luck has been relatively favorable, aside from some misfortune with minor monsters. Once he ascends to the 500th level, with his luck, he might indeed be able to procure some valuable items. It would be a significant loss if he cannot exchange them due to insufficient trial points, as these points cannot be obtained through any other means. Each consumption diminishes the total. Notice, you have entered the first order trial stage, level 201. Notice, defeating all monsters within the map within 60 minutes is considered a successful clearance. Yesterday's equipment easily allowed passage through 200 levels, and today, with a remarkable enhancement in strength compared to yesterday, the process of clearing levels became even more effortless. The challenge required completion within 60 minutes. Yet Xiao Chen accomplished the task in under 5 minutes, vanquishing all the adversaries. The subsequent levels mirrored the previous ones, merely featuring an increased number of monsters. For Xiao Chen, slaying a single foe held little distinction from dispatching 100. 8 hours later, an announcement echoed through the region. The practitioner of a night has successfully conquered the 300th floor of the first trial tower. Following this, a notification appeared. You have defeated all monsters on the 300th floor of the trial tower, achieving success. You have earned 3,000 trial points, bringing your total to 58815. Another alert followed. You have entered the rankings for the first trial tower, currently positioned at 3521. Upon the dissemination of this news, practitioners who received the announcement were once again astounded. Chapter 51. Breaking through the 500th level. Having successfully navigated the first 100 levels, I accumulated a total of 1,055 trial points. Advancing through levels 101 to 200 yielded an impressive 18,050 points, while conquering levels 201 to 300 granted me a staggering 39,710 points. It is evident that the rewards for the initial 100 levels are relatively meager, with a substantial increase in points following this threshold. This indicates that the purpose of the trial tower is to cultivate true champions, distinguishing between ordinary practitioners and those with potential. Through these rewards, the strong are further empowered. The name Knight has become a phenomenon since its first appearance on the professional panel surrounding Xijing City. In just 5 short days, how many times has this name graced the announcements? Having consecutively surpassed the 100th and 200th levels, Knight even managed to slay a mutated boss that had proven insurmountable for others. Remarkably, within just a few hours, he also triumphed in the 300th level. At this rate, even if others were to abstain from food, drink, and sleep, they would likely still fall short. It is important to note that each level demands considerable time, with the duration only increasing as one progresses. To achieve the feat of clearing 100 levels daily, it would take a significant amount of time, even if the monsters stood still for them to be vanquished. It remains a mystery how Knight accomplished this in such a remarkably shorter span compared to other strong contenders. Consequently, tales of Knight have spread throughout Xijing City, with countless individuals and organizations seeking information about him. Fortunately, the dual information encryption by Lao Pao and the Academy has rendered Xiao Chen's personal details elusive. Otherwise, he would be inundated with incessant inquiries. Returning to his personal chamber in the evening, Xiao Chen reclined on the sofa, lost in contemplation. The day after tomorrow marks the commencement of the academic year. On the opening day, the school will host a grand ceremony, necessitating the attendance of all faculty and students. At that time, student rankings and resource allocations will be unveiled, a moment that will decisively shape the futures of the incoming students. Xiao Chen harbored no concerns regarding this. His sole focus was on whether he could secure the top position and what advantages such a distinction might entail. During dinner, the trio known as the Hammer Brothers, along with Xiao Mei and even Zhang Hu, were conspicuously absent, evidently engaged in their final push. The following day, Xiao Chen arrived at the trial tower bright and early. His goal for the day was to conquer the 500th level. According to the rankings, reaching the 500th level represents a significant milestone, as many have found themselves stalled at level 499. Yet, upon surpassing the 500th level, one would gain entry into the top 1000 ranks. Those who achieve this distinction are undoubtedly among the elite practitioners of the first tier. Notification: you have entered the first tier trial arena, level 301. Notification: eliminate all monsters in the area within 60 minutes to complete the level. 6 hours later, Xiao Chen successfully passed the 400th level. Regional announcement: Practitioner Knight has successfully cleared the first tier trial tower, level 400. Notification: you have defeated all monsters in the trial tower, level 400, successfully completing the level. You have earned trial points 6,000, bringing your total to 138,235. Upon reading the system announcement, those who have encountered it have grown numb. How many times has this occurred? Will it ever cease? Another 6 hours have passed. Notification: you have entered the first stage of the trial tower, currently ranked 2132. Notification: you have reached the 500th level of the trial grounds. Notification: defeating all monsters within the map in 60 minutes is considered a successful completion. Xiao Chen finally arrived at the 500th level of the trial tower. The 500th level. Countless prodigies have been ensnared at this juncture. If the 100th level serves as a sieve for ordinary practitioners versus those with potential, the 500th level is the crucible for true geniuses. Anyone capable of surpassing this challenge is undoubtedly a genuine talent. The arena of the 500th level is situated on a diminutive island with a diameter of scarcely 2 kilometers. A Aside from the yellow sands, the island harbors nothing else. Upon Xiao Chen's emergence onto the beach, countless monsters erupted from the ground, instantly filling the already modest shoreline with a swarm of creatures. These monsters were primarily those he had vanquished from levels 401 to 499. However, at the very heart of the island stood a creature he had never encountered before. This beast towered approximately 30 meters high, its immense form enveloped in a robust shell forged from a fusion of sand and unknown mineral crystals, displaying a mesmerizing pattern of flowing gold and dark brown hues. Its eyes resembled two blazing orbs of amber, illuminating the surroundings even in the dark of night. Protruding from its back were several sharp sand spikes, serving both as defensive weapons and tools for swift excavation through the desert terrain. Its limbs were stout, ending in colossal claws capable of easily rending rock and metal. Simultaneously, the system provided pertinent information regarding this creature. Monster name: Sand-Devouring Giant, Trial Boss. Level: 100 health points, 80,000 physical attack, 999 magical attack, 999 physical defense, 588 magical defense, 488 skill sandstorm summon. The sand-devouring giant can manipulate desert weather through a special organ within its body, instantly conjuring a fierce sandstorm that obscures vision, diminishes enemy mobility and accuracy, while simultaneously providing itself with cover. Skill: Sand Cloak. It can swiftly blend into the surrounding sands, merging almost seamlessly with the desert environment to achieve invisibility, with only its glowing eyes faintly flickering beneath the surface, waiting for prey to draw near. Skill: Sandbind. Utilizing formidable magnetic control, the sand-devouring giant can summon sand flows from the ground to ensnare and immobilize its enemies, restricting their movements before delivering a lethal blow. Skill: Thermal Eruption. It can expel a mixture of scorching sand and flames from its mouth, possessing not only immense physical impact, but also inflicting severe burn damage, serving as its primary means of ranged attack. Skill: Regenerative Sand Armor. During combat, if its shell sustains damage, the sand-devouring giant can absorb sand from the surrounding environment to swiftly repair and reinforce its defensive layer, making it increasingly difficult to breach. Monster description: the sand-devouring giant is the ancient guardian of the desert deity, having once existed as a sentinel to protect this land from external intrusions. However, as time has elapsed, the power of the desert god has waned, and the sand-devouring giant has fallen under the control of malevolent forces, transforming into the most formidable threat lurking within the depths of the desert. Legends whisper that only a heart of purity and an unwavering will can uncover its true lair and lift the curse it casts upon the desert. Xiao Chen gazed up at the towering sand-devouring giant, a smile gracing his lips. This formidable boss, both in form and attributes, was undeniably powerful. Yet what of it? Xiao Chen's defenses had surpassed 1,300, and his health regeneration rate soared to an impressive 331 points per second. To Xiao Chen, this seemingly invincible boss was no different from the lesser monsters surrounding him. Chapter 52. Credential for Skill Advancement. Xiao Chen stood resolute, undaunted by the countless monsters that surrounded him. With dual shields in hand, he advanced slowly towards the sand-devouring giant. A thunderous roar erupted from the creature, prompting every monster on the island to launch an assault upon him. Like a whirlwind, thousands of beasts encircled him, queuing to strike. The necessity for a queue arose from the sheer number of adversaries. Many could not even approach due to their distance. Apart from those monsters already in close proximity, only a handful with ranged attacks could inflict damage upon him. 20 minutes elapsed. With the exception of the sand-devouring giant, all adversaries lay slain. Their lifeless forms disintegrated into a cloud of golden sand, merging back into the beach. The endurance of the sand-devouring giant was remarkable. Had it not possessed an astounding health pool of 80,000 and an exceedingly sluggish attack speed, it would have succumbed to its fate long ago, joining the ranks of the defeated. Yet, even so, it could not evade the inevitable demise at the hands of Xiao Chen. Regional announcement. The practitioner, Black Knight, has successfully passed the 500th floor of the first stage trial tower. 3. Note: announcements vary in type: ordinary, regional, major regional, national, and global, each with different coverage and requirements for issuance. Notification: you have slain all monsters on the 500th floor of the trial tower, achieving success. You have earned trial points 20,000, bringing your total to 312,959. Notification: you have entered the ranking of the first stage trial tower, currently positioned at 1,665. The defeat of the sand-devouring giant triggered a major regional announcement. According to the data provided by Longue, the reach of such announcements was extensive, nearly encompassing the entire southwestern region of Long Country. Naturally, this announcement also reached Xiao Chen's previous city, New City. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Among the most distressed was Zhao Long, who had overseen Xiao Chen's awakening. As Xiao Chen's performance at the Warrior Academy grew increasingly remarkable, discontent within Zhao Long's faction over abandoning him only intensified. Upon seeing the major regional announcement, he realized his professional aspirations had come to an end. Conversely, his allies, such as Qian Duo, were elated. To rank among the top 1,000 in the first stage trial tower virtually guaranteed future strength beyond imagination. Xiao Chen, however, remained oblivious to external matters, currently situated in the preparation room of the trial tower. Before him loomed a colossal display screen, showcasing an array of redeemable items. Following his triumph over the 500th floor, his privileges within the trial point shop had markedly increased, revealing a wealth of new offerings. Free attribute points redemption cost, 200 points point, limit of 200 points per person. Skill enhancement points redemption cost, 1,000 points point, limit of 20 points per person. Instant health restoration potion redemption cost, 500 points bottle, limit of 20 bottles per person. Upon use, instantly restores 50 health. The instant mana restoration potion is available for exchange at a price of 200 points per bottle with a limit of 20 bottles per person. Upon use, it instantly restores 50 of mana. Xiao Chen observed that while the prices of certain items remained unchanged, the purchase limits had significantly increased. With over 310,000 points at his disposal, he did not hesitate to acquire these essential items. Prompt: yes, no, to consume 40,000 trial points to exchange for 200 free attribute points. Exchange. Prompt: yes, no, to consume 20,000 trial points to exchange for 20 skill enhancement points. Exchange. Subsequently, Xiao Chen spent an additional 10,000 points to acquire 20 bottles of the instant life restoration potion. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against exchanging for the mana restoration potion, recognizing that with only 69 points of mana, utilizing such a high-grade item would be excessive. In total, Xiao Chen expended 70,000 trial points for these three items, leaving him with over 240,000 trial points remaining. He continued to peruse the items available in the store. The majority of other exchangeable items consisted of disposable consumables and various equipment. Given his unique profession, these items offered little assistance, and thus he refrained from exchanging for them. Among the offerings were some special equipment pieces, boasting impressive attributes that generally surpassed those found externally. However, these items possessed two significant drawbacks. First, they could not be used within the trial tower, and second, once exchanged, they would be automatically bound and thus non-tradable. These limitations severely diminished their value. Individuals capable of exchanging for such items could easily break through to the second tier and swiftly level up whenever they desired, allowing them to purchase and equip even higher tier gear, rendering the expenditure of trial points on these items unnecessary. The presence of such equipment in the trial points store seemed somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, with the new semester commencing tomorrow, he decided it prudent to consult experienced individuals at that time. Currently, Xiao Chen had little need for new equipment. The gear he was already wearing sufficed splendidly for his needs. Ultimately, Xiao Chen's gaze was drawn to an item at the bottom of the trial points store that sparked his interest. The skill advancement certificate is available for exchange at a price of 500,000 points per certificate, with a limit of 1 per person. The skill advancement certificate allows the user to advance their current skill, enhancing the growth limit of that skill. Note: Certain special skills cannot be upgraded using this item. Is this not akin to the effect the infinite system provided him for enhancing thorns? If he could elevate the limit of the rock-solid skill to 100, would he not become invincible? Although he understood from the accompanying note that this was unlikely, it would not hurt to try. Even if it could not elevate rock-solid, advancing thorns would still be beneficial, as it was currently his sole means of attack. Previously, he had encountered monsters with high health but low damage output during his trials, which had proven quite frustrating. He urgently needed to enhance his attack power, and this skill advancement certificate presented the optimal opportunity for such improvement. With 500,000 points, he is still short by 260,000. He believes that overcoming the 600th level should suffice. Glancing at the clock, he realizes it is already 9 p.m. In a bid to expedite the redemption of his skill advancement certificate, Xiao Chen resolves to forego sleep tonight and continue battling through the levels. Tip: you have entered the first tier trial arena, level 501. Tip: defeating all monsters within the map in 60 minutes will be considered a successful clearance. The landscape of level 501 has once again transformed. Xiao Chen finds himself standing on a desolate expanse, where an endless horde of undead is charging towards him. Yet, as he gazes upon the vast army of the undead advancing, he finds his mind drifting. Chapter 53. The opening ceremony. As the relentless tide of the undead legion surged forth, Xiao Chen pondered whether anyone, apart from those of his profession, could truly navigate such trials. However, recalling the myriad peculiar vocations he had encountered, he found solace in the thought. Even the sword mage, a profession reminiscent of cultivators, existed. Thus, the emergence of even more outlandish classes was not beyond the realm of possibility. The trials beyond the 500th level bore no resemblance to those preceding them. They no longer involved battling singular monsters, but rather an entire ecosystem of creatures. For instance, among the undead army assailing Xiao Chen, there were at least a dozen varieties of monsters, including several elite foes and minor bosses. With his current defensive capabilities, he needed not concern himself with these lesser adversaries. His sole task was to identify the boss concealed within the horde and assess its attributes. As long as their attacks could not breach his defenses, vanquishing them was merely a matter of time. Progressing through these challenges was akin to leveling up, repetitive and tedious. The following morning, countless new students entered the Western Capital Warrior Academy with spirited determination, among whom were several acquaintances of Xiao Chen, including the exceptional Hao Mei and Zhou Jie. The once quiet campus erupted with vibrancy as their collective astonishment at the sprawling grounds, reminiscent of a small city, left them speechless. The institution operated with remarkable efficiency, completing the enrollment procedures for thousands of new students in less than half a day. At 2 p.m., the grandest square of the Western Capital Warrior Academy was filled with all the new students, standing in perfect formation, resembling a military parade in all its splendor. A colossal screen rose at the center of the square, its contents visible even from hundreds of meters away. The image of a middle-aged man clad in military attire appeared on the screen. He stood tall and proud like a pine tree, dressed in immaculate uniform, with shoulder insignia gleaming in the sunlight, exuding the authority and honor of a soldier. Merely his presence silenced the clamorous crowd. Once the crowd quieted, the man in uniform cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, I am the principal of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, Shui Longyin, a 7th-tier practitioner. Upon hearing this, the previously hushed crowd erupted once more. 7th tier, what does that signify? It was rumored that a 6th-tier expert could single-handedly topple a small nation. How formidable, then, must a 7th-tier practitioner be? With but a single statement, Shui Longyin conveyed the might of the Western Capital Warrior Academy to the newcomers. Silence. The commanding shout restored order to the assembly. This is the Western Capital Warrior Academy, not some trivial institution. You must adhere to the Academy's regulations. Unlike ordinary universities, there are no cultural or artistic courses here. You will learn only how to slay monsters, defeat foes, survive, and rapidly enhance your strength. Here, you will have access to the finest resources and the highest quality education related to your vocation. As long as you remain alive, you will swiftly grow powerful, potentially surpassing even my own strength. However, one crucial point you must remember. At this juncture, Shui longing paused, sweeping his gaze across the assembly before continuing. You are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. In your moments of vulnerability, it was the Dragon Kingdom that shielded you. As you grow in strength, you shall transform from the protected to the protectors. It is through the unwavering guardianship of individuals like us that the Dragon Kingdom has stood resilient for 5 millennia on Blue Star, still flourishing. This impassioned speech ignited a fervor among the new students gathered in the square. Upon the conclusion of the dean's address, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman took to the podium. The audience, comprised of 18 and 19-year-olds, gazed in awe at the enchanting figure before them. Though their institution was not devoid of beauty, none had encountered a woman so poised and exuding such mature elegance. I extend my gratitude to Dean Shui for his words. Now, we move to the segment that piques everyone's interest. Before that, allow me to summarize the data on this year's incoming students. Our institution has welcomed a total of 13,511 students, including 588 in rare professions and 5 in hidden professions, marking the highest enrollment and the greatest number of rare and hidden professions since the founding of the Shijing Warrior Academy. To ensure their safety, the details of these students will remain confidential. Next, we will address the criteria for core members, which is of utmost concern to you all. The Academy imposes a limit on the number of core members admitted each year. Given the favorable enrollment this year, the requirements for becoming a core member are somewhat elevated compared to previous years. The minimum level requirement to enter the core member ranks is level 75. Upon hearing this, many students lamented, regretting that had they exerted themselves a little more in the days prior, they could have reached the necessary standard to qualify as core members. However, a greater number expressed indifference, some even reveling in the misfortune of others, as they inherently lacked the qualifications to be core members and naturally wish for their peers to share their fate. Of course, those with special professions or unique talents may find the requirements more lenient. For specific circumstances, please consult your tutors. Becoming a core member will grant you 100 Academy points, which can be exchanged for various items in the Academy's marketplace. Additionally, these points allow you to post tasks within the Academy's internal system, and even purchase a slot to become an internal student. In essence, within the Academy, points can procure nearly everything you desire. There are numerous ways to earn points, which I shall not detail here. After the opening ceremony, you may inquire with your mentors. For those who do not qualify as core members, do not lose heart. Apart from the option to purchase qualifications with points, every one of you has one additional chance to become a core member by conquering the first tier of the Trial Tower. Should you successfully navigate all 100 levels of the tower, you will be elevated to the status of core member. However, be mindful that this opportunity is time-sensitive. You have only 1 month to achieve this feat should you surpass this time frame. Even if you conquer all 100 levels, you will not attain core member status. At that moment, everyone simultaneously received 3 consecutive announcements. Regional announcement. The Practitioner Knight has successfully passed the first stage of the Trial Tower, reaching the 600th floor. The woman at the podium received this news as well, and a staff member swiftly approached her, whispering a few words before departing. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. I trust you have all received the recent regional announcement. The practitioner referred to as Knight is also a student of our academy, and notably, a freshman from your very own cohort. Upon hearing this news, the audience erupted in excitement, while those who truly understood the challenges of the Trial Tower were rendered speechless in astonishment. Chapter 54. An encounter with assassination from level 501 to level 600. Xiao Chen spent nearly 15 hours. The reason for such a lengthy endeavor was due to the emergence of monsters that he dreaded the most. These creatures shared a common trait. They possessed thick health, low attack power, and a regenerative ability. Confronted with such adversaries, Xiao Chen found himself utterly at a loss. Each encounter demanded that he rely solely on patience, whittling away at the enemy's endurance. Fortunately, these monsters were not excessively formidable, for their attack power was significantly higher than their healing rate. Otherwise, relying solely on counter damage would have proven futile. After 15 arduous hours, his efforts bore fruit as he successfully conquered the 600th level. Notification: you have slain all monsters on the 600th floor of the Trial Tower. You have successfully cleared the level. You have earned trial points 40,000, bringing your total to 592 for 107. Notification: you have entered the first tier trial tower leaderboard. Currently ranked 1 for 145. Once again, he arrived at the trial points marketplace. Notification: do you wish to consume 500,000 trial points to exchange for a skill advancement certificate? He confirmed the exchange. Exchange successful. You have obtained skill advancement certificate 1. Notification: do you wish to use the skill advancement certificate now? He chose to use it. Notification: please select the skill you wish to advance. Rock solid. Notification: this skill has reached its limit and cannot be enhanced with this item. Please select another skill. Upon reading this prompt, Xiao Chen felt a weight settle in his heart. It was indeed not possible, since the rock-solid skill could not be enhanced. He resolved to continue improving the Thorn Spike instead. He initiated the enhancement of the Thorn Spike skill. Skill enhancement in progress. Warning: anomaly detected in this skill. System evaluation in progress. Anomalies detected in skill data. Your attack attributes also exhibit irregularities. System evaluation in progress. Evaluation complete. Due to your attack attributes being permanently reduced to 1 point for unknown reasons, the system has granted permission for the Thorn Spike skill to continue its enhancement. Skill enhancement complete. Notification: the upper limit of the Thorn Spike skill has been increased by 100, now capable of advancing to a maximum of 200. Upon seeing this series of notifications, Xiao Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Despite the setbacks, the ultimate outcome was gratifying. He pondered the potential consequences had the Myriad Realm system discovered his manipulation of skill values through the Infinite system. Opening the skill menu, he discovered that the rebound damage of the Thorn Spike skill remained at 100. A closer examination of the system prompts revealed that the skill advancement certificate had only raised the upgrade limit, but had not enhanced the skill S level itself. He needed to allocate skill points to elevate the Thorn Spike's level for the rebound damage to increase further. Fortunately, the attribute enhancement points and skill enhancement points exchanged for trial points yesterday had not yet been utilized. After allocating all 20 skill points to the Thorn Spike, its level reached 61, elevating the rebound damage from 100 to 140. Reflecting on this, he decided to allocate the 200 attribute points obtained through the exchange entirely to his constitution, as per his usual practice. Upon the enhancement's completion, his life force finally surpassed 10,000 points, reaching an impressive 10,788. His dual resistances exceeded 1,500 points. In terms of health and defense alone, Xiao Chen now surpassed even some seasoned second-tier warriors. After all, who would be foolish enough to allocate all attributes solely to Constitution? Even a tank-type warrior would not do so. They too require offensive power to level up through monster slaying. Without sufficient attack power, how could one hope to progress? Not everyone possesses a skill akin to Thorn Spike. Even those with skills that reflect a portion of damage find that such meager rebounds are utterly inadequate for leveling. Moreover, these skills typically come with lengthy cooldowns, rendering them unsuitable for consistent damage output. Xiao Chen had already engaged in combat for over 24 hours. While his enhanced constitution had significantly elevated his physique beyond that of an ordinary person, he remained merely a robust individual until a genetic breakthrough occurred, necessitating food and rest. Exiting the trial tower, it was already past 3 p.m. The square of the trial tower was notably less crowded than the previous day, likely due to students from the West Capital Warrior Academy formally commencing their studies, while their accompanying family members had returned to their hometowns. As Xiao, somewhat drowsy, ambled along a path leading to the school's rear entrance, a sudden jolt of awareness surged through him, dispelling his fatigue in an instant. Shields materialized in his hands. Clang, clang, clang dash 2000 minus 2000 minus 2003 arrows were deftly deflected by the formidable shields, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Since the last nighttime ambush, Xiao Chen had developed a habit of not shedding his gear until he was in a secure location. Fortunately, aside from the 2 large shields, his other equipment bore little distinction from that of an ordinary person. With the shield at the ready, he was in peak condition. These 3 arrows were formidable, each inflicting 2,000 points of rebound damage. This indicated that the assailant's attack power was at least 1,400. If the assailant was merely an ordinary practitioner, they would have to be at least second tier, if not among the stronger ranks, to possess such high attack capability. The figure lurking behind a distant tree was equally startled. Upon entering combat mode, both parties could see the health bars above each other's heads. The previous trio of arrows was his signature technique, the triple shot. Even a genius would likely find their health halved from such a barrage. Yet, not only had the adversary withstood the assault, but their health appeared, seemingly, intact. This suggested that his lethal three-hit combo had failed to penetrate the opponent's defenses, rather than inflicting harm. That trio of strikes had substantially reduced his own life force. As a shadow archer, his health was already low, and the 6,000 points of damage rebounded had reduced his vitality to below 30. As an experienced assassin, retreating after a failed strike was standard practice. Just as he prepared to utilize his skill to escape, he suddenly turned his head sharply. Relentless taunt. Relentless taunt. This skill unleashes a merciless taunt upon all enemy units within a 30-meter radius. The taunted adversaries will be compelled to launch normal attacks against you for a duration of 10 seconds. Witnessing the faintly mocking expression on Xiao Chen's face ignited an inexplicable fury within him. The words, slightly awkward in Mandarin, erupted from the assassin's lips as he drew his arrow, knocking it, and released, only for calamity to unfold. -2,000 the assassin met his demise. His own attack rebounding upon him in a moment of sheer terror and unwillingness. Notification. You have slain the practitioner Hachiro. Upon seeing the name Hachiro and recalling the assassin's accent, Xiao Chen instantly comprehended the situation. Chapter 55. The formal commencement of classes. Observing the lifeless body on the ground, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Have the assassins from the Cherry Blossom Nation become so audacious as to venture near the Western Capital Warrior Academy to launch an attack on him? After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Chen refrained from contacting Long Go, for today marked the Academy's opening day, and Long Go would undoubtedly be preoccupied. He located Lao Pao in his friend list and sent a message. Knight, are you there? Within 30 seconds, Lao Pao replied. Lao Pao, kid, you become quite the celebrity. How do you find time to reach out to me? Knight, I just encountered another assassination attempt. Lao Pao, what? You could be attacked during the opening ceremony of the Western Capital Warrior Academy? Knight, I'm not at the school. Lao Pao, where else could you possibly be? Wait a moment, kid, I just saw the announcement. You've already surpassed the 600th level of the trial tower? Impressive. Lao Pao, no wonder you're a target for assassination. If you were an operative from an enemy nation, I'd find a way to eliminate you myself. Knight, Lao Pao. All right, let us discuss serious matters. You should be on your way back from the trial tower, right? Knight, yes. Lao Pao. I can't intervene in matters over in the Western Capital, but I'll introduce a colleague from there to handle this situation. Rest assured, his abilities and strength are on par with mine. His name is Lao Yin Chong, and he will contact you within 3 minutes. Remember to accept his friend request. Before long, Lao Yin Chong sent a friend request. Xiao Chen promptly shared his current location. In less than 10 minutes, an elderly man with a stooped posture, holding a vintage pipe over 20 centimeters long, appeared beside Xiao Chen. The old man glanced at the corpse on the ground, then turned to Xiao Chen, rasping in a gravelly voice, Kid, are you the one who recently triumphed over the 600th level of the initial trial tower? That would be me, Hachiro, affiliated with the Night Wolf organization from the Cherry Blossom Nation, whose primary mission involves infiltrating our country to eliminate promising low-level practitioners. This organization has permeated various tiers of strength, facilitating their assassination tasks across different locales. Hachiro had previously dispatched numerous potential newcomers of the first tier and even some of the second tier, never having failed until today, when he was thwarted by you, young man. Moreover, it seems you have sustained no injuries. Indeed, overcoming the 600th level of the trial tower is no small feat, kid. You've been drawing too much attention lately. You must have been marked as a primary target for assassination. Xiao Chun's brow furrowed. With the assassins from the Cherry Blossom Nation operating so brazenly within the borders of Long Nation, don't you have any countermeasures? Lao Yin Chong, appearing fatigued, sat beside the corpse, retrieving a bundle of shredded tobacco wrapped in tattered cloth from his pocket. He filled his pipe, lit it, took a few deep puffs, and after exhaling a long plume of smoke, he spoke slowly. This era is unlike any before, since the arrival of the multiverse paradise. Practitioners have acquired systems, making communication methods increasingly difficult to trace. Practitioners possess an array of peculiar abilities that facilitate their concealment, rendering the task of identifying them amidst the throngs of people rather formidable. Upon hearing the words of the old smoker, Xiao Chen fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, as he stated, setting aside those professional assassins who possess skills of concealment and evasion, even Xiao Chen himself can infiltrate places inaccessible to ordinary individuals, enduring prolonged periods without breath. Is there truly no solution? The old smoker's gaze suddenly sharpened. There is but one method. What method? That is to kill, eliminate one, and then another, instilling such terror in them that they dare not show their faces in any corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Regardless of whether it be before his crossing or in this current world, Xiao Chen's perception of the Sakura nation has remained unchanged. Moreover, having faced repeated assassination attempts from the Sakura nation's assassins, his hatred for them has grown profoundly. The old smoker's words resonated deeply with his sentiments. Understood. Then I shall leave this matter in your hands. I am off to rest. Hold on, kid. Xiao Chen paused, turning to look at the old smoker. Is there something else? Be cautious within the academy. Are there assassins in the academy? The old smoker nodded slightly. From our observations, there may be some among this batch of core members, but we cannot confirm at present. Just be careful. This batch of students? The old smoker understood Xiao Chen's implication and chuckled. Don't think that just because you've conquered 600 levels, you can disregard this group of students. Be wary of unforeseen pitfalls. Understood, I'm off. Xiao Chen did not head to the classroom or the dining hall. Instead, he made a beeline for his personal quarters. After taking a hot shower, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber, which lasted until the following day. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Chen's door was rapped upon once more. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a woman in her 30s with fair skin and glasses. Black Knight, I am your instructor by Jiangxue. Please dress appropriately and proceed to the activity room on the second floor promptly. With that, she turned and left. Closing the door, Xiao Chen glanced at the time and realized it was already 9:30 in the morning. It dawned on him that today marked the official commencement of the academy. Curious about what the Warrior Academy would impart, he hastily washed up, barely finding time for a meal, and made his way to the second floor of the activity room. Having been here for several days, he had yet to visit the second floor. Pushing open the only door on that level, Xiao Chen discovered 7 or 8 individuals seated on the floor. The Iron Hammer Trio, Zhang Hu, Xiao Mei, and a few others he had not encountered before were present. The layout of the second floor's activity room was strikingly different from that of the first. It was a vast, open hall, approximately 100 meters in length and width, with a height nearing 10 meters, its flooring and ceiling composed of an unknown material. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, Bai Jiangshue's expression darkened further. What are you still doing at the doorway? Hurry and come in. Only then did Xiao Chen step into the classroom, mimicking the others by sitting cross-legged on the ground. All right, the core class of the Meat Shield Department has gathered. We shall now commence the lesson. First, let us introduce ourselves. Bai Jiangxue pointed at Zhang Hu and said, You go first. Today, Zhang Hu was markedly different from his usual self. His attire was impeccably neat, and his demeanor had transformed to resemble that of Xiao Mei, exhibiting an unexpected docility. Upon noticing the way Zhang Hu gazed at the mentor by Jiangxue, Xiao Chen instantly grasped the situation. Zhang Hu rose and strode to the center of the hall, surveying the assembly with an air of pride before declaring, I am Zhang Hu, 18 years old, and currently at level 58. At this revelation, several newly arrived students furrowed their brows, questioning how someone at level 58 could gain entry into the elite core class of the Meat Shield Department. The only plausible explanation was that Zhang Hu's profession was exceptionally unique. Chapter 56. Distribution of Academy Points. Upon noticing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Zhang Hu smiled faintly and spoke with pride. The profession I have awakened to is Titan Barrier, the most formidable class, without exception. Hearing Zhang Hu's declaration, the new students couldn't help but think it was indeed the case. Subsequently, the Hammer brothers and Xiao Mei introduced themselves one by one. A stout man rose from the ground and stepped into the center of the arena. With each step he took, his body jiggled. So much so that one could hardly discern he was human. Ahem, I am Jean Sampang, but you can simply call me Jean Gu. I am currently at level 73, and my awakened profession is Fat Guardian. The name and his physique prompted a few suppressed chuckles from the crowd, though they stifled their amusement upon seeing Bai Jiangshue's serious expression. Bai Jiangxue added, the Fat Guardian profession is rather unique. Its defense and health points are not only influenced by level and equipment, but also by the individual's fat mass. In simpler terms, the more corpulent one is, the greater their defense and health. It was indeed a peculiar profession. The fact that a heavy-set individual's strength correlated with their weight was a curious notion. Xiao Chen, thinking about the core class S meals, realized that this fellow would surely have a promising future in this setting. Once the stout man completed his introduction, a towering figure, even more robust than the Hammer Brothers, stood up. He reached an astonishing height of 2.5 meters. I am Tainyo, level 75, awakened as Thunder Guardian. Bai Jiangxue further elaborated, the Thunder Guardian possesses the ability to summon lightning to create an electromagnetic shield, which is highly effective against magical attacks. Additionally, it boasts considerable offensive capabilities, somewhat akin to Xiaomei's Flame Guardian. The final individual was a slender man wearing glasses. Were it not for the knowledge that only those over 18 could awaken as professionals, the group might have doubted his age. The man was calm, his voice soft, and he hardly resembled a tank-type student. Hello, Teacher Bai and fellow students. I am Ming Hui, level 81, and I have awakened as a Holy Light Knight. The Holy Light Knight is deemed exceedingly rare among professions. It receives comprehensive enhancements in illuminated environments, growing stronger with increased brightness, and vice versa. This cohort of tank-type students is comprised of exceptionally talented individuals, far surpassing those from previous years. In the past, rare professions were seldom seen, let alone such uniquely special ones. Finally, all eyes turned to Xiao Chen. Emulating his peers, he stood and declared, Nightfall, level 100, profession reverse scale battle spirit. At the mention of Nightfall, the three new students were simultaneously taken aback, gazing at Xiao Chen in astonishment. Are you the one who conquered the 600th level of the trial tower yesterday? Bai Jiangxue refrained from commenting on Xiao Chen's profession, for she was at a loss on how to evaluate the reverse scale battle spirit. Upon their awareness of Xiao Chen's existence and his remarkably swift leveling pace, they undertook a reassessment of his profession. Yet, regardless of their deductions, they deemed it improbable for anyone to achieve such results within such a brief span. It utterly transcended their comprehension. Ultimately, they arrived at a conclusion. Xiao Chen must have encountered some extraordinary fortuity. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Bai Jiangxue stepped to the center of the hall and spoke. As our class serves as the core tank division, I shall refrain from detailing the basic knowledge of the Multiverse Paradise system. Those who are unfamiliar may consult the internal student system for reference. Before we commence the formal instruction, let us first distribute the benefits of becoming core members. Each core member is entitled to a sum of points sponsored by the Academy, the purpose of which hardly requires further elaboration. Based on the Academy's point system and your individual circumstances, your accrued points are as follows. The Iron Hammer Trio each received 1,000 points. Zhang, who garnered 2,000 points, just as Zhang, who was basking in his pride. Bai Jiangxue continued, however, after deducting the fees for the hired leveling services provided by the Academy, your remaining points amount to a mere 260. What? There are fees? Zhang, who exclaimed incredulously. Isn't the Academy supposed to be a charitable institution? Is it really fair to charge us? Bai Jiangxue replied, if you find the Academy's fees excessive, you may level up on your own. However, be forewarned, should you fail to meet the required level by next month's assessment, even if your profession is Iron Bastion, you will be demoted to an ordinary student. The Academy will not nurture a slacker who merely reaps the benefits. Zhang, whose face flushed with shame from Bai Jiangxue's admonition, dispelling his previous nonchalance. Without acknowledging Zhang, who further, Bai Jiangxue continued, Xiaomei, you have earned 1,800 points. Jean Sampang, you have accrued 1,600 points. Tainyo, you have 1,400 points. Ming Hui, you have 2,000 500 points. Finally, she glanced at Xiao Chen, scrutinizing the numbers on the paper several times before confirming. Hi. You have amassed 175,000 points. At this declaration, Zhang Hu's discontent flared. Teacher Bai, surely this is a mistake? The highest among us has only 500 points. What grounds does he have for 175,000 points? Xiao Chen, uncertain of how the students' points were calculated, remained silent. To quell the confusion among the crowd, Bai Jiangxue began to elucidate. The methods and rules for point acquisition can be found in the school's internal system. Since you have inquired, I shall elaborate. As of today, achieving level 70 grants 1,000 points. Level 80 provides an additional 2,000 points, and level 90 yields another 3,000 points. Reaching level 100 not only awards an extra 4,000 points, but also, as the first student to attain level 100, he receives a bonus of 10,000 points. However, that still doesn't add up, Zhang Hu countered. By that calculation, he would only have 20,000 points. How then does he possess over 100,000 points? In response to Zhang Hu's inquiry, Bai Jiangxue remained composed and serious. This is the endeavor that all of you must undertake once you elevate your levels to 100, conquering the trial tower within the first month of the academic term. Traversing the trial tower to reach a certain tier will yield rewards from the academy. The higher the number of levels you conquer, the more abundant the rewards. The over 100,000 points amassed by He Yi were all acquired through the trial tower. Those who navigate through 100 levels within a month will receive 5,000 points, an additional 10,000 points for conquering 200 levels, and 20,000 points for surpassing 300 levels. Yesterday, He Yi successfully overcame the 600th level. Now, do you comprehend the reason behind his substantial points? As long as you can achieve this, you too can accumulate such an impressive amount of points. Chapter 57. Instant clearance of the exchange list. Teacher Bai. If one were to conquer the 100th level of the trial tower a month from now, would there still be rewards? He Xiaomei inquired, raising her hand, appearing every bit the obedient student. Bai Jiangxue regarded He Xiaomei's docile demeanor with great fondness. As core members of the academy, as long as you reach level 100 and equip yourselves appropriately, most of you will be able to surpass the 100th level. Consider this. If every individual who conquers the 100th level receives such lavish rewards, would the academy's points still retain their value? Teacher Bai, are you implying that there will be no benefits for those attempting the trial tower a month later? Not at all. You can still earn academy points after a month. However, the quantity will be significantly diminished. You may refer to the internal system for specific regulations. Nevertheless, the upcoming month will serve as a golden opportunity for you to accumulate points. After this month, acquiring points will become exponentially more challenging. Therefore, if you wish to obtain more points and resources, you must exert your utmost effort within this month to showcase your potential. Only when I, along with the academy, witness your potential will we invest further in you. Teacher, you shared so much. What exactly are the uses of these academy points? Bai Jiangxue raised her fair wrist to glance at the time before responding. The uses? You will discover them as soon as you access the internal campus system. Upon hearing this, the students eagerly accessed the academy's internal system. Xiao Chen also opened the system, having attempted to do so previously, only to find that the option had not been available. It seemed this was due to the fact that the school year had not yet commenced. The internal campus system consists of 3 main options. Firstly, the daily application mall. Within this mall, one can purchase nearly all desired ordinary items at remarkably low prices. Comparing the required points for redemption with the prices of these items outside, he realized that 1 point equates to the purchasing power of 1,000 Longwa coins. This means that all students reaching level 70 upon the commencement of the school year would receive a generous subsidy of 1 million yuan from the academy. What a substantial support indeed. Suddenly, Xiao Chen found himself in a daze. He currently possessed 155,000 points, calculating based on the 1,000 Longwa coins per point he held. After some time, he finally comprehended that if he were to convert all his points into Longwa coins, he would possess 155 million. This was all a reward from the academy, and in just a few days, he had achieved what some prominent figures in his previous world referred to as a small goal. After recovering from his astonishment, he proceeded to open the second option. Secondly, the campus task system. Through this system, students can post tasks for all members of the academy, which may include requests for equipment, seeking someone to level up, or even finding romantic partners, as long as they do not violate Longwell laws. However, posting tasks requires a certain fee, along with the payment of corresponding commissions. Naturally, if one can post tasks, one can also accept them here. A mere novice of the first tier could only undertake tasks of the same level. Just as he contemplated shutting down the task system, a particular task title captured Xiao Chen's attention. Seek person task. Assist in contacting classmate He Yi. Task commission, 100 points. Xiao Chen did not reach out for this paltry reward. Ever since he conquered the 600th level of the trial tower, he had been inundated with requests for his attention. Had it not been for the stringent confidentiality surrounding his identity enforced by both the school and the government, coupled with the restricted access to core student areas, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by the incessant demands. He then navigated to the final option, the Academy Points Mall. This was, without a doubt, the most valuable aspect of the Academy's point system. Upon entering the mall, he found that the majority of the exchangeable items were primarily equipment, including a plethora of exquisite golden quality gear and even a considerable number of red-tier items, albeit at exorbitant prices. What truly piqued Xiao Chen's interest were certain items capable of permanently enhancing one's power, namely, the Freedom Attribute Point Scrolls and Skill Enhancement Scrolls. These two types of items were highly coveted by all, with a notably low availability. Each time they appeared, they were swiftly snatched up. The presence of these items was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Academy, aimed at incentivizing the students. Freedom Attribute Point Scroll. Exchange price, 500 points point. Skill Enhancement Scroll. Exchange price, 2,000 points point. Observing his 155,000 points, Xiao Chen promptly opted for the exchange. As he adjusted the quantity of Freedom Attribute Point Scrolls to 200, a system notification emerged. Notice, current stock limit has been reached. Only 200 points? After expending 100,000 points to acquire 200 Freedom Attribute Points, he was left with 55,000 points. The Skill Enhancement Scrolls also had a numerical restriction, and he could obtain only 20 points. Xiao Chen chose to exchange for the maximum amount. In an instant, the used attribute points and skill points returned to him, elevating his spirits significantly. Meanwhile, the teachers and students from other classes erupted in confusion. Upon checking them all, they found that the attribute enhancement and skill enhancement scrolls, as stated by their instructors, were conspicuously absent. Bewildered by the uproar among the students, the teachers were equally perplexed. Just a few minutes prior, they had verified the presence of these two items in the mall. How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye? This mall was exclusively accessible to freshmen, while upperclassmen had a separate exchange platform with different pricing. The only possible culprits for the disappearance of these items were the current cohort of freshmen. Among this group, only core members could accrue initial points, the majority possessing no more than 1,000 points each. With such precious points, it seemed unlikely they would squander them on a mere 2 points of attribute enhancement. Their optimal strategy would be to exchange for equipment and recovery items to expedite their level progression. Yet, the insatiable demand for these scrolls led to their instantaneous depletion. Upon learning of this outcome, the senior administration of the Academy was rendered utterly speechless after conducting a background inquiry. Ultimately, they were compelled to reinstate a portion of the inventory into the points redemption system. To avert the recurrence of such an incident, they imposed restrictions on the quantity each individual could redeem. With this, the tumultuous episode was finally laid to rest. Xiao Chen now found his academy points diminished to a mere 15,000 and, after some contemplation, chose not to continue redeeming. Bai Jiangxue cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Chen before resuming his discourse. The significance of academy points need not be elaborated upon. You have already witnessed their utility. Thus, your paramount task moving forward is to level up. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. I shall first elucidate the leveling techniques for level 60 to 100 that are suitable for your advancement. Bai Jiangxue paused once more, directing his gaze toward Xiao Chen. After a brief moment, he shook his head resignedly and remarked, "Classmate Heiyi, today's lesson holds no relevance for you. Feel free to engage in independent activities. Do remember to attend class punctually tomorrow." Chapter 58. The journey begins upon hearing these words. Xiao Chen rose to take his leave and hastily descended the stairs, making his way to the dining hall. Having not eaten since the morning of the day before yesterday, he was now ravenous, the pangs of hunger pressing sharply against his abdomen. The onlookers gazed enviously at Xiao Chen's departing figure. The privileges afforded to course students were indeed remarkable, with the activity room operating around the clock since the commencement of the term. As he sat down to eat, Xiao Chen once again accessed the academy's internal system. To his surprise, he discovered that the reward for the task he had been sought for had increased significantly, rising from 100 to 500 credits. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the mission and contacted the task issuer. "Heavenly Knight, what is your request?" "Elegant brother. Heavenly Knight, I finally managed to reach you. It was quite a challenge." "Elegant brother, here's the situation. We have encountered a first-tier boss in the wild, but its strength is overwhelming, and we cannot handle it. Heavenly Knight, why seek my assistance? Wouldn't it be simpler to enlist the help of second or even third-tier experts?" "Elegant brother, my dear friend, you may not be aware that while higher-tier warriors can effortlessly vanquish a first-tier boss, their levels are so elevated that they gain no rewards for defeating lower-tier foes." Xiao Chen recalled this detail. The system indeed had such stipulations, much like how he received no rewards for defeating monsters 5 levels below his own. "Heavenly Knight, what boss warrants the expenditure of 500 credits to seek my aid in its demise?" It is important to note that 500 credits hold considerable value. Even the defeat of a standard boss does not guarantee such a reward. "Elegant brother, to be frank, this is a hidden boss, but it possesses some peculiarities." "Heavenly Knight, what makes it peculiar?" "Elegant brother, I am unable to disclose that information unless you agree to join our party." "Heavenly Knight, then I shall pass." "Elegant brother, please wait. I assure you it is worth considering." "Elegant brother, I have searched both online and within the system for any information regarding this boss and found none, indicating it is likely making its debut. Do you comprehend what this entails?" "Heavenly Knight, what does it entail?" "Elegant brother, it signifies that if we manage to slay it, we could very well secure the first kill. First kills of bosses have a chance to yield exceptionally rare equipment, along with additional rewards." First kill? Such a distant notion. If one were to liken the myriad realms of paradise to a game, it would be a game that has been operational for over a decade. The mere thought that a first-tier boss has yet to be slain seems almost fantastical. At this moment, Xiao Chen recalled the words of the old smoker. Since this individual was able to post a task seeking him through the Academy's internal network, he must also be affiliated with the institution. Could it be that he had concocted such an outlandish pretext to lure him into a trap? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chen sent the name Elegant Brother to the old smoker, requesting an investigation into this person's background. Before long, the old smoker confidently replied, assuring him that this individual was trustworthy, offering his personal guarantee. Although the reasons were not elaborated upon, Xiao Chen chose to place his faith in the old smoker's words. In the stillness of night, a thought crossed Xiao Chen's mind. What benefits could he possibly gain? What we uncover will be auctioned off, and the profits will be shared among us, replied the suave brother. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen resolved to embark on this venture. The opportunity to be the first to slay a boss was exceedingly rare. It was rumored that such victories not only yielded growth-type equipment, but also boasted a significant chance of dropping attribute enhancement scrolls and skill upgrade points. Moreover, a primary objective loomed. Defeating the boss would grant him a warrior's medal, with additional accolades awarded for a first kill. His current universal medal, merely at 3 stars, had already bestowed him with considerable attributes. Further enhancement would undoubtedly amplify its effects. After agreeing on a rendezvous point, Xiao Chen finished his meal and took a brief respite before setting off. The meeting place was a CAF not far from the West Capital Warrior Academy. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find 2 familiar faces. To call them acquaintances was a stretch, as they had only exchanged glances without uttering a word. One was the necromancer, Cataclysm, and the other, the Mind Sword Master. Both appeared momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's presence. Alongside them was a social youth with green hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the green-haired youth quickly stood to greet him. "You must be Brother Knight?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Brother Knight, I am Suave Brother. With your participation, we are certain to achieve our goal. Time waits for no one. Let us depart swiftly to slay the beast before the night lingers and dreams flourish." As they approached the door, a 7-seater business vehicle awaited them. Once inside, the car sped toward the outskirts of the city. Following the arrival of the Multiverse paradise, monsters emerged worldwide, and Blue Star resembled an apocalyptic landscape. Fortunately, anyone over the age of 18 had the opportunity to awaken as a professional. In that era, countless individuals awakened, and it was their rapid ascension that repelled the monsters and secured certain cities. It was through over a decade of development that the current situation emerged. Within the cities, monsters have been eradicated, yet the wilderness remained perilous. Numerous regions still harbored residual wild creatures. Ordinary citizens could only traverse areas confirmed to be devoid of threats, while unknown territories were strictly off-limits. Even seasoned professionals hesitated to venture into seldom-trodden locales. The destination for today was the periphery of a government-designated safe zone. After more than an hour of travel, they halted at a road's end. "Young master, we can proceed no further," said the driver. "I've told you outside. Refer to me as Suave Brother, not young master," came the reply. "Very well, young master," the driver retorted stubbornly, eliciting a resigned shake of the head from Suave Brother. "Gentlemen, we must continue on foot from here," the driver announced. The four, being seasoned professionals and exceptional among the current cohort, had no objections to this. In just over a decade, what were once factories, farmlands, and villages had reverted to their primal state. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chen and his companions engaged in little conversation. Perhaps in an effort to lighten the atmosphere, the Suave Brother spoke up. "No need to mention Brother Hai. I presume he has long reached level 100. As for you, Brother Tianzai and Brother Jian, what levels have you attained?" In the absence of Xiao Chen, these two would undoubtedly have stood out as the most remarkable among this cohort of students. However, with Xiao Chen present, they appeared as ordinary as passers-by. Nonetheless, aware of the Suave Brother's status, they felt it inappropriate to dismiss his inquiry. Tianzai replied coolly, level 97. Jian Sanchison cast a glance at Tianzai, surprised by his rapid advancement. Level 99. Upon hearing their levels, the Suave Brother sighed, saying, "Alas, you are indeed extraordinary. I am only at level 94. Chapter 59. The emergence of the boss. Preparations for battle. The three turned simultaneously to gaze at the Suave gentleman. To their astonishment, this seemingly non-mainstream youth, suspected to be the offspring of an official, had reached level 94. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. It appeared that this scion of privilege was not without merit. After entering the perilous zone, the group occasionally encountered a few low-level monsters, which posed no challenge to their current prowess. Following more than an hour of arduous trekking, they arrived at an abandoned mine. The site had long been forsaken, overrun with dense weeds and shrubs. Yet, within a radius of several dozen meters around the mine's entrance, not a single blade of grass could be found. A fierce wind occasionally gusted from within the mine, and though it was the peak of summer, the chill it brought sent shivers down their spines. Even in temperatures well below freezing, their physical conditioning would allow them to endure. Yet here, a mere breeze invoked a sense of cold. Clearly, this place was extraordinary. "Brothers, the boss lies deep within the mine," one of them spoke. A fugitive once sought refuge here, and had it not been for a member of the law enforcement team employing a tracking skill, this location would have remained concealed. Tianzai's expression turned grave. "Now that we are here, could you enlighten us about the nature of the creature?" With a hint of mystery, Suave replied, "Patience, please." Soon after, the three received a party invitation from Suave. Notification: you have received a team invitation from Suave. Team mode: auction. Would you like to join? Yes, no? Joining. Notification: you have joined the team. Once they accepted the invitation, Suave smiled gently, watched closely. A mouse appeared out of nowhere and swiftly darted into the mine. Remarkably, Xiao Chen and the others could perceive the interior through the mouse's eyes. "I am a beast master, and the skill I am utilizing is called vision sharing. This skill proves exceedingly useful, particularly for exploring uncharted territories. Venturing into the unknown without knowledge of the environment could lead to encounters with formidable monsters, thus placing oneself in peril. This skill adeptly mitigates such risks. Following the mouse's perspective, the interior of the cave was not shrouded in darkness as anticipated. A few stones embedded in the walls emitted a soft blue glow, illuminating the surroundings. Yet, the cave remained devoid of any plant life or even a trace of existence. After traversing several kilometers through the narrow passage, the mouse's vision suddenly opened up. While the exact dimensions of this subterranean space were indeterminate, it was estimated to exceed 100 meters in both length and width. Above, a shaft connected directly to the surface allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating a large tree. This verdant tree stood in stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. Suddenly, the image trembled and then abruptly disconnected. Just before the connection severed, they caught a fleeting glimpse of a gaping maw. It was likely that the creature responsible for the demise of the summon mouse was the boss Suave had mentioned. You have now witnessed the situation within the cave. The Calamity inquired. Are you certain that creature is merely a first tier? Absolutely, came the reply. Previous teams have engaged it. Had it been a higher tier boss, those individuals would not have returned. After a moment of contemplation, the suave gentleman added, Moreover, I shall partake in this battle alongside you. Would I willingly jeopardize myself? The others, considering this, ceased further questioning. By the way, Brother Knight, what is your class? Xiao Chen felt a wave of incredulity. They had invited him to confront the boss, yet were unaware of his class. Both Calamity and Sword 33 turned their curious gazes toward Xiao Chen. Without hesitation, he revealed, I am a reverse-scale war spirit. Reverse-scale war spirit, I have not heard of such a class. mused Sword 33, astonished. It must be a formidable and rare vocation. With a sudden outburst, he exclaimed, Impossible. The previously taciturn 33's unexpected display of emotion puzzled Calamity and the suave gentleman. The reverse-scale war spirit is reputed to be a worthless class, with an unyielding attack power of merely 1 point, incapable of enhancement by any means. How could you possibly ascend to level 100 so swiftly if your class is indeed a reverse-scale war spirit? Faced with their skepticism, Xiao Chen offered no explanation, merely stating, You'll understand shortly. With that, he summoned his equipment, brandishing 2 massive shields, and strode purposefully towards the mine. Witnessing Xiao Chen equip the great shields instilled a profound sense of security in his companions. Individually, their team was relatively strong among first-tier players, yet they lacked cohesion as a unit. A standard team should encompass a tank, damage dealers, crowd control, support, and healing roles. However, their composition was predominantly offensive, yet their individual prowess afforded Suave Guy the confidence to lead them against the boss. Xiao Chen's display of dual shields was undoubtedly a promising sign for them. Given his impressive achievements in the Trial Tower, withstanding this boss should pose no challenge. If he had previously vanquished mutated bosses, his current capabilities, having further ascended, should enable him to endure, assuming this creature was indeed a first tier. After traversing for over 10 minutes, the quartet arrived at the location where the summoned rat had perished. Caution! Suave Guy suddenly exclaimed from behind. A gaping maw lunged towards them. Xiao Chen, at the forefront, raised his shield, protecting his companions behind him. After the strike, Xiao Chen remained unmoved, while the attacking creature was repelled several meters back by the force of the rebound. Looking up, it beheld a massive, pitch-black mutated worm clinging to the rock face, its piercing gaze fixated upon them, a predator poised to strike. Upon inspecting its attributes, Xiao Chen discerned that while this boss was significantly stronger than ordinary bosses, it still fell short compared to the bloodthirsty Treant. There it is. Suave Guy cautioned gravely from the side. I have searched for information on this elusive boss numerous times online, yet I have encountered no relevant data. Defeating him is likely to yield a first kill reward. The 5 flying swords behind Jin Sanson have all emerged, swirling around him like a celestial sword master descending to the mortal realm. In response, the Cataclysm shows no sign of weakness as the incantation resonates. A myriad of undead creatures materialize from thin air. In the blink of an eye, dozens of these spectral beings form an imposing offensive formation. Undead knights, archers, and mages of various classes abound, exuding a formidable presence that seemingly overshadows Jian Sanson. The dashing brother summons 3 colossal earth dogs, indeed, earth dogs, each as formidable in size as a Siberian tiger. The trio of earth dogs fix their gaze upon the worm-like boss, bearing their gleaming white fangs, exuding an aura of strength that is by no means diminished. Chapter 60. The emergence of the pseudo-dominant boss. The group had already assumed their attacking stances. Yet only Xiao Chen remained motionless, wielding 2 massive shields at the forefront. The 3 companions turned their gazes towards him. The flamboyant green-haired brother urged from the side, "Brother Heiyi, charge in." Xiao Chen found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain of the others' attacking prowess. If their offensive capabilities were too formidable, the monster's aggro would inevitably shift towards them, leaving him to utilize control skills to reclaim it. However, they possessed only a single partial control, and once it expired, the likelihood of aggro returning to him was slim. At that point, the trio would likely find themselves in peril. Their identities were not trivial, and should they perish here, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen suggested, "Why don't you all take a breather and allow me to handle it alone?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others soured drastically, as it implied a disregard for their capabilities. The undead mage, Plague, turned sharply to glare at Xiao Chen. "Brother Heiyi, is this not a tad condescending?" Realizing his words had been misinterpreted, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for an explanation. Just as he was about to engage the monster, Jian Sanshur spoke coldly from the back. "Though this boss is formidable, I believe that even without Brother Heiyi, the 3 of us could manage it. Perhaps Brother Heiyi could rest on the sidelines, and if we truly falter, you may intervene." Flamboyant brother intended to mediate but thought better of it and chose silence. The 3 were undoubtedly prodigies, each possessing their own pride. Until they could fully convince each other of their abilities, words would be futile. At this, Xiao Chen paused, then took a few steps back, gesturing courteously for them to proceed. Without further ado, the trio launched a fierce assault on the worm boss. In an instant, the air was filled with slicing sword energies and relentless barks as the undead army charged fearlessly, igniting the battle. The 3 were indeed the pinnacle of this generation's newcomers. Their skill, execution, and timing were impressively precise. The only shortcoming was their relative lack of coordination, as this was their first collaboration, an inevitable hurdle. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen concluded that the trio would likely manage to vanquish the worm boss without much difficulty. Although the creature's attack power was relatively weak, its health was exceptionally robust, coupled with a regenerative ability. Given the trio's current condition, defeating it would require a significant amount of time. In a fit of boredom, Xiao Chen wandered to a large tree. Ever since entering this cavern, he had sensed an indescribable allure. It felt as though something within the cave was beckoning him, its pull intensifying the deeper he ventured. Upon encountering the peculiar tree, this sensation surged to an extraordinary height. He was certain that the source of his attraction was indeed this tree. After a prolonged observation, he found no apparent anomalies in the tree. However, when he touched the trunk, a mysterious energy originating from the bloodthirsty treant within him resonated with the great tree. This enigmatic energy ignited like a spark, awakening the long-dormant tree. A surge of formidable energy emanated from the ancient tree, momentarily halting the fierce struggle of those engaged in combat. They all turned in unison to gaze toward Xiao Chen. He, in turn, looked back at them, a look of apology gracing his features. Yet, the expressions of his companions were filled with dread. No, it was not Xiao Chen they feared. Rather, it was the towering tree behind him. A chilling sensation crept up Xiao Chen's spine. With a resounding crash, an immense force struck his shield. Xiao Chen's physical attributes had reached an impressive 929 points, endowing him with substantial health and defense, while also significantly enhancing his resistance to impact. Without this, he would have been sent flying by that single blow. Turning around, he beheld the awakened tree demon. The ancient tree no longer exuded a tranquil and vibrant aura. Instead, An evil and bloodthirsty essence surged from its trunk. This aura bore a striking resemblance to that of a bloodthirsty tree demon, though it possessed a far more overwhelming presence, albeit lacking in purity. At that moment, the system provided detailed information about the tree. Monster name: Ancient Wood Spirit, Sovereign of the Forest, Pseudo-Overlord level boss. Level: 2nd tier. Level: 100 health points, 5 million, 10 million, physical attack, 2,000, originally 4,000, magical attack, 2,000, originally 4,000, physical defense, 1,200, originally 2,400, magical defense, 1,200, originally 2,400, skill 1 Nature's Entanglement. The Sovereign of the Forest unleashes rapidly growing vines that swiftly ensnare enemies, restricting their movement and attacks, while continuously draining their health over a set duration. Skill 2, Life Drain. By extending its roots deep into the earth, the Sovereign can absorb the life force of surrounding creatures, converting it into healing or enhanced strength. This skill is particularly potent when a boss's health is low, allowing for rapid recovery of significant health. Skill 3, Wrath of the Forest. It conjures a sudden storm, complete with fierce winds, torrential rain, and lightning, inflicting substantial area of effect damage on all enemies within range, while diminishing their defense and mobility. Skill 4, Thorn Impale. Sharp thorns erupt from the ground, dealing physical damage to any enemies standing upon them, with a chance to inflict a stunning effect. This skill is often employed to control enemy positioning, creating opportunities for subsequent attacks. Skill 5, Soul Resonance. The Sovereign establishes a connection with every tree in the forest, significantly enhancing its defense and attack power for a brief period, while summoning several small treants to assist in battle. Although these treants lack formidable combat strength, they serve to distract and divert the enemy's attention. Ultimate skill, Fall of the Ancient Wood. When the Sovereign's health reaches a critically low level, it sacrifices a portion of its life force to summon a colossal seed. After a brief delay, the seed explodes, releasing a toxic spore cloud that envelopes the entire battlefield, dealing immense damage to all foes and inflicting a lingering poison effect. If the Sovereign is not defeated in time, the spore cloud will persist until the battle concludes. Important notice: the Spirit of Ancient Wood, the Sovereign of the Forest, was originally a formidable 2nd-tier boss. Due to unforeseen circumstances, it fell into a state of dormancy. Now, having awakened, its power has yet to reach its zenith. As time progresses, its strength will gradually be restored, making this the opportune moment to vanquish it. As the Sovereign of the Forest reemerges, ominous clouds gather ominously at the already low ceiling of the underground space, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind. This is the manifestation of the Sovereign's 3rd skill, Wrath of the Forest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts, and simultaneously, several bolts of lightning strike down upon the 4 adventurers. Chapter 61. The Slaying of the Boss. Although the Sovereign of the Forest had not fully regained his strength, his current offensive capability exceeded 2,000. A multitude of lightning bolts surged forth, drastically diminishing the health of the 3 companions, leaving them in a state of panic, glancing anxiously at Xiao Chen. They could not fathom how an ordinary tree had suddenly transformed into a 2nd-tier Sovereign-level boss. Xiao Chen himself was at a loss for an explanation, as he too was unaware of the reasons behind this metamorphosis. "You're no match for him. Flee." The moment the word "flee" escaped his lips, green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the legs of his companions and rendering them immobile. This was the Sovereign's 1st skill, Nature's Entanglement. Dark clouds began to gather overhead once more. Should the 3 of them be struck by another wave of lightning, their fate would be sealed. In response, Xiao Chen swiftly activated his skill, Ruthless Taunt. Ruthless Taunt. This skill inflicts a merciless taunt on all enemy units within a 30-meter radius, compelling the affected enemies to attack you with normal strikes for a duration of 10 seconds. Upon invoking the Ruthless Taunt, the vines that had ensnared his companions fell away, only to swiftly redirect towards Xiao Chen. "I will hold them off. You must escape," he urged. The 3 hesitated for but a moment before dashing towards the exit of the cave, their speed astonishing. The suave brother, showing a flicker of conscience, called back as he ran, Knight brother, you must survive. Notification. You have exceeded the maximum distance from the team leader and have automatically left the party. Once his companions had fled, Xiao Chen steeled himself for the impending confrontation. The sovereign's attack power stood at 1800, while his own defense hovered just above 1500. Each strike against him, mitigated by a robust 50 damage reduction, inflicted approximately 150 points of damage. Entrée en combat mode. He experienced a remarkable recovery rate of over 300 points per second. Under normal circumstances, the sovereign posed no threat to him. However, moments later, Xiao Chen realized the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Suddenly, sharp thorns burst forth from the ground, each inflicting damage equivalent to a standard attack. In the span of a single second, he was struck 7 or 8 times. This was the Forest Sovereign unleashing his fourth skill, Thorn Puncture. Given his current recovery rate, he could withstand at most 2 strikes per second, any more than that would render him unable to recover. In light of this, Xiao Chen promptly allocated all the attribute points he had acquired through Academy credits into his constitution, initially intending to save them for potential equipment upgrades. He now recognized the urgency of the moment. With this enhancement, his defense significantly increased, bringing both of his defenses to approximately 1750. Following this boost, the pressure he felt eased considerably. Coupled with his high recovery rate, the Sovereign posed no further threat to him. The remaining skills of the Forest Sovereign held no menace. For as long as the damage inflicted did not exceed his recovery capacity, Xiao Chen was invincible. 5 million health points may seem substantial, yet before Xiao Chen, it is hardly significant. After allocating all 20 skill points acquired through exchange to the Thornspike skill, it has ascended to level 81. With a terrifying rebound damage of 180, the Forest Overlord, when not utilizing the Thornspike skill, can deliver approximately 2 attacks per second, inflicting around 7,200 rebound damage every second. However, once the Thornspike is unleashed, the rebound damage escalates 7 to 8-fold in an instant. The activation frequency of the Thornspike skill is relatively low, occurring roughly every 60 seconds and lasting about 5 seconds each time. Consequently, Xiao Chen inflicts an astounding rebound damage of approximately 600,000 per minute on the Forest Overlord. With 5 million health points, it would take under 10 minutes to vanquish it. Remarkably, before Xiao Chen could slay the Forest Overlord, the Worm Boss was unexpectedly defeated by his rebound damage. First kill announcement. The Practitioner Knight has successfully slain the rare boss Blood Shadow Magic Worm, achieving the first kill. 3. Notification. You have defeated the Blood Shadow Magic Worm, earning Blood Shadow Sword 1, 12 silver coins, and 35 copper coins. Notification. You have reached level 100 of the first tier. You cannot gain experience until you advance. Notification. You have received Warrior Medals 14. Notification. You have obtained a boss first kill reward chest 1. First kill reward chest. Opening this chest grants 20 attribute enhancement scrolls and 5 skill enhancement scrolls. There is a chance to acquire growth type equipment. The 3 individuals waiting outside the cave were rendered speechless upon reading this announcement. They had been waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, and Xiao Chen had yet to emerge. They presumed he had likely perished inside. After all, when the Forest Overlord attacked them, they witnessed its terrifying attributes. Although the Forest Overlord had not yet regained its peak strength, it was still a second-tier Overlord-level boss, far beyond the capacity of a mere first-tier practitioner. Just as they were contemplating how to report back to the Academy, they suddenly received Xiao Chen's first kill announcement. Not only had he survived, but he had also successfully defeated the Blood Shadow Magic Worm, a feat that had eluded all 3 of them for an extended period. In contrast, the disparity in strength between them and Xiao Chen was glaringly evident. Their earlier arrogance dissipated considerably in that moment. As they began to accept the reality of Xiao Chen's formidable prowess, they received 3 additional announcements. With the emergence of these public notifications, the last vestige of pride they held vanished entirely. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the Practitioner Knight for successfully defeating the pseudo-Overlord-level boss Ancient with Spirit, Forest Overlord. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the Practitioner Knight for successfully defeating the pseudo-Overlord-level boss Ancient with Spirit, Forest Overlord. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the Practitioner Knight for successfully defeating the pseudo-Overlord level boss Ancient Wood Spirit, Forest Overlord. Green-haired Xiao Kai collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the two from the Calamity team with a sigh. What manner of monster is he, able to slay a second-tier Overlord level boss as a first-tier? The two from Calamity shared his disbelief. While the Necromancer is universally recognized as a powerful class, it pales in comparison to Xiao Chen's current standing. As for the Awakening Legends class, the Intention Swordsman, he remained silent regarding the matter of the 33 swords. Doubts began to creep into his mind about whether Xiao Chen's class truly possessed the rumored permanent attack of merely 1 point. Upon the demise of the Forest Overlord, the tree trunk withered rapidly, transforming into a puddle of ash and vanishing within 10 seconds, as if the grand tree had never existed at all. At the moment of the Forest Overlord's death, an energy akin to that which enveloped the bloodthirsty Tran upon its demise was absorbed by Xiao Chen's body. Of course, Xiao Chen was oblivious to this. He merely sensed that after vanquishing the Forest Overlord, his body felt as though it had undergone profound healing, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of lightness. Chapter 62 Equipment Exchange. Notification. You have slain the Ancient Wood Spirit, the Overlord of the Forest, receiving Forest Gloves 1. Forest Armor 1, 38 gold coins, and 35 silver coins. Notification. You have reached level 100 of the First Order. You cannot gain experience points before advancing. Notification. You have acquired Warrior Medals 50. Notification. You have obtained a Second Order Overlord level Treasure Chest 1. The Second Order Overlord level Treasure Chest has a chance to yield Second Order Overlord level equipment. Exiting the cave, the three waited at the entrance of the mine. Upon seeing Xiao Chen emerge unscathed, although they already knew the outcome, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Brother He Yi, you are formidable, one exclaimed, finally managing to utter a compliment after holding back for so long. The Calamity also gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Yet, Jian Sanshi remained indifferent. Brother He Yi, what did you obtain? Xiao Chen did not conceal his findings and displayed the sole piece of equipment he acquired from slaying the Blood Shadow Demon Worm, the Blood Shadow Sword, for their inspection. Equipment name: Blood Shadow Sword. Equipment level: 100. Equipment quality: red equipment. Usage requirement: requires 300 points of agility. Equipment slot: main weapon, physical attack, 399. Additional skill: attack enhancement. Increases base physical attack by 20. Additional skill: bleeding damage. Attacking an enemy will inflict continuous bleeding damage equal to 300 of total attack, lasting for 10 seconds. Can only affect the same target once every 20 seconds. Additional skill: armor piercing. Attacking an enemy will inflict an armor piercing effect, reducing their physical defense by 30, lasting for 10 seconds. Can only affect the same target once every 30 seconds. Upon witnessing this equipment, Jian Sanshi's eyes widened in astonishment. If he could acquire this weapon, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. It would be immensely beneficial for both monster hunting and the challenges ahead in the Trial Tower. In addition, Xiao Chen also produced the treasure chest awarded for the boss first kill. Seeing Xiao Chen's impressive haul, the three couldn't help but feel envious. Although they had previously agreed that any rewards would be auctioned off and then divided equally, they found it difficult to voice their intentions now. Not only had they failed to slay the boss, but they had also nearly lost their lives. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's control over the boss, they would have perished under the Overlord of the Forest attacks. Moreover, after their escape, the team had automatically disbanded. This boss was entirely slain by Xiao Chen, with no relation to them. Even those with the thickest skin found it hard to demand a share. Nevertheless, this weapon was of paramount importance to Jian Sanshi. Ultimately, he could not help but inquire, is the weapon for sale? Xiao Chen pondered momentarily before tossing the weapon to Xiao Sago. Xiao Sago looked bewildered as he turned to Xiao Chen. Brother He Yi, what is this? We had agreed that the proceeds would be auctioned off, and you would handle this equipment. Though Xiao Sago initially intended to decline, upon seeing Jian Sanshi's hopeful gaze, he ultimately relinquished the weapon to Jian Sanshi without hesitation. He presents this item to you. You may negotiate the price with Brother Knight, as I cannot shamelessly accept benefits without due cause. The natural disaster similarly expresses its inability to assist, so there is no need to concern oneself with it. Sword 33. Upon receiving the Blood Shadow sword, finds himself momentarily frozen in place. He is inherently not a person of eloquence, and in such a situation, he is at a loss regarding how to proceed. After a prolonged pause, he retrieves an item from a storage space and tosses it to Xiao Chen. Upon examining the equipment, the details reveal: item name, Dragon Scale Guardian, item level, 100 item quality, red equipment, wearing requirement, 300 points in constitution to equip, equipment slot, offhand physical defense, 299 magical defense, 299 attached skill, life resonance, passive skill when the holder's health falls below 30. The shield automatically emits a faint healing light, restoring 2 of the holder's maximum health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Attached skill, Heart of Valor. Passive skill successfully blocking the same enemy's attacks consecutively 10 times in battle activates this skill, enhancing the holder's attack and defense by 20 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Item description. The Dragon Scale Guardian Shield was once a relic of ancient dragon knights, purportedly bestowed by an ancient and wise dragon to its most trusted warrior. It embodies not only the formidable power of the dragon race, but also the spirit of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice. The holder must possess a sense of justice to unlock its true potential. This shield exhibits exceptional attributes, rivaling those of the Blood Shadow sword. In terms of stats and tier, it far surpasses the 2 shields currently worn by Xiao Chen. At present, the primary weapon slot is occupied by the level 10 Silver Moon Shield. Although this item is of lower level and possesses modest attributes, it is unique, being one of the rare shields that can be equipped in the primary weapon slot. Typically, shields are donned in the offhand slot. Even tank warriors predominantly wield one-handed weapons in the primary slot. Indeed, individuals like Xiao Chen, who utilize 2 shields, are exceedingly rare. Currently, the offhand slot is occupied by the Undead Shield. This piece of equipment is merely a level 30 gold quality item. It remains in use primarily due to its attached skill, Undead Shield. Undead Shield. This skill grants the user a shield lasting 30 seconds, capable of absorbing up to 1,000 points of damage, converting 50 of the absorbed damage into health. The Undead Shield skill has saved Xiao Chen's life on numerous occasions, proving to be exceptionally powerful and practical. However, as Xiao Chen's strength has increased and the monsters he faces have grown stronger, this equipment has gradually fallen behind his capabilities. Now, this new item is perfectly poised to replace the Undead Shield. Xiao Chen accepts the weapon and nods slightly at Sword 33, indicating his agreement to the transaction. After equipping the new shield, Xiao Chen's defense surges once again, with both defenses surpassing 2,000 points. As for the initial kill of the boss's treasure chest, Xiao Chen did not distribute it among the others, and no one else had the audacity to voice such a request. This expedition had been remarkably fruitful for Xiao Chen. Glancing at the time, it was already past 6 in the afternoon, and they needed to return swiftly, even though their current location was considered a low-risk area. Spending the night outdoors was fraught with peril. The dangers of the wilderness stemmed not only from formidable monsters, but also from other adventurers. The spoils from slaying fellow practitioners were largely a matter of chance, yet the drop rates were significantly more favorable compared to defeating monsters. Many practitioners enhanced their strength by acquiring gear through the defeat of others. An hour later, the 4 arrived at their parking spot, and their expressions instantly shifted to one of alarm. Chapter 63. You have all been surrounded by me. Alone, the driver of the suave brother lay beside the business vehicle, the ground stained with blood. The blood had already congealed, indicating that death had occurred some time ago. By estimating the time, it was apparent that he had met his demise shortly after the 4 had departed. The suave brother, exercising restraint, summoned several mutated rats to patrol the vicinity, ensuring that no ambush lay in wait before approaching the driver to examine him. A single arrow had struck true, leaving no traces, indicative of a professional assassin's work. This location harbored no monsters, and with its sparse human presence, how could an assassin be lurking here? Could they be targeting one among us? The 4 were all prodigies of this generation, undoubtedly prioritized targets for foreign organizations. Moreover, the Suave brother might be the offspring of a high-ranking individual within the Dragon Brotherhood, making an assassination attempt highly probable. All four could potentially be targets of this assassination. Given that the enemy had tracked them to this point, they would not easily relent, and the assassin could very well be concealed nearby. It was imperative to depart swiftly. Safety awaited them back in the city. After all, the urban area was patrolled by a law enforcement team composed of high-level professionals, making any public assassination there significantly more challenging, and even if successful, the assassin would be left with no escape. Observing the damaged fuel tank, the group realized that the vehicle was no longer operable. The clock indicated it was approximately 7:30 p.m. Walking back to the city would require at least 4 to 5 hours, even in the absence of obstacles. The prospect of traveling through the night was perilous. An air of silence enveloped the group. After a brief moment, the Suave brother broke the silence. I have scrutinized this area on the WeChat map and am somewhat familiar with the surroundings. About 5 kilometers to the west lies an abandoned military facility. Though it is derelict, the quality of construction demanded by military standards should provide some defensive capabilities. We can seek refuge there for the night and return at dawn. This seemed to be the most viable option, and the other three offered no objections. Half an hour later, the quartet arrived at the entrance of the forsaken military camp. The walls had collapsed significantly, entwined with creeping vines, while the interior was overrun with weeds, desolate in its entirety. The darkness had deepened, and under the leadership of the Suave brother, they entered the dilapidated camp, seeking shelter in a relatively sturdy and dry building. As night fell, a campfire blazed, and an array of instant beverages littered the ground, evoking an atmosphere more akin to camping than evading danger. As Tianzai sipped on a canned beer, he initiated a casual conversation. Why can monsters within dungeons respawn infinitely, while those in the wild cannot? This question had also crossed Xiao Chen's mind, and he had even searched the internet for answers, encountering a plethora of diverse explanations. Yet none were universally convincing. Jian Sanshi cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Chen and remarked, "Have you ever pondered why the monsters within dungeons and ordinary bosses can resurrect upon defeat, while mutated bosses, unique bosses, and overlord-level bosses do not?" With his words, the others fell into contemplative silence. Previously, I had not thoroughly contemplated this matter. After a brief pause, the elegant gentleman spoke. "I possess some knowledge regarding this issue." The three others simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. The reason the monsters within the dungeon can respawn infinitely is due to the presence of a unique energy within the dungeon. As long as this energy exists, the monsters can resurrect and refresh according to the rules established by the multiverse system. Similarly, the wild monsters can also respawn infinitely when the multiverse paradise descends. It is said that the inability to resurrect and refresh arose when this energy was inexplicably removed by someone. At this moment, the Calamity Bringer seemed to have an epiphany and inquired. Upon reaching the second tier, one gains a chance for resurrection. Are those resurrection items also powered by this energy? The elegant gentleman nodded thoughtfully. That seems to be the case. However, the exact nature of this energy remains a mystery to us. Brother Knight, among us four, you are the only one who has slain the mutated boss and the sovereign boss. Apart from the conventional items, did you acquire anything else? No. It appears that defeating these monsters does not yield that energy. There must be further complexities at play. As midnight approached, the campfire gradually dwindled, and the four had succumbed to a light slumber. Suddenly, the elegant gentleman opened his eyes, and simultaneously, the others did as well. Weapons materialized in their hands, and in mere moments, they were fully armed. 5 professionals were encroaching upon them. The elegant gentleman whispered, "What is their strength?" Unclear, but they should all surpass the first tier. This revelation instantly heightened their anxiety. No matter how formidable they were, they remained first tier. Breaking through to the second tier would result in a qualitative leap in strength. Even the most ordinary second tier could rival the peak first tier combatants. Moreover, those sent to assassinate them were undoubtedly not ordinary second tier warriors. "Damn it, it seems we might very well meet our demise here," the elegant gentleman lamented. Given his status, he had always been accompanied by skilled protectors when venturing out. Yet this time, in a bid to prove his strength to his father, he had stealthily departed from his family, only to encounter this dire situation. Summoning reinforcements was no longer an option. You all should flee. Their target is likely me. At that moment, a man's voice, speaking clumsy Mandarin, echoed from outside. Flee? None of you four shall escape. A figure shrouded in black, mist approached slowly. Every plan engulfed by his surrounding shadows withered instantly. This time, the system did not provide any information regarding the adversary. As novices, their information-gathering privileges were limited, and their current foe evidently exceeded the highest level of information they could access. The man waved his hand casually, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped the four. As the black mist surrounded them, their health points began to plummet rapidly. In just a single attack, their health dropped by a third. The Black Mist Man's assault was comparable to that of the sovereign-level boss, the all-devouring sovereign. Yet, at this moment, the Black Mist Man wore a puzzled expression. Out of the four, one individual had not sustained any damage from the Black Mist attack. Instead, he had even inflicted a significant amount of backlash damage upon the attacker. The individual in question was none other than Xiao Chen, although the system did not provide any details regarding his opponent. The reflected damage offered a glimpse into the nature of the adversary's assault. Remarkably, the damage reflected from the gray mist figure amounted to an astounding 200 points. Given that the rebound ratio of the Thorn of Thorns is 180, it can be inferred that the attack dealt by the figure was approximately 200 points. Such an attack, even if not executed with full force, could hardly be underestimated. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief. Concurrently, several other figures swiftly converged, surrounding Xiao Chen and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, they had already fallen into Xiao Chen's trap. Chapter 64. The root-cutting plan. With unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish them, Xiao Chen remained unhurried. He stepped forward, calmly inquiring, Nightwolf? The man shrouded in black mist erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah! It seems that we, the Nightwolf, have left an indelible and fearsome impression upon the practitioners of the Dragon Nation. Is it truly the Nightwolf?" Xiao Chen continued, "How did you manage to track us?" Despite their impending demise, he preferred to leave them with a sense of reluctance and confusion. "Very well, prepare to meet your end. Eliminate them." As the words left his lips, the five assailants lunged towards Xiao Chen and his companions. With a merciless taunt, the skill activated, causing the members of the Night Wolf team to momentarily freeze, their gazes shifting to Xiao Chen, their faces contorted with rage. All their attacks were redirected towards him. Ordinary strikes and various skills flew towards Xiao Chen as if costless. Yet, under Xiao Chen's staggering 180 rebound damage, within mere seconds, all five lay lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the other three gazed at Xiao Chen in disbelief, finally comprehending the reason behind his rapid leveling pace. His defense and rebound damage were astonishingly extraordinary. Those five were all second-tier powerhouses, yet Xiao Chen remained rooted in place, causing their demise solely through the reflection of their own attacks. This was indeed preposterous. To his dismay, despite slaying five foes, no treasure chest materialized. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. While the drop rate during boss battles seemed reasonable, the drop rate for minions and practitioners was abysmally low. According to other practitioners, the probability of a treasure chest dropping from a practitioner was approximately 50, yet Xiao Chen had slain five and encountered not a single chest. His luck was truly unparalleled. "Be Black Knight, you saved us once again," Brother Cool stammered after a prolonged moment of astonishment. Catastrophe and Sword 33 similarly expressed their gratitude to Xiao Chen. "Wait, this person's soul appears to be quite robust. Allow me to attempt to extract it," Catastrophe remarked, gazing at one of the fallen bodies. He then retrieved his staff and began to chant an incantation in a language incomprehensible to the others. Shortly thereafter, a semi-transparent, faintly blue apparition emerged from the corpse. The extracted soul looked bewildered, as if unaware of the surrounding events. Moments later, fear etched across its translucent visage, and it uttered words only audible to Catastrophe. The others observed a silent exchange that lasted 3 minutes between Catastrophe and the soul. Finally, Catastrophe clenched his hand, and the soul transformed into a grotesque visage before dissipating into specks of starlight in the air. What did it say? Brother Cool inquired impatiently as the exchange concluded. Yet Catastrophe's expression was grave. This time their target is not us. Not us. The revelation left their faces marked with confusion. Yes, their objective is not us, but the entirety of the Dragon Nation. The entire Dragon Nation? What does that mean? According to the essence of his soul, their purpose for coming here is to seek an entity known as the quintessence of all things. What is this quintessence? Do you recall the mutated boss defeated during the night? It is a creature cultivated by these individuals using a mysterious energy. Their intention is to transform all dungeons within the realm of the Dragon Kingdom into forbidden zones, thereby obstructing the path of ascension for the new generation of practitioners. However, the silver lining is that the more formidable the monster, the greater the demand for this enigmatic energy. Currently, they are only implementing this plan within novice dungeons. Should their scheme succeed, the emerging practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom may find themselves in dire straits. Upon hearing the recounting of the calamity, the group recognized the gravity of the situation. I must swiftly relay this news to my father. In the wilderness, devoid of signal, conventional communication methods are utterly futile. Fortunately, they are all practitioners, capable of contacting one another through the practitioner friend feature. After conveying this information to his father, the suave gentleman turned to the others. It is not yet too late. Currently, only 18 novice dungeons have been designated as forbidden zones, while the mutated boss in other dungeons has been vanquished before maturing. Presently, various practitioner alliances have begun regulating access to significant novice dungeon entrances within the Dragon Kingdom, permitting only those with verified identities who are not spies to enter. Have 18 dungeons truly become forbidden zones? Indeed, among those 18 novice dungeons, 8 are located in the Death Marsh. At this juncture, the three turn their gazes toward Xiao Chen. For others, it may be a forbidden zone, but for Xiao Chen, it may not necessarily be so. Xiao Chen understood their implication. If the strength of those mutated bosses is comparable to that of the bloodthirsty tree demon, he can manage them. But if they continue to grow stronger, he may not be able to cope. After a moment of hesitation, the suave gentleman finally spoke. Brother Dark Knight, I realize it may be presumptuous to inquire, but for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, I must ask, if it is convenient, could you disclose your true strength at present? Defeating mutated bosses can yield a plethora of valuable items, as well as the Warrior S medal. After advancing to the second tier, powerful practitioners abound. And even when facing a boss, Xiao Chen might not secure a victory. This moment presents the opportune time for his gains. Xiao Chen granted the trio access to view his personal attributes. Upon examining Xiao Chen's information, they exclaimed in astonishment at his extraordinary capabilities. Such an extreme allocation of points had never been witnessed before. In terms of health and defense, Xiao Chen now surpasses the majority of second-tier practitioners. Typically, a normal practitioner gains only 5 attribute points per level increase. Reaching level 100 would yield a mere 500 attribute points. After advancing to the second tier, the attribute points awarded per level increased to 10. Even so, upon reaching the maximum level of 200 in the second tier, one would only accumulate 1,500 attribute points, with most practitioners opting to distribute their points across 2 to 3 attributes. No one had ever allocated all their points solely to vitality, as Xiao Chen has. His current vitality stands at an impressive 1179 points. With health surpassing 13,000 and dual defenses exceeding 2,000, he stands unparalleled even when compared to second-tier tanks. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's attributes, the eyes of the suave gentleman sparkled with excitement. The reason those novice dungeons are deemed forbidden zones is that only first-tier professionals are permitted entry, where second-tier, third-tier, or even higher-level professionals allowed within. They would hardly qualify as forbidden. Any advanced practitioner could effortlessly resolve such challenges. It is precisely this circumstance that has afforded the people of Sakura Nation an opportunity to sever the very foundation of Dragon Nation. Perhaps Xiao Chen's emergence is the key to breaking this stalemate. Chapter 65, Dragon Seed Squad, Sichuan City, Professional Alliance. It was now past 2 in the deep of night, and the high-ranking officials of the Alliance sat in the conference room, their expressions grave and silent. After a lengthy pause, the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table finally broke the silence. 20 novice dungeons in the western region of the Dragon Kingdom have become forbidden zones. Novice practitioners are beginning to withdraw from these areas. If this continues, it will not be long before there are no practitioners left. You all should be well aware of the consequences of a lack of guardians. Let us discuss. What solutions do we have? At this moment, a man resembling the charming gentleman spoke up from the side. I just received an important message from my unworthy son. Speak. The speaker was none other than the father of the charming gentleman, the second in command of the Professional Alliance's Southwestern District, known as the Unrestrained. Their names were indeed quite peculiar. The Unrestrained recounted the information he had recently obtained from his son. Upon hearing this, the man at the head of the table erupted in anger. Once again, it is the work of the Sakura country. It seems we must initiate a national war to subdue them and restore peace. Calm down, Chief. That is inevitable. However, we must find a way to address the current situation first. Another voice interjected. The Multiverse Paradise system is also troublesome. A mere first-tier mutated boss has us cornered. After a moment, the chief regained his composure. Let us hear everyone's thoughts. Is there a solution? There is a possibility, though it hinges on luck. A woman of advanced age spoke slowly. Among this year's freshmen at the Shijing Warrior Academy, there are several formidable practitioners. If we cultivate one of them diligently, we might resolve this issue. Another elder shook his head. If we had managed to contain these mutated bosses when they first appeared, it would have been feasible. Now, they have grown in strength, with many mutated bosses comparable to top-tier second-level bosses. Nurturing a first-level practitioner capable of defeating a top-tier second-level boss is exceedingly difficult. I recall that just a couple of days ago, a young fellow named Knight successfully defeated the bloodthirsty Treant. It is said that the Treant perished of its own accord, and the boy merely seized the opportunity to claim the kill. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty Treant had not yet reached the pinnacle of second-level strength. Understanding dawned upon the assembly, and silence enveloped the room once more. At this juncture, the Unrestrained spoke again, a spark of excitement illuminating his features. I have found a powerful first-level practitioner. If he intervenes, he will undoubtedly resolve this crisis. All eyes turned towards the Unrestrained. He remained silent, projecting his son's attribute panel onto the large screen. As the gathered officials scrutinized Xiao Chen's attribute panel, their expressions shifted to one of dismay. The man seated at the forefront wore a notably grim expression, unrestrained and carefree. His health and defense were commendable, even surpassing most elite second-tier tank classes. Yet, what was the significance of his meager 1-point attack? Could one truly rely on him to vanquish those mutated bosses? Calm down, my friend, came a voice. He is also a freshman from the Shijing Warrior Academy. If he lacked formidable offensive capabilities, how could he possibly ascend to level 100 in just over 10 days, while possessing such extraordinary attributes? The man turned to the elderly woman seated to his right. He is your student. Do you know anything about him? A look of curiosity crossed the old woman's face. May I inquire his name? The dashing gentleman had refrained from disclosing Xiao Chen's name, primarily to prevent any potential complications that might arise from the circulation of his attribute panel. I shall ask him at once. Moments later, he uttered 2 words, Black Knight. What? Is indeed him. It seems that his victory over the bloodthirsty Treant was not mere chance. Though the elderly woman was the actual administrator of the Shijing Warrior Academy, the institution was not solely comprised of freshmen. It also included upperclassmen and various other matters. A newcomer of considerable strength was not sufficient to capture her undivided attention. She then reached out to the admissions officer from the Special Recruitment Office. After gleaning the true circumstances of Black Knight from the half-awake Longo, her interest in Xiao Chen only grew. Once she had clarified everything, she slowly uttered 2 words, rebound. Rebound damage? The elderly woman nodded slightly. According to his admissions officer, Black Knight has awakened a class known as the Reverse Scale Battle Soul. This class had made an appearance over a decade ago. It was deemed a feudal class due to its permanent limitation of 1 point of attack. However, this Black Knight has upheld our Academy's fine tradition of perseverance. never yielding or giving up. The man at the forefront abruptly interrupted her. There is no need for such formalities here. Pausing for a moment, the elderly woman resumed, I'm accustomed to speaking this way. According to his admissions officer, his rebound damage is at least 80 or more, and it should be able to sustain for extended periods. 80% or more sustained. These two attributes were sufficient to compensate for the deficiency of having only one permanent point of attack. Considering these factors alongside the attribute panel displayed on the large screen, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, the man spoke, I entrust this matter to both of you. If that young lad can resolve it, I can offer him a candidate spot in the Dragon Seed Squad. Upon hearing the words Dragon Seed Squad, astonishment swept through all present. The Dragon Seed Squad is the pinnacle talent reserve team of the Dragon Nation, and the minimum requirement for entry is to rank among the top 100 in the Trial Tower. Clearly, Xiao Chen at this moment did not possess such qualifications. The core students of the Xijing Warrior Academy already stood at a high starting point among practitioners, yet they were still distanced from the Dragon Seed Squad. Every individual who graduated alive from the Dragon Seed Squad was undeniably a pillar of strength for the Dragon Nation. Countless individuals strive fervently to enroll their offspring into the prestigious Dragon Seed Squad, yet success remains an elusive dream. Those who manage to gain entry are invariably the most exceptional prodigies. With a viable plan to address the crisis, the heavy hearts of the masses have been considerably lightened. The free-spirited individual promptly contacted Brother Xiaosa and arranged for personnel to retrieve them overnight. Initially intending to give the young man a thorough reprimand upon his return, it now seems unnecessary. Instead, he deserves commendation. After years of reckless abandon, he has finally befriended a commendable companion. Should that young man, known as Knight, successfully navigate this crisis, he will surely be credited for his achievement. As for the Dragon Seed Squad, one wonders if there might be a possibility for intervention. Chapter 66. The limit of potential. In less than an hour, a helicopter landed on the open space outside the abandoned military camp. The visitors were, of course, the individuals sent by the charismatic brother's father to escort them. Although the group was already aware that the green-haired one's background was extraordinary, they were still astonished. In an era where technology had regressed severely following the arrival of the Universal Paradise, the ability to summon a helicopter for their transport indicated that, at least in the city of Xijing, power was indeed unparalleled. Noticing the group's gaze upon him, the charismatic brother waved his hand with a hint of exasperation, saying, Don't look at me. I don't enjoy such privileges. We are merely benefiting from the favor of Brother Knight. Xiao Chen cast a puzzled glance at the green-haired one. While he was not entirely certain of the particulars, he surmised that it must be related to the forbidden zones of the instances. The others quickly grasped the situation. In less than half an hour, the helicopter touched down at a military airport near the Xijing Warriors Academy. Brother Calamity, Brother Sword, I appreciate your assistance on this journey. I will surely repay you both when the opportunity arises, Xiao Chen expressed, as the two exchanged a profound glance with him before taking their leave. Xiao Chen and the charismatic brother then followed their escort into a business vehicle and set off once more. 20 minutes later, they arrived at an unremarkable small courtyard. However, upon entering, Xiao Chen was astounded by the interior environment. The decor appeared rather simple, yet to an informed observer, every piece of furniture was worth a fortune. Had Xiao Chen not possessed insights from his previous life, he would have been unable to discern their value. However, reflecting on his current status as a multimillionaire brought a wry smile to his face. These worldly possessions were no longer his pursuit. After a brief moment of sitting down, a middle-aged man and an elderly woman burst through the door. Father, you're back so late? The newcomers were none other than the carefree individual and the elderly lady from the Warriors Academy. The carefree one cast a glance at the charismatic brother and said with a hint of annoyance, Be careful next time you run off. I might just break your legs. He then turned to Xiao Chen, instantly adopting a cheerful demeanor. You must be classmate Knight, am I right? Xiao Chen nodded and politely greeted, Hello, uncle. Indeed, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Without your presence, this good-for-nothing would likely have perished outside, he continued. By the way, this is your vice dean from the Xijing Warriors Academy. You can simply refer to her as Granny Jiang. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The vice dean of the Warriors Academy was undoubtedly one of the most powerful figures in Xijing. Yet, the way the green-haired one's father interacted with Granny Jiang revealed not much reverence, but rather respect, suggesting that his authority might surpass hers. This provided Xiao Chen with a clearer understanding of the charismatic brother's father's influence. Greetings, Dean Jiang. Observing Xiao Chen's courteousness, Granny Jiang displayed a rare smile. Indeed, the elites cultivated by our Shijing Warriors Academy possess remarkable demeanor. At this, the carefree one couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Granny Jiang seemed to have a penchant for mentioning the Warriors Academy, as if she feared others would forget her esteemed position as its vice dean. All right, everyone, please take a seat. Subsequently, under the narratives of the carefree and Grandma Jiang, the entire sequence of events was recounted. The crux of the matter is that if you succeed in this endeavor, there is a high probability of joining the Dragon Seed Team. The benefits of becoming a member of the Dragon Seed Team have been articulated clearly by Grandma Jiang, so there is no need for me to reiterate. After listening to the accounts of the two, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. The advantages far exceeded his expectations. Not only would he be able to independently reap all the rewards from defeating the boss, but he would also have the opportunity to join the strongest team in the Dragon Kingdom. This was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. At this point, the novice dungeons were under strict lockdown, and the strength of the mutated boss would not significantly increase in the short term. You two have also had a sleepless night. Therefore, rest here for a while. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., someone will guide you to various dungeons to slay the mutated boss. Xiao Chen did not refuse, as it was already past 5 a.m., and returning to the academy for rest would indeed be a waste of time. After bidding farewell to Grandma Jiang, the carefree one returned to the living room. He looked at Xiao Chen earnestly and said, "Classmate He Yi, I have a humble request." The suave brother gazed at his father with a puzzled expression. In his memory, his father had never conversed with anyone in such a manner, especially not with a younger generation like Xiao Chen. "Uncle, please speak. I will do my utmost if it is within my capability." "Well, I shall be direct. If you can successfully handle this matter, there is a strong likelihood that you will enter the Dragon Seed Team. I would like my son to accompany you on this mission." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen remained silent, but the suave brother could not contain himself. "Father, are you not aware of your son's abilities? Even if you dislike me, you cannot send me to my demise. Foolish child, if this venture succeeds, you might also have the chance to join the Dragon Seed Team alongside classmate He Yi. Do you understand what entering the Dragon Seed Team signifies?" At this revelation, the green-haired youth fell silent. Considering his father's tone while speaking to Xiao Chen, he felt a tightness in his chest. His father was a figure of immense influence in Shijing City, revered wherever he went. And to see him lower his stance for the sake of paving a path for him was profoundly moving. "Uncle, I certainly have no objections. I simply cannot guarantee his absolute safety as I lack healing abilities." "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, as my son, he is not so easily dispatched." "Then, I have no qualms." "Good. I entrust my son to you." After a moment of contemplation, the green-haired father retrieved a box from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Chen. "This is a gift from your uncle, which should prove useful to you." Xiao Chen accepted the box and opened it for inspection. Inside lay an ancient-looking scroll. Hint: you have obtained the Potential Limit Scroll 1. Potential Limit Scroll. Utilizing this scroll will permanently enhance your potential limit. The description of the scroll left Xiao Chen bewildered. What precisely was a potential limit? Was it akin to the cultivation talents found in fantasy novels? However, in this world, all power has been digitized. Advancement in strength relies solely on defeating monsters to gain experience and levels. What purpose does potential serve? "Uncle, what is the specific function of this scroll?" The green-haired elder appeared somewhat astonished. "You mean you don't know?" Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Should he have known? In response to Xiao Chen's confusion, the carefree figure expressed his own bewilderment. "That shouldn't be the case. I assumed that your attribute panel indicated you had utilized such a scroll, for otherwise, your attributes could not possibly have reached their current formidable level." Chapter 67. The powerful secret. Xiao Chen found himself increasingly perplexed. "Uncle, I have utilized numerous attribute enhancement scrolls." The roguish figure waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, I'm aware of that. However, there is a limit to the number of attribute enhancement scrolls each individual can employ. Otherwise, How could my young one still be so feeble? In that moment, the confusion that had lingered in Xiao Chen's mind was suddenly illuminated. Indeed, if everyone could endlessly use attribute enhancement scrolls, those nurtured by prominent families would have long since become invincible. It would be inconceivable for him to emerge. The crux of the issue lay here. The roguish figure gazed at Xiao Chen with curiosity. From your demeanor, it seems you have never utilized a potential limit scroll before. Indeed, I only just learned of its existence. The roguish figure tapped the table lightly, murmuring to himself. Could it be that the uniqueness of your profession results in a significantly higher potential limit than others? That must be the reason. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen found himself in agreement. After all, with his attack power permanently capped at a mere 1 point. Such a significant flaw in this profession warranted reasonable compensations in other aspects. Well then, it is getting late. In just a few hours, you shall embark on your journey. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Young lad, accompany your classmate He Yi to his quarters. Father, you should also retire for the night. Tomorrow, you can simply watch my performance alongside Brother He Yi. Under the guidance of the dashing figure, they arrived at a tastefully appointed guest room. Xiao Chen, however, was not in a hurry to rest. Although he held confidence in his abilities, enhancing his strength further would provide a greater sense of security. The spoils from vanquishing the two bosses must be swiftly converted into power. From the recent defeat of the two bosses, he had acquired a total of 64 warrior medals, combined with the remaining 6, yielding 70 medals in total. To synthesize a 1-star universal medal, 10 warrior medals are required. For a 2-star, 20, and for a 3-star, 40. The universal medal he currently possessed was a 3-star one. At present, the number of warrior medals he held limited him to upgrading the universal medal to 4 stars. Notification. Would you like to consume 10 warrior medals to exchange for 1 universal medal? Exchange. Notification. Equipment fusion successful. Your universal medal has been upgraded to 4 stars. 4-star universal medal. Wearing this medal enhances all base attributes by 20. To elevate the universal medal to 5 stars, an additional 4-star universal medal is required. Synthesizing a 4-star medal necessitates 80 warrior medals. With only 30 remaining, he would need to procure 50 more warrior medals to elevate his universal medal to 5 stars. Each star increase in the medal would augment all base attributes by 5, making this piece of equipment an extraordinary artifact in later stages. Moreover, he had also acquired 2 treasure chests, one from the boss kill of the Blood Shadow Demon Worm, awarded as a first kill reward, and the other a second-tier Overlord level chest obtained from defeating the Sun Luo Overlord. Both treasure chests held significant value. Upon the activation of the boss first kill treasure chest, one is guaranteed to receive 20 attribute enhancement scrolls and 5 skill enhancement scrolls, along with a chance to acquire growth-type equipment. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen opted to open the boss first kill treasure chest. Prompt. Do you wish to open the boss first kill treasure chest? Yes. A flash of golden light illuminated the private room, and Xiao Chen's heart soared with joy. It was a successful haul. You have obtained attribute enhancement scrolls 20, skill enhancement scrolls 5, and the Heart of Spirit Beast necklace 1. In addition to the guaranteed items, a necklace was also acquired. The name alone indicated it was exclusive to summoners. Equipment name. Heart of Spirit Beasts, Growth Type Equipment, Equipment Level, 100 Equipment Quality, Golden Equipment. Wearing Requirement. Intelligence of 200 points required for use. Equipment Position. Necklace. Physical Attack, 99. Magical Attack, 99. Additional Skill, Spirit Beast Inspiration. Wearing this equipment enhances the attributes of all summoned creatures by 20. Additional Skill, Heart of Spirit Beasts. Wearing this equipment extends the lifespan of all summoned creatures by 20. Attachment Attribute, Power of Promotion, once bound. This equipment will advance alongside the class holder, gaining an additional new attachment property upon progression. The speculation proved accurate. This was a piece of growth-type equipment uniquely suited for summoners, and the additional attributes were quite impressive. After stowing the equipment, his gaze shifted to the second-tier Overlord-level treasure chest. The Overlord-level chest has a chance to yield Overlord-level equipment. Equipment tiers range from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, legendary, culminating in Overlord-level equipment. Overlord-level equipment represents the pinnacle of all gear, appearing almost exclusively among high-tier equipment. Each piece of Overlord-level equipment is unique, with no possibility of duplication. Numerous legends surround Overlord-level equipment, yet only a handful have truly encountered such items, let alone possessed one. Acquiring an Overlord-level piece would not only be a personal triumph, but could also be exchanged for vast resources. As Xiao Chen prepared to open the Overlord-level chest, a prompt appeared. Prompt: insufficient level detected. You cannot open this chest. This left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. There was indeed a level restriction for opening chests. Reluctantly, he set the chest aside. Finally, Xiao Chen's gaze settled on the two pieces of equipment obtained from defeating the Forest Overlord, the Forest Gloves and the Forest Armor. He examined the equipment. Equipment name: Forest Gloves. Equipment quality: Red equipment. Wearing requirement: Level 2 and Constitution of 500 points required for use. Equipment position: Gloves. Physical defense: 388. Magical defense: 388. Additional skill: Equipment resonance. Wearing this equipment enhances the base attributes of the wielded weapon by 30. Additional skill: Power of technique. Wearing this equipment reduces the wearing requirements of the wielded weapon by 30. Note: only the attribute requirements for wearing the equipment can be reduced. The level requirement cannot be lowered. Equipment name: Sunluo Armor. Equipment quality: Red equipment. Wearing requirement: must be at least level 2 and possess 800 points of Constitution to utilize. Equipment slot: Body Armor. Physical defense: 588. Magical defense: 588. Health points: 4,000. Additional skill: Wild Growth. Upon equipping this armor, the base health points increase by 20. Additional skill: Breath Convergence. Enemies find it significantly more challenging to detect your presence while wearing this armor, reducing their perception range by 50. Note: said attributes can only be viewed after equipping. Chapter 68. Departure. Clearing the boss. Both pieces of equipment possess remarkable attributes, perfectly suited for Xiao Chen. The sole impediment is that he is currently unable to equip them. The minimum requirement for donning these items is to reach the second tier. As for the attribute prerequisites, he meets them entirely, implying that once he ascends to the second tier, he can immediately adorn himself with these two exquisite pieces of gear. Second-tier chests and second-tier equipment necessitate a second-tier status for utilization. It appears imperative for him to expedite his progression to the second tier, otherwise, his enhancement in strength will face significant constraints. In addition to the two pieces of equipment he currently wears in the newly acquired second-tier gear, his inventory contains several other commendable items: the Life Staff, Heart of Life, Golden Ring, and the recently replaced Undead Shield, alongside a growth-type equipment, the Spirit Beast Heart Necklace. These items should fetch a handsome price, conservatively estimated in the thousands of gold coins. However, he is not in dire need of funds at present. In fact, his financial resources are rather ample, thus he is in no rush to part with them. Finally, Xiao Chen retrieved the potential limit scroll that the carefree individual had just gifted him. Although he has yet to encounter any bottlenecks, enhancing his potential limit is undoubtedly beneficial. Xiao Chen opted to use it immediately. Prompt: do you wish to use the potential limit scroll now? Yes. Prompt: you have used the potential limit scroll. Your current attribute limit can be enhanced by an additional 200 points. Upon seeing this notification, Xiao Chen comprehended the meaning of the potential limit. Each individual's potential limit signifies the maximum capacity they can endure for attribute enhancements. The higher the potential, the greater the threshold for attribute augmentation. If an ordinary practitioner had a maximum attribute limit of 700 points before breaking through to the second tier, upon reaching level 100 and fully utilizing the 500 attribute points gained from leveling up, they can only apply an additional 200 attribute enhancement points before further progress ceases. By employing the potential limit scroll, one can once again utilize 200 attribute enhancement scrolls to elevate their maximum. Furthermore, this limit is not confined to the first tier. It is a permanent elevation. For a second-tier ordinary practitioner with an initial cap of 2,000 points, after employing the potential breakthrough scroll to increase by 200 points, their limit upon reaching the second tier would then rise to 2,200 points. This may not seem particularly advantageous for ordinary practitioners, yet for the powerful, It serves as the most effective means to widen the gap. Xiao Chen remains uncertain of his specific potential limit, but prior to using the potential limit scroll, he had already utilized 450 additional attribute enhancement points. This suggests that he still possesses the capacity to enhance by at least 150 points more. From the words of the carefree individual, it is evident that Xiao Chen's potential limit is significantly higher than that of most others. Could it be true, as he claimed, that the uniqueness of his profession has led to this outcome? Xiao Chen harbors a lingering sense that the matter is not so straightforward. He currently has 20 unused attribute enhancement points. Following the customary practice, he allocates all of them to vitality. As for the 5 skill enhancement points, the decision is clear. They shall all be invested in the Thorn Spike skill. Fully equipped and having allocated his skill points, Xiao Chen's attribute panel became increasingly resplendent. Name, Knight class, reverse scale battle soul, rare class, level. First order, level 100, health points, 14, 019, base health 12, 519 equipment bonus 1. 500, mana points, 72, constitution, 1 252, base attribute 963 equipment skill bonus 289, strength, 24 agility, 6 intelligence, 7 physical defense, 1 958 magical defense, 1 924 combat power assessment, 1 901. Simultaneously, his Thorn Spike skill had reached level 86, with a damage reflection rate soaring to 190. Who could gaze upon such an attribute panel without feeling bewildered? His health and dual defenses were now approximately double what they had been when he defeated the bloodthirsty tree demon. Should he encounter the bloodthirsty tree demon again at this moment, it would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Observing these attributes, Xiao Chen felt an unwavering confidence for his impending journey to slay the mutated boss in just a few hours. A few hours later, the Suave brother knocked on Xiao Chen's door. "Brother Knight, it's time to set off." Upon opening the door, Xiao Chen pondered briefly before tossing the heart of the spirit beast necklace over. When the Suave brother beheld the attributes of this equipment, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Knight, what is this?" "It's a gift for you. You are giving me such a valuable item?" Xiao Chen smiled gently. "This item would only fetch a price if I were to sell it. Use it for now, and remember to bring me any suitable equipment you come across." "Ha ha, well, I shall not be polite. This is precisely the equipment I need." The two stepped outside, where 2 middle-aged individuals clad in professional attire awaited them. Following them, Xiao Chen and his companion boarded an off-road vehicle, which then transported them to yesterday's military airport. They subsequently boarded a helicopter bound for the nearest novice dungeon, now overrun by a mutated boss. 20 minutes later, the quartet arrived at the novice square of a small city. Here, layers of defenses have been erected by the Dragon Nation soldiers, prohibiting entry to anyone without permission. After presenting their credentials, Xiao Chen and the Suave brother were granted access, while their 2 guides, having long surpassed the second order, were unable to accompany them further. The dungeon remained the Death Marsh, yet what should have been a bustling locale now felt eerily desolate, with not a soul in sight as the 2 made their way forward. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chen initiated a party request to the Suave brother. Notification: Suave brother has accepted your party request. Party successfully formed. All items will be randomly distributed during the party, and experience will be evenly apportioned. Notification: the maximum effective distance for the party is 2,000 meters. Should a member stray beyond this range, they will automatically leave the party. Note: as levels rise, the party distance will also increase. The maximum party distance for first-order players is 2 kilometers. Notification: your teammate Suave brother has voluntarily relinquished all item acquisition rights for this party. You will receive all currency and item rewards from this session. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the Suave brother, but uttered not a word. As their previously agreed allocation scheme was in place, the duo delved deeper, ultimately encountering a leech of a size comparable to that of a colossal python in the area where Xiao Chen had slain a regular leech. Undoubtedly, this gigantic leech represented the mutated boss within the dungeon. Unlike the sanguine tree demon, the leech did not possess any domain-type abilities. However, as they approached within a kilometer of the massive leech, a multitude of smaller leeches suddenly launched towards them, causing the Suave brothers' expression to change dramatically. prompting him to retreat swiftly. It was only when he distanced himself to beyond a kilometer from the giant leech that the onslaught of smaller leeches ceased. Chapter 69. Someone steals the boss with dual shields manifesting in his hands. Xiao Chen stood still, unyielding, judging by the reflected damage. These ordinary leeches seemed to have undergone a mutation, their offensive capabilities far surpassing those of their unaltered counterparts. It appeared that this colossal leech not only augmented its own strength, but also empowered the surrounding ordinary leeches. This must be one of the abilities of a mutated boss. Hint: the Nether Swallowing Spirit is a mutated boss, and its information has not been included in the system database. Thus, we are unable to provide details regarding the Nether Swallowing Spirit. The giant leech, known as the Nether Swallowing Spirit, like the bloodthirsty tree demon, lacked any associated attributes or skills in the system. Although unaware of its specific abilities, Xiao Chen possessed unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Even if he were to falter, annihilation was not an imminent threat. As long as he could avoid instant defeat, he could employ his battle soul charge to retreat swiftly. The giant leech lacked long-range attack capabilities and could only command the ordinary leeches to assault him. This situation was untenable. He needed to provoke the giant leech to attack him directly for the reflected damage to take effect. Xiao Chen advanced step by step. As he drew nearer, the number of ordinary leeches attacking him multiplied. Under the influence of his staggering 190 reflected damage, these leeches succumbed within 30 seconds, only to be rapidly replaced by new ones. To an observer, Xiao Chen appeared as a figure clad in a writhing, gelatinous suit, slowly progressing forward. From a distance, the suave brother finally grasped the reason behind Xiao Chen's rapid leveling. This revelation offered him a fresh perspective on the profession of the reverse-scale battle soul. It was not until Xiao Chen approached within a 20-meter radius of the giant leech that it launched an attack. A blood-red appendage thrust forth from the leech's maw, lined with sharp teeth. The keenly pointed appendage was deflected by the shield, but did not retract. Instead, it adhered to the shield, inflicting continuous damage upon Xiao Chen. -3,000, -3,000, -3,000. A cascade of reflected damage notifications materialized above the giant leech's head. Noticing the -3,000 damage notifications, Xiao Chen felt reassured. This indicated that the giant leech's attack power was merely over 1,500, significantly beneath his formidable 2,000 points of defense. With this gap in power, he felt no trepidation. At this moment, Xiao Chen was besieged by a multitude of ordinary leeches. Their combined weight became burdensome, and standing for too long proved tiring. Thus, he decided to find a spot and recline. This scene left the suave brother utterly dumbfounded. Leveling like this was one thing. But now he was in the presence of a mutated boss in a forbidden zone that most dared not approach. What was he doing? Lying down, sleeping? This shattered the suave brother's understanding of boss encounters accumulated over a decade. At this instant, he began to envy Xiao Chen's seemingly useless profession, which boasted a permanent attack of only one. Having had little sleep the previous night, Xiao Chen truly succumbed to a light slumber upon the ground, even emitting faint snores. Witnessing this, the suave brother was rendered speechless. After approximately an hour, a voice broke through Xiao Chen's slumber. "Hey, awaken, brother of the night. The boss has fallen." With that, Xiao Chen slowly rose from the ground. As the colossal leech perished, the ordinary leeches lost their enhanced capabilities, reverting to their previous, normal size, and their range of attack diminished significantly. Otherwise, it would have taken quite an effort for the carefree brother to reach Xiao Chen's side. Announcement: the professional knight has successfully slain the mutated boss of the Death Marsh, Soul Devouring Abyss. Upon reviewing the system announcements, Xiao Chen noticed a distinction. Due to being in a team with the carefree brother, the latter's name also appeared in the notifications. This was presumably what the carefree brother had yearned for. Continuing to scroll down, further notifications emerged. Notification: you have slain the mutated boss, Soul Devouring Abyss. You have received 30 warrior medals. Notification: you have obtained a first-tier red achievement treasure chest. Notification: you have defeated the Soul Devouring Abyss, receiving 1 lunar ring, 1 stardust boots, 1 golden treasure chest, and 1,000 silver coins. Notification: you have reached level 100 of the first tier. You cannot gain experience points until you advance. At the moment of the colossal leech's demise, a mysterious energy was absorbed by Xiao Chen into his body. However, he remained unaware of this, only feeling that this brief slumber had rejuvenated both his mind and body significantly. Rising to his feet, he stretched his legs and felt invigorated. Let us go to the next one. Far away in Xijing, the carefree brother's father, upon seeing the screenshot of the announcement shared by others, smiled with satisfaction. Not only he, but also the other high-ranking members of the Xijing Professional Alliance felt a sense of relief upon receiving this news. According to the data, the appearance of these mutated bosses coincided with the professionals who had slain them, suggesting that their strength would not vary greatly. Since Xiao Chen could defeat one, he was undoubtedly capable of vanquishing the others. Less than 2 hours later, the system announcement rang out once more. Announcement: the professional knight has successfully slain the mutated boss of the Death Marsh, soul-devouring water demon. With a helicopter en route and accompanied by 2 formidable high-tier professionals for protection, Xiao Chen and his companion faced no obstacles. Many government officials in various regions eagerly anticipated Xiao Chen's arrival to eliminate the lurking threats. After all, as time progressed, these mutated bosses would only grow stronger. If he arrived too late, the mutated boss in that area might reach a level beyond Xiao Chen's capability to handle. Finding another first-tier professional stronger than Xiao Chen would become increasingly challenging. From noon until nightfall, Xiao Chen and the green-haired companion pressed onward without rest. Even dinner was resolved aboard a helicopter. Shortly after 10 in the evening, Xiao Chen had already vanquished the mutated boss in 4 locations. However, upon their arrival at the 5th site, they were unexpectedly greeted by system announcement. The professionals D. Cohen, M.O.T., and the God of Death have successfully slain the mutated boss, the green venom lizard, in the Death Swamp. 3. This revelation left Xiao Chen, brother Xia, and the 2 accompanying staff members momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that others could also defeat the mutated boss aside from themselves. The local residents, upon learning this news, were naturally elated. Yet, brother Xia was far from pleased. Chapter 70. The surprise of white ice and snow had Xiao Chen faced the formidable challenge of vanquishing the mutated boss alone. Perhaps the carefree brother would have harbored concerns for his well-being, fearing he might overexert himself. However, after witnessing Xiao Chen's remarkably relaxed demeanor during the battle against the mutated boss, his perspective shifted entirely. In his eyes, these bosses belonged solely to Xiao Chen and him, and it was utterly unacceptable that others were seizing the opportunity ahead of him. Upon receiving the news, 2 staff members promptly contacted the upper echelons of the Adventurers Alliance, namely the carefree brother's father. The response from the unruly figure was clear and straightforward. Instruct Xiao Chen and his team to bypass this dungeon and proceed with their endeavors. The trio that had entered the dungeon was a team of elite experts, procured at great expense from other regions by another high-ranking member of the Adventurers Alliance, ostensibly to resolve the current crisis, but also to claim credit for themselves. This trio's entry into the dungeon coincided almost perfectly with Xiao Chen's team entering their first dungeon. While Xiao Chen's team had already dispatched 4 mutated bosses, the rival team had only managed to defeat 1. Excluding travel time, Xiao Chen's team's efficiency in defeating mutated bosses was at least 7 times greater than that of their competitors. Such a stark comparison left no room for doubt regarding their superiority. Upon receiving this information, the unruly figure was not only unperturbed, but rather elated. As the saying goes, comparison breeds pain. Without this expensive extermination team, how could the prowess of his son's 2-member squad be adequately showcased? After another 6 hours, following the defeat of the 8th dungeon, the rival team finally managed to clear another dungeon. At this juncture, all mutated bosses in the Swamp of Death had been eradicated. What remained were bosses from lower-tier dungeons, whose difficulty was considerably less daunting. Nonetheless, Xiao Chen did not harbor any disdain for these lesser adversaries, as he was eager to defeat them for the chance to acquire the Warrior's Medal. Unfortunately, his team's levels had surpassed the cap for these lower-tier dungeons, necessitating a reluctant surrender. Having tackled 8 dungeons in succession over the span of more than 10 hours, Xiao Chen's team, while not fatigued by their robust physiques, found themselves unable to proceed further. They decided to leave the remaining tasks to others and concluded their efforts for the day. At that moment, the carefree brother was in high spirits. This day marked a pinnacle of his triumph, with his name repeatedly gracing regional announcements, fostering an illusion that he and Xiao Chen existed on the same tier of mastery. The two staff members reported Xiao Chen's intentions to the higher-ups of the Adventurers Alliance, who readily approved their request to return. After an exhaustive 10-plus hours of relentless combat against exceptionally powerful mutated bosses, excluding travel time, the actual duration of their engagements was less than 6 hours. This indicated that, on average, the time taken to defeat a single mutated boss did not exceed 1 hour. Such remarkable efficiency was sufficient to earn the recognition of the management of the Dragonborn team. As for the remaining lower-tier dungeon bosses, they would be addressed by others. Upon returning to Shijing, Xiao Chen promptly retreated to his exclusive quarters within the Shijing Warrior Academy. After indulging in a soothing hot shower, he turned off all forms of communication and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, the door to Xiao Chen's room was once again rapped upon. As he opened the door, he was greeted by his mentor, by Jiang Xue, and it dawned on him that classes were to be attended that day. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disoriented. He had been tirelessly engaged in vanquishing bosses for the past 2 days. Knight, do not presume that reaching level 100 and conquering the 600th floor of the Trial Tower grants you immunity from the Academy's regulations. Should you continue to disregard these rules, I have the authority to demote you to a regular student or even expel you. By Jiang Xue warned, her expression radiating anger. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Teacher Bai, what is it? You have 3 minutes to appear in the classroom on the 2nd floor, or you shall face the consequences. With that, she stormed off in a fit of fury. Reluctantly, Xiao Chen had intended to explain that he was summoned by the Academy's vice president, Granny Jiang, to address a problem, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Bai Jiang Xue had already departed in anger. 3 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived in the spacious classroom on the 2nd floor. Inside, only Bai Jiang Xue awaited him. It seemed the other students had already ventured into instances to level up. After all, ascending in levels was of utmost importance before reaching level 100. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive within her stipulated time frame, Bai Jiang Xue's demeanor softened slightly. What followed was an extensive reprimand interspersed with psychological counseling lasting over 10 minutes. It was only when Bai Jiang Xue's voice grew hoarse that Xiao Chen finally found an opportunity to speak. Teacher Bai, I was invited by Granny Jiang yesterday to handle a mutated boss within an instance, and I only returned to the academy past 4 o'clock this morning. Who? Bai Jiang Xue seemed to have not comprehended fully. Vice President Granny Jiang of the Shijing Warrior Academy. Bai Jiang Xue appeared almost amused by Xiao Chen's response. Knight, while oversleeping does violate the Academy's regulations designed for newcomers, it is not of such severity as to necessitate fabricating a grander lie. Do you comprehend how serious it is to casually invoke the name of senior officials in deceit? Just as Xiao Chen prepared to clarify, a stooped elder appeared at the classroom door, gazing at Xiao Chen with an affable expression. Vice President, what brings you here? The visitor was indeed Granny Jiang, the vice president of the Shijing Warrior Academy. Individuals of her caliber typically attended only the most significant occasions. It was unexpected for her to appear in a freshman classroom, a fact Bai Jiang Xue had never anticipated. Even more astonishing to Bai Jiang Xue was the sight of the normally stoic vice president adorned with a broad smile. Vice President, do you have a matter to discuss? Bai Jiang Xue stammered, her nerves evident. Just came to take a look, Granny Jiang replied simply, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, her smile widening. Observing this exchange, Bai Jiang Xue finally grasped Granny Jiang's intention. Could this young man be a relative of Granny Jiang? A sudden thought sprang to Bai Jiang Xue's mind, for in all her years at the academy, she had never witnessed Granny Jiang display such warmth towards any student. Grandmother Jiang approached Xiao Chen with a cheerful smile and inquired, "How did things go yesterday? Dear classmate Xiao He?" The mere mention of classmate Xiao He sent shivers down Xiao Chen's spine. As one of the key figures overseeing this incident, it was inconceivable that Grandmother Jiang was unaware of their progress and outcomes. Her presence here suggested she had ulterior motives. It went well. We managed to eliminate a mutated boss in a dungeon yesterday. Naturally, Grandmother Jiang was already privy to this information, yet she feigned surprise. 8, you say? That is indeed an extraordinary achievement. If only my granddaughter possessed even half of your capabilities. Chapter 71. The request of Grandma Jiang. Upon hearing Grandma Jiang's words, Xiao Chen instinctively grasped her true intentions for visiting. Her objective seemed to align closely with the aspirations of Brother Zhao's father. However, there were no mutated boss creatures left for him to vanquish. After a moment of hesitation, Grandma Jiang turned to Bai Jiangxue and said, Xiao Bai, I have a matter to discuss with Xiao He. Could you please step outside for a moment? Bai Jiangxue felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing these names. First, she was referred to as Xiao Bai, and now he was being called Xiao He. Such nicknames certainly invited speculation. Nevertheless, given Grandma Jiang's position as the vice president of the academy, she could only comply and made her way out of the classroom. Had it been anyone else, Bai Jiangxue would have lost her temper long ago. Once Bai Jiangxue had exited, Xiao Chen spoke directly, Director Jiang, please feel free to express your concerns. A look of difficulty crossed Grandma Jiang's face as she replied, Xiao He, I am not here in my capacity as the vice president of the academy, but rather as the grandmother of a girl seeking your assistance. Director Jiang, please go on. Xiao Chen did not commit himself to helping. After all, individuals of Grandma Jiang's stature could typically resolve their own issues. If he himself could not tackle the problem, how could he expect to assist? Despite his current prominence, which was contingent upon specific circumstances, he was still only at the first tier. Should he ascend to the second tier, or if those particular conditions were to vanish, his significance would diminish considerably. You performed admirably in aiding the professional alliance with the dungeon crisis. My colleagues and I have strongly recommended you for the Dragon Seed Squad, and it appears your chances of being selected are quite favorable. The Dragon Seed Squad is a prestigious program designed to cultivate the nation's most exceptional talents. Since the arrival of the Multiverse Paradise on Blue Star, this year marks the 9th cohort. Each Dragon Seed member ultimately evolves into a formidable force, with previous members having become the backbone of the nation. The director of our academy, Shui Longyin, who delivered a speech during the opening ceremony, was a member of the 2nd Dragon Seed Squad. Are you aware of the number of warrior academies in the Dragon Kingdom? There are a total of 36, each enrolling over 10,000 students annually, which means that at least several 100,000 professionals emerge each year. This figure does not even encompass those awakened through special groups or clandestine channels. Roughly estimated, the Dragon Kingdom sees no fewer than 500,000 awakenings each year. But do you know how many members the Dragon Seed Squad admits each year? Xiao Chen was taken aback. He was aware of the numerous professionals, yet he had not anticipated such staggering figures. During the awakening ceremony, only 3 individuals from his entire class had awakened, aligning almost perfectly with the official statistics. When the Multiverse Paradise descended, the human population on Blue Star plummeted by 70. Yet even so, the numbers were reminiscent of the world Xiao Chen had known prior to his arrival. He could hardly fathom how crowded this world was before the Multiverse Paradise's emergence. Grandma Jiang continued, the Dragon Seed Squad only recruits 5 members each year. What, merely 5 members? Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment upon learning this figure. The Western Capital Warrior Academy, renowned as one of the top 4 warrior academies in the nation, enrolls over 1,000 core students annually. When combined with the core students from other academies, the total exceeds 10,000, the majority of whom possess rare professions. In stark contrast, the Dragon Seed Squad admits only 5 individuals each year, underscoring the exceptional value of these select few. Observing Xiao Chen's astonishment, Granny Jiang nodded with satisfaction, stating, now you comprehend the difficulty of becoming a member of the Dragon Seed Squad. You, too, may have the opportunity to join their ranks. Granny Jiang had previously discussed the challenges and benefits of entering the Dragon Seed Squad, albeit not as elaborately as she was about to do now. Xiao Chen found himself momentarily bewildered. Director Jiang, if there is something to convey, please do so directly. You need not address me as Director Jiang anymore. If you do not mind, you may call me Granny Jiang. Granny Jiang, please proceed. Are you aware that upon becoming a Dragon Seed member, each individual can recruit for attendance? The primary purpose of these attendants is to compensate for the shortcomings of the official members. Moreover, these attendants can form a complete squad with the official members, enabling them to execute tasks independently without the need to seek external assistance. Whether battling monsters or coordinating to defeat bosses, the cooperation of attendants is essential. Thus, every member is exceedingly selective in their choice of attendants. Xiaohei, I have a humble request. Granny Jiang, please go ahead. My granddaughter is also a new student this year, having awakened to a rare profession. If you become a member of the Dragon Seed Squad, would it be possible for you to choose her as one of your attendants? Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment before comprehending. As the vice president of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, Granny Jiang held considerable power and influence, and her granddaughter's awakening to a rare profession promised a bright future. Why, then, would she lower herself to serve as an attendant? Was the status of a Dragon Seed member truly so exalted? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Chen inquired, Granny Jiang, may I ask why? Alas, although my granddaughter has awakened to a rare profession, she is merely an auxiliary type. No matter how powerful an auxiliary profession may be, it remains just that, auxiliary. Without formidable teammates, both leveling up and survival become exceedingly challenging. Thus, every auxiliary professional seeks a stable team. I ask you, which team in the entirety of Dragon Country is more formidable than the Dragon Seed Squad? I'm aware of my granddaughter's capabilities. It is virtually impossible for her to become a formal member of the Dragon Seed Squad. Hence, she has chosen to pursue a secondary option and become your attendant, indirectly joining the elite ranks of the Dragon Seed Squad. I wonder, Xiaohei, what are your thoughts on this? Everything became clear. Granny Jiang's amiable demeanor stemmed from this very matter. However, Xiao Chen had yet to become a formal member of the Dragon Seed Squad, making such discussions somewhat premature. Moreover, even if he were to truly become an official member of the Dragon Species Squad, the decision regarding his attendance should not rest solely upon his shoulders. Grandmother Jiang, am I not premature in discussing this matter, considering I am not yet an official member? I have faith in the capabilities of my classmate Xiaohei. You will undoubtedly become a formal member of the Dragon Species Squad. This is a small token of welcome from me, Grandmother Jiang, and can be regarded as a special reward from the Vice Dean of the Warrior Academy for exceptional students. Grandmother Jiang handed Xiao Chen a wooden box. This box, in both size and design, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one gifted to him by the green-haired old man. Could it possibly be another scroll of potential limit? Chapter 72. The Secrets of Advancement After Bidding Farewell to Granny Jiang by Jiang Xue returned to the classroom once more. During her previous expulsion from the classroom by Granny Jiang, she had sought information about Xiao Chen through various channels. She was utterly astonished to learn that Xiao Chen had successfully cleared 8 Forbidden Area dungeons continuously from the afternoon to the evening the day before. It was unimaginable that this student, whom she had recently reprimanded, had accomplished such remarkable feats. However, this revelation now troubled her. Xiao Chen, as a newcomer, was exceptionally gifted. The teaching methods she had previously employed for core members seemed wholly inadequate for Xiao Chen. Yet, formulating a suitable teaching approach for him in such a short time appeared impractical. At that moment, she fell at a loss regarding how to guide Xiao Chen. Noticing by Jiang Xue's predicament, Xiao Chen took the initiative to speak. Teacher Bai, do you know if there are any high-value items worth exchanging in the Tier 1 Trial Tower's point shop? His question alleviated by Jiang Xue's embarrassment. Today, I summoned you to elucidate the relevant aspects of the Tier 1 Trial Tower. The Trial Tower serves not only as a venue for assessing the individual strength of practitioners, but also as a means to distinguish them from ordinary practitioners. The disparity is created through the rewards available within the Trial Tower. The Point Shop in the Trial Tower offers a plethora of items, so do not be misled by the diverse array of goods. Most items are consumables or temporary enhancements that can only provide a fleeting boost to your abilities. These tools can make you stronger for a moment, but are incapable of granting you lasting strength. Truly valuable items that can permanently enhance a practitioner's power are exceedingly rare. Among them are the Attribute Enhancement Scrolls and Skill Enhancement Scrolls. I presume you have already exchanged for these? Xiao Chen nodded, confirming that he had indeed made those exchanges. Bai Jiang Xue slightly nodded, contemplating that the lad was not entirely foolish. She continued, there are 2 types of items that genuinely enhance a practitioner's strength. One of them is the potential limit scroll, which can. Observing Xiao Chen's lack of surprise at the mention of the potential limit scroll, Bai Jiangxue discerned that he was already aware of, if not experienced with, such items. This realization made sense. Without having utilized such tools, he could not have attained his current prowess. After a brief pause, she continued, "The other type of item is even more significant." "What is it?" At this, Bai Jiangxue finally revealed a smile. The young man had shown interest at last. Without prolonging the suspense, she stated directly, "The gene breakthrough elixir." "What is that?" Xiao Chen inquired. "Do you understand why a practitioner who has just advanced to the second tier can overwhelm the majority of top-tier first-tier practitioners?" Xiao Chen was perplexed. He had slain numerous second-tier practitioners and had not perceived them as particularly formidable. Bai Jiangxue realized that her explanation lacked precision, prompting her to rephrase, "Excluding anomalies like yourself, practitioners who have ascended to the second tier still need to fight monsters to level up and acquire attribute enhancement points. Before they have obtained these enhancement points, why is it that they experience such a significant boost in strength immediately upon their advancement? Everyone must undergo a unique trial to ascend from the first tier to the second. Only by successfully passing this trial can one obtain the gene evolution essence. Although one's various attributes remain unchanged after consuming the gene evolution essence, the enhancement of the 4 primary attributes significantly boosts the derived attributes. To elucidate, a first-tier practitioner experiences a 5-point increase in physical attack for every 10 points added to strength, and similarly, a 5-point increase in magical attack for every 10 points added to mana. However, upon ascending to the second tier, every 10 points of strength will yield a 5-point increase in physical attack, representing a 50 enhancement compared to the first tier. This illustrates why the second tier is markedly more formidable than the first. Xiao Chen suddenly comprehended this concept and inquired whether the gene evolution essence could be reused. Bai Jiangxue nodded affirmatively, stating that, at least for now, no one has reached a usage limit. However, the gene evolution essence is exceedingly difficult to acquire, with only 2 known stable channels for obtaining it. The first is through the completion of advancement trials. Successfully finishing these trials guarantees 1 bottle of gene evolution essence, which is strictly for personal use and cannot be traded or discarded. The quantity obtained through this method is fixed, and the breakthrough to the second tier will only yield the minimum standard of a 50 enhancement relative to 1 strength at the time of the breakthrough. To achieve a greater enhancement during the breakthrough, one must seek additional gene evolution essences from other sources. Currently, the only place known to guarantee a 100 acquisition of gene evolution essence is the Trial Tower. Similarly, the essence obtained within the Trial Tower is solely for personal use and cannot be traded. "Teacher Bai, I did not find any items in the Trial Tower's point shop," Xiao Chen remarked. Bai Jiangxue chuckled, explaining that acquiring gene evolution essence is not a simple task. To obtain it from the Trial Tower's shop, 2 requirements must be met. First, the Trial Tower must reach the 800th level, and second, one must accumulate 2 million trial points. Xiao Chen contemplated this, noting that he currently has 94,207 trial points left. By advancing from level 501 to 600, he has earned approximately 350,000 points. For every 100 levels cleared, the potential acquisition doubles. Thus, the trial points earned from clearing 800 levels would be sufficient to exchange for a bottle of gene evolution essence. Previously, he lacked confidence in surpassing 800 levels, but now he felt it was an attainable goal. "Teacher Bai, using the gene evolution essence 1T lead to an automatic advancement. Will it?" he asked. "No," she replied. "Even after using the gene evolution essence obtained from advancement trials, one must confirm the advancement personally." With this assurance, Xiao Chen felt relieved. "All right, I have shared all the necessary information with you. As for the specifics of clearing levels, I want to elaborate further. As your profession differs from traditional tank roles, it wouldn't be particularly beneficial for you. I will send you the relevant materials for your review. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me directly through the friend system. Thank you." This is a heartfelt expression of gratitude from Xiao Chen. "Very well. For the next few days, you may act freely." After bidding farewell to Bai Jiangxue, Xiao Chen returned to his personal chamber. His return was not merely to catch up on sleep, but rather to reflect upon the bounties of the previous day. Yesterday, he vanquished 8 mutated boss creatures, reaping substantial rewards. Before venturing into the trial tower, he aimed to elevate his prowess to its utmost potential, as the saying goes. Sharpening the axe does not impede the work of chopping wood. By enhancing his abilities prior to facing the challenges ahead, he ensured greater safety and increased efficiency. Chapter 73. The frenzy of opening treasure chests before organizing yesterday's gains. Xiao Chen first retrieved the items gifted to him by Grandma Jiang. Upon opening the box, he discovered not the potential limit scrolls he had anticipated, but rather attribute enhancement scrolls. He felt no disappointment, for he was entirely unaware of his upper limits. At least for now, he had yet to reach them. The attribute enhancement scrolls, however, would tangibly augment his strength. Grandma Jiang had been exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him 50 attribute enhancement scrolls. Such items, capable of permanently enhancing one's capabilities, were never considered for sale or exchange for other items. Xiao Chen opted to use them directly. Prompt: use attribute enhancement scrolls 50? Yes. Prompt: you have gained free attribute enhancement points 50. Xiao Chen did not allocate all the enhancement points to his constitution immediately. He recalled some equipment he had obtained yesterday that was well suited for him, though it required greater strength and agility to wear. His current attribute panel was exceedingly imbalanced. His constitution had reached 252 points, while his strength was merely 24 points, and his agility a mere 6 points. Consequently, he found himself unable to equip several pieces of gear intended for levels 20 to 30 that necessitated higher strength and agility. Yesterday, he had vanquished 8 mutated bosses, each formidable enough to rival the bloodthirsty Treant. This was precisely why he had amassed such a bounty. Beyond various treasure chests, the most significant reward was the acquisition of 500 warrior medals. From Greenhair, he learned that not all bosses would yield warrior medals upon defeat. Only the initial defeat of a boss would grant such medals. Given that the bosses accessible to ordinary practitioners were already scarce, with only a few common types, acquiring a large quantity of warrior medals proved exceedingly difficult. The reason he had amassed so many medals this time was that each mutated boss was unique. Otherwise, there would be such a plethora of new bosses to yield warrior medals. Moreover, the quantity of warrior medals obtained from defeating ordinary bosses was also quite minimal. Thus far, the only ordinary boss Xiao Chen had truly defeated was the Silver Moon Wolf King. The others he encountered were either hidden bosses or mutated bosses. The chances of encountering hidden or mutated bosses were exceedingly low, and even if ordinary practitioners did come across them, luck was not guaranteed. They might not escape unscathed. It is evident that warrior medals are not easily obtained. Adding to the 30 medals he had previously retained, he now possessed a total of 530 warrior medals. The all-purpose medal required 150 warrior medals to upgrade from 1 star to 4 stars. After expending 150 medals, the all-purpose medal finally ascended to 5 stars, enhancing its attributes from 20 to 25. However, Xiao Chen was not content to stop there. He still had 330 warrior medals remaining. To synthesize a new 5-star all-purpose medal required only 310 warrior medals. 2 5-star medals could be combined to form a 6-star medal. Moments later, a brand new 6-star medal was born. 6-star universal medal. Wearing this medal enhances all basic attributes by 30. If other practitioners were to discover that Xiao Chen upgraded the medal to 6 stars at the first tier, they would undoubtedly berate him as a cheater. After elevating the universal medal to 6 stars, he found that only 20 warrior medals remained. To advance the medal to 7 stars, he requires 2 6-star medals. Yet he is still short by 300. The enhancement provided by the medals is substantial, but the challenge of acquiring them is equally formidable. Moreover, the number of warrior medals required increases significantly at higher levels. Warrior medals cannot be traded or purchased through any means. The sole method of acquisition is by defeating bosses. Thus, the difficulty of enhancement is greatly amplified. After stowing the medal, Xiao Chen produced 12 treasure chests in one go. Among them, 8 were achievement chests, while the remaining 4 were dropped by bosses. All 8 achievement chests were of red quality, while the 4 boss drop chests were merely of golden quality. The quality of achievement chests is already exceptionally high, especially since these are red quality chests awarded by the system for defeating mutated bosses. Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation regarding the items these chests might yield. However, before that, a little appetizer was in order. Prompt: do you wish to open the golden chest for? Open. Golden light flickered continuously in the room, bathing the entire space in a golden hue. Once the brilliance dimmed, he checked the system prompts. He obtained a total of 3 pieces of golden quality equipment and 1 piece of purple quality equipment, along with a considerable amount of gold. However, none of the items were suitable for him. Taking a deep breath, he placed the 8 red quality achievement chests before him. Prompt: do you wish to open the red chest, say? Open. A dazzling array of red and golden lights flashed, blinding to behold. Had he still been residing in the previous tenement, onlookers outside would surely assume he was hosting a daytime rave. Opening 8 red quality achievement chests all at once is something few would dare to attempt, aside from Xiao Chen. Anyone else would likely approach such high-quality chests with reverent prayers, cautiously opening them one by one. This method of opening chests lacked the thrilling sensation typically associated with the experience. Xiao Chen's indifference stemmed from the sheer number of high-quality chests he had already acquired. In less than 20 days as a practitioner, how many high-quality chests had he obtained? As the light faded, Xiao Chen meticulously read each system prompt. The red quality achievement chests did not disappoint, yielding numerous valuable items. Among them were 200 attribute enhancement scrolls and 40 skill enhancement scrolls. The worth of just these 2 types of items is comparable to over 100,000 points at the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Not to mention that such points cannot even purchase these items now. In terms of equipment, he received several red pieces, yet only 2 were of use to him. Equipment name: Source of Life. Equipment quality: red equipment. Usage requirement: requires 500 points in Constitution to equip equipment slot. Necklace. Physical defense: 99. Magical defense: 99. Additional skill: life source. Passive: it continuously provides vitality and restorative effects, allowing the wearer to recover 1 of their maximum health per second, even during combat. Most necklaces generally enhance attack or critical strike. This time, Xiao Chen defeated 8 mutated bosses, including those that dropped directly in from treasure chests, and he acquired a total of 4 necklaces, with only this one augmenting his defensive capabilities. Furthermore, its passive skill is a health restoration. Both attributes and the additional skill are precisely what Xiao Chen requires. Although the increase in defense is modest, it is certainly more beneficial to him than the other necklaces that solely enhance attack. Chapter 74, dealing with equipment. Moreover, Xiao Chen had just discovered another useful piece of equipment in his pack. Equipment name: Scale Wrist Guard. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wearing requirement: 200 points of Constitution required for use. Equipment slot: wrist, left. Physical defense: 188. Magical defense: 188. Additional skill: scale defense. Increases base physical defense by 20. Armor skill: aquatic mastery. Increases movement and attack speed by 20 while fighting in water. Xiao Chen had indeed acquired several excellent pieces of equipment, yet most demanded exceptionally high wearing requirements. He could not afford to expend excessive attribute enhancement points on strength and agility merely to equip a handful of items. This particular piece of equipment was relatively suitable for him amidst the plethora of options, especially due to its additional skill, scale defense, which could enhance his base defense by 20. The source of his base defense stemmed solely from the bonuses provided by his Constitution. Thus, only when he removed all equipment and skills could his panel defense be considered as base defense. Consequently, Xiao Chen's base defense was not particularly high at 482 points, meaning that a 20 increase would merely add an additional 96 points to his physical defense, in comparison to equipment or skills that offered overall defensive enhancements. The boost from this item was indeed modest. Nevertheless, as a wrist guard, its base defense of 188 positioned it among the top-tier equipment in terms of defense. Overall, while this piece of equipment was not exceptionally outstanding, it was entirely sufficient for transitional use. Gazing at the pile of high-quality gear, Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. These items held no further utility for him, and would need to be sold for coin. Currently, his inventory boasted over 3,000 gold coins, which equated to over 30 million Dragon Kingdom currency. In a mere span of 10 days, Xiao Chen had transformed from having nothing to amassing a fortune exceeding 10 million. He found that earning money as a professional seemed remarkably effortless, to the point where he was uncertain about how to utilize his newfound wealth. Should he purchase equipment? He was not in need of any at present. Should he acquire permanent items to enhance his capabilities? It seemed those were not readily available for purchase. At least he had yet to encounter anyone selling such items in the market. After surveying the array of equipment, Xiao Chen ultimately resolved to sell them all. These items could only fetch a reasonable price when there was demand. With a new academic term having commenced at various academies, it would not be long before a multitude of newcomers reached level 100. At that time, they would be eager to challenge the trial tower, a moment when high-tier equipment would be in high demand. Thus, he was confident that this batch of equipment would sell at a commendable price. He opened his friend list and found Qian Duo. This individual was reliable in both capability and character, so it was worth attempting a collaboration. With the system's contractual constraints in place, he felt assured that Qian Duo would not abscond with the goods without payment. Black Knight, are you there? Qian Duo, Brother Black Knight, your name has been frequently appearing in announcements across various regions lately. I knew I had not misjudged you. One word, impressive. Black Knight, I have a batch of top-tier first-stage equipment that I need to offload. Do you have any connections? Qian Duo, Brother Hei Yi, may I timidly ask, what does top-notch mean? And what about a batch? Hei Yi, 7 pieces of red quality gear, 11 pieces of gold quality. Qian Duo, Brother Hei Yi, how many bosslers have you raided? Hei Yi, do you have any channels? Qian Duo, rest assured, Brother Hei Yi, this modest stock is hardly a challenge for me. By the way, we've collaborated for some time, yet I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. Qian Duo, I'm the head of a new city branch of the Wanbao Merchant Association. You must have heard of it. Yeah, no. Qian Duo, awkward expression. Brother Hei Yi, it's entirely understandable that you haven't heard of it, given that you have only recently become a professional. Qian Duo, our Wanbao Merchant Association ranks among the top 10 in Longhua, renowned for its credibility, resource strength, and trade channels, all of which are unparalleled. Hei Yi, just handle the gear as you see fit. Hei Yi, by the way, if you come across any items that can permanently enhance one's strength, do keep an eye out for me. As for the gear, please also look for second-tier exceptional equipment. Qian Duo, Brother Hei Yi, at your level of prowess. It's quite challenging to procure the equipment you require through ordinary channels. Coincidentally, we are hosting an online auction in 2 days at the Wanbao Merchant Association, where the gear you provided will also be featured. If you're interested, you can log in and participate. Hey, sounds good. Looking at the empty bag, Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having an abundance of equipment can be overwhelming, so it was best to sell them promptly. Converting them into strength would be ideal. If that was not feasible, merely having gold coins in his bag would also bring him comfort. Estimating conservatively, Xiao Chen believed this batch of equipment could sell for around 5,000 gold coins. That equates to a staggering 50 million. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen was no longer interested in the currency of ordinary folk. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen resolved to expend all his skill enhancement points and attribute points, aiming to approach the trial tower in his most optimal state. He currently possessed 40 skill attribute points, which he decided to allocate entirely to maxing out the Thorn Spike skill. Now, at level 86, the Thorn Spike skill boasted a damage reflection of 190. According to the upper limit, raising it by another 5 levels would achieve a 200 reflection cap. Upon investing the 5 skill points, the plus sign behind the Thorn Spike skill vanished, indicating that no further enhancements could be made. With 35 skill enhancement points remaining, where should these points be allocated? There was no need for deliberation. They would all be invested in the Silver Moon power. This skill, which restores health based on a percentage of his maximum health, represented the most significant enhancement for him at present. With 35 skill points invested, the Silver Moon power reached level 56, and its restoration rate climbed to 285. However, his overall recovery rate surged to a terrifying 609. How could it be so high? The calculation is as follows. The power of the silver moon amounts to 285. The Blood Soul Guardian Helm contributes 1, and the skill of the Rock Belt, Rock Power, adds 0. 5. The sum of these three elements totals 535. But is this the end? Certainly not. On top of the 535, one must include the enhancement from the Life Ring's additional skill, Life's Benediction. Life's Benediction enhances the effects of self-restorative skills by 20. Xiao Chen possesses 2 Life Rings, which allows the effects to stack, resulting in a 40 increase in restorative effects. Thus 535 multiplied by 140 equals 749. Currently, Xiao Chen's health has reached an impressive 14,982 points, even before accounting for the additional 250 points in Constitution. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen allocated all 250 points to his Constitution. Chapter 75. Entering the global top 1,000 after allocating 250 attribute enhancement points. Xiao Chen still had not encountered the so-called bottleneck. It seemed that his potential exceeded that of the average individual significantly. Once he had completed the equipment changes and attribute point allocations, his status panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Name: Knight Class, Reverse Scale Warrior, Rare Class, Level. First Order, Level 100, Health Points, 18 for 182 Mana Points, 78 Constitution, 1, 698 Strength, 26 Agility, 7 Intelligence, 8 Physical Defense, 2, 585 Magical Defense, 2, for 129 Combat Power Assessment, 2, 452 The Thorn of Thorns reflected a staggering 200 damage, while his health regeneration soared to an impressive 384 per second. With such vitality and recovery, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a self-sustaining healer and a robust warrior. Glancing at the time, it was only 11 a.m. The interruptions from Bai Jiangxue and Elder Jiang had dispelled any lingering drowsiness. Just as he contemplated enjoying a cup of coffee before heading to the trial tower, a message from Brother Xiaosha arrived. Brother Xiaosha, Knight, are you still resting? Knight, what is the matter? Brother Xiaosha, something has gone awry. Knight, Brother Xiaosha, my father just informed me that there have been changes regarding entry into the Dragonborn squad. Knight, what is happening? Brother Xiaosha, recently, several prestigious warrior academies have produced remarkable talents. The Dragonborn squad has only 5 slots, 3 of which are already secured. Now, only 2 remain, and the higher-ups have decreed that entry will be based on merit. Knight, what do you mean? Brother Xiaosha, the last 2 slots will be awarded to those who can reach the top 100 of the First Order Trial Tower first. Knight, do you know the current progress of the other competitors? Brother Xiaosha, your main rivals currently are 4 individuals, all of whom have surpassed level 600. Their specific rankings haven't been released yet, but they are likely pushing for the trial tower. Knight, now this is intriguing. Brother Xiaosha, Knight, please do not underestimate them. They are exceptionally formidable. My father mentioned that the 3 who have secured their spots are formidable enough. While your competitors would have been considered geniuses capable of joining the Dragonborn squad in previous years. Knight, top 100 understood. Brother Xiaosha, I believe I have no hope left. I can only tag along with you in the future, Knight. You mustn't abandon me. Xiao Chen understood the implication behind the green-haired individual's words, yet he would not make any promises until the Dragonborn squad slots were firmly secured. Knight, let us see. Closing the chat interface, Xiao Chen remained unhurried. As one advanced further into the trial tower, the challenges grew increasingly formidable, and the time required would extend. An hour was hardly sufficient to influence the final outcome. After leisurely finishing a cup of hot coffee brewed by the intelligent robot, he finally rose and made his way toward the trial tower. After a brief delay of 2 days, several individuals have ascended to level 100, and they have begun to challenge the trial tower. In the plaza of the trial tower, I encountered 2 familiar faces, the Cataclysm and Sword 33. The 3 of us merely nodded in acknowledgement without exchanging words before each entered the tower. Notification: you have entered the first stage of the trial arena, level 601. Notification: defeating all monsters within the map in 60 minutes is considered a successful clearance. Only 2 or 3 days had passed since my last attempt. Yet Xiao Chen's prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. The monsters at level 601 posed a slightly greater challenge compared to those at level 500, primarily due to their more complex combinations. However, these factors had little impact on Xiao Chen. With his formidable dual defenses nearing 2,500, the monsters were far from breaching his defenses. His Thorn Spike ability now reflected damage at an astounding rate of 200, allowing him to eliminate monsters with greater speed and efficiency than before. After 6 hours, a colossal ape, resembling a mountain, crashed to the ground. Regional announcement. The Practitioner Knight has successfully cleared the first stage of the Trial Tower. Level 700. 3. Notification. You have defeated all monsters at level 700 of the Trial Tower, achieving clearance. You have earned trial points 30,000, now totaling 791303. Notification. You have entered the leaderboard for the first stage of the Trial Tower, currently ranked 1328. Checking the time, it was just past 7 p.m. Xiao Chen resolved to press onward to level 800, intent on exchanging for the genetic evolution agent mentioned by Jiangxue. He feared that, much like the internal marketplace of the Warrior Academy, there might be a stock limit, and he did not wish for someone else to seize it first. Notification. You have entered the first stage of the Trial Arena, level 701. Notification. Defeating all monsters within the map in 60 minutes is considered a successful clearance. Challenge begins. The strength of the monsters beyond level 700 increased significantly compared to those at level 600. Some of the more powerful monsters had attack values approaching 1500. Had Xiao Chen not experienced such a considerable enhancement, his journey would have ended here. Beyond level 700, not only did monster attacks increase, but their styles and skills became more diverse. One particular monster's skill revealed a significant flaw in Xiao Chen's defenses: armor penetration. His greatest reliance for damage-free monster elimination was his defensive capabilities, and once breached, he would encounter considerable difficulties. The armor-piercing monsters resembled giant mosquitoes, armed with extraordinarily sharp and pointed mouthparts that inflicted armor penetration upon attack. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's defense remained sufficiently high, even after a 20 reduction, still standing at 2,000. Had the armor penetration effect been any stronger or the output attacks more potent, he would indeed face significant challenges. As a cloaked monster gradually became visible and fell to the ground, another 6 hours had passed. The system announcement followed. Regional announcement. The Practitioner Knight has successfully cleared the first stage of the Trial Tower, level 800. 3. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the Practitioner Knight for entering the top 1,000 of the first tier Trial Tower, currently ranked 997. Notification. You have successfully defeated all monsters on the 800th level of the Trial Tower. You have earned trial points 60,000, bringing your total to 218,9095. Notification. You have entered the leaderboard of the first tier Trial Tower, currently ranked 997. After overcoming the 800th level, the regional announcement transformed into a broader regional announcement. This announcement resonated widely, as the region where Xiao Chen resided nearly encompassed the entirety of the Western Dragon Kingdom. It was only at this moment that Knight's name began to truly echo throughout the Western Dragon Kingdom. Though merely a first tier, how could a practitioner who ranks within the global top 1,000 be considered ordinary? Chapter 76. Consumption of the Gene Evolution Elixir. Those who were familiar with and held a close relationship with Xiao Chen were utterly astonished upon seeing this announcement in the district. There was simply no comparison between the top 1,000 and those outside this echelon. The 800th level of the Trial Tower posed a significant hurdle. Countless prodigies had found themselves ensnared at this level, unable to advance. Yet, Xiao Chen had succeeded. At this hour, the night was deep, and few had witnessed the system announcement. Otherwise, the chat channels across various regions would surely have erupted in fervent discussions about the night's events. Xiao Chen returned to the preparation room of the Trial Tower. He opened the point exchange store and scrolled through until he finally located the Gene Evolution Elixir. As mentioned by Jiangxue. Prompt. Do you wish to consume 2,000,000 trial points to exchange for Gene Evolution Elixir 1? Exchange. Prompt. You have acquired Gene Evolution Elixir 1. Gene Evolution Elixir. Upon use, this elixir will enhance your genetic makeup, thereby increasing the efficiency of your 4 fundamental attributes. During his attempt to scale the 800th level of the trial tower earlier that day, Xiao Chen had felt a slight pressure. If he were to venture higher, his current defenses would undoubtedly falter. Utilizing this gene evolution elixir now was undeniably the wisest choice. Prompt: do you wish to use gene evolution elixir now? Prompt: the use of this elixir will initiate profound alterations to your body, which may inflict a certain degree of pain. Please choose a safe location for its application. Xiao Chen surveyed his surroundings. Was there a safer place than this? Each professional entering the trial tower preparation room occupied a separate space that was not interconnected. Without the system's permission, no one could materialize in this chamber. Here, he found what could be deemed the safest sanctuary, without question. Use. The crystal vial in his hand shattered, and an invisible energy surged into Xiao Chen's body in an instant. This energy permeated swiftly to every corner of his being. In mere moments, every cell within Xiao Chen was enveloped by this force. Then came the pain, excruciating, heart-wrenching agony that coursed through every cell of his body. Even Xiao Chen could not suppress a scream amid such torment. His body collapsed to the ground, writhing in spasms. This suffering was not localized, but emanated from each cell within him, leaving no part of his being untouched by this supreme agony. Several times, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After half an hour, the pain gradually receded. A foul odor emanated from his sweat-drenched clothing. It was the impurities expelled from his body during the genetic evolution. The sticky, dark gray residues clung to his skin, creating discomfort. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen felt an unparalleled lightness in his body. A sense of unprecedented strength surged within him. Prompt: genetic modification completed. Current genetic strength, 100 points. 4 fundamental attributes grant a 50 enhancement to derivative attributes. Prompt: you have met the minimum requirements for promotion to the 2nd tier. Do you wish to advance to the 2nd tier now? To his surprise, the use of the gene evolution elixir had enabled him to directly ascend to the 2nd tier. Should he ascend now? Certainly not. What a jest. Should he ascend to the 2nd tier now, he would forfeit his eligibility to challenge the 1st tier trial tower, thus rendering any notion of joining the dragon species squad moot. Furthermore, from the system notifications and the insights shared by Jiangxue, it is apparent that the genetic strength may continue to enhance. Although the genetic purification elixir is a rare commodity, a promotion trial task awaits him. At that juncture, he could obtain a vial of the genetic purification elixir, thereby augmenting his own capabilities further. Upon examining his attributes, he noted that the 4 fundamental attributes remained unchanged. However, his life force, mana, attack power, and dual defenses had all experienced a 50 increase. At this moment, his life force had reached an impressive 26,973 points, with physical defense surpassing 3,000 points, and magical defense attaining 2,854 points. The magnitude of this enhancement was substantial. If he could utilize several more vials of the genetic evolution elixir, it is unfathomable how powerful he might become. Sensing the foul odor emanating from his body, Xiao Chen briskly departed from the trial tower and returned to his personal quarters at the academy. Fortunately, it was late at night and the streets were sparsely populated. Otherwise, the scent surrounding him would surely have drawn unwarranted attention. Upon returning to his room, he indulged in a warm shower, had a modest meal in the dining hall, and then succumbed to a deep slumber. To avoid disturbances, he activated the Do Not Disturb mode. In a dimly lit office at the Warrior Academy of Magic City, an elderly man sat across from 2 young individuals. Lighting a cigarette, the elderly gentleman inhaled deeply before speaking slowly. Zhengzhua, Fangcheng. How many levels have you both conquered today? 756 levels. 788 levels. Hearing this, the elder nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with their performance. You both still possess your trial points, I presume? Elder Mu mentioned that retaining points could prove beneficial. Naturally, we have preserved them. Excellent. Tomorrow, after you both surpass 800 levels, you must exchange points for the genetic evolution elixir. Once utilized, your strengths will significantly amplify, making it far easier to challenge higher tiers and increasing your chances of joining the dragon species squad. Elder Mu, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. The elder regarded them with approval, a warm smile gracing his face. Currently, only 2 slots remain in the dragon species squad, and I hope you both can secure a place. At that moment, the elder received a message. After reviewing it, his expression grew grave. What is it, Elder Mu? Closing the chat interface, the elder looked at the two with a serious demeanor. Your opponents have emerged. Who are they? One hails from the Southern Ocean Warrior Academy. Named Bozai. Just half an hour ago, he surpassed 800 levels. The other is from the Shijing Warrior Academy, known as Hai, who also crossed 800 levels an hour ago. You both must strive diligently. Otherwise, the final 2 slots may not end up in your favor. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's other competitors were keenly aware of the mounting pressure from their rivals. At their current level, there is no doubt that their equipment has reached an optimal state. Enhancing their strength further is exceedingly challenging. However, due to the unique nature of their professions, the inadequacy in hard power can be compensated through skillful tactics and strategies. In contrast, Xiao Chen finds himself devoid of any alternative options and must confront challenges head-on with pure strength. Fortunately, he possesses considerable power, and there remains ample room for his growth. Up to this point, he has yet to encounter any significant obstacles. Furthermore, there is substantial potential for improvement in his equipment. The bracelets and gloves he utilizes are merely transitional items acquired with ease, while his primary weapon remains the level 10 Silver Moon Shield. His attire consists solely of the 50-level Spirit Snake armor. Thus, elevating his prowess is a straightforward endeavor. Chapter 77. The mysterious ancient castle Xiao Chen, currently navigating the challenges, has yet to encounter any obstacles and thus sees no immediate need to upgrade his equipment. He is on the verge of ascending to the 2nd tier, at which point he will be able to procure superior gear, rendering any expenditure on 1st-tier equipment unnecessary. Despite his current wealth, the habit of frugality is deeply ingrained in him, making it difficult to alter. Both Long Ge and Bai Jiangxue have received instructions from Vice Dean Jiang, advising them not to disturb Xiao Chen, allowing him to concentrate on his ascent within the trial tower. Consequently, no one knocked on his door, and Xiao Chen slumbered until noon. Upon awakening, he checked his messages and found that Green Hair was even more anxious, having sent him over 10 messages, predominantly urging him to expedite his progress. Accompanying these were several screenshots of announcements from other competitors who had surpassed the 800th level of the trial tower. Xiao Chen felt a sense of urgency. He had remarkably cleared 200 levels in succession just the day prior, a pace that was truly astonishing. To his surprise, there were others who could match his speed. Indeed, the Dragon Nation was a place of hidden talents. After lunch, Xiao Chen returned to the trial tower, setting his sights on conquering the 1000th level today. The exact number of levels within the trial tower remains unknown, as no one has reached the summit since the arrival of the Multiverse Paradise. It is rumored that beyond the 1000th level, the strength of the monsters escalates dramatically. According to those who have previously surpassed this threshold, while the system still categorizes the creatures as 1st tier, their attributes far exceed that classification. He speculated that, as one ascends the 1st tier trial tower, the monsters' ranks would also rise, possibly encountering creatures with attributes comparable to those of the 3rd or 4th tiers. Some even conjectured that the pinnacle of the 1st tier trial tower is indeed the 1000th level, beyond which lies an entirely different realm. This theory has garnered widespread acceptance, leading most formidable challengers to regard the 1000th level as their ultimate goal. Notification: you have entered the 801st level of the 1st tier trial arena. Notification: defeating all monsters within the map in 60 minutes is deemed a successful clearance. Challenge commences. The monsters at the 801st level have once again increased in strength. Each minor creature possesses 2 distinct skills, exhibiting a diverse array of abilities. As long as the skills do not enhance attack or armor-piercing capabilities, they pose little threat to Xiao Chen. From the 801st level onward, the strength of each minor creature rivals that of a typical level 100 boss. Yet, before Xiao Chen, they remain trivial, provided he does not agitate the monsters. His defensive capabilities are significantly bolstered by his skill as a mountain skill. Despite the monsters' formidable nature, they are still merely 1st-tier entities and cannot penetrate his defenses. At least the creatures beyond the 800th level lack the power to do so. While the attack power of the monsters increases after the 800th level, their health seems to hit a certain limit, showing little increase. This is understandable, given that each level is allotted only 60 minutes for clearance. If the health of the monsters were to increase indefinitely, even the most capable challengers would find the time insufficient to eliminate them all. This led to Xiao Chen's progression being even swifter than through the 700th to 800th levels. In just under 4 hours, he successfully cleared the 900th stage. Regional announcement. The Practitioner Knight has successfully passed the 900th level of the first trial tower. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the Practitioner Knight for entering the top 500 of the first trial tower, currently ranked 498th. Notification. You have defeated all monsters in the 900th level of the trial tower, and you have succeeded in clearing the level. You have earned trial points 1,200,000, with a total of 288,909, 5 points accumulated. Notification. You have entered the leaderboard of the first trial tower, currently ranked 498th. After clearing the level, Xiao Chen did not rush to continue, but instead opened the trial point store to check for any new item updates. After meticulously browsing through the offerings, disappointment was inevitable. The store had indeed updated with more items. However, they were still primarily consumables and some non-tradable equipment that could only be worn at the first level. Although a few pieces of equipment suited Xiao Chen well, their exchange prices were exorbitantly high. He suppressed his desire and closed the store, for he had a hunch that after surpassing the 1000th level, the trial point store would likely unveil even better items. Wasting points now would be unwise, especially if you were unable to purchase valuable items later on. Furthermore, as he progressed further, the difficulty would only increase, and Xiao Chen harbored doubts about his ability to continue. Points could only be obtained through tower challenges. If he found himself just short of the necessary points for an exchange, it would be a significant loss. Onward. Notification. You have entered the 901st level of the first trial tower. Notification. Defeat all monsters in the map within 60 minutes to clear the level. Challenge commences. The landscape of the 901st level had shifted once more. It was now an ancient border city, under the fading light of the setting sun. The weathered city walls bore testament to millennia of history, with moss creeping through the cracks, narrating tales of bygone eras. The battlements above were dilapidated, faint traces of past battles etched into every stone, each brick revealing the depth of history. The streets were narrow and winding, the cobblestones uneven, bearing the imprints of hooves, both horse and iron, chronicling countless moments of glory and sorrow from battles long past. In this ancient land, rich with the scars of conflict, every whisper of wind, every tile carried the weight of history, captivating the soul with the allure and immortal spirit of its magnificent past. At this moment, no living beings were in sight. Xiao Chen walked alone on the time-worn stone streets, gazing at the descending sun in the distance. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. What had begun as a serene and tranquil evening suddenly turned tumultuous as a fierce wind rose and ominous black clouds gathered, hastening the approach of night. A foreboding sensation enveloped the city, as if the dark clouds threatened to crush it. Crack. A bolt of lightning suddenly cut across the sky, illuminating the ancient city. In that fleeting moment of illumination, Xiao Chen's scalp tingled. This was no empty city. He was now surrounded by a throng of human warriors clad in tattered battle armor. They could be considered human, perhaps. Apart from the decaying flesh and blood that covered their bodies, and their hollow, soulless gazes, they bore an uncanny resemblance to ancient warriors. As lightning streaked across the sky, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more, as if the phantoms he had just glimpsed never existed at all. Yet, Xiao Chen was acutely aware that they lingered nearby. He could even feel the gentle breezes stirred by their movements behind him. Were these figures all invisible monsters? With a crack, the dark clouds above thickened, and the lightning became more frequent. Each time a bolt illuminated the night, he could distinctly see those soldiers. When the third flash of lightning occurred, the soldiers abruptly turned their gaze towards Xiao Chen. Chapter 78. Triggering the hidden quest with a resounding clap of thunder, the lightning lingered in the air. At that moment, the ancient castle illuminated as if it were day. Simultaneously, all the soldiers appeared to come to life, their collective gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Chen. Gradually, a flicker of ethereal blue flame ignited within their eyes. In that instant, they seemed to unleash a silent battle cry, charging forth. Then all was still. The challenge of this level lay in the fact that the enemies could only be discerned during the brief flashes of lightning. At all other times, one had to rely solely on instinct. Fortunately, these creatures were not particularly formidable, as they failed to breach Xiao Chen's defenses. Thus, he meandered through the ancient city, his movements marked by boredom. With each flash of lightning, he could identify the locations of numerous monsters and navigate towards them, aiming for a swifter passage through the level. Following the established pattern of the previous 900 levels, the layers from 901 to 1000 comprise the same map, albeit with variations in the strength and quantity of the monsters. Other adventurers may possess far greater prowess than Xiao Chen, yet none could traverse this level with his ease. He required no offensive maneuvers. Merely allowing the monsters to strike him sufficed for a successful completion. Accurately locating the monsters and landing hits while shrouded in invisibility proved exceedingly challenging, yet Xiao Chen harbored no such concerns. In the monster-laden ancient city, he strolled as if in a leisurely garden, and as he walked, the unseen creatures succumbed to demise. In more than a dozen stages, Xiao Chen had not even laid eyes upon the boss, yet the completion notification would resonate. Thus, he wandered repeatedly within the ancient city, eventually achieving victory. In the 1000th level, the sky grew ever darker, yet the lightning diminished. The oppressive clouds cast a foreboding atmosphere, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Xiao Chen continued his course toward the areas teeming with monsters, remaining vigilant only regarding his health and any potential armor-piercing status. Everything else was of no concern. As time passed, the frequency of lightning strikes dwindled, compelling Xiao Chen to navigate the ancient city by intuition alone. Judging the elapsed time, it seemed the monsters within should be nearing their end. Just as he awaited the system notification, the black clouds above began to churn ominously. Amidst the darkness, flashes of lightning flickered intermittently, instilling a sense of foreboding within Xiao Chen. Could it be? Before he could finish the thought, the sky suddenly blazed as bright as day. A bolt of lightning struck directly toward him. To his astonishment, the damage registered at -4,000. With a magic defense exceeding 2,000, the realization of sustaining such significant damage left Xiao Chen shaken. The magnitude of this threat was alarming. No, he discerned that this must be true damage. Otherwise, it would not be so precisely calculated, with no variance. True damage indeed posed a genuine threat to Xiao Chen. To evade further strikes, he hastily sought refuge within a dilapidated building. With a resounding crack, lightning materialized directly above him, sparing the dilapidated structure overhead from any harm. What was happening? Was this akin to the tribulations faced in cultivation novels, an ordeal that could not be evaded by any means? How did others who navigated through 1,000 trials manage to endure such terrifying damage? Another thunderous strike echoed, -4,000. Xiao Chen's health points plummeted once more. After enduring 3 consecutive assaults, he finally felt a sense of relief. Each lightning strike inflicted a consistent damage of 4,000 points, occurring approximately every 3 seconds. His current rate of health regeneration had reached an impressive 1643 points per second. By the time the next bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chen's health had fully restored. Recognizing the lack of threat to himself, he ceased to evade the strikes. Emerging from the dilapidated cottage, he gazed upward. The sky churned with ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by flickering bolts of lightning. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He had just glimpsed a colossal creature fleetingly vanish within the cloud cover. He trusted his vision. He had not been mistaken. However, the creature's appearance was far too brief for him to discern its full form. At that moment, the system notification finally materialized. Yet, upon reading the content of the notification, Xiao Chen was taken aback. This was not a standard completion notification. Notification, due to unknown reasons, you have triggered a hidden quest to slay the unique mutated sovereign-level boss, Cloud Hidden Songling. Click to view quest details. Notification, as you have triggered a hidden quest. The Trial Tower challenge is temporarily suspended. You may continue with the Trial Tower tasks after completing this quest. Notification, item usage restrictions have been lifted. They will be reinstated after the quest concludes. What was happening? As far as Xiao Chen was aware, only those of third-tier profession strength received mandatory system tasks. Yet, he was merely at first tier. Moreover, No one had ever informed him that quests could be accepted within the trial tower. Hidden, mutated, unique, sovereign-level boss. What on earth did this string of titles signify? With a grave expression, Xiao Chen opened the quest list. He discovered that the previously empty list now contained a task. Quest category, mandatory quest, quest content, slay the unique mutated sovereign-level boss, Cloud Hidden Songling. Quest difficulty, SSS? Note, quest difficulty ranges from E to SSS, with SSS being the theoretical pinnacle of challenge. Quest time limit, 48 hours. Quest reward, genetic evolution essence 2. Failure punishment, immediate execution. Quest synopsis, inadistantera. There existed a forgotten ancient city known as Linyuan. This city once thrived as a center of civilization, but succumbed to the dust of history due to an unforeseen natural disaster. Legend has it that this calamity was not of natural origin, but rather instigated by a lightning serpent demon, Cloud Hidden Songling, lurking within the clouds above the ancient city. The cloud-concealed azure spirit is the product of the first streak of lightning merging with the souls of the enigmatic serpents dwelling within ancient forests. It possesses the formidable ability to command wind, rain, and thunder, its form resembling a sinuous silver lightning bolt that glides through the darkened clouds, eluding the gaze of all who seek to behold it in its entirety. Its eyes, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, shimmer with an aura of wisdom and coldness, capable of perceiving the very essence of all existence. Should you vanquish it, you shall be hailed as a hero of the Thunder Abyss ancient city. Upon thoroughly examining the mission briefing, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The term forced execution conveyed the gravity of the situation, leaving him aware that he might not emerge unscathed from this ordeal. At that moment, the prospect of rewards held little allure for him. The sole consolation lay in the fact that this mission granted him a span of 48 hours, 2 days in which he might, by some stroke of luck, survive. Yet, should he fail to slay the thunder serpent soaring through the skies, he would still face the dire consequence of enforced execution by the multiverse system. With a decisive gesture, he closed the mission panel and raised his gaze to the heavens. The dark clouds above thickened ominously, revealing only fleeting glimpses of the thunder serpent amidst the occasional flicker of lightning. Chapter 79. Who could endure until the last moment as he gazed at the lightning serpent concealed within the ominous clouds? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow in deep concern. Lacking both the ability to fly and to launch long-range attacks, he pondered how he could possibly injure the thunder dragon if it remained aloft. Wait a moment. Could it be that the bolts of lightning that had struck him earlier were not a natural phenomenon, but rather emanated from that very serpent in the sky? It seemed plausible. After all, can nature produce such consistent lightning? If these strikes were indeed attacks from the serpent, perhaps there was a chance to defeat it. The system had only provided background information about the serpent, offering no insights into its true strength. Staring at the serpent amidst the clouds, Xiao Chen felt utterly powerless. All he could do was endure the relentless strikes. Thus, the lightning continued to rain down upon him at a steady interval of 3 seconds, inflicting continuous damage. Fortunately, after conquering the 800th level, Xiao Chen had promptly exchanged for and utilized a genetic evolution agent. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the lightning's assault long ago. This onslaught persisted for over 3 hours without any sign of abating. This fact allowed Xiao Chen to breathe a slight sigh of relief. If the lightning truly originated from the serpent, then his Thorn of Thorns ability would surely inflict counter damage upon it. The only condition being that the lightning was indeed wielded by the serpent. After more than 3 additional hours, the serpent remained elusive within the clouds, with lightning striking with unwavering precision every 3 seconds. Yet, Xiao Chen dared not let his guard down. Should the frequency of the strikes increase, or if the serpent unleashed other skills, this precarious balance would be shattered. At that juncture, he could only rely on a few healing skills to mount a feeble resistance. How long he could endure in such a state was a mystery even to him. Thus, the standoff continued between one man and one serpent. Meanwhile, in the outside world, over 20 hours had elapsed since Xiao Chen had cleared the 900th level of the trial tower. Based on his previous pace, he should have already surpassed the 1000th level. Even accounting for the increased difficulty of the 1000th level, more than 20 hours had passed. He should have emerged by now. Observing this situation, Xiao Chen's friends, including Xiang Xiaoga and Granny Jiang, began to worry. Had they not noticed that his avatar in the friend list had not yet turned gray, they might have assumed that Xiao Chen had perished within the trial tower. At the same time, Qian Duo started to grow anxious about Xiao Chen's safety. He had failed to attend the online auction the previous night, and despite his attempts to reach out, he could not connect with Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to continue their anxious wait. After more than 10 additional hours had passed, 30 hours had now elapsed since Xiao Chen had cleared the 900th level, yet he remained unreachable. Just then, a nationwide system announcement appeared. National announcement. The practitioner Bozai has successfully cleared the 1000th level of the first-tier trial tower, entering the top 100 of the first-tier trial tower rankings. Upon hearing this news, ordinary practitioners merely regarded it as the emergence of yet another promising newcomer. However, for those with vested interests, reactions varied. Some were elated, while others were filled with trepidation. Among the most anxious were Zheng Zhuo and Fang Cheng. As Bozi successfully enters the global top 100, the Dragon Seed team has but one final spot remaining, yet there are two contenders vying for it. This inevitably means that at least one individual will be unable to join the Dragon Seed team. The camaraderie between the two transforms instantaneously into rivalry, prompting Mu Lao to shake his head in resignation at the unfolding scene. Simultaneously, Grandma Jiang and the carefree onlooker grow increasingly anxious upon witnessing this announcement. After all, with only one spot left, should Xiao Chen fail to secure it before others, he will forfeit his chance to join the Dragon Seed team. Consequently, both the green-haired contender and Grandma Jiang's granddaughter will also lose their indirect opportunity to enter the team. Amidst the myriad speculations from the outside world, Xiao Chen finds himself engulfed in tension. After enduring a relentless barrage of lightning strikes for 10 hours, the celestial tumult occasionally triggers successive assaults. Initially, 2 bolts of lightning strike simultaneously. A mere double strike inflicts a staggering 8,000 points of damage upon him. Fortunately, the frequency of such double strikes is relatively low. Otherwise, his health would be beyond recovery. During this period, Xiao Chen also removes several pieces of equipment, and through testing, he confirms his suspicions. The lightning inflicts true damage, rendering all defensive gear and skills ineffective. As for whether his rock-solid ability is operational, he cannot ascertain, given the absence of any reference point. Should rock-solid indeed be active, mitigating 50 of the damage, the ferocity of the attack would be truly terrifying. One must ponder if any first-tier practitioner could withstand such a formidable assault for hours on end. The sporadic lightning strikes pose little threat to Xiao Chen, as his recovery rate has reached 20 points per second, culminating in a total recovery of 60 points over 3 seconds. Currently, the double strikes occur approximately once every 10 lightning hits, allowing him to regain health. As time progresses, the anticipated arrives, a triple strike. Thankfully, the frequency of this occurrence remains unchanged, still manifesting once every 10 lightning strikes. The triple strike inflicts an immediate 12,000 points of damage upon him. With a lightning strike every 3 seconds, the last of every 10 strikes culminates in a triple strike, meaning Xiao Chen endures 12 lightning attacks every 30 seconds. Each attack inflicts a fixed 4,000 points of damage, leading to a total damage of 48,000 points over 30 seconds. With his current recovery of 20 points per second, he achieves a total recovery of 600 points in the same time frame. At this juncture, the threat remains manageable, but as time elapses, the anticipated quadruple strike emerges. For consecutive lightning bolts instantly deal 16,000 points of damage, with a total health pool of only 26,973 points. This quadruple strike reduces his vitality to approximately 41. Nevertheless, the damage remains within Xiao Chen's threshold. After all, the cumulative damage over 30 seconds amounts to merely 52,000 points, while his recovery within that duration reaches 600 points, maintaining a buffer before hitting his limit. Should the frequency of these strikes continue to escalate, Xiao Chen's burden will inevitably intensify, potentially disrupting this precarious equilibrium. At that moment, he could only rely on a handful of recovery skills to withstand the onslaught of the Thunder Serpent. gazing up at the vast expanse of space. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Xiao Chen. Lacking any offensive abilities, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to fight back. Moreover, the Thunder Serpent hovered high above the clouds. Even if he possessed attack skills, the distance might render them ineffective. How could he dare to confront such a formidable foe? Was it truly within the realm of possibility for a novice to vanquish this boss? Xiao Chen pondered whether the system had detected the existence of another system within him, resorting to this method to eliminate him. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. The only question that remained was who would endure until the very end. Chapter 80. The emergence of the Thunder Serpent. Several hours passed once more. With a series of crackling sounds, 5 bolts of lightning struck down upon Xiao Chen. He let out a resigned sigh, for it had indeed come to pass. The quintuple strike caused his health points to plummet by 20,000, reducing his vitality to approximately 25. As his life dipped below 30, the protective skill of his Dragon Scale Guardian armor, Life Resonance, activated, significantly enhancing his health recovery rate. Simultaneously, an additional skill from his helmet, Blood Soul Shield, was triggered. The activation of these 2 abilities alleviated Xiao Chen's pressure considerably. The quintuple strike implied that every 30 seconds, he would endure damage amounting to 56,000 points. Currently, however, his recovery over the same duration stood at only 600 points, maintaining an equilibrium. Xiao Chen could persevere for the time being. Yet, such a state could not persist indefinitely. If there was a 5 strike, then it was certain that a 6 strike and even a 7 strike would follow. When a 7 strike occurred, it would inflict an immediate 28,000 points of damage, and his total health points were merely 26,973. There would be no time for recovery, leading to an instant demise. He had to seize the moment before the 7 strike arrived. Xiao Chen gazed skyward, urgently contemplating a strategy. Alas, the Thunder Dragon hovered far above, inaccessible to him. How could he engage? His active skills all had casting ranges and were not offensive abilities. He could neither harm the Thunder Dragon nor even graze it. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward the tallest structure in the ancient city, a long-abandoned beacon tower, standing over 50 meters high. As the dark clouds thickened, they descended closer to the earth. A bold idea surged within him. Minutes later, Xiao Chen reached the pinnacle of the beacon tower. Here, he was perilously close to the cloud cover. He attempted to unleash his skill, Ruthless Taunt, upon the Thunder Serpent hidden within the clouds. Notification: target exceeds maximum casting distance. Still ineffective? With determination, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and activated the skill, Battle Soul Charge. Battle Soul Charge. Charge forward, covering a distance of 10 to 100 meters, during which he is uncontrollable and unstoppable, inflicting 1 point of damage to enemies along the path. Having previously tested this skill, Xiao Chen knew it required only a designated direction to dash forward, disregarding all obstacles. Whether it be rock, mountain, or even the air, he could surge straight ahead. However, the consequences of such a charge were his to bear. For instance, if he collided with a rock wall, it would be his responsibility to find a way out. Now, the same principle applied. He charged toward the sky, knowing that upon the skill's conclusion, he would plummet back down. The damage from falling from such heights would also be his burden. He shot upward like a cannonball. As he neared the maximum range of his charge, he activated his skill once more, Ruthless Taunt. Roar! The Thunder Dragon within the clouds suddenly froze. A colossal serpent's head emerged through the cloud cover, gazing down at Xiao Chen with a fury reminiscent of humanity. Witnessing the spectacle, Xiao Chen smiled. His skill had successfully taken effect. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Chen plummeted from a height of 100 meters, landing on the dilapidated roof of a crumbling edifice before rolling onto the cobblestone ground. This fall caused his life points to plummet by 800, leaving him with a mere 10,840 points remaining. Yet, Xiao Chen did not hastily resort to his skills. Instead, he gazed skyward as the colossal body of the Thunder Serpent emerged from the clouds. Upon discerning its full form, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. It was estimated to stretch at least 100 meters in length, with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, its immense body intermittently flashing with arcs of lightning. It resembled the mythical dragons of ancient lore. At that moment, the system finally provided detailed information about the Thunder Serpent. Monster name: Cloud Hidden Azure Spirit. Hidden, mutated, unique. Dominant boss. Level: First Order, level 100 health points. 9, 600, 000, 80, 000. 000 physical attack. 8,000 magical attack. 8,000 physical defense. 4,000 magical defense. 4,000 skill 1, hidden thunder escape. The cloud hidden Azure Spirit can instantaneously merge into the surrounding clouds, becoming nearly invisible, leaving only faint traces of electrical light as a clue. In this state, its movement speed is significantly enhanced. Skill 2, Thunderstorm Domain. The cloud hidden Azure Spirit conjures a tempestuous area of thunderstorms, shrouded in dense clouds and crackling with lightning. Within this domain, it becomes immune to all magical attack damage. Skill 3, Lightning Assault. The cloud hidden Azure Spirit traverses through the lightning with an almost untraceable speed, launching a series of lightning strikes upon a single target. Each attack possesses a piercing effect, capable of ignoring defense. Skill 4, Thunderbind. The cloud hidden Azure Spirit harnesses formidable electrical power, forming several robust chains of lightning to bind its target, rendering them immobile. Skill 5, Judgment of the End. The ultimate technique of the cloud hidden Azure Spirit. It gathers all the electrical energy from the sky to create a colossal pillar of lightning that descends from above, delivering a devastating blow to the targeted area, nearly impossible to withstand. Upon reviewing the Thunder Serpent's attributes, Xiao Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Was this truly a First-Order boss? Did a First-Order boss possess as much as 800 million health points? Upon seeing the series of titles such as Hidden, Mutated, Unique, and Dominant, Xiao Chen accepted this daunting reality. After over 30 hours of retaliatory strikes, the Thunder Serpent's health had dwindled from 400 million to a mere 6 million. With an attack power of 8,000 and the ability to bypass defenses through its third skill, each blow inflicted upon Xiao Chen would result in 400 points of damage. Despite his formidable damage reduction, high attack power signified equally high retaliatory damage. Each attack from the Thorn Spike could rebound 16,000 damage. The continuous counterattacks over those 30 hours had inflicted approximately 790 million damage upon the Thunder Serpent, corroborating Xiao Chen's prior assumptions. Both the Thorn Spike and Solid as a Rock skills possess priority effects, allowing them to mitigate damage regardless of whether it was ignored defense or true damage. This sufficiently illustrates the formidable nature of this skill. With 6 million health points, and given the current rate of damage reflection, it could be resolved in merely half an hour, provided he can withstand the onslaught of the Thunder Serpent's attacks during that time. The first, second, and fourth skills of the Thunder Serpent can be disregarded entirely. They're either stealth abilities or defensive and control skills, which bear no consequence for Xiao Chen. The third skill, however, is a relentless assault of lightning aimed at Xiao Chen. The sole concern lies with the ultimate skill, Apocalypse Thunder Punishment. Judging by its description, the damage inflicted by this skill could be exceedingly terrifying, and Xiao Chen harbors no confidence in his ability to endure its full force. Yet, evasion is not an option. Failure to endure means certain death. At this moment, the Thunder Serpent's health dwindles to a mere 2. Xiao Chen cannot afford to be the slightest bit careless. All manner of healing abilities are at the ready, and he possesses several vials of rapid health restoration potions purchased from the Trial Tower's point shop. Should he sense that he is on the verge of collapse, he would not hesitate to consume a potion. After all, can any item surpass the value of life itself? Chapter 81. Slaying the Thunder Serpent. As the Thunder Serpent's health dwindled to a mere 1, a series of 6 consecutive strikes ensued, landing upon Xiao Chen and instantly reducing his vitality to 11. A relentless barrage of 5 lightning strikes swiftly drained 24,000 point from his life force. Fortunately, prior to the onslaught of the 5-hit combo, he had utilized the Battle Soul Revival, significantly replenishing his health. Otherwise, he might have faced instant annihilation. Nevertheless, even in this scenario, his vitality hovered perilously close to the brink. Without hesitation, he consumed a vial of instant health restoration potion. Instant health restoration potion. Upon usage, it instantly restores 50 of one's health. His vitality surged back to a secure level. To brace himself for the Thunder Serpent's final onslaught, Xiao Chen remained steadfast. motionless as a mountain. The effect of immovable as a mountain activated, propelling him directly to the 5th tier over time. The Thunder Serpent's 3rd skill ignored defense. Yet its ultimate ability did not possess such a trait. Therefore, enhancing his defensive capabilities could effectively mitigate a portion of the damage. Xiao Chen attentively monitored both the Thunder Serpent's status and his own health. This formidable creature boasted attributes that were undeniably extraordinary within the 1st tier. Yet its methods of attack were rather lackluster, relying solely on summoning lightning. As his health dipped to 40 once more, he decisively consumed another vial of instant health restoration potion. With 8 potions remaining, at this rate of consumption, he could indeed outlast the Thunder Serpent, provided he could withstand its final strike. As the Thunder Serpent's health continued to decline, Xiao Chen's breaths grew increasingly tense. Just as the creature was left with a mere sliver of life, dark clouds in the sky churned ominously, with flashes of lightning illuminating the interior. Yet no external discharge of thunderbolts emerged, as if it were gathering strength. Observing this, Xiao Chen wasted no time and hastily downed 2 vials of instant health restoration potion, bringing his health to a full 100. Simultaneously, the Dragon Scale Bracer's skill, Valiant Heart, activated. Valiant Heart, passive skill successfully blocking 10 consecutive attacks from the same enemy in combat activates this skill, enhancing both attack and defense by 20 for a duration of 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. This skill's effect lasts only 30 seconds. During this period, his defenses were significantly bolstered. The Valiant Heart skill does not merely enhance base defense, but amplifies overall resilience, thus augmenting his already impressive defense of over 500 by an additional 20. This enhancement surpassed any skill's contribution to defense. At this moment, Xiao Chen's physical defense soared to 3,029, while his magical defense reached an impressive 843 points. Yet, the preparations did not end there. To withstand impending powerful strike, he employed the Battle Soul Awakening for the first time on his immovable as a mountain skill. Battle Soul Awakening can be used on skills you have mastered. Upon activation, the skill's effect is enhanced by 50, lasting up to 10 seconds. With the aid of this awakened skill, the damage reduction of immovable as a mountain escalated to a remarkable 75. The enhanced skill, steadfast as a rock, immovable as a mountain, and the skill of the courageous heart, all activated simultaneously. At this moment, Xiao Chen had reached his peak state. The energy of the lightning within the clouds had reached its zenith. A thunderous roar, piercing the heavens, erupted in the sky. The entire world illuminated, the brightness surpassing that of noon. Nothing was visible but white. A colossal lightning pillar, 5 to 6 meters in diameter, descended directly upon Xiao Chen. With a resounding crash, Xiao Chen was engulfed in excruciating pain, second only to the agony experienced when utilizing the genetic evolution serum. The buildings surrounding him were instantly reduced to ash at the moment the lightning struck. As the lightning made contact with his body, his life force rapidly diminished. Notification: your life force has fallen below 30. The Blood Soul Guardian Helm skill, Blood Soul Shield, has been activated. Additional skill, Blood Soul Shield. When the wearer's life force drops below 30, the Blood Soul Shield automatically activates, absorbing 50 of all damage taken within the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer is immobile but immune to control effects. Once the shield ends, the wearer receives a brief boost in movement speed for 3 seconds to aid in evasion, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The cooldown for the Blood Soul Shield was precisely 10 minutes, and had just concluded, triggering once more. Xiao Chen was uncertain whether the damage absorption effect of the Blood Soul Shield had taken effect. There was no time for such considerations. He swiftly bit open 2 vials of life-restoring potions and swallowed their contents. As the potions coursed through him, his life force surged back to 100. However, the lightning pillar did not dissipate. It continued to rain down upon him. In less than 3 seconds, his life force plummeted to around 10. In a frantic motion, he retrieved 2 more vials of instant life-restoring potions from his pack and consumed them. Xiao Chen's life force fluctuated like an EKG, leaving him breathless with anxiety. A moment's inattention could lead to his demise from the lightning's assault. He could only keep a vigilant eye on his life bar, swallowing instant life-restoring potions just as it neared depletion. Even a slight delay could result in death. to endure longer. He needed to use the potions only when his life force dipped below 50 to avoid wastage. When he was down to his last 2 vials of instant life-restoring potions, the terrifying lightning beam finally dissipated. Xiao Chen collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Simultaneously, the system notification finally arrived. Upon reading the message, Xiao Chen was finally able to relax completely. Notification: you have defeated the cloud-hidden Songling. This had been the most arduous battle Xiao Chen had faced since becoming a professional. Every enhancement had been crucial in overcoming this tribulation. Lacking even the slightest boost could have meant his demise. Fortunately, the final outcome was somewhat satisfactory. A series of system notifications appeared, but Xiao Chen had no inclination to examine them. He lay on the hard bluestone ground, gasping for breath. After more than 10 minutes, his heartbeat and breathing gradually steadied. He then opened the system notifications to review them one by one. Congratulations on your accomplishment. You have successfully defeated the cloud-hidden Songling, and the mandatory quest has been completed. National announcement: the practitioner known as Black Knight has triumphantly ascended through the 1000th level of the First Order Trial Tower, securing a position among the top 100 in the comprehensive ranking. Regional announcement: congratulations to the practitioner Black Knight for entering the top 500 of the First Order Trial Tower, currently holding the 498th rank. Notice: you have vanquished all monsters on the 900th level of the Trial Tower, achieving a successful clearance. You have earned 300,000 trial points, bringing your total to 389,095. Notice: you have entered the leaderboard of the First Order Trial Tower, currently ranked 96th. Chapter 82. Opening the Trial Core. Mall. The news of Xiao Chen successfully conquering the 1000th level and securing a place among the top 100 globally appeared in the national announcement, igniting a fervor at the Western Capital Warrior Academy. During the opening ceremony, the dean had previously stated that He Yi was a new addition among this cohort of students. Most of them had yet to reach level 100, yet Xiao Chen had astonishingly surpassed the 1000 levels of the Trial Tower and claimed a spot among the world's elite. Prior to arriving at the academy, they were unaware of the significance of conquering the 1000 levels of the Trial Tower. However, through explanations from the academy's instructors in recent days, they had come to understand the arduous nature of the Trial Tower. The more they learned about its challenges, the more they were left in awe at Xiao Chen's remarkable achievement within such a short span. All shared the same tier. How could there be such a vast disparity in strength? Upon seeing the system announcement, Granny Jiang finally relaxed her previously anxious heart, allowing herself the luxury of a good night's sleep. Equally relieved were the carefree green Xiao Sa and his father. Yet, amidst the joy, there were those who felt disheartened. Specifically, the individuals vying for the last spot on the Dragon Seed team against Xiao Chen. Among them, Zheng Zhuo and Fang Cheng were particularly despondent. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Xiao Chen, who at that moment was in the preparation hall of the first level of the Trial Tower, tallying his achievements. Notice: you have defeated Yun Yin Songling, and the mandatory task has been completed. Notice: you have received task rewards. Gene Evolution Essence 2. Notice: you have received Warrior Medals 500. Notice: you have earned a rare achievement title, Thunder Abyss Warrior. Note: titles are an essential element of the Universal Paradise system, typically representing an individual's achievements, status, identity, or certain special attributes. The uses of titles are diverse, with each title providing different effects. Further exploration of titles is left to the individual practitioners. Notice: you have received a rare Dominator-level achievement treasure, Chest 1. Having defeated Yun Yin Songling, you have acquired Attribute Enhancement Scrolls 100, Skill Enhancement Scrolls 20, Rare Quality, Random General Skill Treasure Chest 1. Yin Yin Battle Armor 1, and Gold Coins 100. Notice: you have reached Tier 1, Level 100. Experience points cannot be earned until you advance. Gazing at the previous system notifications following his defeat of the Thunder Serpent, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. After exhausting all his strength over a grueling 40-hour battle against the formidable Thunder Serpent, adorned with numerous titles, the rewards were indeed gratifying. Among them, 2 bottles of Gene Evolution Essence were task rewards, while the rest were bonuses for defeating the Thunder Serpent. Without examining each item in detail, Xiao Chen Having fought tirelessly for nearly 50 hours, felt utterly drained. His immediate desire was to return to his personal chamber at the academy for a well-deserved rest. However, before that, there was one more task to accomplish. After surpassing the 1,000 levels, his trial points had risen to over 8 million, and the Trial Tower Mall had unlocked further exchange items for him. Approaching the Trial Tower's point exchange mall, he opened the store. Within the marketplace, the merchandise remained unchanged. However, a new option emerged beside it, the Trial Core Shop. Notice, you have successfully conquered the 1,000th floor of the first-tier Trial Tower, and access to the Trial Core Shop has been permanently granted. Upon entering the Trial Core Shop and gazing at the items within, a smile gradually spread across Xiao Chen's face. The quantity of items here was limited, yet each was exceedingly precious. Free attribute point scroll, 10,000 points per scroll, with a purchase limit of 500 per person. Skill enhancement scroll, 50,000 points per scroll, with a purchase limit of 100 per person. Rare attribute random scroll, 1,000 points per scroll, with a purchase limit of 10 per person. Potential limit scroll, 1,000 points per scroll, with a purchase limit of 5 per person. Gene Evolution Essence, 5,000 points per vial, with a purchase limit of 1 per person. Skill Advancement Certificate, 10,000 points per certificate, with a purchase limit of 1 per person. Rare Profession Random Job Change Card, 50,000 points per card, with a purchase limit of 1 per person. Note, all items purchased from this shop are bound items. The assortment of items in the Trial Core Shop overlapped with those in the ordinary Trial Shop, yet their prices soared to several times higher. Upon reflection, this was only to be expected. After all, not everyone could ascend to the 1,000th floor of the Trial Tower. If the ordinary shop lacked items that could attract formidable individuals, the Trial Tower would merely serve as a decorative structure. The pricing within the Trial Core Shop represented its true value. Xiao Chen had previously acquired all 5 types of items: attribute points, skill enhancement points, potential limit scrolls, skill advancement certificates, and gene evolution essences, each capable of augmenting a strong individual's capabilities, and they were exceedingly rare to obtain outside. Here, however, they could be exchanged with points. Examining the attributes of the other items. Rare Attribute Random Scroll. Upon use, one may randomly acquire a point of rare attribute. Note, besides the 4 primary attributes, practitioners can also gain rare attributes such as luck, soul power, willpower, and charisma. Each rare attribute is exceptionally valuable. While they may not directly enhance a practitioner's strength, they can yield extraordinary effects in certain specific scenarios. Rare attributes? Xiao Chen had previously encountered discussions about these on forums and websites, noting that such attributes could not be obtained through conventional means, each possessing mysterious applications. For instance, luck, seemingly inconsequential, could significantly influence drop rates from monsters and treasure chests, affording better items than others. At higher tiers, one might also encounter creatures with special attack attributes, among which soul attacks were the most challenging to defend against. Without the support of soul power, one could easily fall victim to such assaults. Despite the allure of rare attributes, Xiao Chen was not inclined to exchange for them at this moment. Their cost was exorbitant, 1,000 points for a mere point of random rare attribute. As he was still in the first tier, it was paramount to enhance his visible strength. As for the random job change card, perhaps it would have been a consideration before he awakened his current profession. However, he now recognized that a non-aggressive approach was also a commendable choice, as it spared him the exhausting effort of battling monsters to achieve victory. He could easily find a location where monsters respawn rapidly and lie in wait to level up. From a state of helplessness to a burgeoning affection for this profession, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. He currently possesses 389,095 trial points. How can he redeem them? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen resolved not to redeem them. Indeed, he chose not to redeem. The reason is quite simple. The items he desires are beyond his current point total. Among these, the only item that would significantly enhance his abilities is the Skill Advancement Certificate. Should the Thorn of Thorns skill be further improved through such a certificate, his monster-slaying speed would increase substantially, as this is his sole means of attack. Chapter 83. Divine Equipment. The following day, Xiao Chen awoke languidly in the afternoon. After returning from the trial tower yesterday, he indulged in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, followed by a soothing hot bath, and then succumbed to a deep slumber. The academy, aware of his return, chose not to disturb him, understanding that he was undoubtedly exhausted from enduring hours of relentless combat. Every matter could await his rejuvenation. Upon awakening and performing a brief morning ritual, Xiao Chen reclined on the sofa, a steaming cup of coffee brewed by a robotic assistant before him. The sun shone brightly outside, with gentle breezes wafting through the window, causing the white curtains to flutter delicately. This scene was simple yet heartwarming. Xiao Chen paid no heed to the mountain of messages from friends. Instead, he began to examine the spoils from yesterday's endeavors. To his astonishment, after vanquishing the Thunder Serpent, he had received a staggering 500 warrior medals in one fell swoop, a bounty far surpassing what he had amassed from the numerous bosses he had previously defeated. His all-purpose medal had now reached 6 stars. With the consumption of 320 warrior medals, he could synthesize another 6-star medal. And 2 6-star medals could be combined to create a 7-star medal. A few minutes later, Xiao Chen donned the newly upgraded medal, transforming it from 6 stars to 7 stars. The attributes of the all-purpose medal accordingly evolved. 7-star all-purpose medal. Wearing this medal enhances all base attributes by 35. To elevate the medal to 8 stars, 640 warrior medals are required, but he currently possessed only 200, leaving him short by 440. If he could defeat another Thunder Serpent, he would achieve his goal. Yet, such bosses were not easily encountered, and even if he did, the likelihood of his demise was high. Not every boss possessed an attack pattern as straightforward as that of the Thunder Serpent. With a mere thought, 2 treasure chests materialized upon the coffee table. The value of these chests was undoubtedly the highest Xiao Chen had encountered since becoming a professional. The last time he defeated the pseudo-overlord level boss, the primordial overlord. The treasure chest that dropped was of the 2nd-tier overlord level. He still could not unlock that chest, but the nomenclature alone indicated a distinction. One was an ordinary overlord level chest, while the other was a rare overlord level achievement chest. The terms for an achievement may not seem remarkable elsewhere, but their simultaneous presence on a single chest altered its significance entirely. Xiao Chen had acquired numerous achievement chests, each yielding valuable items, and he held greater hopes for this one. Prompt: do you wish to open the 1st-tier rare overlord level achievement chest? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen replied with determination. Open. A kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the room, and upon witnessing this brilliance, Xiao Chen understood that fortune was favoring him. Prompt: you have opened the 1st-tier rare overlord level achievement chest. You have received 100 attribute enhancement scrolls, 20 skill enhancement scrolls, and 1 cloud concealment shield. Not only had he acquired equipment, but he had also obtained attribute enhancement points and skill enhancement scrolls. The items retrieved from the chest differed from those exchanged in the point shop. These were tradable treasures. However, this made no difference to Xiao Chen, as he could never sell such an item. Cloud concealment shield. He eagerly clicked to open the attributes panel of this equipment. Equipment name: Cloud Concealment Shield, Rare Equipment, Equipment Quality, Dominant Level Equipment. Wearing requirement: must obtain the title of Thunder Abyss Warrior to equip equipment slot, main weapon slot. Note: shields are typically secondary weapons, and shields that can be equipped in the main weapon slot are exceedingly rare. Physical defense, 999. Magical defense, 999. Additional attribute: Power of Cloud Concealment, ultra rare attribute immunity to all armor-breaking effects. Additional attribute: Absolute Defense, with a 2 chance to negate 100 of damage when attacked. Upon seeing the attributes of this equipment, Xiao Chen's chest heaved with excitement. This piece of equipment was indeed a rare main weapon shield. Shields that can be equipped in a main weapon slot are exceptionally scarce. Previously, when Xiao Chen defeated the Silver Moon Wolf King, he fortuitously obtained the Silver Moon Shield, which he had been using ever since. During this time, Xiao Chen had looted numerous shield items, including several of golden quality. Yet what good were those items? Ordinary shields could only be equipped in the secondary weapon slot, If one could not be equipped, it was utterly useless. This item might not fetch a high price if sold, for after all, a meat shield warrior also needed to wield a weapon in the main weapon slot, who would forego a weapon to use 2 shields. But for Xiao Chen, this equipment was a divine artifact. As a rare dominant level equipment, its quality was unparalleled, and it was said that such dominant level equipment rarely appeared below the 3rd tier. Dominant level quality typically only manifests in 3rd tier and above equipment. If that were the case, Xiao Chen would have struck a tremendous fortune this time. Although this equipment offered only 2 additional attributes, each was immensely powerful. The first additional attribute, Power of Cloud Concealment, noted as an ultra-rare attribute, could nullify all armor-breaking effects, even without any other attributes. Just this one alone would compel Xiao Chen to choose it without hesitation. His greatest concern when battling monsters was the enemy's armor-breaking effects. Once an enemy employed such an effect, Xiao Chen's defenses would significantly diminish, making it likely for them to breach his formidable defense. Once his defenses were compromised, he would have to constantly monitor his health, unable to level up comfortably. Just the thought of it was exhausting. The other attribute, Absolute Defense. Although it offered only a 2 chance, if fortune smiled upon him, that slim chance could indeed save his life. While this equipment lacked the foundational attribute enhancement of the Silver Moon Shield, its exceptional base defense was more than sufficient to compensate. Xiao Chen was exceedingly pleased with this equipment. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that when he defeated the Thunder Serpent, he had also looted another piece of equipment, the Cloud Concealment Armor. He proceeded to check the armor's attributes. Equipment name, Cloud Concealment Armor, Rare Equipment. Equipment quality, Dominant Level Equipment. Wearing requirement. Must possess 1,000 points in Constitution to equip. Equipment slot, Clothing. Physical Defense, 999. Magical Defense, 999. Additional Attribute, Body of the Azure Spirit. Ultra Rare Attribute Enhancement of Basic Constitution by 30. Additional Attribute, Absolute Defense, with a 2 chance to negate 100 of damage when attacked. Previously, when confronting the Thunder Serpent, Xiao Chen oscillated precariously between life and death, leaving him no time to examine the attributes of this equipment. Now, upon discovering its properties, he was once again enveloped in a state of exhilaration. It was equipment of the same caliber as the Cloud Concealment Shield. Its attributes were by no means inferior to those of the Cloud Concealment Shield. The value of this equipment far surpassed that of the Cloud Concealment Shield, not merely due to its superior attributes, but because it was a piece of clothing. Clothing-type armor represents the highest defensive enhancement available to practitioners, unparalleled by any other. Chapter 84. Continuous Use of Gene Evolution Agents. Cloud Concealment Shield, Cloud Concealment Armor. It remains uncertain whether these 2 pieces of equipment constitute a set. With great anticipation, Xiao Chen donned both items. Prompt: You have activated the attributes of the Cloud Concealment set, acquiring the Immovable King buff. Immovable King. Immune to repulsion and control. Indeed, it is a set. The set effect of the Immovable King offers immunity to repulsion and control. Such attributes are simply extraordinary. This bounty from defeating the Thunder Serpent is immense. The enhancement brought by these 2 pieces of equipment is immeasurable. After stowing away the gear, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon another treasure chest. Rare Quality, Random, Universal Skill Chest. Opening this chest grants a chance to randomly acquire a rare universal skill. A universal skill is one that can be learned and utilized by all professions. Prompt: Do you wish to open the Rare Quality, Random, Universal Skill Chest? Open. Prompt: You have obtained the Dueling Space Skill Scroll. Dueling Space. Utilizing this skill allows you to pull an enemy into a dueling space, an independent realm free from external interference, which lasts for 5 minutes. Once one party is defeated or the 5-minute duration has elapsed, the duel concludes, and the combatants return to their original positions. Note: Activating this skill will trigger a random determination of basic attributes. This skill is essentially a powerful control ability, capable of striking down an enemy commander amidst a throng of foes. Furthermore, it serves as a life-saving skill. Imagine, when besieged by enemies and facing certain death, employing this skill to drag a weaker enemy unit into the dueling space, What could transpire in those 5 minutes? There is ample time to transform from critically wounded to fully healed, or to await the cooldown of other skills, among various other possibilities. With this skill in hand, whether it be for slaying foes, preventing enemy escapes, or preserving one's own life, the benefits are extraordinary. The series of titles held by the Thunder Serpent is indeed well-deserved. Though the battle was arduous, the rewards were equally substantial. Prompt: do you wish to use the Dueling Space skill scroll? Use. Prompt: you have mastered the skill Dueling Space. View skill description. Skill name: Dueling Space. Skill type: active skill. Skill cost: none. Skill cooldown: 12 hours. Skill effect: this skill allows you to pull an enemy into a dueling space, an independent realm free from external interference, which lasts for 5 minutes. Once one party is defeated or the 5-minute duration has elapsed, the duel concludes, and the combatants return to their original positions. The absence of a skill cost is undoubtedly favorable. However, the cooldown period of 12 hours suggests that this skill is best reserved for critical moments. Moreover, the successful execution of this skill hinges entirely upon fortune. It is a rare determinant skill. When deployed against an enemy, the system randomly selects a basic attribute for evaluation, and a failure in this determination results in the skill's failure to activate. This presents a disadvantage for Xiao Chen. Among the 4 fundamental attributes, unless vitality is selected, he is bound to face inevitable defeat. The 3 primary attributes of strength, agility, and intelligence have remained largely unenhanced, with even some newly awakened practitioners surpassing him in these areas. If he were to choose Constitution, he would almost certainly prevail against any practitioner whose level did not greatly exceed his own. This implies that the success rate of activating the skill is a mere 25, or perhaps even lower. It is entirely a gamble of fortune. However, the silver lining is that Xiao Chen has consistently enjoyed good luck. Ultimately, Xiao Chen retrieved 2 vials of potions from his storage space, Gene Evolution Essence. These items, obtained through quest rewards, are non-transferable and can only be utilized by himself. The function and value of the Gene Evolution Essence need no elaboration. The worth of these 2 vials even surpasses that of the Cloud Concealment Shield and the Cloud Concealment Armor. After a moment's hesitation, he gulped down the entirety of the strong coffee on the table and then consumed 1 vial of Gene Evolution Essence. The agony associated with using the Gene Evolution Essence is still vividly etched in Xiao Chen's memory. If given a choice, he would prefer to avoid it. As the potion entered his system, the anticipated pain arrived promptly. However, drawing from his previous experience, he sensed that the intensity of the pain had diminished considerably this time. After half an hour, the torment subsided. Notification: genetic modification complete. Current gene strength: 150 points. The 4 foundational attributes contribute an additional 75 to derived attributes. Upon reading the system's notification, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. During his last use of the Gene Evolution Essence, he had gained 100 points of gene strength. Yet this time, he had only increased by 50 points. Could it be that the potions contained different concentrations? He quickly dismissed this notion. If that were indeed the case, the system would have provided a notification. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Each practitioner can only achieve the maximum effect of the Gene Evolution Essence upon its initial use. Much like a person bathing for the first time, where more dirt is washed away, subsequent baths yield significantly lesser results. Once the pain had entirely dissipated, Xiao Chen consumed another vial of Gene Purification Essence. With the 3rd intake, the sensation of pain seemed to diminish further. This was not due to a reduction in suffering, but rather a result of his enhanced constitution enabling him to endure pain more effectively. Notification: genetic modification complete. Current gene strength: 200 points. The 4 foundational attributes contribute an additional 100 to derived attributes. Upon receiving the evolutionary prompt from the system, Xiao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. The pain had proven worthwhile. In conclusion, he possessed 200 attribute enhancement points and 40 skill enhancement points, which he resolved to utilize entirely. His equipment had nearly reached its apex, and acquiring even the few inferior items available would prove challenging. Even if successful, the enhancement they offered would likely be negligible. What he must now focus on is maximizing his strength and then venturing into the trial tower, exerting every ounce of effort to ascend as many levels as possible. Remaining stagnant at the first tier was simply not an option. A vague sense of crisis loomed within Xiao Chen, growing increasingly vivid as his power escalated. If he did not swiftly elevate his capabilities, he risked succumbing to the dangers that lay ahead. In accordance with tradition, he allocated all 200 attribute points to vitality. Even after this allocation, he found himself unperturbed by any perceived limits. This left him pondering the extraordinary nature of his potential. Could it be that the class of reverse-scale battle soul, which perpetually inflicts a mere point of damage, is compensated by the system? Xiao Chen remained convinced that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. He had no intention of utilizing the 40 skill points at this juncture. He was merely a little over 1 million points away from redeeming the skill advancement certificate. With just a few more layers to traverse, he would be able to obtain it. Should the Thorn of Thorn skill be eligible for further enhancement, these skill points would undoubtedly be allocated to it without delay. At present, Xiao Chen's health and defense had reached an astonishing level. The only aspect lacking was his offensive capability. Chapter 85. Rare title upon successfully vanquishing the Thunder Serpent. A delightful surprise awaited him. It turned out that this triumph had bestowed upon him an exceedingly rare achievement title, Thunder Abyss Warrior. This was something he had never acquired before. Despite having obtained numerous achievement chests previously, none had been as unique and imbued with special significance as this one. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, he eagerly opened his attribute panel, yearning to witness the changes brought about by this new title. As he had hoped, a brand new section, Title System, had appeared on the previously straightforward attribute interface. The illustrious title of Thunder Abyss Warrior lay quietly within this section, radiating brilliance. Hint: titles are a significant element of the universal paradise system, often representing a professional's accomplishments, status, identity, or certain special attributes. The uses of titles are diverse, with different titles serving various functions. Further exploration of titles is left to the professional. Click to view title attributes. Title name: Thunder Abyss Warrior. Title quality: rare title. Title attributes: none. Title effect 1. Lone Walker when wearing this title. If there is only one enemy within a 100-meter radius, your 4 fundamental attributes increase by 10. Title effect 2. Group battle when wearing this title. If there are more than 100 enemies within a 100-meter radius, your 4 fundamental attributes increase by 10. Such titles are exceedingly rare, typically acquired only by fortunate happenstance. Furthermore, most titles do not confer direct combat enhancements. Rather, they offer auxiliary and symbolic significance. The fact that the Thunder Abyss Warrior title could enhance basic attributes was indeed extraordinary luck. Upon donning the title, the Lone Walker effect activated immediately. Glancing at his attribute panel, he observed a remarkable transformation. Name: Knight. Profession: Reverse Scale Battle Soul. Rare Profession. Level: First Tier, Level 100. Health Points: 50. 955 Mana Points. 174 Constitution. 2. 473 Strength. 29 Agility. 7 Intelligence. 9 Physical Defense. 6. 201 Magical Defense. 6. 058 Combat Power Assessment. 4. 030. It was exceedingly rare for a first-tier professional to achieve a combat power of 1,000 points. Yet his assessment stood at a staggering 4,030. Even some top-tier second-tier warriors did not surpass his strength. If such a state could not secure a place among the top 10 in the first-tier trial tower, he could scarcely imagine the terrifying prowess of those who consistently occupied the forefront of the trial tower. After consuming 2 vials of gene evolution elixir, he expelled a significant amount of impurities, leaving a rather unpleasant odor. Following a hot shower, the intelligent robot had tidied the room anew and activated the air circulation system. Fresh air flooded in, dissipating the foul scent. Xiao Chen settled onto the sofa and opened the multitude of messages from his friends, numbering over 99. As he perused them one by one, he found that the majority were congratulatory notes celebrating his triumph in conquering the 1,000 levels of the trial tower. The messages from Long Gu and Xiao Sa Gu were particularly abundant, both expressing concern for his well-being. Although their intentions were somewhat ulterior, their care was genuine. Since his enrollment in the Warrior Academy, his interactions with Long Ge had been limited, yet each encounter brought Xiao Chen uplifting news. Long Ge had always endeavored to advocate for him in matters of interest, which reminded him of his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, from Xian High School. After the announcement of his milestone in the trial tower, neither of the two had sent further messages, signifying that Xiao Chen was indeed safe. This realization stirred an inexplicable warmth within him. As he continued to scroll, a particular email with an attachment caught his eye, and he recalled Qian Duo. Opening the email, he discovered 2 items within the attachment: 50 Freedom Attribute Point Scrolls and 2 125 gold coins. The postscript read, "Brother in the night. The total sale of all your equipment amounted to 500 gold coins. According to the guild's regulations, a 10 service fee would typically apply. However, having surpassed the 1,000 levels of the trial tower, you have been exceptionally elevated to VIP status, reducing the fee to 5. Hence, only 375 gold coins were deducted, leaving you with 125 gold coins. Following your request, I procured 50 Freedom Attribute Point Scrolls for you, each costing 100 gold coins, totaling 5,000 gold coins. After the purchase, you have 125 gold coins remaining." Closing the email panel after extracting the attachment, Xiao Chen reflected on the reasonable price of 100 gold coins per scroll. These scrolls were perpetually in high demand within the market, often vanishing the moment they appeared. At this peak period for the new students tackling the trial tower, the prices of the attribute point scrolls had soared. Securing them at 100 gold coins each was indeed a worthwhile deal. He paid little heed to the 5 service fee. After all, if he were to sell these items himself, he might struggle to achieve such a lucrative price, and he lacked the time to manage such sales amidst his current obligations. Opting to reserve the 50 scrolls for now, Xiao Chen felt that his current strength was sufficient for his endeavors within the trial tower. If he could not prevail, even with such prowess, utilizing those 50 points would be futile. For him, the addition of 50 attribute points felt akin to a drop in the bucket, offering minimal enhancement to his abilities. As he continued to sift through the messages from friends, 2 in particular drew his attention. One from the free-spirited Xiao Sagu and the other from the Vice Dean of Xijing Warrior Academy, Granny Jiang. "Free-spirited, young man, congratulations on successfully conquering the 1,000 levels of the trial tower. Truly, heroes emerge in youth, and you are remarkable indeed. I have received an invitation from the administrator of the Dragon Seed team, formally inviting you to join their ranks." The messages from Grandma Jiang were largely similar. The attitudes displayed by both Grandma Jiang and the carefree individual revealed the formidable challenges associated with gaining entry into the Dragon Seed Squad. Although the specific advantages of becoming a member of the Dragon Seed Squad remain unclear to him, the fervent desire exhibited by both Grandma Jiang and the carefree individual to have their descendants join, indeed, even if it meant joining as Xiao Chen's attendant, speaks volumes. Reflecting on the benefits he experienced upon joining the Xijing Warriors Academy offers some insight into the matter. Consequently, Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation. After responding to both individuals and agreeing upon the time and place for their evening meeting, he closed the chat panel. Chapter 86. The Terrifying Elder. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen appeared in the dining hall on the first floor of the core teaching building of the Meat Shield Department. Unlike previous occasions, the hall was bustling with activity today, filled with the core students of the Meat Shield Department. They gathered together, indulging in delectable food while engaging in lively conversation. Not wishing to interrupt their camaraderie, Xiao Chen ordered a meal and seated himself nearby, savoring his food at a leisurely pace. The 3 of us have reached level 100 today. Tomorrow we shall venture into the trial tower," one of the brothers exclaimed. "But it seems we must tackle the trial tower separately. Our combined strength will diminish significantly if we part ways," the eldest brother responded, his expression turning pensive. After a moment's pause, he lamented, "Indeed, if we separate, we will be akin to ordinary practitioners. That would spell disaster for us." The Iron Hammer Trio's spirits plummeted. "Do not despair, my brothers. We could forego the trial tower entirely, focusing instead on rapid progression to enhance our strength. With higher levels, those first-tier opponents will pose no threat. Iron Bull chimed in confidently. He is right. A higher level is the ultimate truth. We shall embark on the advancement trial quest tomorrow. In truth, many share their sentiment. Numerous individuals found their professions ill-suited for the challenges ahead, rendering their efforts futile. It was far wiser to elevate their levels swiftly. True, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of our classmate. Knight, another added. We have toiled endlessly to reach level 100, while he has already conquered 1,000 floors of the trial tower. Wait, isn't that Brother Knight? Someone exclaimed. When did he arrive? We didn't even notice. Wow, a celebrity. Brother Knight, please grant me an autograph. Your signature is worth a fortune now. Many have requested me to ask for it. I want one too, echoed another voice. In an instant, Xiao Chen found himself surrounded by his classmates, rendering him speechless. He was no celebrity. After all, what was the fuss about autographs? Fortunately, Brother Long arrived just in time, granting Xiao Chen a reprieve from the enthusiastic crowd. With the semester now underway, the special talent recruitment teachers had found themselves with ample free time. As the other instructors departed, only Brother Long and Xiao Chen remained. After taking a seat, Brother Long lit a cigarette, regarding Xiao Chen with an expression of satisfaction. Xiao Chen, you are aware of the Dragon Seed Squad situation, correct? Brother Long inquired, to which Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Brother Long's face bore a mixture of pride and melancholy. After a prolonged silence, as the cigarette dwindled, he extinguished it and, with a solemn demeanor, turned to Xiao Chen and spoke, I have an unusual request. Since meeting Brother Long, Xiao Chen had never witnessed him so grave. The significance of this request was undoubtedly profound. Speak freely, Brother Long, Xiao Chen encouraged. After a moment of hesitation, Brother Long gradually articulated, if possible, before departing for the Dragon Seed Squad, strive to reach the highest floor of the trial tower. Xiao Chen was perplexed by Brother Long's request, as it was already his intention to do so. Even without prompting, he would pursue that goal. Noticing Xiao Chen's confusion, Brother Long elaborated. As one of the 4 great warrior academies in the Dragon Kingdom, our Shijing Warrior Academy is renowned for its formidable strength and exceptional talents. However, in the realm of the Trial Tower, we have consistently lagged behind the other 3 academies, often finding ourselves ranked last during exchanges with them. The Academy has long sought to demonstrate its strength through the Trial Tower, yet success has eluded us until your arrival, which has rekindled our hopes. Brother Long was not motivated by personal ambition, but rather by the welfare of the Academy. Brother Long, how many levels have the other academies reached? The Shijing Warriors Academy ranks 4th, with a record of 999 levels in the first stage Trial Tower. Next is the Nanyang Warriors Academy, whose best achievement is 1,099 levels. Following them is the Modu Warriors Academy, with a peak performance of 1149 levels. Topping the list is the Dihu Warriors Academy, boasting an impressive record of 1199 levels, currently the 4th highest in the world. As for the top 3, it is better left unsaid. Those individuals have become legendary figures, and surpassing them seems nearly impossible. You have now shattered the highest record of the Shijing Warriors Academy. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. I will do my best. With Xiao Chen's promise, Brother Long felt elated. Haha, I believe in you. Given your strength, while surpassing the Dihu Warriors Academy may be a tall order, you certainly have a chance against the Nanyang Warriors Academy. Xiao Chen refrained from making any commitments, as he possessed no knowledge of the Trial Tower beyond the 1,000th level. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Xiao Chen arrived at the bustling city center of Shijing at the appointed time. Following the address, he eventually stumbled upon a serene courtyard amidst the urban chaos. Within the courtyard sat an elderly gentleman dressed in a simple shirt, comfortably seated beneath a banyan tree, leisurely sipping cool tea while fanning himself. Upon noticing Xiao Chen hesitating at the entrance, the old man remarked, "This is a private residence, not a commercial area." Taking a step back, Xiao Chen checked the address once more, confirming he was indeed in the right place. "Old man, I am here at the invitation of the Unrestrained One." "Who?" "The Unrestrained One." "The Unrestrained One? I haven't heard of him. Are you referring to that lad from the Practitioner Alliance?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. The old man not only recognized the identity of the green-haired elder, but also referred to him in such a casual manner, indicating that the old man's status was far from ordinary, perhaps even dismissive of the elder. Just how formidable must this old man's true identity be? The elder gazed at Xiao Chen with keen interest. "You must be the night boy, then?" Xiao Chen found it unsurprising that the old man knew his name. What puzzled him was why the unrestrained one had arranged to meet him in such an incongruous setting. "That is correct." The elder casually waved his fan, and a gentle breeze stirred within the tranquil courtyard, lifting a few fallen leaves from the ground. Yet, when this breeze reached Xiao Chen, it bore an immense force, nearly causing him to lose his footing despite his robust physique, illustrating the sheer power of the wind. -6,000. Xiao Chen se están enojaron. But the elder experienced a rebound damage of 6,000 points from Xiao Chen. This signifies that the recent gust of wind inflicted a formidable damage of 3,000 points. However, due to Xiao Chen's exceptionally high defense, he remained unscathed. The rebound damage is rather intriguing. As the elder spoke, he once again struck the fan, unleashing an even more potent gale from its depths. The sound of the wind howled forth, yet Xiao Chen remained motionless. The tempest was indeed stronger than before. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen was well prepared, and with a physique exceeding 2,470 points, this mere wind was insufficient to force him back. -9,000. Xiao Chen se están enojaron. While the elder suffered a rebound damage of 9,000 points. This young man possesses commendable defense. He can withstand quite a bit. Let me strike you with another blow. Chapter 87, the final assessment. Just moments ago, the elder's attack reached an impressive 4,500 points, while Xiao Chen's defense, without the dual shields, hovered around 4,800. Observing the elder's stance, it was evident that his attacking power would escalate this time, inevitably breaching Xiao Chen's defenses. With a mere thought, two colossal shields materialized in Xiao Chen's hands. The appearance of these shields startled the elder, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Such a maneuver was indeed rare. Upon equipping the dual shields, Xiao Chen's physical defense surged to 6,201 points, while his magical defense ascended to 6,058 points. With a thunderous gust, the force of the attack surged forth, yet Xiao Chen remained steadfast, akin to a rock, unyielding in his position. The assault struck, -442, -13,000. The elder had directly amplified his attack power to 6,500 points. This wind-based assault, classified as magical damage, successfully penetrated Xiao Chen's defenses. After enduring the formidable impact, Xiao Chen ultimately sustained a mere 442 points of damage, yet in the blink of an eye, his life essence was fully restored. The elder unleashed a series of 3 attacks, finally breaking through Xiao Chen's defenses. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen retaliated with a rebound damage of 28,000 points. However, a mere sliver of the elder's vitality diminished. At this juncture, Xiao Chen began to form a preliminary assessment of the elder's formidable prowess. Strong, terrifyingly powerful. It was conservatively estimated that the elder was at least a 5th-tier expert. The elder refrained from further assault, having gauged Xiao Chen's capabilities, achieving his objective. With a slight nod, the elder remarked, "Not bad." Achieving 6,000 defense at the 1st tier, coupled with 200 rebound damage, you barely qualify to join the Dragonborn squad. The Dragonborn squad? Was it possible that this seemingly unassuming yet fearsome elder was the overseer of the Dragonborn squad? Xiao Chen sheathed his shields and approached the elder respectfully. Stating, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am He Yi, originally named Xiao Chen." The elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You have passed my test. Return to this place in 7 days. By the way, I am called Fu Bo." Although Fu Bo sat merely 3 meters before Xiao Chen, his voice began to fade into the distance. As Fu Bo's voice receded, the surroundings began to transform gradually. The once tranquil courtyard became translucent, finally vanishing entirely. As Xiao Chen's vision shifted, he realized he was no longer in a dilapidated courtyard, but rather within a lavishly decorated private room. Had he just fallen victim to an illusion? Creaking open, the door to the private room swung ajar, revealing the carefree brother Xiao and his father. both sporting cheerful expressions as they entered. Upon spotting Xiao Chen alone in the room, they exchanged puzzled glances. Brother Xiao surveyed the room before his gaze settled on Xiao Chen, inquiring, "Did you see an elder?" Xiao Chen glanced at the paper in his hand, confirming that his recent experience was not merely a figment of imagination. "He has left." "Left? What did he say to you?" "He instructed me to come to the imperial capital in 7 days." Amidst the darkness, a cheerful voice broke the silence. "Haha, Night Boy, congratulations on passing Uncle Fu's trial. This signifies that you have 1 foot firmly planted at the threshold of the Dragon Seed Squad." 1 foot? Xiao Chen pondered, perplexed. Had he not already conquered the 1,000 floors of the trial tower and just successfully completed Uncle Fu's challenge? With a carefree laugh, the audacious one reassured him. "Fear not, Night Boy. Since you have triumphed in the first 2 challenges, the final one is merely a formality. It is said that the last trial is a mere walk in the park. No one has ever been eliminated in that final assessment." This revelation allowed Xiao Chen to relax. "Since Uncle Fu has departed, let us enjoy a meal among ourselves this evening." At that moment, the door swung open once more. It was the vice president of the West Capital Warrior Academy, Grandma Jiang, but she was not alone today. Following her was a young girl clad in a floral dress, possessing exquisite features and cascading, lustrous black hair that accentuated her beauty. The moment Xiao Jia, the carefree brother, laid eyes on the girl, his jaw nearly dropped. "Sister Yuling, it has been ages. You are even more radiant than before." Yet, in response to his enthusiasm, the girl merely cast him a disdainful glance and turned her focus to Xiao Chen. "So you're the knight? Not much to look at, really." "Yuling, be quiet." Grandma Jiang interjected. "You want to accompany him? Just look at what he is wearing. Following him, you will surely endure untold hardships." Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. What was he wearing? It was nothing less than the invaluable rare Dominator-level attire, the Cloud Concealment Armor. However, to avoid drawing undue attention, he had donned a black hooded sweatshirt over it, which rendered him somewhat out of place among them. Choosing not to respond, he merely greeted Grandma Jiang and took a seat. Noticing Xiao Chen's expression, Grandma Jiang shot Yuling a stern look before shifting the conversation, whispering to those outside, "You may bring in the dishes now." Before long, an array of exquisite dishes was presented upon the dining table. Come, Night classmate, do sample these delicacies. You won't find anything like them outside." Seating himself beside Xiao Chen, Xiao Jia leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Knight, these ingredients are not your ordinary fare. They are sourced from mutated beasts and plants." Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened, turning to Xiao Jia with an inquiring expression. With a smile, Xiao Jia elaborated. "Creatures of the 3rd tier and above can no longer be referred to merely as monsters. They possess not only formidable strength, but also intelligence akin to humans. Some can even articulate human speech. Hence, practitioners refer to 3rd tier and higher creatures collectively as mutated beasts or mutated plants. In addition to their heightened intellect, these mutated beings exhibit another significant transformation. Their bodies do not vanish upon death. Instead, they decay slowly, much like the conventional organisms of our blue star. However, the stronger the mutated beast, the slower the rate of decomposition. By the way, have you noticed that your appetite has significantly increased? Previously indifferent to this change, Xiao Chen only now contemplated it, thanks to Xiao Jia's reminder. Recently, he has often engaged in prolonged battles lasting over 10 hours consecutively, and on one occasion, he fought for more than 40 hours without consuming any sustenance. He attributes this to the advantages conferred by his enhanced constitution. However, during mealtimes, his consumption far surpasses that of an average individual, sometimes by several multiples, even tenfold. In retrospect, such behavior defies logic. Setting aside the question of his ability to digest, the volume of food ingested within a short span has long exceeded the capacity of his stomach. If a common person were to attempt the same, their stomach would surely be overwhelmed. Yet, even after consuming such copious amounts, he experiences little sense of fullness. This likely elucidates why the Warrior Academy provides an abundance of high-calorie food around the clock at no cost. If he finds this necessary, one can only ponder how much sustenance those at the 3rd, 4th, or even higher tiers of proficiency must require to meet their bodily demands. Upon surveying the food laid out before him, Xiao Chen immediately grasped the answer. Chapter 88. The Judgment of Heaven. The suave brother continued to elucidate. It seems that Brother Knight has already discerned the answer. Indeed, as the prowess of practitioners escalates, their bodies require exponentially more energy. At that point, ordinary sustenance will no longer suffice. These mutated beasts and plants serve as the finest ingredients, possessing energy levels that are at least tenfold, hundredfold, or even thousandfold greater than that of standard fare. Of course, as first-tier practitioners, our bodies have yet to develop the capacity to endure such potency. For now, we can only consume a limited amount of food that has been diluted appropriately. This evening's meal consists of the most commonplace third-tier mutated organisms as the basis for our culinary delights. By the way, do you have any idea how much this feast costs? The suave brother gestured and ate with his fingers. 8,000? The suave brother shook his head. It is not that extravagant. Merely 800 will suffice. Such a bargain? Xiao Chen queried, bewildered, given the opulence of the DCOR and the sophistication of the ingredients. How could it possibly be just 800? Wait, could it be that the suave brother is not referring to Dragon Kingdom currency? Indeed, the following words of the suave brother confirmed Xiao Chen's suspicions. Brother Knight is certainly affluent, spending 800 gold coins on a meal and still feeling it is a steal. 800 gold coins. This revelation opened Xiao Chen's eyes to a new realm of understanding. 1 gold coin is approximately equivalent to 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Thus, this meal would amount to a staggering 8 million Dragon Kingdom coins, just over 10 days prior. Xiao Chen could not have even dreamed of such an exorbitant dining experience costing 8 million. Beside him, Yuling's disdain grew as she observed Xiao Chen's astonished expression. Grandma, I do not wish to accompany him. Just look at his naivety. With him, I doubt I could even enjoy a decent meal. Grandma Jiang shook her head in resignation, offering Xiao Chen an apologetic glance. Xiao Chen paid no heed to Yuling and instead savored the exquisite flavors of the 8 million meal. Undeniably, the taste and texture of these dishes far surpassed that of ordinary food. As the nourishment filled his stomach, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body, providing immense comfort. Even after consuming a modest amount, he felt a gentle sense of satiety. In contrast, had he indulged in standard fare, he would have needed to clear the entire table to achieve a similar effect. At this moment, the suave brother and Yuling had already set down their chopsticks, their flushed faces indicating the overwhelming influx of heat into their bodies. Only Xiao Chen, the suave brother, and Grandma Jiang remained, slowly relishing the culinary marvels. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chen also placed his chopsticks down. Observing this, Grandma Jiang and the suave brother followed suit. Xiao Chen understood that the main agenda for the evening was about to commence. Old Greenhair was the first to speak. Brother Knight, I shall be direct. I wish for my son to become your retainer and join you in the Dragon Seed Squad. What say you? Everyone turned their gaze toward Xiao Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Xiao Chen did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he looked toward Old Greenhair. Ultimately, his gaze settled back on the elder. Uncle, you must be aware of the peculiar nature of my profession. It is challenging to safeguard my comrades during combat. The green-haired elder dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, stating, You need not worry about this. I am well aware of my son's capabilities. He will soon reach the second tier, and once he does, he will possess a certain degree of self-preservation. Moreover, one cannot embark on the path of a professional without facing life and death. Choosing this route implies one has already prepared for the potential of demise. Given the elder's confidence, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words, and indeed, his impression of Greenhair was quite favorable. Furthermore, the elder held a prominent position within the professional alliance, which should provide substantial support. Since my uncle trusts me so deeply, then from now on, the suave brother will be my comrade. Ha ha, splendid. At that moment, Granny Jiang interjected, Dear Black Knight, have you seen my granddaughter Yuling? Before Xiao Chen could respond, the young girl immediately retorted, Grandma, I do not wish to accompany him. Granny Jiang gazed at the girl with a sense of helplessness, saying, Ling, do you realize what a rare opportunity this is? It will be exceedingly difficult for you to join the Dragon Seed team if you miss this chance. The girl, unfazed, replied, Grandma, joining the Dragon Seed team does not necessitate following him. There are still the other 4, are there not? Eventually, Granny Jiang sighed in resignation and could only apologize to Xiao Chen. Since Ling is unwilling, we shall leave this matter as it is. Xiao Chen had never been fond of the headstrong and willful Yu Ling, and upon hearing Granny Jiang's words, he felt a sense of relief. Had she insisted on entrusting the girl to him, he would have been at a loss for how to decline. Director Jiang, I've already made use of the items you provided, and I will find a way to repay you in due course. Granny Jiang waved her hand dismissively. Consider those items as rewards I bestow upon outstanding students in my capacity as director. After finalizing the time and location for departure to the imperial capital with the suave brother, the banquet came to a close. By the time the festivities concluded, it was already past 10 in the evening. Xiao Chen politely declined the offer of a driver to take him home and opted for a taxi to return to the Western Capital Warrior Academy. The city center was not far from the academy, and the ride would take about half an hour. As he sat in the back seat of the taxi, Xiao Chen closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he opened them, a faint sense of impending danger washing over him. Could it be another assassination attempt? Just then, a loud explosion erupted ahead. Boom! Numerous vehicles collided in rapid succession, creating chaos on the highway. The taxi was forced to halt, but thankfully, the driver's experience prevented a crash. The moment the car came to a stop, Xiao Chen tossed several hundred-yuan bills out the window and leaped from the vehicle. As soon as he exited, 3 or 4 cars collided behind him, crushing the taxi into a crumpled heap. Blood began to flow from the driver's seat. Click! Xiao Chen suddenly looked up. The sky was overcast with ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The peculiar aspect of these clouds was their proximity to the ground, appearing far from naturally formed. Xiao Chen's mind immediately recalled the thunder serpent, as the current situation mirrored the circumstances when it had attacked him. Moments later, he realized something was amiss. Within the tumultuous clouds, not only do bolts of lightning strike, but meteors also plummet from the sky. The recent vehicular accidents on the road were caused by these falling celestial bodies. This is the skill of a high-ranking sorcerer, Divine Retribution. Divine Retribution is a forbidden technique possessed by only the most advanced sorcerers, exhibiting unparalleled scope and destructive power. How could such a formidable ability manifest over the skies of Xijing City? Xiao Chen would never indulge in the delusion that such a grand spectacle was orchestrated solely to eliminate a mere first-tier practitioner like himself. Those capable of wielding such a spell must have attained at least the 6th tier of mastery. The chaos unleashed in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically in Xijing City, would inevitably result in countless casualties among the innocent. To hope for a safe escape from this turmoil is nothing short of a fantasy. If he were to truly emerge unscathed, what would become of the Dragon Kingdom's dignity? Chapter 89. A clash of super beings. The sky was ablaze with flashes of lightning, as countless bolts cascaded down like meteor showers, enveloping the darkened clouds in a scene of utter devastation, comparable to the impact of a small nuclear explosion. Xiao Chen ascended the high platform, surveying the landscape before him, which resembled a hell on earth. At that moment, a resonant voice, deep as thunder, erupted into the air. Who dares to wreak havoc in my West capital, courting death? A figure soared into the sky, too far away to discern his features. However, it was evident that the man ascended without aid, as if stepping upon invisible stairs. Though he appeared to move slowly, each stride propelled him several dozen meters upwards. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height level with the ominous clouds above. The clouds, instead of dissipating, roiled with increased ferocity. With a crack, a barrage of over a dozen violet lightning bolts struck the middle-aged man. Unfazed, he was enveloped in a golden glow. The violet lightning struck the golden shield surrounding him, dissipating into nothingness as if swallowed by the sea, inflicting not the slightest harm upon the man. Words are futile. Perish. As he spoke, a long blade materialized in his hands. With both hands gripping the sword, he swung it, unleashing a golden blade of light several hundred meters long that cleaved the clouds in two, causing them to vanish swiftly. As the clouds dispersed, a figure clad in a wizard's robe emerged, gender indiscernible. However, the wizard clutched their chest with one hand, crimson blood dripping down their pristine arm. Had Xiao Chen not possessed a physique exceeding 2,000 points, along with profound enhancements to his vision from 3 gene evolutions, he would have been unable to perceive such details. Once the clouds had cleared, the middle-aged man recognized the visage of his opponent, momentarily taken aback, as if he had identified the individual. His gaze then fell to the ground, coinciding with Xiao Chen's own. At that moment, Xiao Chen finally discerned the man's features. He was none other than the esteemed dean of the West Capital Warrior Academy, Shui Longyin. Xiao Chen had missed the opening ceremony, but through video playback from intelligent robots, he had come to know Shui Longyin's appearance. This illustrious dean was not only the head of the academy, but also the most formidable figure in West Capital, the city's guardian deity. Surrounded by dozens of people, Xiao Chen felt an undeniable instinct that Shui Longyin's gaze was fixed upon him. Why would he be looked at? Was it related to that wizard? That seemed implausible. The mightiest beings Xiao Chen had encountered thus far were of a more carefree nature, with whom he maintained amicable relations. There seemed to be no reason for them to target him, especially with such a tumultuous display aimed solely at his demise. Such a notion seemed utterly illogical. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Chen, hinting at a possible explanation. The slots for the Dragon Seed Squad are so precious that even the unruly and vice Dean Jiang are willing to lower their status to seek assistance. What of others? Although the members of this year's Dragon Seed Squad have been determined, what transpires if a member meets their demise? Shall we simply allow their position to remain vacant? Xiao Chen shifted his gaze toward the mage, who seemed to sense Xiao Chen's hostility and suddenly looked down at him. As their eyes locked, a sensation akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent surged within Xiao Chen's heart. He could almost ascertain that the mage in the sky had come for him. This feeling was devoid of rationale. It was pure instinct, yet he held unwavering faith in this intuition. Shui Longyin sighed once more. You should not have come. The voice was soft, barely audible beneath the rumble of thunder, imperceptible to ordinary ears, yet Xiao Chen caught every word, suggesting Shui Longyin's intent. Shui Longyin, do you truly wish to hinder me? Blood of the mage, look below. How many innocents perish by your hand? This has already breached the bottom line of the professional alliance. No matter your past merits, they cannot absolve the sins of today. In this era, what difference is there between ordinary people and ants? Their deaths are inconsequential. Do you still wish to avenge them? Blood of the mage, do you not comprehend that without a ceaseless influx of new strong individuals, could the Dragon Kingdom possess its current might? The Dragon Kingdom? Again with the Dragon Kingdom. We are already so powerful, scarcely inferior to the legendary deities, and yet you wish to bind me with such trivial concepts of nationhood. It's utterly laughable. Then there is nothing more to discuss. As he spoke, a more resplendent golden radiance erupted from Shui Longyin. 3 successive blade auras cleaved forth. Just before they reached the mage's form, 3 layers of shields illuminated around him, each a different hue. Xiao Chen recognized the outermost shield, a fundamental skill that all mages must learn, the magic shield. This shield represents the mage's most formidable defensive technique, purportedly capable of withstanding approximately 80 of incoming damage at higher tiers, surpassing even Xiao Chen's steadfastness. What strength must a suspected 7th-tier mage's magic shield possess? Xiao Chen could hardly fathom it. Yet, such a formidable magic shield crumbled under Shui Longyin's blade aura as if it were mere glass. Even after shattering the shield, the blade aura maintained its momentum, advancing toward the second layer. The second shield was evidently more robust than the first, momentarily halting the blade's advance. But only for an instant. It shattered shortly thereafter. Ultimately, the blade aura dissipated against the 3rd layer of shield. However, it is vital to remember that the blade aura Shui Longyin unleashed was not singular, but a continuous trio. The 3rd shield proved significantly stronger than its predecessors, successfully absorbing the 2nd blade aura. Yet, it too shattered under the 3rd strike. Impossible! Have you already? The words faltered abruptly. The mage's body was cleaved in twain by the blade aura. As the mage perished, the ominous clouds enveloping the sky swiftly dispersed, revealing a resplendent starry expanse. The water dragon stood majestically in the heights, radiating an exquisite golden light. In this moment, it resembled a deity. It was only now that Xiao Chen awakened from his astonishment. So powerful, exceedingly powerful. Is this the true might of a high-tier practitioner? Could ascending to the 7th tier grant him strength akin to that of the water dragon? Never before had he felt such a profound yearning for power as he did at this moment. As the golden light dissipated, the water dragon cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Chen before turning away in silence. Shortly after the water dragon's departure, a multitude of police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances arrived at the scene. Even vehicles resembling those of armed police forces appeared, maintaining order. However, those disembarking were not conventional law enforcement, but rather specialized teams comprised entirely of practitioners. The arrival of this professional unit quelled the restlessness of several practitioners who had been contemplating mischief, illustrating the formidable deterrent effect this elite team had over their kind. Chapter 90. Breaking through 1100 levels, the formidable sorcerer was slain by a single strike from Shui Longyin, a testament to her immense power. But was the sorcerer truly dead? Many ordinary adventurers possess resurrection items. Surely a more powerful mage would not lack such means. Could it be that this grand display was merely for the purpose of eliminating him? Would it not have been easier to infiltrate unnoticed? A myriad of questions swirled in Xiao Chen's mind, yet no one could provide him with answers. He could only await the day when his own strength would allow him to seek the truth. Returning to his personal chamber, he reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the day's events. First, there was the elusive Fu Bo, who ensnared him in an illusion without a sound. Next, the sorcerer who could invoke divine retribution. And finally, Shui Longyin, who effortlessly dispatched the mage. These encounters had unveiled the true might of adventurers to Xiao Chen. Never had he yearned for power as he did now. The prospect of becoming a formidable being capable of soaring through the skies like a deity was his ultimate aspiration. After a considerable time, he drew his thoughts back. In just 7 days, he was to journey to the imperial capital to join the Dragonborn squad. On a higher platform, he would surely advance more swiftly. His foremost objective over the next few days was to exert himself fully in the trial tower. The 1st-tier trial tower granted him 3 opportunities for resurrection, allowing him to engage without reservation, pouring all his strength into the challenge. Ascending to greater heights would undoubtedly yield greater rewards, and he brimmed with anticipation. The following morning, Xiao Chen returned to the trial tower. After donning his equipment, he stepped through the portal into the preparatory chamber. Welcome to the trial tower of the Infinite Realms, level 1001. Note: if the trialist dies or exits via the system, the challenge is deemed a failure. The challenger has only 3 failure opportunities. Upon failing 3 times, you will permanently lose the qualification to challenge the 1st-tier trial tower. Note: you have been granted 3 resurrection opportunities. Remaining chances, 3-3. Note: with each level passed, the trialist's health, mana, and other physical attributes will be fully restored. Additionally, all skills will be refreshed. Note: the use of any items is prohibited during the 1st-tier trial tower challenge, with the exception of equipped gear. Note: the difficulty at level 1001 has significantly increased. Trialists are advised to prepare accordingly. The trial begins. Upon entering the portal, Xiao Chen found himself in an entirely new realm. This space was unlike any he had encountered before. It was merely a void, the ground resembling a polished mirror, devoid of any other features. Gazing around, he saw nothing but an expanse of darkness. Standing above the water's surface, he awaited the arrival of the monsters. Suddenly, the tranquil surface rippled with waves. They were coming. A tremendous force struck him, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Checking his health, Xiao Chen realized he had sustained no damage, indicating that his defenses had held firm. His current power had improved remarkably compared to when he had faced the challenges of over 900 levels. He had previously breezed through the 1000th level with ease. Even if the strength of the monsters on the 1001st floor were to double, it would still not suffice to breach his defenses. Moreover, The vulnerability he had once feared has now been rectified, as long as he does not encounter enemies that inflict true damage. He possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to advance. Each ripple, akin to the delicate patterns of water, signifies an invisible monster. This level appears remarkably simpler compared to the previous 900, as he at least has a general sense of the enemy's location. The only distinction is that he cannot see any of the monsters throughout the entirety of this level. He can only infer their presence through the rippling water and the attacks he endures. The number of ripples on the ground increases, all converging towards Xiao Chen's direction. Observing this, Xiao Chen devises a plan. In order to save time, he deliberately seeks out areas teeming with monsters, intending to relocate once the surrounding creatures dwindle. In less than 20 minutes, the completion notification appears. The subsequent levels, 1002, 1003, and so forth, see him grow increasingly familiar with the map, resulting in a steadily decreasing completion time, stabilizing around 10 minutes per floor. Nevertheless, it takes him nearly 18 hours to reach the 1100th level. The layout of the 1100th floor remains unchanged. Yet after waiting a few minutes, he notes the absence of any ripples on the ground. Just as he begins to ponder this anomaly, he feels a tremor from his shield, indicating an attack. However, it still fails to penetrate his defenses, heightening his alertness. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks descends without warning, all striking against his shield. The force of these assaults is considerably greater than before, but remains within his capacity to withstand. Xiao Chen abruptly lifts his gaze to the pitch-black sky. Could these monsters be descending from above? It is no wonder that so many formidable warriors have faltered at this level. It becomes evident that these creatures possess the ability to fly. The invisible airborne adversaries render many unable to retaliate. On the floors exceeding 900, adventurers could occasionally catch glimpses of monsters through flashes of lightning, allowing them to target their positions for attack. Here, however, one can only rely on wide-ranging AoE skills, with success hinging entirely on chance. Xiao Chen is left questioning the significance of such a challenge devised by the paradise of all realms. Unbeknownst to him, this level serves as a test of the experimenter's perceptual acuity. Should one's perception reach a certain threshold, they could discern the monster's positions through air vibrations, knowledge that remains elusive to Xiao Chen. His perceptual capacity, alas, is woefully inadequate, since he cannot see them. Xiao Chen opts to disregard the situation entirely. He settles into a cross-legged position, patiently awaiting the monsters to perish from their own rebounding attacks. This level sees him endure over 30 minutes of assaults before finally vanquishing all the monsters. Subsequently, a national announcement resounds once more. National announcement. The Adventure Black Knight has successfully passed the 1100th floor of the first trial tower, entering the top 36 of the first trial tower's overall rankings. Notification. You have slain all monsters on the 1100th floor of the trial tower, successfully completing the level. You earn trial points 1 million, accumulating a total of 5 million trial points from floors 1001 to 1100, now totaling 13,389,095 points. You have entered the first stage of the trial tower leaderboard, currently holding the 36th position. After surpassing the 1100th level, your global ranking soared from 96th to 36th. This indicates that 60 elite competitors are ensnared within the confines of the preceding 100 levels. Those capable of transcending 1,000 tiers are undoubtedly among the most exceptional talents. Nevertheless, even amidst this achievement, 2/3 were once again eliminated. This fact underscores the formidable challenge posed by these 100 levels, particularly the 1100th. Upon returning to the trial tower preparation room, Xiao Chen did not depart immediately. Instead, he made his way to the core trial shop of the tower. His current score has reached 39 million, sufficient for redeeming a skill advancement certificate. Would you like to consume 10 million trial points to exchange for a skill advancement certificate? Yes. As the certificate materialized in his hand, Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement. Whether he can further enhance the Thorn of Thorn skill now rests in this moment. Chapter 91. The Marvelous Uses of Soul Awakening. Prompt. Would you like to use the skill advancement certificate? Yes. Prompt. Please select the skill you wish to advance. With a thought, Xiao Chen chose the skill Rock Solid once more. What if it succeeds? There's no cost in trying. Rock Solid. Prompt. This skill has reached its limit and cannot be advanced with this item. Please select another skill. As expected, it was futile. Since the Rock Solid skill could not be enhanced, he resolved to continue advancing Thorn Spike. Enhancing Thorn Spike. Warning, an anomaly has been detected in this skill. System assessment in progress. Anomalies in skill data detected. Your attack attributes also exhibit irregularities. System assessment in progress. Assessment complete. As the system has previously compensated you for attack anomalies, it has now determined that this skill cannot be advanced using the skill advancement certificate. Upon receiving the system notification, Xiao Chen felt a weight in his heart. The Thorn Spike skill was his sole means of offense. If he were to stagnate here, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. However, Xiao Chen did not succumb to despair, for he possessed another means to enhance Thorn Spike, the infinite system. During this period, he had vanquished countless monsters, and he believed it would not be long before he could reactivate the infinite system. At that time, he would be able to enhance Thorn Spike through its capabilities. Since neither Rock Solid nor Thorn Spike could be advanced, he needed to carefully contemplate which skill to elevate next. He currently possessed 5 professional skills: Thorn Spike, Rock Solid, Soul Awakening, Soul Revival, and Soul Charge. Each of these skills was formidable in its own right. There was no need to elaborate on Thorn Spike and Rock Solid, as they were the most essential skills in his arsenal. Additionally, he had 4 universal skills: Silver Moon's Power, Relentless Taunt, Blood Pact Shockwave, and Dual Space. The other skills were non-enhanceable equipment skills. Apart from the equipment skills and the non-enhanceable Thorn Spike and Rock Solid, he had only 7 skills available for enhancement. How should he choose among these 7 skills? Dual Space was the first to be discarded, solely due to its exceedingly low success rate, which was below 25. Moreover, any enhancement would likely only extend the duration of the Dual Space. Both Relentless Taunt and Blood Pact Shockwave were control skills that suffice for his current needs and would remain under consideration for the moment. Soul Charge served primarily as an escape mechanism, and after its enhancement, it would likely only increase the distance of the charge. At present, its effect held little significance, so it too was disregarded. That left him with 3 skills to choose from: Soul Awakening, Soul Revival, and Silver Moon's Power. The Soul Revival skill acted as a reusable instant life restoration potion, offering less than half the recovery of a standard instant life restoration potion, along with a lengthy cooldown time. At this juncture, enhancing it bore little meaning for him. Finally, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards the last 2 skills. The Awakening of the Battle Soul and the Power of the Silver Moon present a formidable dilemma. The Power of the Silver Moon offers a continuous restoration of health, currently ranking just below the Thorns of the Cactus and the Rock Solid skill in terms of efficacy. However, the Awakening of the Battle Soul is equally formidable. During his encounter with the Thunder Dragon, he tested this skill, discovering its compatibility with the Rock Solid skill, significantly enhancing its damage mitigation effect to 75. Should the enhancement of the Awakening of the Battle Soul reach 100, its application on Rock Solid would render it capable of achieving complete damage immunity. In such a scenario, he would possess at least 10 seconds of invulnerability. Between these 2 skills, Xiao Chen leans toward enhancing the Awakening of the Battle Soul. The rationale is simple. While there are numerous methods to restore health, invincibility is currently attainable through this singular approach. Before committing to the enhancement of the Awakening of the Battle Soul, Xiao Chen feels compelled to conduct an experiment. Presently, the skill remains at level 1, leaving him uncertain about the specific augmentation brought by elevating its level. If the original cap of the Awakening of the Battle Soul is indeed a mere 100 enhancement, then investing in its upgrade may prove disadvantageous. Fortunately, he has preserved 40 skill enhancement points, which he has yet to utilize. Xiao Chen promptly allocates 10 points to the Awakening of the Battle Soul and examines the skill attributes. Skill name: Awakening of the Battle Soul. Skill level: Level 11. Skill type: Active. Skill cost: Consumes 10 mana points per second. Skill cooldown: 1 hour. Skill effect: Can be applied to skills already mastered. Upon use, the effect of that skill is enhanced by 55, lasting a maximum of 11 seconds. Upon reaching level 10, the skill's effect increased from 50 to 55, with each level yielding a mere 0. Singing Kramin. Xiao Chen speculates that the maximum enhancement may only be 75. The use of a skill advancement certificate might potentially elevate it to 100. Furthermore, as the skill level ascends, the duration extends by an additional second. For every 10 levels gained, there is a 5 increase in effect and 1 second added to the duration. Should the skill's cap be raised to level 100, he would then enjoy a 100 enhancement coupled with a 20-second duration. Envisioning this outcome, Xiao Chen decisively opts to enhance the awakening of the Battle Soul skill. Prompt: confirm enhancement of the awakening of the Battle Soul skill? Yes, no, enhance. Moments latte. A system notification appears. Prompt: the maximum level of your awakening of the Battle Soul skill has been raised. It can now be enhanced up to level 100. Upon reading this, a smile graces Xiao Chen's face. It is done, and the system has even provided the potential maximum level, offering him a sense of reassurance. Now, his sole focus is to accumulate skill points and fully upgrade the awakening of the Battle Soul. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen allocates all remaining 30 skill enhancement points to the awakening of the Battle Soul skill. At this juncture, the skill has reached level 41, with an enhancement of 70 and a duration extending to 14 seconds. To elevate this skill to level 100, an additional 60 skill enhancement points are required. Currently, there exists no method for acquiring skill points. One can only await the ascension to the second tier to attain a stable influx of enhancement points. At this juncture, Xiao Chen suddenly conceived a potential approach to obtain skill enhancement points, though its feasibility remains uncertain. He contemplated requesting them from the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Having already contributed to the Academy by refreshing records, he is inherently entitled to a reward. However, the specifics of this reward seem yet to be determined by the Academy's higher-ups. Should he take the initiative to request it, the likelihood of success is considerably high. Moreover, with the augmentation of his strength, he intends to continue overcoming challenges, possibly surpassing even the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. Chapter 92. The Gift of the Water Dragon Song. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiao Chen contacted Long Go. Had Long Go not been concerned about disturbing Xiao Chen's rest, he would have sought him out sooner. Last night, he had been roused by a flurry of messages, and just as he was about to express his frustration, he discerned the content of the messages, which left him so exhilarated that he could not sleep the entire night. The messages were, of course, the system announcement declaring that Xiao Chen had successfully navigated through the 1,100th level of the Trial Tower. This achievement signified that the Shijing Warrior Academy had officially surpassed the Nanyang Warrior Academy, claiming the 3rd position. It was the first time that the Shijing Warrior Academy had shed its reputation as the bottom dweller of the 1st-tier Trial Tower. As Xiao Chen's recruitment teacher, Long Ji's contributions would undoubtedly be remembered by the Academy. After a little more than 10 minutes, Long Gu hurried into the dining hall, his face brimming with excitement. Black Knight, you are remarkable. You scaled the 1,100th level so swiftly. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Xiao Chen got straight to the point. Long Gu, I have come to consult you about something. Black Knight, speak freely. I will do my utmost to assist you. Long Gu replied earnestly. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before speaking candidly. Long Gu, to be honest, my strength has not yet reached its peak. If I continue to enhance my abilities, I am confident that I can ascend to even greater heights. Upon hearing this, Long Ji's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not at your peak yet. Black Knight, your potential seems boundless. Yesterday, I exchanged and utilized a skill advancement token in the Trial Tower, allowing me to once again surpass the limit of one of my core skills. If I can elevate this core skill further, my strength will see a significant boost, granting me greater confidence in overcoming subsequent challenges. The issue at hand is that I lack sufficient skill enhancement points to strengthen this skill, Xiao Chen stated directly, implicitly hinting at a request for the Academy's skill enhancement point scrolls. Rather than being upset by Xiao Chen's words, Long Ji's face broke into a smile. Noticing Long Ji's expression, Xiao Chen felt a rare twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his intentions had been seen through. Long Gu produced a wooden box and placed it before Xiao Chen. Open it and take a look. Xiao Chen accepted the box and opened it to reveal a neatly arranged stack of skill enhancement point scrolls. Notification: you have received 100 skill enhancement point scrolls. The sight of such a substantial number of scrolls made Xiao Chen's heart race. He looked up at Longo with a puzzled expression and asked Longo, "What is this?" Longo burst into laughter. "Haha, Black Knight, the Academy is not so stingy. You have rendered great service to the Academy, and naturally, it will not treat you poorly. This is a personal delivery from Dean Shui." Dean Shui? Could it be? Indeed, it is Shui Longyin, the Dean of the Shijing Warrior Academy. Longo continued, "It seems that Dean Shui holds you in high regard. In all my years at the Academy, I have never seen him take such an interest in a newcomer. Is that so?" Xiao Chen felt a lingering sense of unease, suspecting that matters were not as simple as they appeared. He recalled the meaningful glance Dean Shui had cast at him during the battle with that sorcerer, as if hinting at something. These lingering doubts he could only bury deep within his heart. At present, his strength is woefully inadequate, rendering him unworthy of direct discourse with formidable beings like Water Dragonine. However, acquiring 100 skill enhancement scrolls is indeed an unexpected delight. Dragon Brother continued, "After you conquered the 1,100th level yesterday, the Academy's higher-ups convened a meeting specifically to discuss the rewards for your achievement." Xiao Chen interjected, "But Dragon Brother, Haven T, I already receive a reward?" Dragon Brother paused slightly. "That does not count. It was merely a personal reward from Dean Shui. In addition, the Academy has its own separate rewards." Indeed, it became evident that the skill enhancement scrolls bestowed by Water Dragon Een were not arranged by the Academy, but rather stemmed from personal motives. This indirectly validated Xiao Chen's suspicions. Ultimately, the Academy resolved that should your ranking surpass that of the Demon City Warrior Academy, you would receive special rewards. If you were to exceed the ranking of the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, the rewards would be even more substantial. However, there is a prerequisite. You must complete the challenge before departing the Warrior Academy for the Dragon Seed Squad. You should comprehend the rationale. Once you report to the Dragon Seed Squad, you will automatically sever ties with the Shijing Warrior Academy, and your achievements in the challenges will no longer be attributed to the Academy. As for the specific rewards, I, as a mere recruitment officer, am not privy to such information. However, given the school's financial resources, they are undoubtedly of considerable value, especially for individuals at your tier." Xiao Chen gazed at Dragon Brother and sincerely expressed, "Thank you. Ah, you are my recruited student.